Cold droplets of water fell from the stalactites at the top of the karst cave, tracing faint paths through the darkness before striking the surface of the pool with a crisp, echoing splash. Mo hung upside down from the damp, frigid rock wall, her small red eyes emitting a faint phosphorescent glow in the gloom. Her tiny claws hooked around the third hard-shelled beetle she had caught that day, while her mind worried at the question that had tormented her for an entire year. Memories of a male life in her previous existence and the female body she now inhabited overlapped dissonantly. This sense of misalignment was more unbearable than hunger itself. Mo bit through the beetle's carapace and sucked at the meager, bitter liquid within. As her taste buds reported back, what replayed in her mind was not the beetle's juice, but the steam rising from late-night Odin in a convenience store and the sharp chill of ice-cold cola sliding down her throat. It was the warmth of blood that belonged to mammals. A familiar cramping twisted through her stomach sac. As a vampire bat surviving long-term on beetles, her body had grown noticeably smaller than that of her kin, her ribs faintly visible beneath her white fur. Beetles could never meet her energy needs if she required blood. Yet she had never mastered that skill, for she had left the colony before reaching adulthood. In her mind, the pheromones of the male bats in the colony rose up once more. Their coarse fur, their clumsy courtship dances, and the shrill cries echoing in waves through the cave during the mating season all resurfaced. At the thought, Mo Wu's petite body shuddered. The beetle's remains slipped from her claws and plunged into the darkness below. Never. She would rather wander alone, rather starve to death in this barren cave devoid of her kind than pass on her genes in such a way. It was not merely a visceral aversion, but the final boundary of her very soul. If she even surrendered the autonomy of this body and let breeding instincts drive her, then she would truly be nothing more than a bat. A gurgling growl from her stomach sac dragged Mo Wu back to reality. Faced with the problem of food, hunger instantly rose to dominance. Awkwardly, she glanced at her own flat, shrunken little belly. Enough. For now, eating took precedence. Only on a full stomach could she continue pondering her bat life. Spreading her wings, Mo Wu was just about to fly out in search of food when a frigid voice exploded within her mind. Ding. The main god game has descended upon the world. All humans who are at least 18 years old will be transported into the main god game in 24 hours. Within 24 hours, players may learn about the main god game's rules and information from the system and awaken their respective talents. Talent ranks range from F to SSS. Mo Wu froze. Hanging upside down, her body swayed slightly in shock, her claws reflexively digging into the rock wall as her spread wings folded back tight. A blue light screen appeared before her, representing her identity as a player. Player 10,086. Life 7. Strength 0. 8. Speed 5. 2. Mind 8. 9. Physique 0. 7. System inventory 6 slots. Note: for an ordinary human, the baseline for each attribute is 5, with an ideal limit of 10. Awakened talent. The entire cave felt utterly silent, so quiet that even Mo Wu's heartbeat could be heard. She stared at the blue light screen before her. After a long moment, as she finally reacted, Mo Wu's breathing grew rapid and excitement flickered in her small red eyes. Since becoming a vampire bat, she had spent every day repeating the same cycle of hunting and sleeping over and over again. For humanity, the main god game might well be a catastrophe, but for her it was a tremendous opportunity, a chance to cast off this frail body of hers. System awakened talent. Mo Wu intoned silently in her heart. Ding. Awakening in progress, please wait. As the system's voice fell, a surge of heat erupted from the depths of her heart and instantly swept through every blood vessel and every inch of Mo Wu's body. Mo Wu curled up in agony, her wings wrapping tightly around her into a small bundle. Every strand of her white fur stood on end as an unknown energy flooded into her body, seemingly forcing a fusion with her very being. She did not know how much time had passed, perhaps a few seconds, perhaps several minutes, before the searing heat ebbed away and the pain dissipated. Forcing her eyes open, Mo Wu saw large golden characters emerging on the blue light screen, leaving her momentarily dazed. Then the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations, player 10086 has awakened an SS rank talent, Gene Sovereign. Gene Sovereign. Trait 1, devouring plunder. By devouring living beings, you can seize gene fragments and synthesize sequence genes. Trait 2, heteromorphic armament. By fusing sequence genes, you may carry out partial heteromorphic modifications to your body. Trait 3, life sublimation. After accumulating 3 partial heteromorphic transformations, you may initiate a comprehensive evolution in your life tier. Mo Wu's breath caught. Eyes wide, she stared at the light screen before her. An SS rank talent, the highest tier of all. Even she had never imagined she could awaken such a gift. A surge of joy flooded her heart, sweeping away the suffocating repression she had endured for so long as a bat. Evolution gene fusion. This would surely allow her to cast off her fragile bat body and escape her current plight. Forcing down the joy roiling inside, Mo Wu compelled herself to calm. She knew that time was pressing. This was no moment to indulge in happiness. System display information on the main god game. Mo Wu continued to ask inwardly. Ding. Main god game information is as follows. Info 1. The main god game is divided into 3 major camps: hunters, reincarnators, and balancers. Hunters embody ultimate power, reincarnators specialize in group combat, balancers regulate the development of storylines. Info 2. Once your evaluation rank rises to E, you may select a progression route within a camp. Current evaluation F. Info 3. Everything obtained within the main god game may be brought back to reality. Equipment from the real world cannot be brought into the main god space. Info 4. Within the main god game, players must traverse various monster movie worlds and complete their respective missions according to their camp. Info 5. Death in the game is true death. Info 6. Holders of SS rank talents are automatically classified into the hunter's camp. Gazing at the key points on the blue light screen, Mo Wu bared her sharp fangs in silence. There was no laughter, only the smile belonging to a predator. Hunter's ultimate power. Was this not precisely what she now pursued? Now that she had become a female bat, only by truly becoming strong could she suppress that physiological urge for heat and breeding and avoid sinking completely into mere animality. Mo Wu looked at the feeble attributes displayed on the blue light screen. Her strength and physique pathetically low. Only her speed and mind stood out. Her high mind was most likely due to her having been human in her previous life. Her speed, on the other hand, had been honed by necessity, from months of wandering and the need to hunt her sole capital for survival. With attributes like hers, she was little more than cannon fodder. Therefore, her next step was clear. She had to hunt down a suitable gene and complete a heteromorphic transformation before the main god game began. Releasing her grip on the rock wall, Mo Wu dropped into the air, a white figure streaking through the dim cave as she flew toward the outside world. She activated her ultrasound, and the three-dimensional scene around her streamed into her brain to be rapidly processed. Beneath the withered yellow leaves lies another hidden world. Here, tiny insects toil busily in search of food, and mates even coupling in the shadows together, forming a miniature kingdom in this small patch of earth. A hard-shelled beetle struggles its way through the dead leaves. It clambers onto a small stone, its carapace glinting with an uncanny sheen under the sunlight. The rasping sound of its body scraping against the rock carries into the distance, as if calling out to nearby females. Though it is keenly aware of danger for the sake of a mate, and for the continuation of its line, it can only expose itself in the most conspicuous place, using this to draw the opposite sex's attention and to stand out among the vast multitude of its kind. This is how the race endures. Every year, countless hard-shelled beetles perish in this grand breeding season, reduced to nothing more than a predator's meal. Yet at the same time, even more hard-shelled beetles are conceived and born here. By great fortune, within just a few short minutes, this particular beetle attracts the first opposite-sex partner of its brief life. Yet by equal misfortune, this so-called partner is a predator. Mo Wu circles high in the air, having long since locked onto this overly conspicuous beetle. Her body dives from the sky, talons extended, then clamps down. Crack! The sound of shattering carapace rings especially crisp in the silence. Pinning the beetle beneath her claws, Mo Wu's sharp teeth easily pierce its defenses. Fluids spill out. Mo Wu extends her tongue to suck and lap at them, then casually discards the empty shell. A beetle that had been awaiting its mate completes its cycle of reincarnation within Mo Wu's body. A cold mechanical notification rises in her mind. Devoured iron beetle, obtained iron beetle gene fragment 1, current iron beetle gene integrity 0. 1. Another prompt follows. Detected that player 10,080 SIXS body contains a large quantity of iron beetle genes. Iron beetle gene integrity has been raised to 92. 3. The sudden notification startles Mo Wu for a moment, and excitement surges into her tiny red eyes. It seems that in these 6 months of wandering, every beetle she ate truly counted for something. Mo Wu thinks with quiet satisfaction. Now Mo Wu no longer feels hunger. Her innate talent efficiently converts every bit of prey she consumes into pure energy and gene fragments. Her stomach sack is no longer empty, yet Mo Wu's eyes still burn with a fervent desire for evolution. She soars back into the sky again, continuing to use ultrasound to probe and capture. The second, the third, the fourth. Mo Wu slaughters from dusk deep into the night, from the withered forest back to the rocky region. Her pale form becomes a ghost in the dark. Each strike is precise and vicious, the hunting instincts honed by half a year of wandering pushed to their limit under the drive of a clear goal. When thirsty, she drinks from the underground river. When exhausted, she hangs upside down to rest for 5 minutes. In a corner of Mo Wu's consciousness, a countdown ticks away. 19 hours, 12 hours, 6 hours. When dawn breaks and the sun rises, Mo Wu hangs upside down from a branch, her fur soaked with dew and dirt. With 2 hours remaining before the main god game opens, she finally gathers and synthesizes the iron beetle genes. Obtained iron beetle genes heteromorphosis available. Detected heteromorphosable regions. Option 1 claws, strengthening grip. Option 2 exoskeleton, enhancing defense. Option 3 wing membrane, improving flight performance and adding edge blade formation. Mo Wu's gaze settles on the third option. Mobility is the essence of survival. When strength and defense are both weak, only speed grants the right to maneuver and the chance to kill. This is the survival law Mo Wu has distilled over the past half year. As for edge blade formation, in her mind, Mo Wu envisions the edges of her bat wings condensing into sharp keratinous blades. They would not merely be organs of flight, but weapons. Choose wing membrane heteromorphosis. Command confirmed. Iron beetle genes loaded into gene sovereign. Heteromorphosis commencing. The next instant, searing pain erupts from the base of her wing membranes. Mo Wu lets out a muffled grunt, claws digging deep into the bark. She feels her body rapidly growing and developing an abnormal proliferation and reconstruction that defies common sense. The once paper-thin membranes of flesh seemed seized by an invisible hand, violently stretched and thickened. Beneath the semi-transparent tissue, fine bundles of fibers are rewoven and layered, their toughness soaring at a speed that can almost be felt. An even more terrifying change occurs along the wing edges. Milky fluid seeps from the pores, solidifying and hardening the instant it touches air, forming a ring of wing blades that glimmer with a cold light. Mo Wu's body swells as well, from the size of a fist to nearly that of an adult bat, and still it continues to expand. Beneath her white fur, the once gaunt outline is replaced by tightly packed muscular lines. The entire heteromorphosis lasts for about 2 hours. When the final trace of pain fades, Mo Wu slowly opens her eyes. A chime sounds within her mind, heteromorphosis complete. Wing membrane strength increased by 300%. Mo Wu lowers her gaze to her razor-edged wings. Her wingspan has grown from the previous 20 centimeters to the current 50. Deep within her scarlet pupils, a year's worth of numbness, resentment, and struggle is completely replaced by a thirst for power. It is a greed for the path of evolution. Only by becoming strong can she grasp her own fate and break free from the dictates of her physiology. Main God Game Transmission Countdown 001000. The final 10 minutes. Mo Wu alights on the highest branch, grooming fur dampened by night, due with unhurried motions, no longer in a frantic rush. With a mere stir of thought, the blue light screen appears before her once more. Player 10,086. Life 24. Strength 2. 1. Speed 8. 8. Spirit 9. 2. Constitution 2. 4. Innate talent gene sovereign SSS. Current gene bank iron beetle. Heteromorphosed region wing membrane. Comprehensive evaluation none. At the moment the countdown hits 0, that icy voice resounds in Mo Wu's mind once again. Transmission commencing. Wishing all players a pleasant hunt. Before darkness swallows her vision, Mo Wu takes one last look at the world where she has struggled to survive for a full year. Then she bares her teeth. Her fangs flash with a cold gleam in the morning light. Space twists. Mo Wu finds herself standing within a pure white expanse, seemingly boundless. In this emptiness, the sole point of focus is the blue light screen hovering directly ahead. Mo Wu spreads her wings and flies up to the blue screen, examining the information displayed upon it. World load confirmed. Film world Anaconda's the hunt for the blood orchid. Novice mission within the plot's timeline: obtain at least 1 blood orchid flower. Mission time limit 7 days. Plot participants 6 individuals. Enter immediately. Yes. Having absorbed the information, Mo Wu instantly makes her choice. At the same time, the surrounding scene begins to distort. Stifling and damp, the air thick with rot wrapped around Mo Wu the instant she arrived. In the primordial rainforest, towering ancient trees blotted out sky, and sun vines hung like colossal pythons, and beneath her feet lay a humus layer built up over untold years. From all directions came a chorus of insects and birds, punctuated by the whisper of some large creature crushing through the undergrowth. This was the rhythm of the place. The moment she appeared, Mo Wu instinctively vibrated her bat wings and shot upward, hanging inverted from a high branch. She folded her wings and sent out ultrasonic pulses centered on herself, silently expanding like a precise radar and scanning the ecosystem for 100 meters around. 15 meters below, a hollow held a nest of sleeping rodents, their hearts fluttering. To her right front, in a swamp, a caiman lay in ambush, half its head exposed, patiently awaiting prey. Farther off, a torrent of river water churned its murky expanse, spilling over sheer cliffs into waterfalls 10 meters high or more. There were no wrecked boats, no traces of human activity, proof that the current thread of the tale had not yet reached this place. A glint passed through Mo Wu's crimson eyes. In that moment, she began to plan her next moves. A blood orchid grew on the cliff beside a deep pool guarded by a blood python. At her present size, even after her mutation, she was only marginally larger than an ordinary bat. To venture into the snake's nest would be no more than offering a hors d'oeuvre to a great serpent. She needed a second metamorphosis, a sharper surge of power to raise her odds of survival and enable her to seize the blood orchid from the python's domain. 7 days of this plot provided ample time to prepare. Focusing her ultrasonic sense, she scanned downward. Beneath the humus, countless tiny life signals glittered like stars. One signal shone with astonishing density. It was an ant colony, tens of thousands strong, moving with efficient, regimented purpose. Mo Wu spread her wing membranes, and like a pale specter glided down to low altitude. She perched upon the broad frond of a fern and hung upside down to peer at the ground. Hidden beneath the foliage, great earthen mounds marked the entrances to the ants' nests. These ants were black and far larger than ordinary ants. She could not name the species, but given her own size, they were unquestionably the best prey. Their numbers were vast and their range broad. To obtain a whole genetic profile quickly, these ants were indisputably the optimal choice. Mo Wu did not rush toward the colony's heart. She watched for 5 quiet seconds and locked onto the scattered worker ants. Once certain she would not be swarmed or climbed upon, Mo Wu flexed her wings, dove-landed, pressed her body to the ground, opened her small mouth, and swept ants with her tongue, swallowing them whole. The ants were swallowed before they could react. For the sake of efficiency, she did not bother to chew. Her gene Dominator talent allowed Mo Wu to digest any creature and absorb its genes, so she had no fear of indigestion or of ants briefly surviving within her stomach. She consumed a giant arched-back ant and gained a gene fragment. The giant arched-back ant gene integrity rose to 0.02. 0.002. In other words, she would need to devour 5,000 ants to complete the gene. Mo Wu lifted her small head, her red eyes sweeping across the dense mass of giant arched-back ants. Though 5,000 sounded daunting, compared to the colony's population, assembling a complete gene was merely a matter of time. Mo Wu moved again and resumed hunting, targeting the stragglers. She prowled the nest's edge, taking only lone and lagging ants. Every dive was precise. After each capture, she ascended at once, never lingering in one spot more than 3 seconds. 1 2 10 100. 0 0 2 0 0 4 0 2 1. The gene fragments accumulated steadily. Time flowed in the rainforest's heavy heat. The sun crept over the canopy, and the light shifted from green dapples to gold, then slowly deepened into indigo. Mo Wu never grew weary. Her gene Dominator converted every intake into pure energy. She no longer needed rest, only the continuance of the hunt. By dusk, her gene integrity surpassed 10%. When night fell, it reached 23%. Mo Wu moved like a machine with a set program, tracing endlessly varying patrols above the nest. Her ultrasonic scans continued, not only tracking the arched-back ants, but remaining alert to any ambush by larger predators. Deep in the night, the rainforest became a carnival of nocturnal life. The insect chorus swelled, frogs drummed like distant drums, and the sharp alarm calls of a troop of monkeys echoed afar. Mo Wu finally paused. The giant arched-back ant gene collection had climbed to 47.13. As she locked onto another lone giant arched-back ant and dove again, just as Mo Wu's talon was about to touch the insect. The humus beneath shifted. No, this was not the ground, it was a coiled blood python. Its scales blended perfectly with the dead leaves, which was why Mo Wu had not sensed it. 10 meters of body tightened, launched, and snapped open in a single instant. The python's maw split nearly 180 degrees, a reek of blood rolling outward. It aimed straight for Mo Wu's face. Her nerves had already tensed at the odd feedback from her ultrasonic sense. She slammed her wing membranes down with all her strength, not upward, but in a sharp oblique turn to the rear, defying any ordinary bat's flight arc. The snake's teeth grazed the wing edge as it closed, a shriek of keratin on keratin scraping free and leaving a deep scratch. Mo Wu used the momentum to twist and climb. Her heart hammered in her chest. Hovering 20 meters above, she looked down. The blood python coiled slowly, neck raised, its golden vertical pupils gleamed coldly in the dark, fixated on the pale silhouette above. It flicked its tongue, calculating the distance of the missed strike. After a moment, it slid back into the underbrush, the rasp of scales against leaves retreating into the night. But Mo Wu knew it had not gone far. It had learned her scent, her flight pattern, her hunting territory. This blood python was cunning. Mo Wu licked the acidic residue of ants from her fangs. Her crimson pupils glowed faintly in the night. It seems, she thought, the collection must be accelerated. She glanced toward the dark, ever-streaming entrance of the ant nest, then at the direction where the python had disappeared. The tally of gene fragments began to pulse again in her mind. At the same time, at the dock 1,000 miles away, the briny sea breeze mixed with the scent of diesel swept across the pier. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the shadows of the containers. 3 men and 2 women, dressed differently, but all wearing the same look of confusion on their faces. The confusion lasted less than 3 seconds before the largest man among them regained his composure first. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, his muscular frame was evident beneath his camouflage vest, and a faded scorpion tattoo adorned his right arm. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharp as a blade slicing through each person's face. Reincarnators. His voice was hoarse, seemingly confirming whether the others were comrades. The other 4 instinctively nodded, the system panels unfolding in their consciousness simultaneously, with the camp section uniformly indicating reincarnators. You all saw the mission, the disaster of the python in the Borneo rainforest. Our primary task is to protect the protagonist group and help them obtain a blood orchid. The large man looked at everyone, grinning widely to reveal his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth. Simply put, we are all in the same boat now. If you want to survive and return, don't create internal strife. His gaze fell on the 2 young women. They were huddled together, their faces pale, with the one with short hair trembling continuously. We. The short-haired girl stammered, her voice quivering. We won't go to the Borneo rainforest. The mission only states that we need to survive for 7 days. We just need to stay here at the dock. Hide for 7 days? The large man scoffed. Don't forget our identity. We are reincarnators not belonging to this world. Our existence is equivalent to being stateless in this realm. Do you think you can survive for 7 days in this chaotic area? The 2 women stiffened, their expressions darkening. The game of the master god is not child's play. The large man turned around, gazing at the fishing boat anchored in the distance, his eyes gradually sharpening. The first world should be a welfare bureau with the difficulty ranking at the lowest level, and this blood orchid should be an additional reward. If you don't recognize the situation and back down, then it's a slow suicide. After saying this, the large man ignored them and turned his attention to the other 2 men. One was a tall, thin youth in glasses, and the other was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Hello, I'm Zhang Meng, a retired soldier who has fought in underground fights. What about you 2? Li Wei, programmer. The bespectacled youth adjusted his glasses. Although thin, his gaze remained steady. Wang Kuan, construction worker. The middle-aged man replied gruffly, his palms rough and knuckles thick, but his voice carried a hearty tone. Got it. Zhang Meng nodded, maintaining a dominant position. Now we need to get some realgar powder knives and money. As for where the money comes from, Zhang Ming turned around, eyeing several people lurking in the distance, grinning widely. In this world, survival is our goal. To live, we must abandon our previous moral concepts. After saying that, he walked off into the distance. If you don't want to wait to die, then follow me. Our time is limited. Before the plot starts, we need to find the main characters and blend in. There's no time to waste here. Li Wei and Wang Kuan exchanged glances and quickly followed Zhang Ming's footsteps. In the shadows of the containers, the two women curled up together, watching as Zhang Ming and the others gradually disappeared, their minds filled with images of giant pythons devouring people. In the end, they chose not to follow. Rather than risk dying in the jaws of a python, they preferred to stay here, living one more day at a time. Further away, the outline of the Borneo rainforest loomed under the moonlight like a crawling giant beast. In the belly of this beast, a white bat hovered above an anthill, its crimson pupils reflecting the swarming giant bow-backed ants below. These giant bow-backed ants had long discovered Mo Wu's presence, but faced with Mo Wu's unscrupulous tactics, they had no way to counteract her for these 3 days. They could only watch as their kind were devoured by Mo Wu one by one. At this moment, Mo Wu's gene integrity had also reached 100%. Acquired giant bow-backed ant sequence gene can initiate metamorphosis. Detected metamorphosis options: Option 1, mouthparts to enhance biting strength. Option 2, exoskeleton for shell defense. Option 3, torso and limbs for comprehensive enhancement. Please select a metamorphosis direction. Mo Wu arrived at a secluded place hanging upside down on a branch deep in the treetops. Ultrasonic waves continuously scanned a radius of 100 meters, confirming that the giant python was not nearby, and there were no predators around before Mo Wu immersed her consciousness in the 3 metamorphosis options. The first metamorphosis direction was mouthparts. Although the ant's large mandibles were powerful, they had no effect on Mo Wu at this moment. Given her size, it was impossible for her to engage in combat with those large prey to bite and tear. After passing on the first option, Mo Wu turned her attention to the second metamorphosis direction, exoskeleton, which had appeared during the first metamorphosis. The ant's shell defense was indeed tempting, but Mo Wu's size had always been a limitation. If she chose the exoskeleton, it might restrict her growth and size. Moreover, the defense that the exoskeleton could currently enhance was limited, far from enough to withstand the constriction of the blood python and the tearing of large predators. Thus, the second option was also discarded by Mo Wu. She looked towards the third option, torso and limbs for comprehensive enhancement. Muscle strength, bone density, limb structure. It was not a single enhancement for defense or attack, but a comprehensive upgrade of the basic framework, an all-around improvement. Enhancing the torso and limbs would definitely increase her size, and with size would come a significant boost in strength and constitution. No longer hesitating, Mo Wu spoke inwardly. Select torso and limbs metamorphosis. Command given: giant bow-backed ant gene loaded into gene sovereign metamorphosis initiated. As soon as the command was input, excruciating pain erupted. It was not the tearing sensation from the wing membrane transformation during the first metamorphosis, but a deeper, more thorough disassembly. Mo Wu clung tightly to the bark, her claws carving 4 deep grooves into the branch. She could feel it, clearly feel it. Every bone in her body groaning under the unbearable strain, beginning to fracture, reorganize, and densify from within. Her spine felt as if it was being reshaped by an invisible hammer, her shoulder blades expanding outward and her chest cavity being violently expanded to accommodate a larger lung capacity. Muscle fibers like torn hemp rope were being rewoven under some supernatural force, becoming thicker, tougher, and arranged into a more efficient structure for exertion. Subcutaneous fat was being burned, frantically transformed into pure growth energy. Just as Mo Wu had anticipated, her body was expanding rapidly. Her originally fist-sized body inflated like an air-filled balloon. Her white skin stretched to the point of transparency, cracking open only to be covered by a new layer of skin a moment later. Her wing membranes unfolded accordingly, increasing from a wingspan of 50 centimeters to 60, 80, 100. Crack. The branch supporting Mo Wu made a brittle sound as it broke. Mo Wu suddenly opened her eyes just before falling, her crimson pupils slicing through the darkness with 2 blood-red lines. The newly formed wing membranes instinctively flapped with all their might. His limbs had thickened nearly 3-fold compared to before. Prominent tendon clusters bulged at the wing joint articulations of his forelimbs, while his hind limbs had elongated and his claws curled more sharply, better suited for gripping and powerful propulsion. His torso was no longer the smooth, streamlined form of a bat, but now bore distinct contours of chest and abdomen, shaped by dense reinforced bone overlaid with high-tension musculature. His weight had increased at least 5-fold, yet Mo Wu felt no trace of heaviness. With a single beat of her leathery wings, she shot sideways like a white lightning bolt, covering 10 meters before crashing into and snapping several slender branches, then steadying herself midair. It was too fast. The newly formed muscles had yet to adapt to their sudden surge in output power. Mo Wu slowly descended onto a thicker trunk, hung upside down, closed her eyes, and regulated her breath. Deep within her consciousness, a subtler transformation was unfolding. Not the overt numerical growth of attributes, but a fundamental recalibration of her very life state. It was as if a tree long stilled in its growth had suddenly been infused with the latent vitality to sprout anew. The physiological constraints of adulthood had shattered, and she had regressed to a juvenile stage, one still open to further development. Her lifespan had extended. Her capacity for growth had reopened. Mo Wu opened her eyes, the crimson pupils gleaming with a faint knowing smile, because this also meant her estrus cycle could be delayed. Though she knew little of bats, and had no idea whether they even possessed an estrus cycle, the memory of cats and dogs helplessly dominated by their sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. Grow stronger. Keep growing stronger. Regardless of whether it existed or not, she would eliminate the possibility outright. Open interface. She willed it silently, and a cerulean light screen unfurled in the darkness revealing fresh data before her. Player 10086 in faction, hunter in health, 51 in strength 4, 9 in speed, 10 in spirit 9, 2 in constitution 5, 1 in talent, genome sovereign SSS in current genome library, ironclad, beetle, giant, humpbacked, ant-affected body regions, wing membranes, torso, and all 4 limbs in comprehensive assessment, pending both strength and constitution, had doubled. Her speed had reached the current human limit, but given her expanded wingspan and muscular output, her actual maneuverability could still improve by at least 30%. More importantly, Mo Wu gazed at her powerful forelimb claws, then at the razor-sharp, ivory-colored keratin blades edging her wing membranes. Her attributes now matched those of a healthy adult human, her speed and spirit even surpassing them. And this was merely the result of 2 completed metamorphoses. After the third, and a true evolutionary leap across life tiers, Mo Wu dared not imagine how staggering the next surge in power might be. Once such a life tier evolution occurred, her developmental window would widen further. And boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the southeast, followed instantly by the shriek of splintering timber and a concussive shockwave. Even from several kilometers away, the sound waves pierced through the rainforest's dense layered canopy, sending flocks of birds scattering skyward. Mo Wu unfurled her wings and ascended, climbing to 100 meters. Below the landscape lay exposed a river fractured into a waterfall at a sheer cliff face where an antique steamship lay capsized on a rocky shoal, its hull ruptured, thick smoke billowing upward. Farther upstream, another plume of black smoke rose through the trees, the supply vessel destined to explode later in the original storyline. The narrative arc had already advanced to its midpoint. The Bloody Mary had crashed. The surviving protagonists would now converge here, construct rafts in a native village, and journey toward the Blood Orchid Cliffs. Mo Wu hovered motionless in the air currents, deploying ultrasonic scanning downward. Soon she locked onto the ragged human party. 8 or 9 figures staggered ashore, supporting one another. Among them, 3 East Asian faces stood out distinctly. Adult males' movements precise and alertness far exceeding that of the other traumatized narrative characters. Cycle walkers. And they had indeed infiltrated the storyline, but their numbers seemed off. The system indicated 6 players, only 3 were present. Excluding herself, where were the other 2? Dead. Or had they chosen divergent paths? Mo Wu did not dwell on this. Her gaze swept past the human group deep into the jungle, where the turbid river flowed northward, terminating at a vertical cliff face. Ultrasonic echoes reflected uniquely from the cliff's surface, revealing anomalous root structures among the vegetation and clusters of blossoms emitting faint energy fluctuations. Blood orchids, and the blood pythons that bred and thrived in their vicinity. Mo Wu did not rush to harvest them. Instead, she assessed her current capabilities. A 1-meter wingspan vampire bat remained no larger than a sparrow facing hawks before those mutated pythons. She had witnessed their ambush speed firsthand. 10-meter serpentine bodies capable of explosive short-range lurches. Within 10 meters, all was death. To approach alone would undeniably heighten injury risk, so she would wait until the humans acted, then strike opportunistically. Moreover, she needed the blood python genome. Though full acquisition seemed improbable, Mo Wu clung, however, faintly to hope. Her gaze returned to the human party. In the original narrative, they would suffer multiple blood python attacks en route to the native village. Now, with cycle walkers among them, at least 1 or 2 pythons would surely fall. Perhaps. And her crimson pupils glowed faintly, her sharp serrated fangs gleamed coldly. I can tail them and collect the blood python genome. As the last sliver of twilight bled from the sky, survivors and natives established camp atop a relatively dry elevation. The 3 cycle walkers claimed positions along the camp's periphery. Zhang Meng, the burly leader, was sharpening a machete salvaged from the wrecked ship. Dark red stain streaked its blade, though none belonged to humans. The third one. And across from him, a tall, slender youth adjusted his glasses, notebook in hand, jotting down observations. That 8-meter female we took down this afternoon, we've extracted her bile. According to the system prompt, adding a blood orchid sample will synthesize an enhancement elixir. The enhancement elixir was a boon granted by the primordial god game to novice players, non-tradable, non-exchangeable. To obtain it, one had to enter this rainforest, slay blood pythons, and secure blood orchids. At the mention of blood orchids, Zhang Meng paused his sharpening. He lifted his gaze toward the camp center where the protagonist group and natives distributed compressed rations. Those natives won't let us near the blood orchids. Judging by their reverence for them, any attempt to approach the sacred ground will provoke immediate hostility. Their presence had accelerated the plot, bringing the party to the native village a day earlier, and they'd even happened upon and rescued a local tribesman. Yet even so, the natives refused to permit them access to the sacred ground. In their eyes, Zhang Meng saw raw fear, deep instinctive dread. Clearly, the blood orchid's ability to nurture pythons of such monstrous size implied something far more terrifying incubating in the depths. Disturbing the blood orchids would likely awaken hidden dangers. After all, they had flourished here for untold centuries, concealing complexities far beyond their outward appearance. At least the pythons they'd encountered thus far were only those the film had revealed. Out deeper, within the uncharted rainforest, far larger specimens almost certainly lurked. That was the true source of the natives' terror. Then tonight we act. And the enhancement elixir justified the risk. Li Wei snapped his notebook, shut his expression utterly calm. Having survived the blood python assaults, he now understood fear only led one deeper into the abyss. Better to stake everything, to fight for a future. And so the three formally forged the nucleus of a Cycle Walker squad, led by Zhang Ming. If we act alone, we will derail from the main quest. For the First World's main quest, I intend the reward to be no less generous than the Xuelanhua. Wang Kuan glanced at Li Wei. They must gather the materials for the enhancement tonic, and they must not neglect the main quest. Moreover, the place where the Xuelanhua grows is fraught with danger. Even if each of them possessed innate gifts, they could not contend with dozens of Xuemong. To take even one without injury would require coordination among the three. So we need to find a way to keep the protagonists here. Zhang Ming rose, looked at the machete in his hand, and grinned. The other two looked at him and fell silent, quietly awaiting Zhang Ming's next plan. He slid the machete back into its leather sheath at his waist and continued. As long as the plot remains unchanged, Rui In of the pharmaceutical company will steal the raft at night. We need not stop him of feign ignorance. After the raft disappears, lead the protagonists to search for Rui In's trail, then reveal ourselves and let events proceed along the storyline. Their greatest problem now was not the Xuemong, but that their involvement had skewed the main plot. Only by correcting the story can they complete the main quest. But what if they insist on leaving tomorrow? Faced with the Xuemong, the protagonists no longer wished to linger. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Were it not for the darkness, they would likely have set out already. Zhang Ming turned and looked at the group of protagonists. His nearly 1.9-meter frame cast a heavy shadow in the dusk. The First World offers bounty, but it also acts as a filter. Those too timid to fight will not survive 3 rounds. We are not babysitters. There is no need to shield them for the sake of points. If they refuse to cooperate. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. Then ally with Rui In to control them. They could not strike the protagonists or coerce them directly, so they needed a proxy, and greedy Rui In fit that role perfectly. If it were not for the reward of the main quest, they would not care whether the protagonists joined. They would simply harvest the Xuelanhua and leave. Zhang Ming glanced at the sky and began to inspect the equipment in his pack. Packets of realgar powder, a basic medical kit rope, and 3 glass vials of dark green liquid, the Xuemong bile, one of the ingredients for the enhancement tonic. Zhang Ming took out the 3 vials of Xuemong bile and gave one each to Wang Kuan and Li Wei. They then stored them into their system spaces. Once they moved tomorrow, all manner of accidents could occur, so these materials had to be secured to ensure they would not be lost. They did not notice that deep in the canopy 30 meters beyond the camp, a pair of crimson eyes watched everything. Ultrasonic echoes relayed the 3 men's conversation movements and even heartbeats to Mo Wu. So that was it. The reincarnators were indeed after the Xuelanhua and planned to act tomorrow night. Perfect. The more chaotic, the easier her chance. Mo Wu's red eyes glimmered in the night as she began to plan her action for dawn. Late at night, a sudden downpour arrived. Raindrops hammered on the broad leaves with a susurrus that muffled every faint sound. Mo Wu hung upside down from a branch of a massive tree on the camp's perimeter, her wing membranes wrapped about her like a cloak. Her white fur, plastered to her skin by the rain, made her look like a pale cocoon. At 2 in the morning, the rain eased. Stifled cries and gunshots rose from the center of the camp. Watchmen and locals had been attacked, not by Xuemong, but by a herd of wild boars driven into the camp by the storm. The chaos lasted 10 minutes. When the gunfire ceased, the air was thick with the smell of blood. Mo Wu moved. Like a pale wraith, she slipped from the canopy, her membranes cutting a silent arc through the rain. Ultrasonic scans locked onto the camp's southeast, the corpse of a slain Xuemong, its entrails torn out, though the carcass remained. She landed with talons sinking noiselessly into the muddy ground. The Xuemong's corpse had begun to rot, swollen from immersion in the rain. Mo Wu approached the serpent's head and lowered her mouth. Needle-like fangs pierced between the scales, blood welling forth, and warm liquid flooding into her mouth. The mutated Xuemong's metabolism was rapid. Even after death, a large amount of its blood remained uncoagulated. Mo Wu buried her tongue in the wound, her throat muscles contracted as she began to draw it out. This was Mo Wu's 4th time sucking Xuemong blood. Compared with insect sap, blood to her was like ambrosia. The still warm blood supplied abundant energy to Mo Wu while supplementing her with the serpent's genes. Before long, the Xuemong was sucked hollow, its blood entirely drained. She devoured the mutated Xuemong and gained 1 Xuemong gene fragment. Current Xuemong gene integrity, 12%. Mo Wu belched with satisfaction, eyes fixed on the desiccated carcass. Her crimson pupils flashed startlingly in the dark, and her mouth tasted of rust mingled with a strange perfume. 1 Xuemong yielded 3% of the gene. Now she had 12%, which meant she still needed to consume 30 more Xuemong to synthesize a complete Xuemong genome. The number seemed modest, yet it weighed heavily on Mo Wu. She lacked the prowess to hunt Xuemong on her own. For now, she would have to rely on the reincarnators and the protagonists. Mo Wu forcibly suppressed the surging craving within her. She turned, beat her wings, and vanished into the rain. Shuamong were converging on the Shualanhua. The reincarnators would certainly not leave at this hour. Night was no time to act neither in the woods nor in the water. Thus within the day at least a few more Shuamong would fall to the reincarnators or the protagonists. The camp's turmoil had subsided. The reincarnator Zhang Ming stood at the tent entrance frowning as he stared toward the direction Mo Wu had disappeared. What is it? Wang Kuan and Li Wei peered out from the tent using the campfire's glow to look at Zhang Ming. There seemed to be something by the corpse earlier. Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "White and not small. White. Could it be a raptor?" Wang Kuan and Li Wei stepped out of the tent. Even with Zhang Ming on watch and realgers scattered around, neither could settle into sleep. "I don't know." Zhang Ming shook his head though his hand rested on the machete's hilt. "In any case, stick to tomorrow's plan. Get some rest, there will be much to do." But neither of them slept. They sat beneath the tent staring into the black night. Under the circumstances, sleep was impossible. The rain continued. Several kilometers away in a canopy nest, Mo Wu curled inside a shelter of leaves sheltering from the heavy rain while scanning the surroundings and tracking the Shuamong, slithering together through the night. She needed more blood, more genes, so she could become powerful enough to rival the Shuamong, to stand at the top of the food chain, to no longer be governed by animal instinct. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, illuminating the dim forest. The indigenous chief who had risen early approached the main characters. He gazed at the group of protagonists clad in peculiar attire, then glanced at the location where the blood orchid grew and spoke. "The blood orchid belongs to the sacred land of the blood python. Please do not attempt to damage it, or it will anger the deity, bringing unimaginable consequences." The only member of the team who understood the indigenous language translated for everyone. After understanding the message and goodwill conveyed by the natives, the group was even more determined to leave this cursed place swiftly. Thus they gathered together to discuss a plan for their departure. "Are you sure you want to take the water route during the day, eh?" Zhang Ming suddenly interjected upon hearing the discussion among the protagonists. He leaned against a tree sharpening his machete and continued to speak. "Haven't you noticed the pattern? The blood pythons are ectothermic animals that need sunlight to enhance their activity. During the day they patrol along the shore to warm themselves." The eldest biologist in the group, Bill, adjusted his glasses. "Mr. Zhang is right, but the longer we linger here the more danger we face. So we should wait until nightfall." Zhang Ming interrupted him, sheathing his machete, standing up and looking up at the sky with an undeniable tone. "I understand some meteorology and have heard legends about the blood orchid. If nothing unexpected happens tonight, there will be a heavy rain, and currently it is the mating season for the blood pythons." Zhang Ming took out a map, approached the group, and laid the map on a wooden stump, pointing at the marked locations and planned routes as he continued. "This is the location where the blood orchids bloom. According to the current activity patterns of the blood pythons, most of them converge towards the area where the blood orchids are located. Compared to warm environments, pythons prefer to mate on rainy nights, and at that time the blood pythons will be attracted to the cliffs for mating. At that moment, taking the water route will be the safest option. Otherwise, if we encounter a blood python in the water during the day, especially during their mating season, relying solely on our makeshift rafts, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage in battle, and it could even lead to our annihilation. Right now on land, we at least have some room to maneuver against the blood pythons." Upon hearing Zhang Ming's analysis, everyone felt a stirring in their hearts. After all, Zhang Ming was always considering their safety and had saved them numerous times. His credibility was relatively high within the group, even though he had not spoken much throughout the journey. Meanwhile, Ryan, harboring ulterior motives, approached. When Zhang Ming mentioned the blood orchid, he cast a glance at him, a sly smile creeping across his face. Then he focused on those who were still hesitating, speaking up. "I think it makes sense. Let's build a raft now and set off at night. When the blood pythons are distracted, it will be much safer for us. During the day, we just need to establish defenses at designated locations, set up some traps, and be on guard against the blood pythons' attacks. Moreover, the blood pythons are not invincible. With the strength of Zhang Ming and the other two combined with our numbers, as long as we are well prepared, even if the blood pythons come, we can make sure they won't return." The few who were still hesitant turned their gazes towards Zhang Ming, and the others, especially the tall Zhang Ming, who had slain nearly all the blood pythons they encountered along the way. His strength was beyond doubt. Had he not been there, they would not know how many would have perished by now. In the end, everyone heeded Zhang Ming's advice and began to prepare supplies for their night departure. For the story's protagonist, the day was a long and anxious process, while for Mo Wu the day passed in the blink of an eye. During the day, Zhang Ming and the others had killed 3 blood pythons. The 3 of them were extraordinarily strong, far above ordinary people, clearly possessing aggressive talents. However, Mo Wu still had not discerned what their talents were. After Zhang Ming and the others disposed of the blood pythons and tossed them far away to prevent the scent from attracting other predators, Mo Wu took advantage of this opportunity to obtain 3 blood python gene fragments once again. At night, beside the riverbank, the rudimentary wooden raft had already been completed and launched. Everyone was waiting for the heavy rain tonight, preparing to leave this cursed place. Mo Wu glanced at the sky, which had already begun to darken. She needed to head to the cliffs where the blood orchids grew to observe the environment and find a place to conceal herself. At that moment, on the other side, Mo Wu arrived at the cliff where the blood pythons mated and found a large tree nearby, hanging upside down in the shade of the tree. Heavy rain soon followed, and below the cliff the blood pythons intertwined in the deep pool, their red blood orchid petals becoming a decorative element of their mating. Above them on the cliff numerous vibrant blood orchids bloomed. A withered tree had fallen from the other end of the cliff, forming a natural single-log bridge. While Mo Wu was observing, a blood python also crawled up from the deep pool at that moment, hanging on the withered tree connecting to the cliff. Whether intentional or not, the blood python shielded the blooming blood orchids behind itself. If one were to fly over to pluck them, they would enter the attack range of this blood python. The blood python would undoubtedly launch an immediate attack. Moreover, this blood python, Mo Wu hung upside down on the branch confronting the blood python. The familiar scent emanating from it was that of the one that had ambushed her before. What a pity these blood orchids must have just bloomed not long ago. If it weren't for this blood python blocking the way, she could have easily harvested them. However, this was also within Mo Wu's expectations. The blooming blood orchids would surely have blood pythons guarding them. Suddenly, a rustling sound in the distance alerted Mo Wu, and she quickly concealed her figure hanging upside down on the branch shielded by leaves. She looked towards the source of the noise, which was none other than the only human antagonist in this drama, the representative from the pharmaceutical company, Ryan. At this moment, he had arrived here alone following the instructions on the map. When Ryan saw the blood orchids on the cliff, the joy on his face was uncontrollable. Once he collected the blood orchids, power, immortality, and wealth would be within his grasp. However, upon seeing the blood python coiled on the withered tree at the cliff, Ryan instantly calmed down. The blood python noticed Ryan, but it did not pursue him, either guarding the blood orchids behind it. Or perhaps it was waiting for its turn to mate. Ryan, who had been hesitating, suddenly noticed a commotion in the distance. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he drew his pistol and turned to leave. Watching all of this, Mo Wu realized that he had not given up. The story was now entering its final stages. When Ryan reappeared, he was accompanied by 6 or 7 others. These individuals wore expressions of anger, yet faced with Ryan, who had a gun, they felt powerless. Beside Ryan, Zhang Meng and the other 2 walked alongside him, clearly indicating that the 4 had reached some form of cooperation. Otherwise, even with Ryan's gun, it would be difficult for him to control these 6 or 7 people, not to mention the 3 reincarnators. Arriving at the cliff, Ryan looked at the blood orchids, a greedy expression reappearing on his face. He aimed his gun at the group, compelling them to go collect the blood orchids. However, upon seeing the blood python coiled on the only withered tree connecting the cliff, everyone remained unmoved despite Ryan's threats. No way. Rather than being devoured by the giant python, they would rather be shot dead. Mo Wu hung motionless in the shadows. Both the blood python and Ryan holding a gun posed significant threats to her. She had to ensure absolute safety. The atmosphere around was nearly frozen. The stout, dark-scaled blood python coiled on the withered tree, its cold serpent eyes fixed on the unwelcome guests. Its tongue flicked in and out, exuding a deadly threat. Go draw it away. Ryan's voice was devoid of any emotion, the gun's muzzle aimed at a pale-faced male team member. No, Ryan, you'll kill me. The male team member retreated in terror, his body trembling violently from fear. Why? Why was he chosen among so many? Either you gamble and draw it away and you might live, or you die now. Ryan's finger on the trigger tightened slightly, the cold muzzle more persuasive than any words. The color drained from the male team member's face as he looked at the poised giant python, and then at Ryan's emotionless gaze along with the indifferent Zhang Meng and the others behind him. Ultimately, the instinct to survive overpowered his fear. He let out a desperate scream, grabbing a rock and hurling it towards the distant giant python. Bang! The sound attracted the blood python's attention, its massive head suddenly turning towards the man. Taking the chance, the male team member rolled and crawled to the side, making noise as he ran. The blood python quickly became attracted to the fleeing man, its body twisting as it slid down the broken wood, chasing after the shadow that disappeared into the dense foliage. At this moment, the thread of the blood python was gone from the broken wood connecting to the cliff, but the blood python in the deep pool was stirring, ready to move, if not for mating. Ryan knew time was of the essence. He had to seize this fleeting opportunity. The dark muzzle of the gun immediately turned towards the only female scientist in the team, Sean. Now you go. Bring back the blood orchid. Sean's face was as pale as paper, but under the threat of the gun, she had no choice. The main characters could only grit their teeth. If it were just Ryan, they would have revolted long ago, but behind Ryan were the formidable Zhang Meng and the others. Having witnessed the power of these 3, they knew they had no chance of resistance against these ruthless hunters who could slay blood pythons. Watching the blood pythons intertwine in the deep pool, Sean swallowed hard, her throat dry, trembling uncontrollably as she cautiously stepped onto the slippery broken wood, each step feeling like walking on a blade. The murky deep pool below resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast waiting to swallow the missteps as those blood pythons attempted to climb up and devour this intruder. Hanging in the shadows, Mo Wu observed everything. She repressed her entire presence, her gaze fixed on these people's movements, waiting for the most chaotic moment. Finally, Sean managed to reach the cliff, picking up the backpack Ryan had thrown over, quickly gathering the dazzling red flowers until the entire backpack was stuffed full. Seeing the blood pythons about to climb up and the broken wood about to snap, Ryan aimed his gun at Sean, excitement and tension evident in his eyes. Throw the backpack over. Hurry up. Faced with the threat of the gun, even though she was terrified, Sean could only comply. She prayed that once Ryan got the blood orchid he would leave, giving her a chance to escape this predicament. However, just as Sean threw the backpack filled with blood orchids back to the shore with all her might, an unexpected change occurred. Zhang Ming, who had been watching Ryan from the back, moved. His movements were astonishingly swift, taking a quick step forward, arriving behind Ryan. A dagger appeared in his hand, and before Ryan could react, he viciously slashed at his throat. Ryan clutched his bleeding throat, shock and unwillingness filling his eyes as he turned to Zhang Ming, opening his mouth, before collapsing heavily to the ground, his body rolling into the deep pool. Wang Kuan and Li Wei also stepped forward, not looking at Ryan, who had fallen into the deep pool, but approaching the backpack, wanting to pick up the one containing the blood orchids. But a white shadow moved faster than them. Mo dove down like a cannonball. As her 1-meter wingspan spread under the moonlight, the shadow cast caused everyone to hold their breath. What is that? The surrounding people gasped in shock, stepping back as they beheld the true form of this creature, their faces filled with horror. The bat's size and appearance surpassed their understanding. It could not possibly be a normal creature. Moreover, it was unlike any bat they had ever seen. This was an entirely new species. Wang Kuan and the others did not expect the situation to change, but just as they bent down, Mo's claws accurately grabbed the backpack on the ground. She swiftly flew upwards, her movements clean and decisive without the slightest hesitation. However, Zhang Ming seemed to have anticipated everything. His gaze was locked on Mo Wu, and the combat instincts honed from long military training allowed him to react correctly. In an instant, draw the gun, aim, shoot, all in one fluid motion. His motion flowed as if practiced 1,000 times. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The crisis alarm rang loudly in Mo Wu's heart as she detected his movement the moment he raised his hand. Little did she expect that Zhang Ming would have a firearm and that he had only now revealed it. Throughout these days of surveillance, even in the face of the blood python threat, she had not seen Zhang Ming use a handgun. Mo Wu struggled to change direction, but the bullet's speed far exceeded her flying speed. Mo Wu felt a sharp pain in her right wing, a tearing sensation coursing through her, causing her flight posture to lose control, and she crashed along with the backpack into the dense underbrush below. As her body was concealed by the grass, Mo Wu endured the intense pain, focusing her consciousness. Store. With a lightness under her claws, the backpack filled with blood orchids vanished, successfully taken into her system space. 2 reincarnators promptly followed into the bushes looking for the backpack filled with blood orchids. However, Zhang Ming behind them suddenly shouted, "Be careful! It is the hunter!" As soon as Zhang Ming's words fell, Mo Wu suddenly sprang from the bushes, disregarding the gunshot wound on her wing, flapping her wings with all her might like an arrow, directly pouncing towards Li Wei, her wing blades cutting through the air with a cold gleam. Li Wei did not expect this bat to be the hunter. Faced with Mo Wu's surprise attack, he hastily dodged, but it was already too late. The wing blade grazed Li Wei's throat, leaving a cut. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Mo Wu flapped her wings and fiercely flew towards the opposite cliff. Now she could not fly far. Below the cliff was the deep pool where the blood pythons lurked. As long as she crossed this deep pool with the deep pool and blood pythons separating them, she would have ample time to hide and wait for the plot to end before returning. As for other routes, there was no way to evade the search by the 3 reincarnators. Bang! Bang! Zhang Ming's eyes were icy, his gaze locked on the flying Mo Wu. Long before he had suspected that a hunter was lurking nearby, especially when he killed the blood python, he could feel a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Thus, Zhang Ming had remained vigilant against third-party intervention, which was why he had not revealed his possession of a handgun. Among the 6 participants, one had always been missing, and this participant was most likely hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. Little did he expect that this last participant would not be human. The bullet whizzed by, and Mo Wu felt her body jolted again, her left wing edge and hind leg struck by bullets, her strength rapidly draining. She could no longer maintain her flight, falling like a kite, with a severed string heavily crashing onto the moss-covered and rocky edge of the cliff. Mo Wu struggled to get up, but heard a sinister cracking sound from the rock layer beneath her. Meanwhile, Sean, who had fallen into the deep pool, crawled up from below, followed closely by a blood python. The blood python watched Sean as she reached the shore, arching its body and opening its bloody maw, lunging at her. Sean hurriedly picked up a nearby oil barrel, turning to smash it against the blood python, but coincidentally, the oil barrel was bitten by the blood python, torn apart, and then flung into the deep pool below. The black team member on the other side saw this, and quickly found a flare gun from the backpack on the ground, aiming it at the blood python's mouth. The remaining fuel ignited instantly, along with the blood python plummeting into the deep pool below. The explosion followed, water splashed into the sky, and flames illuminated the dark night. The surrounding cliffs began to loosen and collapse as Mo Wu's figure and the crumbling cliff fell into the deep pit, buried without a trace. On the shore, Zhang Ming, who had rushed over, was pale, for the place where the bat had fallen did not reveal the backpack. Only a few blood orchids were left behind. Damn it, wasted effort. Wang Kuan helped Li Wei from behind, his face gloomy. Zhang Ming glanced at the injured Li Wei's neck, then turned his gaze to the main characters, giving one of the blood orchids to them, completing the task, and choosing to return. The place where the blood orchids grew had already been destroyed. If what the natives said was true, it was likely that the deepest predators of this forest had already been stirred. Staying even a second longer meant more danger. At this moment, the main characters stared blankly at the blood orchid in their hands, then looked at the figures of Zhang Ming and the others disappearing into the jungle, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. They had thought Zhang Ming and the others had betrayed them, but little did they know that the others had merely played along while they had been cursing them in their hearts. The bone-chilling cold and the heavy sense of oppression were pervasive. Mo's consciousness gradually faded with massive rocks and mud tightly imprisoning her body at the bottom of the pool. If it weren't for a withered tree branch propping her up from above, she would have been completely buried under the rubble and soil. The suffocating pain stimulated Mo's nerves, and she could feel her consciousness gradually detaching. She wanted to return, but the system indicated that her current state prevented her from doing so. In this life-and-death moment, Mo's claws touched something resilient and cold, the corpses of blood pythons crushed by the collapsing cliffs. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. Mo, relying on her last bit of willpower, extended her fangs and fiercely stabbed them into the cold, rigid corpse. A surge of blood flowed into Mo's nearly exhausted body through her fangs, transformed by her genetic dominion into the energy needed for her body, sustaining her life. The sense of suffocation eased slightly. More importantly, this energy allowed Mo's fading consciousness to reconsolidate. Suck. Keep sucking. This was Mo's only lifeline. She frantically drew in the energy, not daring to pause. The blood of a blood python was quickly drained. Mo struggled through the cold mud, using echolocation to explore the extremely limited space, searching for the next possible corpse. She didn't know how long it had been when, with her tenacious will and continuous energy replenishment, she finally broke free from the thick mud and rubble. A shiver of survival coursed through her body. Mo did not immediately choose to return. Her cold, blood-red eyes scanned the devastated ruins. Below, numerous blood python corpses were still buried. Instead of returning, it would be better to take this opportunity to convert these corpses into genetic fragments. Otherwise, once she returned, the previously collected blood python genetic fragments would be wasted. Mo gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain from multiple fractures in her wings and body, using her claws to start digging. One by one, the buried blood python corpses were unearthed, their blood serving as the best energy to sustain Mo's life. Some fragments of blood orchid and roots that were destroyed in the collapse were also consumed by Mo without waste. Devoured mutated blood python gained blood python genetic fragment 1, current completeness 99. Devoured blood orchid remnants gained special life energy. Blood python genetic sequence has reached 100. When the last blood python was drained, the prompt echoed in her mind once more. Mo no longer hesitated, directly choosing to return, sensing a crisis quietly approaching, an instinctive perception of danger. System settle, return. In the next moment, Mo's body vanished without a trace. In the pure white space, a cold voice echoed in Mo's mind. Ding. Plot world crisis of the giant python 2 settling. Ding. Acquired blood orchid main quest completed, reward settlement in progress. Basic reward points 10, free attribute point 1 item harvest blood orchid 16, can be exchanged for 160 points. Total income points 10 blood orchid 16, 1 free attribute point. Ding. Your current comprehensive evaluation F. The lowest rating of F was already within Mo's expectations. After all, aside from picking up the scraps, she had done almost nothing to advance the plot. Mo looked at the panel displaying the 160 points exchange option for the blood orchid. Unwavering. Points could be earned again, but such a rare treasure that could directly promote the elevation of life must not be exchanged lightly. Consume 10 points to repair body. Mo looked at the body repair option nearby and confirmed her choice in her mind. In the next moment, a soft glow enveloped Mo's entire body. The puncture wounds on her wing membranes, the torn injuries on her body, and the cracks in her bones healed in an instant, restoring her state to its peak. But at that moment, the space transitioned, and Mo had returned to the familiar yet strange cave. The damp air and cold stone walls seemed unchanged, but Mo was already completely different. 16 vibrant blood orchids were taken out by Mo floating in front of her. A primal temptation surged from the essence of life, urging Mo madly. Eat them. Eat them all. Mo did not resist this impulse. She opened her mouth, and an invisible suction pulled all 16 blood orchids into her belly. Boom. Mo felt as if she had swallowed a mouthful of lava. An indescribable scorching energy exploded within her, flowing and surging each cell, letting out greedy roars, rapidly expanding to absorb this energy. Fuse blood python genes. Mo could sense that this was the best time to fuse with the blood python genes. Command confirmed. Blood python gene analysis in progress. Detected high concentration of special life energy, blood orchid. Fusion efficiency increased by 300. Anomaly potential increased. Detected parts available for anomaly. Option 1, heat sensing cheek pouches. Generate special heat sensing organs on each side of the snout, gaining infrared vision, like snakes, greatly enhancing perception in darkness and complex environments. Option 2, muscle system reconstruction. Significantly increases muscle fiber density, contraction efficiency, and explosive power, resulting in a massive boost in strength attributes. Option 3, coccyx extension and reinforcement. Extends the coccygeal vertebrae, creating a flexible, resilient, independently controlled tail capable of balancing, grasping, and attacking. Without hesitation, Mo Wu directly chose the heat-sensing cheek pouches. Strength was important, but in the perilous main god game, precise scouting and perception were the greatest guarantee of survival and control over the situation. Especially this time, had she known that the reincarnator had a gun, she would at least not have been put in a passive position. Command confirmed blood python genes loaded into genetic Dominator. This anomaly was far more intense and longer than the previous two. The vast energy provided by the blood orchid acted as a catalyst, causing the blood python genes to fuse with Mo Wu's body in a more violent and profound manner. Familiar pain welled up as Mo Wu's body trembled violently in the cave. Her bones emitted a painful cracking sound as they grew, muscle fibers continuously tearing and reorganizing. The energy from the blood orchid sustained the energy needs for the entire anomaly phase. Mo Wu's body was rapidly expanding at an observable rate. Her wingspan soared from the previous 1 meter, breaking through to 3 meters, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 4 meters. The skull, originally resembling that of a bat, was stretching and deforming, with the snout becoming slightly longer and the eye socket structure optimizing to accommodate the new visual system. The shape of the skull after evolution had completely departed from the bat's ugliness, resembling a python's head, but still distinct from a snake. Mo Wu's white fur was rapidly shedding, revealing blood-red muscles and skin. The skin split open and white scales grew from the flesh. At the same time, Mo Wu's coccyx extended into a long tail wrapped in white scales like a snake. The entire anomaly process lasted a full 3 hours. When everything calmed down, Mo Wu slowly opened her eyes. The world had changed. The echolocation's three-dimensional sonar remained precise, but at this moment a layer of more vibrant and vivid colors covered it, representing temperature. The cold rocks were deep blue, the still warm beetles were light red, and the wind blowing from outside the cave carried a hint of chill. A world constructed of sound and heat lay before her. Mo Wu vibrated her wings. The 4-meter wingspan brought a powerful sense of strength, and the bone blades on the wing edges gleamed coldly. Opening her large mouth, Mo Wu possessed not only her original fangs, but also a row of sharp teeth capable of shredding anything. The changes in her teeth and skull would also completely alter Mo Wu's feeding method from sucking to biting. With a thought, a blue light curtain appeared before Mo Wu. Player 10,086. Faction Hunter. Health points 100. Strength 10. Speed 10. Spirit 10. Constitution 10. Talent Gene Sovereign SSS. Current gene pool: Iron Beetle, Giant Archback, Ant Mutated Blood Python. Anomalous parts: wing, membrane, trunk, limbs, thermal sensory, cheek pockets. Overall assessment F. Hint: 3 local mutations have been completed, meeting the preconditions for life sublimation. Currently, a full spectrum life level leap can be initiated. All attributes have reached 10, but Mo Wu can sense that her attributes are far from simply being 10. Moreover, 10 is the current limit achievable by humans. Does this mean that the limit of her current body is also 10? Even though her wingspan has reached 4 meters, her weight will certainly not exceed 20 kilograms. In comparison to humans, the current human limit for deadlifting is 500 kilograms, which means that her body weighing less than 20 kilograms can at least deadlift 500 kilograms. Such a multiple disparity in the past would have been considered the strongest among mammals on Blue Star. But now, with the emergence of the Master God game, this level of strength is merely the starting point. Mo Wu's crimson eyes scanned the cave. Having completed 3 mutations, she is now able to undergo an evolution. Naturally, she would not delay in strengthening her power. Unfurling her bat wings, she swiftly flew deeper into the cave. Her broad bat wings showcased astonishing agility within the cave, and the ultrasonic detection allowed Mo Wu to avoid obstacles in advance. Thermal sensory color differentiation enabled Mo Wu to accurately assess her surroundings and structure. Upon entering the cave's interior, Mo Wu chose a safe, narrow alcove to conceal herself in a corner, her consciousness sinking into her body as she initiated her first evolution. Current conditions for life evolution detected. Starting to integrate gene sequences: base template Mammalia Chiroptera Vampire Bat Albinistic Mutant. Integrated genes: Iron Beetle gene, Giant Archback, Ant gene, Mutated Blood Python gene. Integration complete. Commencing life layer evolution. Estimated time 72 hours. A cold prompt echoed in her mind. The next instant, an irresistible wave of drowsiness enveloped Mo Wu's consciousness, and her body autonomously entered the deepest stage of metamorphosis. Evolution has begun. Mo Wu's bones crackled densely as if forged by an invisible hand, further stretching and thickening upon the solid foundation laid by the 3 genes. Compared to before, Mo Wu's body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Red threads even emerged around Mo Wu, wrapping and enveloping her entirely, ultimately forming a massive red blood cocoon. However, this was merely the beginning of her evolution. While Mo Wu's body was undergoing transformation in silence, the outside world had already stirred a tempest due to the conclusion of the first instance of the Master God game. Gun sales in the Free America hit a historic high following the conclusion of the instance. Players who gained talents claimed to be urban vigilantes, while others fully unleashed their inner malice. Street gunfights and bank robberies occurred frequently, with the slogan "Freedom bestowed upon us by God." Officials perished within the instance, and the official powers were powerless to intervene. Everyone was preoccupied with how to survive the next instance, with little time to spare for the government. Capital tycoons began secretly recruiting powerful players, and a new power structure sprouted amidst the chaos. Similar situations unfolded worldwide. The Yakuza organizations in Neon Country discovered new avenues for profit. In multiple cities, player-centric gangs engaged in violent clashes. Some small nations found their governments on the brink of paralysis, reduced to battlegrounds for player forces. The underprivileged who gained power unleashed long-suppressed grievances targeting many once mighty tycoons and unscrupulous bosses. The night following the instance's conclusion brought forth the judgment of justice, albeit one steeped in blood. In contrast to the world's turmoil, Long Country displayed formidable organizational strength and social resilience. However, in the initial phase, multiple incidents arose where players exploited their abilities to retaliate against society and settle old scores, causing considerable panic. Especially those employers who owed wages trembled in fear. However, the state apparatus responded swiftly. After convening an emergency meeting at the highest level, a series of thunderous measures and conciliatory policies were rolled out simultaneously. With a show of force, Long Country established a special department to address citizens who severely abused their abilities for criminal acts. This department was initially composed of military elites and awakened soldiers with powerful talents. They proceeded to suppress rapidly and ruthlessly, clearly conveying the message that abilities are not a privilege above the law. At this moment, within the conference room, an elderly man bearing military honors gazed at everyone, solemnly stating, "The arrival of the Master God game has completely disrupted the existing social rhythm. I believe everyone knows that no one can guarantee their survival until the end. Since this is the case, it is better to ease rather than block." After a pause, the elder looked at the attendees with sharp eyes. The nation is now officially entering a first-level state of readiness, launching the God creation plan, concentrating resources to cultivate a God belonging to Long Country. All citizens of Long Country, as long as their backgrounds are clean and they have no criminal records, can participate in the selection. Once selected, they will receive points and resources invested by the state with the task of safeguarding the homeland and order. In this world, Long Country faces not only domestic players, but also chaotic organizations from abroad, so the God creation plan alone is insufficient. Thus, through a unanimous decision by the conference leaders, Long Country's official announcement of the Long Country player registration and management regulations was issued, requiring all players from Long Country to register with their real names within the stipulated time, reapplying for special permits, and voluntarily reporting their talent information, which will be classified as a state secret. In return, the state promises that if a registered player dies within an instance, their underage children will be cared for by the state until they reach adulthood, ensuring their education and basic rights. The world structure is undergoing a brutal and rapid reshaping under the impact of individual player powers. In this Master God game, no one knows if they can survive until the end, not even government officials. With an unclear understanding of what the Master God game truly is, the only actions that can be taken now besides maintaining order are to enhance one's strength as much as possible before the next instance arrives. On the other side, deep within the cave, 72 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A massive blood cocoon lay within the cave. Thump! A deep heartbeat resonated from the blood cocoon, followed by a second, third beat, increasingly faster and stronger, as if an ancient deity was awakening from slumber. Boom! A surge of overwhelming malevolence emanated from the blood cocoon, sending chills down the spines of all surrounding creatures, their instincts warning them to flee this perilous place. At this moment, the entire blood cocoon was covered in dense red cracks from which red mist seeped through. As if unable to withstand the internal pressure, the blood cocoon suddenly burst apart, shattering into fragments that scattered everywhere, enveloping the surrounding area in a cloud of crimson mist. Amidst the swirling blood mist, the outline of a colossal figure gradually became clear. Mo Wu opened her crimson vertical pupils, and the surrounding blood mist seemed to come alive, swiftly penetrating her body, and soon the surrounding blood mist dissipated. Lowering her head, Mo Wu examined her body, which had completed its first evolution. Her wingspan reached an astonishing 8 meters. Her body length was 5 meters, and when her wings were folded, her shoulder height exceeded 2 meters. Her torso was elongated and robust, embodying a perfect fusion of strength and agility. Dense scales covered every inch of her skin, and the scales had become thicker and broader compared to before the evolution. A streamlined spine was covered with white bone armor extending to the tip of her tail, resembling an exposed vertebra. Her original bat wings had grown larger and more robust, with the edges featuring massive curved blades that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, seemingly capable of easily tearing through steel. The comic continues to be updated. Silently chanting in her heart, the attribute panel automatically displayed before Mo Wu. Player 10,086. Faction Hunter. Health 460. Magic 170. Body length 5 meters. Wingspan 8 meters. Weight 390 kilograms. Strength 22. Speed 24. Spirit 17. Constitution 23. Talent Gene Master SSS grade. Skill Bloodblade Cut. Attribute none. Current gene pool none. Mutated parts none. Overall assessment F. Free attribute points 1. Congratulations to player 10,086 for breaking through 10 points in spirit, transcending biological limitations, and awakening their biological attributes. Would you like to awaken immediately? Biological attributes. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Wu's fierce face, quickly replaced by a cold demeanor. Awaken. Congratulations to player 10086 for awakening the blood attribute, which requires personal research and development. Blood attribute, huh? Listening to the system's notification, a glimmer of red light flashed in Mo's eyes as she grinned. What a powerful feeling, it feels great. At least I no longer have to worry about the threat of natural enemies. She allocated that precious free attribute point to speed. Extreme agility is fundamental to survival and victory. Lifting her head, ultrasonic waves and thermal imaging silently activated, instantly reconstructing the world in Mo's eyes. The cold contours of the rocks, the subtle temperature differences in the flowing air, even the faint heat emitted by the beetles crawling in the corners of the cave. Every detail was imprinted in Mo's mind, weaving together a precise and three-dimensional sensory network. Mo spread her 8-meter bat wings, and the powerful force stirred up a frenzy of wind. Her massive frame was no longer a burden, but a symbol of strength. Like a flash of white lightning, Mo swiftly darted through the complex cave passages, reaching the long-awaited outside world in a mere moment. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, and the air was fresh. Mo raised her fierce head, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on her scales. A sense of liberation and rebirth surged within her, but she quickly suppressed this emotion, allowing her icy hunting instincts to regain dominance. Not strong enough yet. Her current self could not disregard the threat of firearms, so she needed more biological genes. The feedback from the ultrasonic waves instantly locked onto a powerful life signal 1 kilometer away. The thermal imaging outlined its robust silhouette, muscles bulging abundant warmth, a brown bear, standing over 1.5 meters at the shoulder, and weighing at least 400 kilograms, was locked onto by Mo. With a snap of her wings, Mo's massive body soared into the sky above the mountains, rapidly closing in on her prey. Meanwhile, in the withered leaf forest, a sturdy brown bear was using its sharp claws to dig through a rotting log, searching for plump larvae. Its physique had become bloated, thick layers of fat accumulated on its body, clearly preparing for the winter. Now that it had stored enough fat, this brown bear was searching for alternative food to change its diet. Suddenly, the brown bear halted its actions, its massive body standing upright, its huge head swiveling, eyes filled with vigilance. Instincts warned it of an approaching danger, a threat so intense it felt like death. Yet within its line of sight, it could detect no visible danger. Roar! The brown bear roared angrily at the empty woods, seemingly to warn others, yet also out of fear, as the sense of crisis overwhelmed it, making it restless. Crack! The sound of breaking branches echoed, a powerful wind pressure rushed from above, and the brown bear immediately lifted its head to look up. A white figure tearing branches apart descended from the sky, a creature that completely exceeded the brown bear's comprehension at this moment. It finally understood where the crisis was coming from, but it was too late. The brown bear felt a rush of foul wind, a massive shadow had already enveloped it, followed by thud. Mo's strong hind claws like steel hooks brutally sunk into the brown bear's thick shoulder flesh. The immense impact directly knocked the standing brown bear to the ground. With a flap of her wings, the brown bear was tossed into the air like a chick, and amid its struggles, Mo slammed it against the trees in front. Crack! The large tree broke, and the over 400 kilograms brown bear was sent into a dizzying state, but it could not care about the pain at this moment. It quickly adjusted its body, standing up rapidly, glaring at Mo, and opened its mouth to roar. Mo showed no mercy in her eyes and dove down again, disregarding the bear's swipes, her foreclaws striking directly against the bear's chest, pinning it to the ground. Roar! The brown bear let out a painful and furious roar, struggling madly, its immense strength enough to overturn a car. But under the pressure of Mo was 22 points of strength and 23 points of constitution, the bear's struggles appeared feeble. Once strength exceeds 10 points, every point of increase is substantial. In terms of strength, Mo completely overwhelmed this brown bear, weighing over 400 kilograms. The bear's paw struck against Mo's body with a dull thud, but it could not break through her defenses. In Mo's red vertical pupils, there was no emotion, only the coldness of a predator. She felt the struggles of her prey beneath her. The huge curved blades at the edges of her wings glimmered with a flowing dark red sheen. The essence of blood within Mo was extracted, compressed, and infused into her wings. The wing blades radiated a rich energy, flashing red as they sliced through the brown bear's thick neck. Sizzle. There was no loud sound, only a chilling muffled noise as flesh and bone were instantaneously severed. The brown bear's frenzied roar abruptly ceased. The massive bear head separated from its body, and scalding bear blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain, staining the ground red. The headless massive body convulsed violently a few times before completely losing its life. The battle lasted only a few seconds from start to finish. Faced with a brown bear weighing over 400 kilograms, Mo was now able to accomplish absolute slaughter. Releasing her claws, Mo stood beside the still warm corpse of the brown bear, her red vertical pupils fixated on the gushing blood. Lowering her head, she opened her serrated fangs and bit into the brown bear's corpse. This was her first taste of flesh since becoming a vampire bat. Under Mo's sharp teeth, the flesh of the brown bear was ripped apart. Simultaneously, a warm flow replenished the blood she had just consumed. And this warm flow was the blood of the brown bear. The blood attribute allowed her to maximize the utilization of the prey's blood, replenishing her own consumption. But Mo knew that this was merely the most basic application of the blood attribute. According to the main god's words about personal development, the potential of the blood attribute was far beyond this, especially with the emergence of magic, making the entire world fantastical. It was not impossible to develop earth-shattering magic in the future. Within a short time, Mo Wu devoured the entire corpse of the brown bear, leaving only a blood-soaked skeleton. Devoured brown bear obtained brown bear gene fragment 1, current brown bear gene completeness 0. 5. This means that to obtain the complete brown bear gene, she would need to devour at least 200 brown bears. Finding 200 brown bears in these mountains was a huge task for Mo Wu. However, in order to acquire the powerful genes of the brown bear, Mo Wu had already begun planning her hunting strategies for the next few days. Based on the last 3 mutations, larger-sized creatures provide higher attributes after mutation. The brown bear met her current needs in both size and strength defense. America, Northern Mountainous Wilderness. Hey Jason, this is the area. I remember camping nearby and spotting an enormous natural cavern. With minimal modifications, it could serve as our base for the Apocalypse Initiative. Societal unrest had fractured the nation, gangs proliferated, rendering American cities perilous. To ensure long-term survival and avoid urban chaos, they resolved to establish an isolated stronghold deep within the mountains. Though remote, its seclusion offered unparalleled security, ideal for sustained, stable development. Let's split up and search, find it before nightfall. My instincts tell me this place is deeply unsafe. Unlike Jack's easygoing expression, Jason's face was taut with vigilance. His innate ability allowed him to sense imminent danger, granting early warning and evasion. Precisely why he had survived so many cinematic worlds. Yet the moment they prepared to part ways, a thick coppery stench of blood drifted toward them on the breeze. Both froze instantly, exchanged a sharp glance, and drew their pistols. At this stage, before player attributes surpassed human limits, firearms remained the most effective deterrent. But as they cautiously followed the scent, their breath caught, and icy dread prickled their spines. There, sprawled across the earth, lay a gory, headless skeleton. Around it, scattered fragments of torn flesh and dark, fresh blood stained the ground. Judging by its vivid crimson hue, the colossal beast had been slain only moments earlier. What kind of predator could possibly consume something this massive? Horror flickered in Jason's eyes. His voice trembled as he instinctively stepped backward. Judging by the skeletal structure, it's a brown bear, over 400 kilograms at least. Before the arrival of the sovereign god game, Jack had frequently camped outdoors and possessed extensive knowledge of local fauna, including their behaviors and habitats. Precisely because of that familiarity, his hands shook uncontrollably. To hunt and devour a bear exceeding 400 kilograms demanded terrifying strength. Even larger conspecifics would struggle to achieve such a feat. Jack glanced down at his pistol. Its firepower no longer inspired confidence. A creature capable of killing a brown bear would shrug off handgun rounds with contempt. Moreover, they knew nothing of the true nature of this threat. Jack's gaze hardened. Without hesitation, he turned and retreated. Let's go back to base. Report to the boss immediately. Jason swallowed hard and nodded. In the era of the sovereign god game, life was precious beyond measure. The predator that killed the bear likely lingered nearby, and they would not risk it. Meanwhile, Mo Wu remained blissfully unaware her lair had been discovered. Soaring high above the canopy, she scanned the terrain below. Any brown bear, regardless of size or subspecies, would be devoured on sight. She had already hunted and consumed 6 brown bears. To acquire a complete brown bear genome, I'll need at least a month, even assuming abundant prey. While hunting bears, Mo Wu also fed upon other animals and insects. Yet at her current scale, even minute organisms demanded staggering quantities of genetic material. She had previously assimilated the genome of a venomous spider, but even with plentiful local specimens, accumulating sufficient genetic fragments would take no less than half a year, assuming her own size remained unchanged. Insects required far more genetic fragments than anticipated, and the larger Mo Wu grew, the greater the quantity needed to compensate for the inherently limited genomic mass of diminutive creatures. Yet such vast composite genomes promised incalculable enhancements to her biological evolution. Still, amassing enough insect-derived fragments in the short term was unrealistic, so Mo Wu prioritized raw power augmentation. Insect genomes for now would have to be gathered gradually. As twilight deepened, Mo Wu's gaze locked onto a massive brown bear drinking at a distant stream, its weight easily surpassing 600 kilograms, once the undisputed apex predator of Earth's food chain before the sovereign god game's descent. Now, however, it was merely prey. Without hesitation, Mo Wu plunged from the sky, pinned the bear beneath her talons, and sank her fangs into its nape, ripping away a slab of muscle and beginning to chew. Within the animal kingdom, Mo Wu had long since become sovereign over these mountains, no over all terrestrial life. Only elephants, massive, highly social herd animals, presented uncertainty, though every other creature from crocodiles to tigers held no terror for her. Though the cycle of hunting and assimilation was monotonous, the promise of profound biological transformation kept her fervently engaged. She longed to hunt non-stop, 24 hours a day, but she remained for now a carbon-based organism bound by physiological needs. Sleep and rest were unavoidable. Time to return. Having finished her meal, Mo Wu unfurled her vast wings. A gust of displaced air scattered fallen leaves in a swirling vortex. Powerful updrafts lifted her effortlessly into the dusklit sky as she soared away. Night had fully fallen, but near Mo Wu's lair artificial light blazed. Boss, it's here. This kind of carnage couldn't possibly be wrought by any native Earth creature. Beside Jason, a blond man knelt beside the skeleton, his emerald eyes narrowed in contemplation. Only humans participate in the Sovereign God game. Blue Planet cannot spontaneously generate mutated life forms. So, the blond man's voice dropped grave and low. This was done by a hunter, a being whose talent likely involves bestial metamorphosis, perhaps even full therianthropy, and his strength, unimaginably formidable. Hunters embodied solitary, overwhelming might, the only faction capable of slaying such a bear. Thus a hunter operated within their territory, minimum strength talent guaranteed. Though the Sovereign God game featured 3 major factions, attaining hunter status demanded a baseline talent rating of strength. Every hunter therefore possessed strength, or higher, aptitude. He himself bore in strength combat talent, but chose not to become a hunter. Humanity thrived in collectives, even the strongest lone wolf remained vulnerable. Survival odds favored reincarnators over solitary predators. Yet even with his strength combat talent, he could not easily slaughter a 400-kilogram bear. A direct confrontation would end only in mutual devastation. Rising to his feet, the blond man surveyed the shattered trees and violent scarring left by the struggle, his expression grim. He tilted his head upward, tracing broken branches dangling from trunks, and the immense jagged void ripped through the forest canopy above. These traces revealed the truth: the hunter had descended from great height, catching the bear entirely off guard, then crushed it utterly with overwhelming force. Mastery of aerial dominance coupled with the capacity to obliterate a brown bear, such a being was beyond their capacity to challenge. With governmental collapse and law-abandoned, conflict with this hunter would mean certain annihilation for him and his entire group. This was no exaggeration. It was the shadow cast by America's long-cherished freedom. Go. Leave this place. This area already has an owner. Although everyone initially lacked the strength to face firearms, the blond man clearly did not want to create an enemy for himself, especially one as formidable as a hunter. Just the air superiority alone made the opponent a troublesome character. Once provoked, trouble would undoubtedly follow. Not good, boss. My talent for danger perception is going off the charts. At that moment, Jason's pupils constricted, and he shivered all over, unable to help but shout loudly. Jason's talent was no secret among them, so when he spoke those words, dozens of people around immediately became vigilant, raising their weapons and scanning their surroundings. Everyone, do not fire until the enemy attacks. The blond man remained alert, and his mind stayed clear. He understood very well the consequences of not killing the enemy. He also understood how difficult it would be for them to kill a potentially flying, unknown hunter. At this moment in the sky, upon seeing humans approach her lair, Mo Wu became vigilant. Her original plan was to drive these people away. After all, this cave was her current habitat, and the area was her hunting ground. Additionally, with the territorial instincts of animals, Mo Wu could not simply relinquish this area. But seeing these people lower their hostility and weapons after the man's words, she felt a willingness to engage with humans. Because she knew that in the future acquiring more resources would inevitably require contact with humans. Moreover, as a hunter, even if she claimed to be a beast, no one would likely choose to believe her. Furthermore, in her current form, while she couldn't withstand firearms based on the feedback from thermal sensing and ultrasonic detection, the weapons these humans carried could not inflict substantial harm on her present body. The moment they fired, she would have absolute confidence in killing all of them here. The dark sky loomed above, and a fierce gale swept down, causing all humans below to look up. A massive white creature broke the surrounding branches as it descended from the sky, its sharp claws pressing against the ground, causing everyone to gasp and feel a chill run down their spines. Especially after seeing Mo Wu's true form, a flicker of horror crossed everyone's eyes, and the word dragon surfaced in their minds. Yet the massive creature before them was not entirely dragon-like. It lacked the appearance of a dragon, but possessed the same terrifying size and wings capable of flight. At that moment, a primal fear arose in all the humans' hearts, a fear of facing an unknown creature, a fear of a top predator. This creature stood at the top of the food chain, while they were mere prey at the bottom. There was no doubt that such a strange creature could not possibly exist in Blue Star, so it was indeed the hunter the boss spoke of. The strongest faction in solo combat among the 3 major factions. The blond man took a deep breath. Despite feeling immense fear as the leader of the apocalypse, he still strove to maintain his composure. He looked at Mo Wu and approached her wearing a seriousness he had never experienced before. Hello, my name is William Teslana. I apologize for our offense today. Oh, it is our fault. The oppressive feeling this creature gave him was unprecedentedly strong, and at this moment, he was certain of his suspicions. The opponent was undoubtedly a hunter with SS-level talent. Their strengths were not even on the same level. Even with firearms, his instincts told him that once they made a move, all of them would die. Mo Wu looked at the blond man, but did not respond. It was not that she did not want to speak, but rather she simply could not talk, and besides, she did not understand English. After all, in her previous life, she had been a good citizen, claiming that not being able to learn English was a sign of patriotism and could only manage simple ABCs. Seeing Mo Wu's crimson beast-like eyes fixed on him, without speaking, William swallowed, hard, a chill running up his spine. He wanted to leave immediately, but he was unsure of the hunter's attitude. Now he could only brace himself to communicate, even attempting to befriend and curry favor. We want to establish a force called Apocalypse. If you are willing to join, we will honor you as our leader, and after each mission we will submit a certain amount of points to you, as long as you can ensure our safety in Blue Star. Submitting points is painful for everyone, but if it means obtaining security upon returning relying on someone is not out of the question. The future will undoubtedly be a world of the survival of the fittest. Without protection, the points in their hands would become someone else's prize, although this wasn't evident yet. But from the global situation, once some powerful factions develop, such things will only escalate. Moreover, according to information from the World Channel, and some rumors, the Dragon Kingdom plans to rely on submitting a certain proportion of points to create a powerful army to stabilize the nation's security. This is also where they need to follow suit. After all, this policy can solidify their position. Although he possesses SSS-level talent, making him relatively strong in this world, he is still weak when facing the entirety of America or even the whole world. In the future, his fate would either be to be swallowed by a stronger faction or to die in the expansion of those dominating powers. Apocalypse must have a solid foundation to stand tall in this world. Mo Wu remained silent for a moment, looking at these people before extending her claws. Watching those sharp claws, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. They closely observed Mo Wu's movements. Should this unknown creature show any signs of aggression, they would flee immediately. As for fighting, what a joke! Who would engage in battle with an unknown creature resembling a dragon? They were not the fools from the movies. William, closest to Mo Wu, felt his heart in his throat. At this distance, he truly felt the oppressive weight. Mo Wu exerted a pressure that made his scalp tingle. Being closest to this behemoth, if it decided to attack, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Mo Wu merely glanced at the nervous crowd, pressing her claws into the ground and awkwardly drawing 3 large characters. Cannot understand. Then the previously tense William and the others looked utterly confused. They also could not understand these strange symbols. Boss William, these are Chinese characters meaning cannot understand. At that moment, a young man who understood Chinese cautiously approached. He had once been fascinated by ancient Dragon Kingdom dramas, especially historical accounts concerning Emperor Qin Shi Huang, so he had specifically studied Chinese characters. Upon hearing the young man's explanation, William's previously tense expression finally relaxed. His back was already soaked with sweat. It was impossible not to feel fear. After all, that gaping maw could undoubtedly bite off his head in one go. However, fortunately, the creature merely did not understand. He had thought this hunter viewed them as prey, so it turned out to be a false alarm. What is your name? William asked the young man, looking at him. In his impression, people from the Dragon Kingdom were always humble and peaceful, fond of harmony. If they could recognize the other as their leader, they would undoubtedly rank high in terms of safety and reliability. You can just call me Rick, Boss William. The young man was also very excited. Although his strength and talent were at the bottom tier with the role of a translator, his future status would rise dramatically. I'm very good, Rick. You tell him we wish to pledge loyalty to him, seeking protection, and we can submit a certain number of points after each world mission. Upon hearing this, Rick's face lit up with excitement, as he immediately translated William's intention into Chinese to communicate with Mo Wu. Upon learning the meaning, Mo Wu looked astonished. She had not expected humans to actually pledge loyalty to her and voluntarily submit a certain number of points. Points are of paramount importance to human players. They can purchase all items in the main god space, essentially serving as true hard currency. To grow stronger, points are an indispensable component. Thus, Mo Wu had no reason to refuse, but she still kept her guard up. After all, these were foreigners, and one could never be sure of their ulterior motives. Fortunately, with her thermal sensing and ultrasonic detection, she could monitor their every move from a distance, allowing her to prepare in advance, even if they had plans against her. Mo Wu raised her claws and wrote several large characters in the ground. After taking a glance, Rick turned around and excitedly translated it for William. Boss, the other party agrees to be the leader of the apocalypse, but he needs us to help hunt a brown bear and offer it to him. Brown bear. Wei Lian looked bewildered for a moment, then quickly recovered and agreed at once. As the commander of several hundred in Tianqi, he knew precisely which questions to ask and which to keep to himself. So when faced with Mo Wu's request, he simply complied. In the past, hunting brown bears was forbidden and many had already been slain, and no one would have taken such a risk. Now, however, with no one certain of surviving the next mission world, who would bother about whether Earth animals were legally protected? Thus, Wei Lian felt no real pressure. Armed with firearms and the civilian helicopters he had purchased earlier, hunting brown bears posed little difficulty for them. Soon Rui Ku carried the message to Mo Wu. Wei Lian had agreed and would deliver the prize tomorrow night. Human assistance in the hunt was indeed an unexpected boon for Mo Wu. Mo Wu led those people to the mouth of the cavern. Place the brown bears you hunt tomorrow night here, she instructed. With her claws, she scratched a line of large characters into the ground, then slipped into the cave. The cavern's interior was a labyrinth, so Mo Wu had little fear of being set up and trapped. Besides, these people at least genuinely wished her to be the ostentatious-sounding leader of Tianqi. The flattery suited her purpose. Humans are cunning. The moment their strength falters, they betray. I should exploit this relationship now, using every convenience to bolster my own power and secure absolute initiative, she thought. If before she had not been confident of completing another metamorphosis before the next mission world arrived, now, with human aid, Mo Wu felt fully assured of success. She intuited that fusing brown bear genes would yield far more potent enhancements than those derived from insects. Insect mechanisms of strength are built upon small body plans. That paradigm simply did not suit her vast form. Consequently, she knew she would need an increasing number of insect gene fragments to compensate for those shortcomings. Before I truly devour insect genes, I should plan carefully which insects are worth consuming, she mused. What Mo Wu sought were the genes that would help her most, those would take precedence. Other genes could be left to chance. If she assembled them, she would mutate, if not she could spare them for she lacked for nothing essential. At dawn the next day, Mo Wu awoke from slumber. She unfurled her immense bat-like wings, rose from the cavern mouth, climbed into the high sky, and began her day's hunt. In the human city, a factory yard had gathered several hundred people. New recruits Wei Lian had brought in to swell his ranks. Having confirmed that Mo Wu was an SS-grade hunter, Wei Lian naturally intended to use this as publicity to recruit men and expand his power. All across my Lygian forces were enlisting. Numbers themselves are a part of strength. If each person contributed a little in points as protection fees, the aggregate would become astronomical. This would be crucial for early growth. Should their strength lag behind other factions, no one would care whether they sheltered an SS-grade hunter. Everyone, today's mission is to hunt the brown bears in the Luoji Mountains. I will assign each team a helicopter and a rifle. With your swiftest speed, complete today's quota. If our leader grows strong, Tianqi can lead the world and secure its footing. We have all seen how the world is changing. You understand the future stakes. If we refuse to become other slaves, we must strengthen our own forces. Grow Tianqi. In the days to come, claim our space to survive. As a leader, Wei Lian did not dangle fanciful promises. He rallied hearts with a sense of crisis. Only by uniting Tianqi could they accelerate their development. Quickly, everyone mobilized groups of 3 boarded 20 civilian helicopters and set out on Tianqi's first mission, hunting brown bears. Wei Lian glanced at Rui Ku, the man he had promoted to assistant yesterday. Whether Rui Ku deserved the position would depend on his performance today. Continue spreading the word. Announce that Tianqi houses an SS-grade hunter and welcomes all Luanhui should join regardless of aptitude. Boss Wei Lian, won't this attract suppression from other factions or artillery strikes from the military? Rui Ku voiced his concern. Exposing that an SS-grade hunter stood with Tianqi would surely provoke fear and backlash from rival powers. They might even unite against Tianqi. Wei Lian admired Rui Ku's prudence. That awareness marked him fit for the role of aide. I've already looked into these matters. Setting aside the government's paralysis and the military technicians who perished in the film world, even if they learn we harbor an SS-grade hunter, they will not act rashly. No one has developed enough power yet for large-scale conflict. Besides, distant factions will not march thousands of miles to our city lightly. The more people we accumulate now, the more points we will earn after the next world mission. Our present duty is therefore to recruit as many as possible. Do not be picky about recruits' aptitudes. Those with low aptitude need protection most. The gifted are likelier to harbor private agendas and prove hard to control. After the first world task Quanlong disaster concluded, Wei Lian began to analyze the situation and prepare for future development. Unlike other factions that sought elite paths, by poaching powerful Luanhui, he aimed to start from the grassroots, secure a numerical advantage early, then cultivate elites later. In the meantime, they could use that advantage to nurture their own strength and thus better control any powerful newcomers, consolidating authority among their own people. As time passed, Luanhui filtered through film world trials would grow ever stronger. Therefore, the strength of one's own people must take precedence. If later arrivals became too powerful, they would certainly fracture the distribution of power. Moreover, firearms were still usable now, and everyone remained cautious. Once those weapons truly lost their effectiveness, a great war among humans would be inevitable. After all, points can be traded. If they can be traded, they can be seized. What Tianqi must do now is to secure a foothold in this city, then gradually consume rival factions, advancing into other cities, and ultimately throughout my Legion. Had he lacked such confidence before, Mo Wu, this SS-grade hunter, was now the very source of his assurance. So long as she could maintain the lead, Tianqi would stand unbowed. At this moment in the afternoon, the western sky had already taken on a reddish hue. In the forest, Mo Wu was enjoying a brown bear, while also remembering to open the chat channel of the Master God game. If it weren't for William reminding her, Mo Wu would have almost forgotten that the chat channel was a feature she could use after living a wild beast life for so long. The chat channel she was currently in was the special channel created by William for the Apocalypse, accessible only to those who had joined Apocalypse. At the top of the chat channel, a notification showed an unread message from William, as Mo Wu had only added William as her friend. Upon opening the message, she saw that he had placed the hunted brown bear at the entrance of the cave, accompanied by a bunch of images of brown bear corpses, which at a glance numbered in the dozens. However, William's recently learned Chinese was quite poor, full of grammatical errors in every sentence. I didn't expect William's speed to be so fast. It seems the mutation can be advanced this time. After replying briefly, Mo Wu finished the brown bear and left, flying toward her nest. Her enormous bat wings granted her incredible speed, and in just a moment, she arrived above her territory. She did not descend immediately, but utilized ultrasonic detection and thermal imaging to confirm that there were no humans lying in wait before landing at the cave entrance. The mountain of brown bear corpses emitted a strong smell of blood, stimulating Mo Wu's senses. Seeing so much food for the first time, Mo Wu couldn't hold back and pounced on it, starting to feast while remaining vigilant of her surroundings, a habit formed over a long time. As fragments of brown bear genes echoed in her mind, dozens of gene fragments were delivered in a short time. This speed was far beyond what Mo Wu's hunting efficiency could match. The efficiency, in terms of human numbers, was indeed terrifying. If the number of people in Apocalypse expanded to 1,000 or 10,000 mo, Wu couldn't even imagine how astonishing such efficiency would be when they all mobilized to hunt food. As days passed, and the brown bears in this area were nearly hunted to extinction, the number of brown bear genes Mo Wu obtained gradually decreased, yet it remained at a considerable level. Mo Wu's weight was also rapidly increasing, soaring from 390 kilograms to 430 kilograms. But this was far from her limit. After her last evolution, Mo Wu estimated that when she truly grew to her complete form, even without relying on evolution, her maximum weight could definitely reach 1 ton or 1,000 kilograms. However, from the current standpoint, she would need several years to reach adulthood, much longer than her previous time as a blood-sucking bat. This was also the result she desired. Unsure if she possessed a mating period like animals, delaying adulthood was the most effective plan. William had noticed Mo Wu's changes, and witnessing her growing strength made him feel quite excited. Because the stronger Mo Wu became, the more stable their position in this city would be. Perhaps after the next mission world ends, they could rely on Mo Wu's power to completely occupy and dominate the city, and then initiate plans to begin encroaching on other surrounding cities. William had been monitoring the movements of the World Channel, even having Rick arrange for personnel to infiltrate other forces to observe their development status. Currently, Apocalypse far surpassed other forces in both numbers and equipment. However, William was not worried about a conflict. Everyone was waiting for the next film instance to arrive, so naturally, there would be no clashes. Even though these forces knew of Apocalypse's ambitions, survival remained their top priority. No one was willing to risk their lives for a force they had just joined for less than a month. They had more options. Moreover, the current number of people did not equate to direct combat power. Only those who survived the next film instance could form a scalable combat force. After receiving Mo Wu's summons, William arrived at the cave entrance, looking at the waiting giant beast with a respectful expression. "Leader, you called for me. From now on, there is no need to hunt brown bears. I will notify you what to hunt next." Mo Wu awkwardly rode on the ground with her claws. After thinking for a moment, she continued writing. "Also, for the next 2 days, do not let anyone disturb me here." Upon seeing the Chinese characters on the ground, William immediately responded respectfully. "Leader, I will notify them right away. If there is anything else you need, please forward it to me, and I will do my best to assist you at the fastest speed." Mo Wu thought for a moment, looked at William, and finally wrote on the ground, "Be careful in the next film instance, don't die." After all, if something happened to William, Apocalypse would likely disband, and wanting to re-establish contact with humans would waste a lot of time and add more trouble. Upon seeing this line of text, William was momentarily taken aback, a hint of warmth appearing on his face. Was this not the leader showing concern for him? Looking at Mo Wu, William's voice carried gratitude and determination. "Rest assured, leader, I will definitely return alive and continue to serve you." Mo Wu nodded her large and fierce head and then returned to the cave. William also left and quickly conveyed Mo Wu's requests. If he had previously worried that the points offered would not be sufficient to meet Mo Wu's needs and ambitions, it now seemed that he had overthought it. Although he did not know why Mo Wu continued to maintain her beast form, at the very least, she was fundamentally not bad. It's a pity that I don't know when Leader Mo Wu plans to appear in human form to brush up her presence at the Apocalypse headquarters and establish her authority. Only when Mo Wu truly made her appearance in Apocalypse would the foundation of Apocalypse be considered solid. After reaching the depths of the cave, Mo Wu found a safe and quiet place to settle, while silently reciting in her heart. Integrate brown bear genes. Receive command, analyzing brown bear genes. Analysis complete, detected current mutation options. Option 1, torso can significantly enhance physique. Option 2, limbs can significantly enhance strength. Option 3, core can slightly enhance all attributes. Seeing the 3 branches of mutation, the core likely represented a balanced evolution, increasing all bodily attributes, though not by much. Limbs and torso, one represented physique, the other represented strength. Currently, she possessed enough speed, decent physique, and acceptable strength. But for safety, Mo Wu looked toward the torso among the 3 mutation options. Undoubtedly, strengthening the torso would likely also enhance her bat wings. Reinforced bat wings represented mobility and speed. This had always been a main attribute Mo Wu needed to strengthen. Although torso enhancement might lower her speed, if the bat wings were also strengthened, it could just counterbalance that. Firearms have always been a danger I cannot ignore. After acquiring sufficient self-defense strength, my current physique should be prioritized, so that even if I encounter high-damage firearms later, I will not be defenseless. After analyzing, Mo Wu whispered in her heart, mutation direction, torso. As Mo Wu finished speaking, a searing pain nearly shattered her composure, far more intense than any previous metamorphosis. She felt her vertebrae grind and crackle, then the transformation erupted from her spine, outward rippling across her entire body. Her ribs surged forth, proliferating, thickening, warping, like the rotating cutting disc of a tunnel-boring machine, extending forward and sealing shut. Core musculature, the latissimus dorsi, trapezius, and pectoralis major, swelled with autonomous ferocity, interweaving and densifying at an astonishing rate. Her silhouette thickened visibly before the eye, radiating raw, explosive power. Across her epidermis, the blood serpent scale armor reactivated and remolded itself. The scales grew larger, thicker, and layered edge-to-edge, gleaming with a silvery luster, reminiscent of ancient, impenetrable battle armor. her wingspan fully detached from the wing hands, becoming autonomous structures. Along their leading edges, ivory-hard keratinous blades shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, broader and more formidable than before. This metamorphosis surpassed all expectations in sheer magnitude. Where the blood serpent gene had once lent her a lithe, sinuous frame, it now forged a towering, hulking physique, imbued with overwhelming presence and oppressive gravitas. The forelimbs, now severed from the wings, had evolved into massive, heavily armored claws. Their thick, corded limbs pulsed with contained detonative force. Mo Wu slowly rose to her full colossal height. The agony had vanished entirely, signifying the completion of this metamorphosis. The sensation was unexpectedly exquisite. Moreover, the separation of wings and forelimbs granted her greater offensive versatility and enhanced agility even on solid ground. More precisely, she had extruded an additional wing hand which, through metamorphosis, had hardened into a devastatingly lethal claw. Her dorsal wings remained anchored to the original wing hands. Only their spatial arrangement had shifted. When fully unfurled, her 10-meter wingspan propelled her to unprecedented velocity. Explosive power surging from her back effortlessly launched her 1-ton frame into high-speed flight. With a subtle shift of intent, a cerulean interface materialized before her, displaying her post-metamorphic attributes. Player 10,086. Faction Hunter. Health 1,160. Mana 180. Body length 7 meters. Wingspan 10 meters. Weight 1,200 kilograms. Strength 29. Speed 26. Mind 18. Constitution 32. Talent Gene Sovereign SSS rank. Skill Bloodblade Severance. Attribute Blood. Attribute Skill Bloodlust. Rapidly restores stamina by consuming blood. Current Gene Vault Brown Bear. Metamorphosed segment torso. Overall assessment F. She extended a foreclaw and lightly raked it across the nearby cavern wall. A spark flared. Its hardness and sharpness now far eclipsed its former state. And those dense, overlapping scales. Her crimson, vertically slitted pupils narrowed slightly. Conventional firearms would no longer pierce her defenses. This was precisely what Mo Wu sought. Firearms remained unpredictable variables in combat. Rendering them irrelevant meant she could engage without distraction or hesitation. Mo Wu beat her colossal wings, summoning a gale so dense it lifted her 1-ton frame aloft, carrying her through the cavern's winding passages until she reached the cave mouth. This inaugural flight felt effortless and serene. Her enhanced endurance enabled swifter, more sustained aerial maneuvering. Her massive form settled onto the earth. Gazing skyward, she noted the passage of time. This metamorphosis had lasted an entire day, far longer than anticipated. Checking the chronometer, she calculated that the next world mission would commence in precisely 24 hours, leaving her one full day to prepare. Mo Wu opened the chat channel and sent a message to William. Though uncertain how modern society had transformed, she assumed acquiring electric eels remained feasible. For her next metamorphosis, she had already chosen the electric eel. The nature of mana still eluded her understanding. She intended to test whether integrating the eel's bioelectric capacity might resonate with, or even catalyze, her mana. She refused to remain confined to melee combat alone. Mastering mana and refining her blood attribute were swift, potent paths to amplified combat prowess. Soon William arrived alone. At the cave entrance he froze, staring at the unfamiliar, yet hauntingly familiar Leviathan before him. An overwhelming aura of dread washed over him. Just one glance sent tremors through his legs, the primal human terror evoked by titanic, incomprehensible beings. William suppressed his fear and spoke cautiously. Mo Wu. Boss, it is I. She traced the characters onto the ground to confirm her identity. Her transformation indeed had been profound. Beyond mere size, her visage had grown markedly more fearsome. William's failure to recognize her was entirely unsurprising. Thus Mo Wu inscribed her requirements for the next prey directly onto the stone. She also asked whether he could procure them after the next world mission concluded. William glanced at the request, sighed faintly, but responded swiftly. I do recall several electric eel farms, but those were known only before the Divine Game's descent. Whether they still exist I cannot say. Moreover, humanity now favors zero-cost acquisition. Currency has become utterly worthless. Only points hold true value, traded like gold. He paused briefly, then continued. If the chief requires them, I will dispatch scouts after the next mission concludes. Should any farms remain, we'll retrieve specimens immediately, though. He glanced at Mo Wu and trailed off silently. Though what? Mo Wu sketched the words onto the ground, her expression curious and expectant. She knew well that William was an ambitious man. William studied the characters etched in dust, drew a deep breath, and spoke. Should we succeed in subjugating the entire city's factions in our next campaign, we need not rely on surviving farms. We can send expeditions directly to the eel's native habitats. Such ventures would serve both as trials for our forces and as fulfillment of the chief's needs. The world expands, ceaselessly fracturing into countless rival powers. Hesitation risks annihilation by stronger forces. To lead, to survive, to dominate, we must seize every early advantage. Mercy has no place in this new order. His gaze burned with unshakable resolve and vaulting ambition. To amass resources, absorb rivals. This was the crucible of ascension and chaos. Miss the moment, and one would forever lag behind. Mo Wu regarded William and bared her fangs in a grin. Razor-sharp, glistening with saliva and reeking of iron-rich decay, the expression was monstrous, chilling, primordial. She offered no verbal reply. Instead, she carved a single commanding line into the earth. How much do you know about the city's factional distribution and armed strength? Let me see what's unfolding. Seeing Mo Wu's reply, William smiled, knowing that the leader had agreed to take action. Currently, all forces have placed the reincarnators of Tianqi, and all information of the factions is under control. Mo Wu, upon hearing this, quickly sketched something on the ground. I understand, and also I would like to see your attribute panel. William's class talent was not a secret to Mo Wu. Among the over 1,000 talent levels across Tianqi, Mo Wu had a copy of this information. She wanted to see how William's attributes compared to hers to assess the gap. William was taken aback, but he did not refuse Mo Wu's request, nor did he have the ability to do so. In his view, this might be crucial for Mo Wu to fully trust him. Soon William brought up his attribute panel and shared it with Mo Wu. Player 527413 Faction Reincarnator Life 100 Strength 92 18 Speed 9 Spirit 10 Constitution 10 Talents Class Super Strength Attribute Permanently 2 Overall Assessment F Free Attribute Points 1. Upon seeing this panel, the first thought that crossed Mo Wu's mind was how weak it seemed to. Aside from strength, the other attributes were pitifully low. However, this thought was quickly dismissed by Mo Wu. After all, she had been weaker than him back then, and it was already quite impressive for William to have such attributes. Moreover, William's spiritual power was alarmingly high, but Mo Wu did not expect that he would retain 1 point of free attribute. After reviewing William's data, Mo Wu focused her gaze on him, sketching with her claws on the ground. Once the spiritual attribute surpasses 10 points, one can awaken biological attributes and gain magical units. After saying this, Mo Wu flapped her massive bat wings and soared into the air, leaving William behind. The lingering airwaves fluttered William's golden hair as he looked at the words buried in the sand on the ground. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. Biological attributes. Magical units. How powerful must the leader be? Mo Wu realized that his spiritual attribute had clearly surpassed the threshold of 10 points, and he had even mastered abilities unknown to them, showing no concern for whether they were aware of these secrets. Is this the strength of an SS class talent holder? It's simply a version ahead of us reincarnators. William couldn't help but smile bitterly, yet he quickly regained his composure and allocated that point of free attribute to his spirit. He had saved that point of free attribute as a backup, given that his strength was quite powerful and he was uncertain whether to invest it in Constitution. To truly harness the strength of 18 points, Constitution was prone to collapse. Thus, he planned to wait until the next task world opened and decide based on the mission's content, as his current strength was sufficient in the real world. However, there was no need to wait now, as the temptations of biological attributes and magical units were irresistible to William. He had a premonition that awakening biological attributes would definitely elevate his strength to a new level. After Mo Wu flew away from the nest, she quickly took to the skies to test her speed and endurance, flying at her maximum speed for half an hour without feeling any fatigue. Passing over a lake, Mo Wu soon spotted a moose drinking water below. Without hesitation, she folded her wings and dove from the sky. The combined weight of her body and the speed of her dive pushed Mo Wu's velocity to the extreme. As she was about to make contact with the moose, Mo Wu extended her claws, using momentum to pin the moose beneath her claws, overpowering it with a weight of 1 ton. The tremendous impact caused the moose's spine to explode, splitting it in two, and blood splattered onto Mo Wu, igniting her ferocity. Mo Wu opened her massive jaws and began tearing into the flesh. As night fell, a day quickly passed, and the second instance of the main god's game officially commenced. Mo Wu's body was enveloped in a layer of silver light, then disappeared from her location, reappearing in a blank space, greeted by a blue light curtain identical to the previous one. World loading confirmed. Movie world, Alien vs. Predator. Current selectable mode: Story mode, Arena mode. Story mode. The movie world will include the main storyline and character roles featuring predators, reincarnators, and balancers, with a reward of 1 free attribute point. Arena mode: a certain number of predators and reincarnators will be deployed, but the main characters and main storyline will not appear, and participants will face a 3-way battle among aliens, predators, and reincarnators. Reward: 2 free attribute points. Note: in Arena mode, one can search for and equip the predator's shoulder cannon, and cold weapon items will be stored inside the pyramid. Once Arena mode is chosen, the trial will begin. Looking at the two options, Mo Wu was momentarily stunned and did not make an immediate choice. Main storyline and character roles. Since the first option has a main storyline, it would provide ample time, but the appearance of players would inevitably alter the course of the story, and the predator was clearly an uncontrollable factor. If the opponent obtained weapons, even in her current form, she would need to avoid the limelight. Moreover, the predator possessed timed explosives capable of destroying the entire underground pyramid. The level of danger was self-evident. However, as long as she prevented humans from acquiring the predator's weapons, she could avert the pyramid's destruction. If she were still in human form, she would have undoubtedly chosen the more secure story mode, allowing her to influence the plot and have sufficient time to hunt aliens and obtain alien genes. She could also acquire vast amounts of marine biological genes in the human world, and if luck was on her side, she might even obtain both alien genes and marine biological genes, enabling her to evolve again upon returning. Unfortunately, all of this hinged on her being human. The second option would deploy them all in the pyramid. A three-way battle would naturally attract those confident in their own strength. But since they would be deployed in the pyramid, their time would be limited, meaning she needed to gather ample alien genes within a short time frame. MO's crimson vertical pupils shimmered with fierce light. If she could gather alien genes for fusion, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap. After all, aliens were creatures of the unreal. I hope there are enough aliens in arena mode. In story mode, she could easily eliminate the predators who hadn't yet acquired weapons, and then release the aliens, creating more prey. However, she was uncertain whether those predator elders would intervene. Therefore, the seemingly dangerous second choice was in fact the safest. Choice 2, arena mode. Ding. Selection successful. The current task is as follows. Survival battle. Survive after the alien queen breaks free and escape from their pursuit. Task duration 3 days. Participants 24. Will you enter the world immediately? Yes. As the words fell, in the next moment the surrounding scenery flipped, and Mo was directly transported to a dilapidated hall. Surrounded by darkness, the cold and gloomy air instantly put Mo on high alert. Activating ultrasonic detection, she used thermal imaging to observe her surroundings, and the underground maze she was in was vividly presented in her mind. At the same time, the aliens hiding in the shadows were also revealed, densely packed with dozens of them already visible in Mo's line of sight. Even the thought of such numbers made Mo's scalp tingle. She was aware that the venue mode would spawn numerous xenomorphs, but the sheer volume this time exceeded all expectations. After a brief reconnaissance of her surroundings, Mo grinned widely, revealing her sharp fangs. Just right, with so many gathering xenomorph genes isn't beyond the realm of possibility for me. In the ultrasonic detection and thermal imaging, all the xenomorphs around her were laid bare. They crawled along the passage or lay in wait in the shadows, every movement monitored by Mo. The terrifying assassination techniques of these xenomorphs lost all intimidating power under Mo's ultrasonic detection and thermal imaging. Mo was not blinded by the desire to hunt and immediately launched into a killing spree. Her powerful limbs stepped onto the cold stone ground, echoing heavily while deftly avoiding the trap-laden stone slabs. Using the terrain information from the ultrasonic feedback, her massive body moved cautiously along the passage until she arrived at a relatively spacious and open-domed hall envisioned as the battlefield. Her size was too large, and with the pyramid's intricate structure containing numerous narrow passages and traps, reckless movement could easily lead to entrapment. What she needed to do now was to hunt the xenomorphs while familiarizing herself with the pyramid's layout, then leave the pyramid once the xenomorph queen broke free from her chains. Only in the unobstructed open area outside the pyramid could she fully leverage her advantages. By then, the threat of the xenomorph queen to her would be significantly diminished. As Mo began her actions, a large number of reincarnators and hunters gradually arrived within the pyramid. Those daring enough to choose the venue mode naturally possessed absolute confidence in their own strength. In a narrow passage adorned with xenomorph-style reliefs, the air twisted, and a human man clad in modern combat gear suddenly appeared. His gaze was sharp, movements swift, showing no hint of panic from his sudden arrival in a perilous environment as he immediately began checking his gear. A finely crafted Desert Eagle pistol and an AK-47 assault rifle outfitted with tactical accessories. These weapons were acquired with significant points spent in the main God Game store, providing them the confidence to step into this place. Once the man quickly organized his equipment, the surrounding shadows flickered again, and 4 more men gradually appeared. These men emanated a faint scent of blood, skillfully organizing their gear, demonstrating a level of proficiency with firearms and disassembly that was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. They were all reincarnators, free to form teams, which was a significant advantage over hunters. The leader, codenamed Bloodwolf, glanced over the assembled team, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone proceed according to plan. First, search for weapons. Bloodwolf's eyes gleamed with unmasked greed. In this scene mode, the most precious treasure was not the hunting of xenomorphs or the rewards for surviving 3 days, but the hidden weapons of the predators scattered throughout the pyramid. Especially the powerful shoulder cannon, an energy weapon capable of auto-targeting and delivering fatal blows. Once obtained with the squad's firepower and coordination, it would mean the brutal survival game could be declared over prematurely. As for whether humans could operate the shoulder cannon, since the main God Game provided such a device and related hints, it could not merely be a decoration. Bloodwolf speculated that they might need to find a matching wrist control console for operation binding. If this plan could operate flawlessly and equip the predators' weapons, they might just attempt to kill the xenomorph queen. The xenomorph queen, undoubtedly the true boss of this movie, would yield unimaginable rewards upon her defeat, enough for the entire squad to achieve a qualitative leap. In the Blue Star, after the main God Game's arrival, if they didn't take a chance, they would forever lag behind others. Thus, they decided to make a big move this time, striving to improve their settlement scores by acquiring the shoulder cannon, a powerful weapon. At this moment, in another damp passage, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared. He was bare-chested with bronzed skin and bulging muscles, as if harboring explosive power. The robust man didn't even have time to observe his surroundings. In the darkness, a shadow carrying a foul wind pounced down from the overhead, ducked its deadly tail spike aimed directly at the man's head. It was a xenomorph that had been lurking for a long time. However, this ambush, which could instantly kill an ordinary reincarnator, was akin to child's play for this hunter. He did not look up, but moved faster than the xenomorph. Before the xenomorph's tail spike could reach him, his arm, thicker than an average thigh, shot upward, like lightning fingers clamping down like iron pincers on the xenomorph's smooth, hard head. The xenomorph struggled fiercely, its tail lash frantically striking at the man's chest, but he captured it with ease. Insect. The man let out a disdainful snort, his arm muscles bulging instantaneously as he slammed the xenomorph's head violently into the ground. Bang! A muffled sound echoed and fragments of stone flew. The xenomorph's hard exoskeleton exploded on impact with the ground. Almost simultaneously, the man keenly heard more crawling sounds from another passage. He turned his head to gaze into the deep darkness. Instead of fear, he grinned widely, revealing a cruel smile, his white teeth glinting in the dim light. "Come on, you scraps, let me warm up." As the words fell, a terrifying transformation began to take place in the man's body. His muscles expanded and writhed, as if alive, his bones cracking with an unpleasant sound. His body quickly became covered in dense, coarse, gray-black fur. His head jutted forward, transforming into a ferocious wolf's maw, sharp fangs rapidly growing, drool dripping to the ground. In the blink of an eye, a towering, muscular werewolf replaced the former man standing in the center of the passage. It threw its head back and let out a low wolf howl, exuding a savage aura. The darkness did not hinder its sight. It fixed its eerie green wolf eyes on the xenomorphs pouring out of the passage, pushed off with its hind legs, and turned its body into a blur, charging toward the xenomorphs. As its claws swung, the xenomorph's hard exoskeleton was torn apart. Like paper, its body hurled away, twitching a few times on the ground before falling still. The man was already tall and robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall. After transforming into a werewolf, his height reached 2 meters and 3. Compared to the petite xenomorphs, he completely overwhelmed them in size. As long as he was cautious of the xenomorph's corrosive blood coupled with the anti-corrosive coating specially applied to his wolf claws, these ordinary xenomorphs posed no threat to him as a werewolf. In the icy pyramid palace, Mo Wu paused. A clear wolf-like howl echoed between the stone walls. There could be no wolf here, only the innate talent of another hunter or reincarnator. Though the howl carried fierce penetration and intimidation, it did not make Mo Wu feel threatened. Instead, it awakened her predatory instinct. Beneath her claws, an aberrant creature writhed frantically. Its tail stinger lashed at Mo Wu's body, but left only faint scratches on her silver-white scales. Aside from its corrosive blood, the attacks of these ordinary aberrants could not breach her defenses. An aberrant that cannot break a defense ceases to be a threat. Mo Wu lowered her head, hesitated for a long moment, then opened her enormous jaws and bit precisely through the aberrant's skull. The carapace shattered with a crisp, decisive crack. The corrosive blood flowed in Mo Wu's mouth without causing the slightest erosion. Her SS-level talent, Gene Juzai, Gene Dominator, rendered any devoured life inert the instant it crossed her maw, reducing it to pure energy and genetic material. After confirming it was safe to consume, Mo Wu quickly swallowed the aberrant's lower half as well. Devoured aberrant obtained aberrant gene fragment 1. Current aberrant gene completeness 0. 0. 2. Only 0. 2. Meaning she would need to hunt 500 aberrants to assemble the full aberrant gene. Using ultrasonic detection and thermal sensing to lock onto each aberrant, her massive form moved through the palace. Every creature that dared to peek out was struck down before it could attack. These aberrants, hunters by nature, found themselves hunted in reverse. Mo Wu scaled the wall and hung inverted from the dome. An area they favored for ambush had become her hunting ground. An aberrant that poked out of a pipe had its head pinned by a claw and was dragged into her mouth. More poured in from all directions. They felt no fear, only the instinct to hunt. Mo Wu moved swiftly along the walls, every foothold gripping into the stone crevices with absolute surety. Their siege collapsed into a one-sided massacre. They could not match her speed, could not penetrate her defenses, and their sole weapon, corrosive blood, was deftly avoided. When the last aberrant was felled by her tail and devoured, Mo Wu checked the gene points she had gained. Only 5. Too slow. At this pace, she could not gather the aberrant gene within 3 days, and she would forfeit the greatest opportunity in this cinematic instance. She therefore had to locate the aberrant nest. Eggs that could hatch facehugger-like creatures should also yield gene points. Just as Mo Wu prepared to move, a human silhouette appeared in her thermal vision. It was a man bearing a tongdao, strolling leisurely toward the hall. His steps were light, and his posture relaxed, as if wandering through his own backyard. Yet when he entered the hall, and their gazes met, he froze. A hunter. His voice betrayed clear surprise, forced to suppress a quiver. Mo Wu did not respond or acknowledge him. She needed to press on and find the nest. If the aberrant eggs truly provided gene points, she had to ensure the aberrant queen was not disturbed, so it could continue laying. Her vast frame clung to the 10-meter-high stone wall, though after evolution and the infusion of brown bear genes, her physique had become a full size larger. Broad-shouldered and thick-backed muscles taut, yet her streamlined skeleton retained the coordination of a predator. Silver-white scales cloaked her body, flashing a metallic sheen in the dim light. The man below looked up at the colossus that occupied the entire wall. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the hilt. His breathing grew rapid. Mo Wu turned and nimbly slipped into a passage, scales rasping against stone in a susurrus. Only when the sound faded did the tangdao-wielding man exhale and his body relax. By then he was already soaked with sweat without realizing it. The man paused and turned to one side. An aberrant leapt from the shadows. A flash of steel severed head from body. The corrosive blood spattered across the blade but was repelled by a special anti-corrosive coating dripping harmlessly to the floor. Having slain the aberrant, the man's gaze remained fixed on the passage where Mo Wu had vanished. His expression was grave. So enormous and monstrous it was hard to connect such a creature with humanity. Even those with beastly talents retained human features, a fusion of human and beast. He had never before seen a talent that transformed someone directly into a monster. He replayed the streamlined body and immense bulk in his mind. It seemed forged solely for slaughter. Its talent is very likely SS level. The man drew a deep breath. SS level holders were counted on one's fingers across launching. Even Longwa publicly knew only 2, though some might be concealed. In a nation of 1 for billion, only 2 public SS level holders. One can imagine how rare it would be to encounter such a being. According to Lord Li Zihuang, there are only 10 SS level talent holders worldwide. If this truly is an SS level talent, who might it be? No matter who it turned out to be, gathering any information about such a figure would be overwhelmingly beneficial to Longwa. At least it would confirm the existence of a potential powerhouse and reveal some of its traits. The image of that purple-eyed man flickered in his mind, sending a chill through him. Li Zihuang is Longwa's only publicly acknowledged SS level talent holder and also a hunter deployed to suppress upheaval and steady the populace. How powerful he truly was no one knew. As an S-level talent hunter himself, the man had met Li only once, and that single encounter remained seared into his memory. In terms of oppressive presence, Li Zihuang felt to him like an emperor who commands a nation, exuding an imperial mien that looked down upon the world. Many speculated that Li's talent might be tied to national fortune. If Li resembled an emperor, then that earlier monster seemed more akin to a tyrant radiating raw bestial ferocity. As if it were truly a wild beast, a fiend sprung from some hellish pit. Even though it had not struck him, the man could clearly feel its might. Power capable of effortlessly crushing him, rivaling the strength of Lord Li Zihuang. It seems this game will be far more interesting than I imagined. He drew a long breath. The leisure in his eyes had been replaced by solemnity. Now he could only hope the creature was not bloodthirsty. If it was, nothing in the pyramid would stand against it. Not even the aberrant queen would be safe. The game required the queen to survive 3 days, but now it felt more like whether the queen could survive 3 days in its jaws. Adversaries are mere trash. Inside the deep pyramid, in a spacious stone chamber adorned with ancient carvings, the air around seemed to solidify. For teams of reincarnators were all fixated on the open stone coffin in the center of the chamber. Inside lay 3 shoulder cannons glimmering with a metallic cold light, while beside the coffin a team member tightly gripped the crucial wrist control panel. Just as they retrieved the shoulder cannons and prepared to equip the wrist control panel, 3 other teams appeared, their dark gun barrels forcing them to drop the shoulder cannons and enter a standoff. We lost a brother to obtain this control panel. The Captain Bloodwolf, with a grim expression, spoke in a hoarse voice that echoed in the room. So wanting it comes with a price. Faced with the simultaneous assault from the 3 teams, Bloodwolf had to compromise, but he would never allow them to have it easily. Even if it meant a fight to the death, he would not let them off lightly. That's not how it works, said the leader of another team, a tall man with glasses, as he adjusted his spectacles and continued. There are only 3 sets of equipment, yet we have 4 teams. For the greater good, you hand over 3 control panels, and we will share the shoulder cannons evenly. That seems fair. Fair, Bloodwolf sneered. The hard-earned spoils of his team were to be handed over as mere fairness. Behind Bloodwolf, 3 teammates immediately formed a defensive stance back to back their rifles, safeties clicking off in unison, producing a crisp sound. Instantly, the atmosphere in the stone chamber dropped to freezing point. The other 3 teams, totaling 15 people, raised their guns almost simultaneously, their cold barrels aimed like venomous snakes at the 4 trapped in the center. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and greed. 15 against 4, hand over the control panels, and you can still leave here alive. The tone of the glasses-wearing man conveyed a patronizing superiority, as if he disregarded the resistance of these people. At that moment, the captain of another team, a man with a scarred face, grinned. Life is only one. Leave the wrist control panel, and we can let you go. If not, then you will have to leave first. The 3 teams seemed to reach an agreement, uniting against Bloodwolf's team. 3 shoulder cannons and 3 wrist control panels. Once they obtained such weapons, the subsequent movie world dungeons would be utterly seamless. Such a guarantee of survival was a temptation no one could refuse. Bloodwolf's face turned ashen, sweat trickled down his forehead as he gripped the wrist control panel tightly, his knuckles turning white. He knew that whether or not he complied, they would not be let go. As a mercenary, he understood deeply that the enemy would never let a troublesome target go without reason. Therefore, they would strike at him the moment they acquired the weapons. After a moment, Bloodwolf exhaled a breath of resignation, slowly bending down as if to place the control panel on the ground. All right, here you go. Just as Bloodwolf bent down, a shadow swooped down from the overhead, ducked, lunging directly at the nearest reincarnator's face. This sudden turn of events ignited the long-suppressed atmosphere around them. Bloodwolf's eyes flashed with ferocity as he shouted, "Fire! Tat 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 tat!" As the words fell, gunfire erupted like bursting beans in the stone chamber, flames flickering wildly, illuminating twisted faces. Bullets rained down furiously, first turning the intruding alien into a sieve, then mercilessly shooting towards Bloodwolf's team. In contrast, Bloodwolf paid no heed to the aliens. He opened fire at these people the moment the aliens jumped out. Yet even so, facing the advantage in numbers and positioning, his team barely managed to kill 5. At the moment the gunfire erupted, everyone around found cover, while Bloodwolf and his few stood in the center of the stone chamber, completely exposed. They could only serve as live targets, getting riddled with bullets. Blood splattered across Bloodwolf's team as the bulletproof vests were torn asunder like paper, their bodies violently shaking from the impact, finally collapsing unwillingly, the control panel slipping from their hands. Even though they had all awakened their talents under the dense firepower of firearms, they could hardly withstand it. With the deaths of the 4, the gunfire abruptly ceased. The stone chamber was in disarray, the mingling of gunpowder and the stench of blood with the sour odor of aliens was nauseating. The surviving members of the 3 teams panted heavily, warily glancing at each other, their gazes drifting between one another and the shoulder cannons within the coffin. Enough! A burly man with blood marks on his face broke the silence. The control panels and shoulder cannons amount to exactly 3 sets. If this continues, no one will leave alive. After a brief silence, no one objected. Indeed, if they continued to fight, no one could be certain they would emerge as the final victor. Rather than continue fighting, it was better to split evenly a 1 set of equipment per team. The surviving reincarnators quickly took action, efficiently dividing the spoils. When the cold wrist control panel locked onto his wrist, the shoulder cannon was instantaneously activated and a powerful feeling surged within. With this, those mere aliens are nothing to worry about. The scarred man caressed the technologically advanced shoulder cannon, his tone revealing excitement. With this item, as long as they were careful, they could easily navigate the future movie world dungeons. Now that our strength has qualitatively improved, the main quest is no longer a challenge for us. However, I believe everyone understands that to become stronger, we must achieve higher scores in the evaluations and receive greater rewards. At this moment, the glasses-wearing man spoke, his eyes flashing with dangerous light. As his voice fell, the gaze of the others unconsciously turned towards the still-living reincarnators on the ground. A wild thought formed in the minds of a few. Since the aliens posed no threat to them, these incapacitated reincarnators could be used as breeding grounds for facehuggers, creating stronger aliens to trouble those hunters. As the strongest individual faction, the Hunter's mystery still kept them vigilant. Now that all reincarnators had revealed themselves, it indicated that a total of 4 hunters had been deployed this time. If these 4 hunters were also interested in the weapons of the Iron Blood warriors, they could very well find themselves in danger again. The hunters were hidden while they were exposed. Since that was the case, why not take the initiative to create trouble for these hunters? Then eliminate these hunters and release the alien queen to completely end this absurd game. The leaders of the 3 teams exchanged glances, looking at the few lying in the pool of blood. They grinned. Rather than die in such a meaningless way, why not contribute your final value? Rest assured, if we survive this time, we will take good care of your families. Those lying on the ground, gravely injured, widened their eyes in terror, but they knew that with such serious injuries, they had no chance of survival. Their eyes flashed with grief and indignation, but more so with helplessness. At this moment, on the other side within the dimly lit pyramid, Mo Wu utilized ultrasonic detection and thermal vision to navigate through the intricate passages, devouring or crushing any alien life forms that crossed her path with her massive body. Under the bulk of Mo Wu, the alien creatures stood no chance of resistance. In a short period, she discovered the storage chamber of the alien eggs. With her claws gripping the stone walls on either side of the entrance, Mo Wu extended her fearsome head, finally emerging from the passage, her enormous bat-like wings unfolding and filling the space. Lowering her head, the crimson vertical pupils of Mo Wu surveyed the stone chamber, which was coated in an unknown viscous substance, with alien eggs arranged neatly on the ground. They were densely packed, numbering over 100 at first glance. A glint of greed flashed in Mo Wu's eyes as she ignored the alien embryos on the verge of hatching, opening her gaping maw to reveal her menacing fangs, devouring the surrounding alien eggs one by one. Devoured alien egg, alien gene fragment 1. Devoured alien egg, alien gene fragment 1. Devoured alien egg, alien gene fragment 1. The notifications echoed in Mo Wu's ears, igniting her desire to consume, and she fully unleashed her primal instincts, opening her maw wide to gulp down the face-hugging aliens that were being shot out. Not giving the facehuggers any chance to parasitize, the size of these creatures also made it impossible for them to latch onto Mo Wu. Just then, hurried sounds echoed from the passages in all directions. Following that, grotesque aliens surged out of the passage, glaring at Mo Wu and letting out furious roars as they leaped towards her, their sharp claws striking against her silver scales. For ordinary creatures, such a blow would be sufficient to crush a normal person's skull. However, striking Mo Wu's silver scales only left behind an almost invisible scratch. The unyielding aliens were directly seized by Mo Wu, who then stuffed them into her mouth and began to chew. After she consumed this alien, a dense swarm of aliens continued to pour out from around her. Clearly, by consuming the alien eggs, she had crossed the line for these aliens, receiving the Queen's orders. They were to kill this invader, or at least hold her back. In Mo Wu's thermal vision and ultrasonic feedback, the range of detection was filled with a vast number of aliens gradually converging, nearly occupying half of the entire pyramid. Faced with such a situation, Mo Wu showed no signs of panic. Instead, she bared her fangs, revealing a sinister grin. The gathering of aliens was precisely to her liking. Meanwhile, on another side, 3 other reincarnated teams had begun to implant alien eggs into the dying individuals, while the remaining few alien eggs were placed aside. Suddenly, faint scurrying sounds emerged from the surroundings, and using the dim light, a swarm of aliens rushed towards them. This startled all the reincarnators, but they quickly regained their composure. Just right to test the power of the shoulder cannon. Gazing at the aliens, the scar-faced man revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. Although the shoulder cannon could not automatically aim like the Predator's, aiming with visual guidance was sufficient. A blue energy projectile was fired from the shoulder cannon, instantly obliterating the first attacking alien into fragments. Following that, the second and third. The scar-faced man held the shoulder cannon and opened fire while the others joined in to clear the aliens. With 3 shoulder cannons and nearly 10 rifles, attacking the aliens had no chance to resist. They were either blasted to pieces or shredded by the torrent of fire, and the first wave of aliens soon could not withstand the firepower suppression, retreating to lay in wait. After the scar-faced man and his companions finished shooting, they felt their entire bodies tingling. The recoil from the shoulder cannon was too great, and even their enhanced bodies struggled to endure such force. However, the power did not disappoint them. Exchanging glances, they revealed excitement in their eyes. Such power was beyond the resilience of carbon-based life, and once struck, the fate was nothing but shattering. With such a devastating weapon, they no longer had to tremble in fear against those monsters. Just as the 3 were reveling in excitement, the aliens regrouped. The bespectacled man also noticed something amiss. These aliens clearly intended to eliminate them, completely abandoning their previous stealth tactics. After equipping the shoulder cannon, these aliens must see us as enemies, which is why they are attacking us all at once. The man beside him frowned. Even though they had encountered many aliens before, this situation had not arisen. If what the bespectacled man said was true, they would have to devise a new battle plan, as continuing like this would lead to unpredictable ammunition consumption. In contrast to the concerns of the bespectacled man and his companion, a hint of malice flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes, his voice low. Then let's kill until they are terrified and dare not come any closer. I don't believe these aliens are truly as fearless as in the movies. Just as he finished speaking, a tail spike pierced through the scar-faced man's chest. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone, who instantly turned to see what had happened. Behind the scar-faced man stood a particularly robust alien that had silently appeared. The group glanced toward the nearby corpse with its chest punctured, quickly realizing what had transpired, their faces turning pale. They had not anticipated that the aliens would breach their defenses so swiftly, completely disrupting their planned strategy. A barrage of fire engulfed the alien in an instant, while everyone remained vigilant, rapidly seeking cover. At this moment, many reincarnators displayed expressions of terror, losing the confidence they had before. Soon, yet another alien emerged from the passage, preparing for a sneak attack, but was quickly forced back by gunfire. Compared to the previous aliens, these ones were more agile, faster, and their bodies could withstand dozens of bullets while still moving freely. Just then, a claw grasped the head of another man holding a shoulder cannon. Everyone looked over to see a towering werewolf that had appeared from nowhere, its bulging muscles instilling dread in everyone. Instinctively pulling the trigger, the bullets were blocked by the werewolf using a corpse, and then seizing the moment when everyone was reloading, it violently hurled the body before swiftly vanishing into the passage. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed, peculiarly unsettling in the eerie and tense environment. Immediately after, an alien inexplicably teleported behind the bespectacled man, who had not yet reacted to the chilling sensation at his back, before his skull was crushed by the alien's inner teeth. The other team members swiftly raised their rifles ready to shoot when a figure suddenly appeared behind them. In a flash, several team members were cut in half. As the remaining targets fell, the alien that killed the bespectacled man turned around about to attack the Tangdao man. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed, and a man in a suit walked out from the shadows. He extended his right hand and snapped his fingers, causing the alien that was about to strike to mysteriously vanish before everyone's eyes. This scene left the Tangdao man bewildered. What exactly was the other party's talent? Space teleportation. The man in the suit made him feel utterly inscrutable. It was not the kind of unfathomable strength he had seen in the giant beast before, rather it was an eerie inscrutability. The opponent, though not particularly strong, still emanated a faint sense of danger. While the Tangdao man assessed the situation, the man in the suit merely wore a faint smile, exuding humility, seemingly unconcerned. Under the joint assault of the alien and the hunters, this group of reincarnators had no room for resistance. The werewolf emerged from the passage, glanced at the man in the suit, and then walked straight to the fallen shoulder cannon, lifting his foot to crush it. After acquiring the shoulder cannon, these reincarnators became the target of their collective hunt. They could not allow a weapon that disrupted the balance to fall into the hands of the reincarnators, nor would they let any hunter obtain such a weapon. Only in this way could the game avoid uncontrollable changes. After all, no one knew whether the other two hunters would suddenly fire a shot from behind once they obtained such a weapon. With the shoulder cannon destroyed, the Tangdao man said nothing, and the man in the suit merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze to several unhatched alien eggs nearby. He walked over, picked up one of the alien eggs, studied it carefully for a moment, and then casually said, "Alien eggs like these should have significant research value. I might as well take one back for study." The actions of the man in the suit were observed by the other two hunters, yet they said nothing as the aliens posed no threat to them. What they truly needed to worry about was the alien queen. As the reincarnators perished, the previously lurking aliens retreated, rushing toward a particular direction. This movement naturally drew the attention of the werewolf and the Tang Dao man, who furrowed their brows as they watched the aliens disappear. The werewolf charged ahead first. Since the potential threat had been neutralized, the remaining task was to find the alien queen and kill it before it could escape, thus completing their mission. The Tang Dao man shared the same thought, so he also left the area, while only the man in the suit remained still, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with greed. The man in the suit took out a red potion and then retrieved the alien egg from his system backpack, placing it on a nearby stone platform. The red potion was familiar to anyone who had successfully survived the crisis of the python. It was a strengthening potion that combined blood orchid and blood python bile. It could enhance human physical attributes, allowing an ordinary person to possess the physical qualities of a top athlete. The man in the suit poured the strengthening potion over the alien egg, causing the egg, which was on the verge of hatching, to fall silent once more. The entire egg emitted an eerie red glow, seemingly absorbing the enhancement brought by the potion. Seeing the alien egg evolving as he had expected, the man in the suit then stored it in his system backpack and chased after the others. At this moment, on the other side, Mo Wu extended her claws and slapped the last alien that lunged at her onto the ground, shattering its internal organs. She then grabbed its slender tail, tossed it into her mouth, and began to devour and chew. The nest momentarily returned to silence, with only the sound of dripping slime and shattered bones echoing. Throughout the slaughter, the aliens provided genes, while also supplying Mo Wu with an uninterrupted source of energy. To sustain Mo Wu's high-intensity killing, the energy conversion efficiency of the gene Dominator meant that even if another batch of aliens came, it would be futile unless Mo Wu's energy was completely exhausted. But such a crushing battle was clearly impossible. The entire stone chamber, whether it was alien eggs or aliens, had vanished completely. The disappearance of these aliens pushed Mo Wu's alien gene to 99. She needed only 5 more aliens to synthesize the alien gene. Mo Wu raised her claws, preparing to continue searching for aliens, when she suddenly stopped. Her gaze fixed on one of the entrances, her crimson vertical pupils radiating a dangerous aura. At this moment, 3 sets of footsteps approached from afar, heading toward Mo Wu. Soon the forms of these 3 individuals were captured by Mo Wu's soundwave detection. The owners of these 3 sets of footsteps were none other than the Tang Dao man, the werewolf, and the man in the suit. The 3 quickly passed through the passage and arrived at the nest where Mo Wu was. Then they all came to a halt. The Tang Dao man looked up at the colossal creature before him, took a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. Even upon seeing Mo Wu's enormous form again, he still felt that pervasive sense of oppression that was daunting. Even though they were both hunters, facing this creature felt like a little sheep standing before the apex predator of the food chain, utterly incapable of any resistance. Compared to the Tang Dao man, the werewolf hunter tensed up the moment he laid eyes on Mo Wu. His muscles taut, his body trembling involuntarily. His primal instincts were screaming, warning him of the immense danger presented by the being before him. It was a creature at the top of the food chain, the king of all those with beast-like talents. Faced with the wild aura emanating from Mo Wu, he couldn't muster a shred of desire to fight, since there was simply no chance of winning against her. Among the 3, only the man in the suit showed no signs of fear. His reaction was entirely different from the others. Instead of dread, he wore a strange smile, his eyes glinting with greed. He was greedy for Mo Wu's strength, greedy for her lethal physique. Her massive form loomed like a mountain, blocking the path of the 3, her fearsome body and sharp teeth exuding undeniable pressure. Her intent was clear: to guard this place diligently. The alien queen was her prey. Gazing at Mo Wu's imposing body, the Tang Dao man and the werewolf felt reluctant, but reason compelled them to avoid confrontation in the face of such a drastic power disparity. However, the man in the suit suddenly burst into laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the empty nest. Do you prefer the gothic lowly outfit or the gothic military uniform? Once chosen, it will be Mo Wu's fixed outfit in the future. Perfect, truly a perfect creature. He marveled at Mo Wu, admiring her as one would an exquisite piece of art, his face alight with appreciation and ecstasy. The man in the suit calmly took out an unusual egg, his eyes betraying his unmasked greed. Seeing this, Mo Wu's crimson vertical pupils revealed a fierce intent. Her massive body shot forward, her sharp claws raised high, striking down towards the man in the suit. The man with the Tang knife and the werewolf instantly darted to the sides, fleeing from Mo Wu's attack. The area they occupied trembled violently, the walls of the stone chamber pierced directly by Mo Wu's terrifying blow. However, the expected splatter of flesh and blood did not occur. The figure of the man in the suit had already appeared on the other side. At this moment, the unusual egg in the man's hand successfully hatched, and the facehugger crawled out, quickly lunging towards the man's face. Both the sudden attack from Mo Wu and the man's bizarre actions left the Tang knife wielder and the werewolf momentarily stunned. Just as the facehugger leaped, the man in the suit snapped his fingers sharply. Snap! At the sound, the facehugger vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Mo Wu's body trembled as she distinctly felt a strange writhing sensation emanating from within her chest. Immediately after, it felt as if all the energy within her body found a release point, surging madly toward that spot. Mo Wu realized that the life energy within her was being rapidly devoured and absorbed. Now the situation is under my control. The man in the suit elegantly adjusted his cuffs, a calm smile adorning his face as he looked at Mo, Wu introducing himself leisurely. My ability is life transfer. As long as it is a living being, I can transfer it to wherever I desire. He continued, that enhanced facehugger is now comfortably settled within your chest cavity. Its embryo is far stronger than the average one, and the speed at which it absorbs nutrients, I believe you can feel it too. The man had been planning all of this since he saw the unusual egg. His ability had significant limitations. To transfer the creature completely into the target's body, the target size must be sufficient to accommodate the alien embryo. Moreover, the life forms he could transfer had to be whole, which meant he had to wait for the alien embryo to hatch before taking action. Among the hunters present, only the werewolf and the creature before him met such stringent criteria. Originally, his target was the werewolf's robust physique. He planned to turn the werewolf into his servant first, and then slowly control the Tang knife wielder. However, he never expected that this creature's emergence would give him an even more perfect target. To play it safe, he spent all his points to buy a first-level evolution potion from the main god's mall, further enhancing the alien egg to prevent it from being removed during parasitism or failing to parasitize this powerful beast. The alien embryo, having undergone 2 enhancements, was far beyond the ordinary alien embryos. It had even evolved its own unique parasitic method. From the expression of the beast before him, it was evident that the embryo had successfully completed its parasitism within its chest cavity. The man in the suit turned his gaze to the Tang knife wielder and the werewolf, his voice carrying an elegant calmness, as if everything was under his control. You two transfer all your points to me. Otherwise, I will ask this powerful servant to send you on your way. After speaking, the man's head turned towards Mo Wu, his gaze filled with both benevolence and threat. As for you, if you don't want to witness your own disembowelment, you will obediently sign a master-servant contract with me. He continued, only I can transfer the embryo out. Refusal means waiting for death. You have 10 minutes to decide. After 10 minutes, once the embryo matures, even I won't be able to safely extract it. His tone held a playful note. No matter how powerful you are, I can still restrain you and keep you firmly under my control. At this moment, the man in the suit seemed to have mastery over everything, calm and unhurried. Cunning, despicable, taking advantage of others' misfortune. The Tang knife wielder instantly understood the man's entire scheme, his eyes ablaze with anger. He also realized the man's identity. Rumors had long circulated in the military about a hunter with spatial abilities, and given that he was from the Dragon Kingdom, it was evident that the one with spatial powers was the man in the suit before him. Only someone nurtured by the state could produce excess points to enhance the alien egg. He never expected the man in the suit to be so audacious, wanting to control a powerhouse with an SS-level ability. What he didn't expect was that the man would not let him off either. If Mo Wu compromised, he and the werewolf would certainly not be simply handing over their points. Given the man's treachery, he would either control them as well or kill them to prevent any leaks. Upon hearing the man's demands, Mo Wu's pupils narrowed into dangerous vertical slits, murderous intent boiling as her folded bat wings unfurled, filling the entire alien nest. Mo Wu's massive body surged forward again, her claws cutting through the air as she quickly lunged towards the position of the man in the suit. Yet her claws merely sliced through the air. The man in the suit had already appeared like a ghost at another entrance of the passage several meters away. Possessing the SS-level ability of life transfer, he did not regard Mo Wu as a threat at all. The space here was sufficiently large and complex. In the open area, purely relying on the distance limitation of life transfer, and with the suffocating aura of this monster before him, he could not escape her claws. Yet in this intricate terrain, he was the master. This pyramid was like a battlefield tailor-made for him. If you come to an understanding, remember to contact me. My code name is Kong. The man in the suit elegantly bent down, and as his figure vanished, only his voice echoed in the passage, leaving everyone gritting their teeth. At this moment, a terrifying roar filled with boundless rage suddenly came from the deepest part of the pyramid, reaching everyone's ears. They knew that even more troublesome matters were about to arise. The alien queen was about to break free from her shackles. Mo Wu's expression darkened as the sensation of foreign objects and the loss of strength within her chest became painfully clear. She originally wanted to extract the embryo from her chest, but the moment she had that thought, her bodily energy drained even faster. The embryo within her body could even move its tendrils, nearly connecting to all her organs. Once she attempted to remove it, this alien embryo would undoubtedly lock down her organs at the first opportunity, resulting in their mutual destruction. If it were to appear in her stomach, its genetic dominion would be sufficient to digest it immediately. However, its position was within her chest cavity. Although genetic dominion is an SS-level talent, it is not omnipotent. It can only provide unlimited potential for evolution, even interfering with and reorganizing her genes. But it cannot interfere with the living being parasitizing her body. We must work together to kill the alien queen. Only by ending this game and returning to the main god's game space can we perhaps resolve the crisis before us. The voice of the Tang knife wielder was deep. Whether it was Mo Wu turning into an alien or being controlled by Kong, it was detrimental to them. The urgency was only to kill the alien queen. Perhaps there was still hope. Mo Wu's cold gaze swept over the Tang knife wielder. She made no pause, unable to speak, making it difficult for her to communicate normally with humans. Moreover, at this moment, she did not want to communicate with any human. Gathering her enormous bat wings close to her body, Mo Wu's massive frame turned directly towards the passage leading to the alien queen's lair. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the depths of Mo Wu's throat, a declaration of war against the alien queen and a release of her inner fury. In Mo Wu's eyes, the warmth of her former humanity had completely vanished, replaced only by the primal cold killing intent that belonged exclusively to a predator. At this moment, Mo Wu had fully transformed into a beast born solely for destruction, yet her mind remained extraordinarily clear. She had to resolve this, swiftly eliminating the alien queen before the greedy embryo drained her completely, then return to the main god's game space. Perhaps, as the Tang knife wielder said, returning to the main god space would allow her to use it to expel the embryo. Or, sensing the alien genes that were just one away from synthesis, if all else fails, she would find a way to collect enough alien genes at the last moment to forcefully undergo mutation. Perhaps she could use the power of mutation to annihilate the alien embryo within her. Seeing Mo Wu charge directly into the battlefield, the Tang Dao man and the werewolf exchanged a glance, understanding, without words, and simultaneously moved to follow. They knew that the greatest threat at this moment was still the alien queen, with Mo Wu being their main force. Only by taking advantage of Mo Wu's remaining clarity can they together slay the alien queen and leave alive. Otherwise, once the alien within Mo Wu fully emerged apart from the one who possessed life transfer, calm, facing the alien birthed by Mo Wu and the alien queen, they would have no chance of survival. The lair of the alien queen was incredibly spacious, resembling an underground plaza. At the end of the lair, the colossal figure of the alien queen had already broken free from most of her restraints, with only a thick metal chain binding her waist. She stood upright, her 5-meter-tall body covered in heavy armor, with a massive crown signifying the queen's majesty, and her long tail resembling a steel whip, its sharp bone spikes glinting with a cold light. Her gaze fell upon Mo Wu, emitting a provocative hiss. The alien queen. Mo Wu showed no fear, the spacious area allowing her to spread her bat wings, achieving a 10-meter wingspan that cast a shadow over the ground. She stepped forward, the wings behind her flapping, creating a powerful wind pressure. Mo Wu utilized her flying ability to dash forward, her claws cutting through the air with a piercing shriek as she lunged at the alien queen's head. The alien queen swung her equally massive forelimbs to block the exoskeleton, colliding with a thunderous roar. The most savage and bloody battle erupted in an instant. Relying on her agility, Mo Wu continuously attacked around the alien queen, using her fangs, whip-like tail, and massive claws as weapons. Deep gashes were left on the alien queen's heavy shell, and acidic blood began to corrode the ground, releasing a pungent white smoke. The alien queen was equally formidable. Every strike was forceful and heavy, the long tail sweeping through and shattering the stone pillars along its path, striking Mo Wu's body. Scales fell off, flesh flew, and this was Mo Wu's first injury in this instance. The energy within her body dwindled, leaving Mo Wu's physical capabilities unable to maintain her scales' original defense. At this moment, both Mo Wu and the alien queen, the two colossal beasts, abandoned defense and engaged in the most primal brawl. They were competing in endurance and persistence, both knowing deep down that only through such a battle could they slay the other. Only the one who persisted until the end would be the victor. In close combat, the alien queen used her agile form to circle behind Mo Wu, attempting to attack with her internal fangs, but Mo Wu always managed to narrowly avoid it, and then turned to counter with her sharp claws. On the other side, the werewolf and the Tang Dao man who had rushed over took a deep breath. The two exchanged glances. The werewolf roared as he leapt in first, using his astonishing jumping ability to attack the alien queen's lower body and joints, his claws tearing at the relatively weak connections of the alien queen. The Tang Dao man, moving like a wraith, precisely stabbed his long knife toward the alien queen's eyes and the weak points in her joints. Though it was difficult to inflict fatal wounds, it effectively disrupted the alien queen's movements. Using her overwhelming strength, Mo Wu, after enduring the alien queen's attacks, activated her blood essence, slicing through and severing one of the alien queen's forelimbs. Using the momentum, she launched a fierce pounce, pinning the alien queen to the ground, her claws raised high, just as Mo Wu was about to deliver a fatal blow to the alien queen. Mo Wu suddenly felt a violent twisting pain in her chest, as if something within was crazily gnawing at her. The embryo sensed the intense consumption of its host's energy and began to frantically drain more power to complete its own life growth. This caused Mo Wu's movements to instantly stagnate, her strength ebbing away like a receding tide. At that moment, the alien queen, pinned beneath Mo Wu, seized the opportunity to leverage her massive body and directly flipped Mo Wu to the ground. The long tail followed, swiftly striking out like a venomous snake. Pooh! Despite Mo Wu's best efforts to evade, the tail spike still deeply pierced her shoulder, nearly pinning her to the ground. The excruciating pain made Mo Wu let out a howl of suffering, and the previously advantageous battle situation instantly reversed. To make matters worse, the space around the battlefield began to distort. One by one, ordinary aliens, even those mutated aliens birthed by reincarnators, were being teleported in from thin air, landing directly beside the two hunters. Hiding in the shadows, Kong had been monitoring the entire battle. Seeing Mo Wu gaining the upper hand, he utilized his life transfer ability to continuously send in aliens from other regions of the pyramid. His intention was to create chaos, hasten Mo Wu's demise, and force her to submit. Even if it cost a great deal to cultivate this alien embryo, Kong did not want Mo Wu to slay the alien queen and then return. Having witnessed Mo Wu's strength, Kong knew that allowing such a powerful enemy to return alive would only create endless trouble for his future. Bastard. The Tang Dao man, seeing the endless stream of aliens being teleported and couldn't help but curse angrily. He had to split his focus to deal with the continuously arriving aliens, concentrating on clearing away these distractions. The werewolf was also forced to abandon his harassment of the alien queen, engaging in a melee with the swarming aliens. At this time, Mo Wu had already sustained serious injuries, her shoulder pierced, energy within her being drained frantically, making her movements slow and weak. Facing the alien queen's fierce attacks, she had already fallen into a disadvantage. The alien queen seized the opportunity of Mo Wu's weakness, striking her with massive claws and whipping her with her long tail, pushing Mo Wu back repeatedly, her scales shattering, blood flowing. The battlefield where the two colossal beasts fought had already turned into ruins. The alien queen stepped on Mo Wu's chest, leaning down, opening her massive maw and revealing her internal fangs aimed at Mo Wu's head. Just as the alien queen prepared to deliver the final blow to Mo Wu, Kong noticed that a powerful force was wildly gathering within Mo Wu. This force was Mo Wu's last desperate counterattack. If the enemy successfully killed the alien queen, she would instantly return. Kong's eyes glinted with cold light. He could not allow Mo Wu's will to manifest so. In the next moment, 5 aliens birthed by reincarnators were instantly transferred by Kong right in front of Mo Wu, intending to use these 5 aliens to block Mo Wu's fatal blow. To completely instill despair in Mo Wu and force her to submit to him before she gained new life. The alien queen was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of these 5 aliens, but Mo Wu grinned, revealing a fierce visage. Upon seeing Kong continuously teleporting aliens to this battlefield, Mo Wu realized that Kong had always been watching here. Therefore, she played along with his scheme, creating the illusion of a desperate counterattack. From the very beginning, Kong could not allow her to leave here alive, so he would never give her the opportunity for a desperate counterattack against the alien queen. If such a situation arose, he would undoubtedly use life transfer to send in aliens to block her desperate counterattack. However, the energy within Mo Wu was continuously depleting, with no new energy replenishing her, making it impossible to slay the alien queen. But Mo Wu could take the gamble, while Kong could not. And Mo Wu's objective had already been achieved. As she looked at the aliens delivered right to her mouth, she opened her blood-filled maw and swallowed them whole. The Gene Sovereign operated rapidly, swiftly replenishing the energy in Mo Wu's body, and in a short time the energy replenishment directly suppressed the energy depletion. With new energy replenishing her, Mo Wu radiated with powerful strength, as if resurrected. After pushing back the alien queen with a palm strike, Mo Wu dared not pause at all, for she sensed that Kong seemed to want to transfer her out of the battlefield. But her size made it impossible for him to do so in a short time. She moved forward, slamming the recently stabilized alien queen back to the ground, her sharp claws pressing down on the alien queen's body. Even though her forelimbs were corroded by the alien queen's blood until only bones remained, Mo Wu showed no sign of stopping. She directly used the bones to pierce through the alien queen's chest. She had to slay the alien queen, only by killing her could she survive. Driven by this belief, Mo Wu opened her wide maw and bit down on the alien queen's head. The inner fangs of the alien queen also shattered Mo Wu's mouth. A hint of madness flashed in Mo Wu's eyes, disregarding the pain and rot in her mouth. Grasping this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity, she directly bit through the alien queen's head. At this point, the alien queen had completely lost all signs of life. The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. A crisp crack rang through the dead silence of the lair. Mo Wu's broad back burst open along a great rift, dark red flesh and pale bone laid bare. A monstrous xenomorph silhouette writhed frantically within, striving to tear free from a shell that would soon be its tomb. The energy newly supplied was wholly absorbed by the embryo, completing its final maturation. A feral, violent presence poured from the fissure, as if it were substance itself, mingling with Mo Wu's original menace and rendering the surrounding air viscous and heavy. Mo Wu's aura slipped from her command and surged in all directions. The broadsword-wielding man and the werewolf stared at Mo Wu and the emerging xenomorph on her back, horror frozen on their faces. That overwhelming presence made each breath labored. Invisible forces pinned their bodies in place, every step a torment, the very souls within them trembling. Even Kong, hidden in the shadows, revealed a face of shock. He felt an irresistible pressure, a predator's lock descending upon him. When the xenomorph that had torn through Mo Wu's spine turned its gaze toward him, Kong plunged into an ice pit. A chilling dread flooded his heart. In the next instant, Kong chose to withdraw. The Mo Wu that had become xenomorph held no value for him and could not be brought under his control. To remain here would likely make them the first targets of the newborn creature. As Kong elected to return, the broadsword man and the werewolf likewise chose to settle accounts and withdraw. The death of the xenomorph queen marked the end of this game, and at the same time heralded the impending birth of an even more terrible monster. After everyone had vanished, the xenomorph on Mo Wu's back had already emerged more than halfway. Its roaring voice echoed through the palace. It sought to wrench free of its last bonds and fully enter the world. Yet it was held fast within Mo Wu's body by her final reserves of strength remaining connected to her flesh and unable to separate completely. Had she not been hardened by the searing pain of prior metamorphoses, Mo Wu would by now have lost consciousness. Mo Wu knew it was too late to return to the main God game space. With her last strength, she spoke within her mind, invoking fusion with the xenomorph genes. Acquired xenomorph sequence genes. Detectable loci for metamorphosis exoskeleton, highly acidic blood, oviposition organ. Please select metamorphic loci. There was no response. Mo was consciousness exhausted from battle, and the ebbing of life finally sank into darkness. Yet her SS-Steer talent gene Zhuzai gene Dominator did not cease its operation. Detecting no explicit command from the host, and driven by survival instinct and the logic of optimal evolution, gene Zhuzai autonomously initiated its protocol. Instruction absent. Activating autonomous adaptation. Instruction confirmed. Xenomorph genes loaded into gene Zhuzai. Commencing forced fusion. At the instant the prompt chimed, aberrant regeneration flared. The xenomorph that was almost fully emerged seemed to sense a gene-level mortal threat. It let out a piercing shriek. Its razor-like forelimbs whipped back and drove into Mo's already split chest with brutal force. A torrent of blood mingled with the half-detached mass of the xenomorph gushed from the gaping wound in Mo's chest, like a waterfall splashing straight onto the corpse of the xenomorph queen below. At the moment the peculiar xenomorph born from Mo's body touched the queen's blood and corpse, it was stifled by an invisible, overwhelming force. Its struggle ceased in an instant. The enormous body went limp upon the queen's remains, quickly losing all life. Mo's body, the queen's carcass, and that newly dead peculiar embryo. At the convergence of three kin, yet disparate streams of genetic and vital energy, began an uncanny fusion that defied reason. Mo's shattered frame began to twist and deform, muscle fibers, as if liquefied, flowed over the embryo and the queen. As they were bound and entwined by Mo's sinews, her whole body underwent a radical transformation. The extending muscle fibers contracted first, treating the queen and the embryo as parts of Mo, tugging and wrenching them, until Mo, the embryo, and the queen were forcibly kneaded together. As bone shattered and reassembled, it pieced Mo's three bodies into one. Bone sprouted from her head, lengthening until it formed the same fan-shaped crown as the xenomorph queen. Above her original eyes the skin split, and an extra pair of eyes with crimson vertical pupils grew forth. Four eyes flickered with savage red light on the still-informed head. Mo's torso swelled, bones stretched, muscles bulged, and at last fixed at an appalling length of 15 meters. The streamlined body preserved a perfect fusion of strength and speed, yet the exoskeleton that cloaked it was irregular, a grotesque collage, as if various creatures had been violently spliced together. It bore the sleekness of a xenomorph, the scaled textures of Mo's original armor, and the weight and facets of the queen's carapace. The enormous bat-like wings at its back unfurled suddenly to a staggering 17-meter span, but their edges were no longer white keratin blades. Instead, they extended into pallid bony edges as sharp as xenomorph tail, spines flashing a cold sheen of metal and bone. Mo's tail had wholly inherited the queen's features, an exceedingly thin, segmented bony whip draped to the ground, its spear-like tip quivering slightly, hinting at horrific piercing power. When the last gleam of fusion faded, the dead lair revealed a creature the world had never seen before, a predatory, bloodthirsty abomination. Later, it assimilated aspects of the G-virus. Her four crimson eyes slowly swept the empty battlefield, finally resting upon her newly born form. A composite scream made of many voices erupted from Mo's throat. Beastly roars, xenomorph hisses, bat shrieks, sound born of a throat fused from many structures. The uncanny roar reverberated through the entire pyramid, its penetrating force forming a powerful shockwave around Mo and whipping up the surrounding dust. Mo stepped forward, the sensation of rebirth made her close all four eyes as her presence contracted inward. When she opened them again, her gaze was utterly cold. On that grotesque face, rows of fangs glinted, the great crown regal as any monarch's. "Kong, I will remember you," she said, her eyes flashing with savagery. "System settle and return," she commanded. At her words, Mo's body vanished and reappeared within the white space. The settlement chamber was a void of pristine white, pierced only by the main god game's emotionless, frigid voice as it echoed through the emptiness. Ding. Scene world, Alien vs. Predator settling. Kills 503, aliens, alien queen slain, main quest completed. Overall rating S. Base rewards points 30, free attribute points 2, extra free attribute point 1, for slaying the alien queen. Kill reward points 100, items obtain none. Total gains points 130, free attribute points 3. Ding. Your current comprehensive rating is S. Your hunter rank has risen to grade E. All attributes increased by 2 points. As the last syllable faded, a warm tide surged from nowhere, flowing into every limb and sinew. Mo could distinctly feel her vast, fearsome body, its strength, speed, and constitution, all subtly amplified. This unexpected boon surprised Mo more than she cared to admit. Before she could fully savor the enhancement, a new prompt chimed once again. Ding. Detection Hunter 10086 evaluated at grade E. 4 advanced progression paths are available for selection. The chosen path must align with one's innate talents. The greater the compatibility, the stronger the augmentation. Options: Fengzhu Luhai Yuanqing Shui. For shimmering panes of light, each a different hue unfurled before Mo, detailing the specifics of each route. Fengzhu, Hive Sovereign, the progenitor of propagation, effectively becoming the central brain. Mental strength soars. A 1 gains the will of the brood and can command tens of thousands of offspring in battle, though the core body becomes relatively fragile. Luhai, tyrant overlord. The pursuit of absolute power. Strength and constitution surge dramatically. A 1 being becomes a calamity incarnate. The body sheds human semblance, birthing organs honed solely for slaughter, achieving unparalleled single-target combat prowess. Yuanxing, abyss dominator, masters and adapts to the battlefield environment. Cells gain plasticity, able to assimilate magma, glaciers, radiation, and other hostile conditions. Who perfected this allows survival even in the void of space. Shui, immortal lineage, cellular division without limit, granting horrific regeneration. Limbs regrow in an instant. Even a single remaining cell can siphon energy and slowly restore the whole. Mo was 4 crimson eyes swept over the options, her gaze cold. Fengzhu, she never intended to entrust her fate to fragile offspring, nor could she accept endless propagation. As for Yuanxing, stealth and environmental mastery had their merits, but they were not Mo was current aim. No amount of survivability could substitute for true strength to command her own destiny. Her eyes lingered briefly between Luhai and Shui, one granting crushing absolute force, the other conferring near mortality. Yet without overwhelming power, even the mightiest regeneration is meaningless, she thought. Before the tyranny of absolute force, recovery is merely a prolonged agony. Only mastery of a power capable of smashing every obstacle would be the immutable truth. After a moment's weighing, Mo Wu set her gaze on the second option. Select second path. Luhai, tyrant overlord. Ding. Growth path selection successful. Strength 10, Constitution 10, acquired exclusive skill fangs and claws. Boom. As the proclamation fell, a torrent detonated inside Mo Wu. Muscle fibers multiplied, bones convulsed outward, elongating with ferocious urgency. Her exoskeletons hue deepened, jagged bone spines erupted along her spine and traced to the tip of her tail. A pure sense of puissance suffused every inch of her form. Her already keen fangs underwent a further sharpening. Mo Wu had not expected Luhai to trigger even this modest bodily evolution. While she reveled in the metamorphosis, a deep blue attribute panel unfolded before her autonomously. Player 10086 Faction Hunter, HB 4500, mana 1020, length 15m, wingspan 17m, weight 9 tons, strength 92, speed 62, spirit 51, constitution 90, talent gene Dominator, SSS skills Bloodblade, Rend Fangs, and Claws. LV1 Luhai exclusive. Upon acquiring this skill, the player will progress toward a monstrous form, losing human appearance. Each time the hunter rank increases, fangs and claws will advance 1 level. The form will undergo an unknown direction mutation, and a Luho exclusive derivative skill will be unlocked. Claws and fangs will become your principal evolutionary vectors. Attribute blood, attribute skill bloodthirst, current gene pool brown bear, alien, queen, altered parts, torso, unknown, free, attribute points 3. Evolving toward a monster. Mo Wu studied the panel and bared her great maw. The ivory fangs rasped together with a sound that chilled the bones. Am I not already a monster? She murmured. She looked to the strength stat on the blue pane and without hesitating poured all 3 free points into strength. Strength shot up to 95. A mightier sensation surged through her. In the next instant, the pristine white chamber dissolved. The familiar cavern scene returned to her sight. What had once been spacious now felt cramped, for Mo was current dimensions, 15 meters long with a 17-meter wingspan, and she had to fold her membranous wings slightly to fit. Wasting no time, Mo Wu used the system's built-in chat channel to contact Wei Lian. Upon receiving her message, Wei Lian hurried to the cavern's mouth without delay. When Wei Lian saw Mo was form, more enormous and more fearsome than when she had departed. Even his prior preparation could not stop a cold gasp escaping him. His pupils contracted sharply. Wei Lian felt his body stiffen instinctively for a moment. The oppressive scrutiny of those 4 crimson eyes nearly choked him. Master Wei Lian bowed his head, his voice threaded with uncontrollable awe and tremor. For some reason he had been able to call Mo Wu chief last time, but now he could not bring himself to utter that word. Mo Wu's aura and visage were no longer comparable to before. If the previous Mo Wu had been a fearsome creature, the present Mo Wu was a bloodthirsty tyrant. Her temperament had shifted catastrophically since the last time. Mo Wu could not speak aloud, yet her intent streamed through the system directly. She had changed her mind, where before she regarded human forces like Tianqi as mere prey collectors. That posture had altered. Now, because of the existence of Kong, she understood that solitary might could still be limited. She needed eyes and ears, talons and agents, a power to seek to handle the tedious matters for her. She demanded Wei Lian with speed and overwhelming force to consolidate Tianqi and seize control of the entire city. Then by every means and resource, she would hunt for Kong no matter the cost to uncover his information in the real world. At the same time, Mo Wu collected the points her subordinates submitted after the world mission ended, a total of 1,600 points. After a moment's consideration, Mo Wu transferred 400 of them to Wei Lian. Raise your strength swiftly. I need a more capable arm, not dead weight. Wei Lian stared at the sudden influx of points, first stunned, then his face flooded with ecstasy and excitement. Yes, master, I will not fail your trust. He knew clearly this was an investment and also a test. With this allotment of points, his power would take a leap forward for his master and for himself. He would contribute to seizing control of the city. Mo Wu looked down at the overjoyed Wei Lian. Her 4 vertical pupils showed no ripple of feeling. To cultivate a faction, she needed a figurehead, and that figurehead's strength must not be weak. As Wei Lian departed, Mo Wu turned her gaze to the distance. A cold hue passed over her 4 eyes. She anticipated with measured eagerness her next encounter with Kong. An S-level life transfer can relocate an alien embryo into one's own body. This was indeed a formidable ability, one Mo Wu could not afford to ignore. If merely an S-level talent could pierce into space, what terrifying power must lie beyond SS? Her own SS-level gift was growth-oriented, but others' gifts might be of a different, more dangerous nature. System, open the shop. Mo Wu intoned inwardly. In the next moment, a blue holoscreen appeared before her, its panel neatly arranged with a dazzling array of items. Ping. Current faction, Lishaz growth path, Lu Hai overall rating. Items matching your growth path have been filtered for you. The system chimes sounded and the once cluttered catalog condensed. Dozens of item names were now displayed before Mo Wu. Basic fortifier, purchasable by rating F or above, single use only, out price 50 points. A tier fortifier, purchasable at rating E or above, single use only, price 200 points. Attribute comprehension scroll, upon use enhances one's understanding and application of biological attributes. Price 1,000 points, a duration 1 month. Mo Wu scanned the offerings and finally fixed her gaze on the attribute comprehension scroll. With it, she could begin to develop her biological attribute in the days ahead. At the very least, by the next world dungeon, she should unlock a biological attribute exclusive skill, otherwise her 1,000+ mana would be mere decoration. Having planned her next steps, Mo Wu purchased the attribute comprehension scroll. Meanwhile, throughout the city, every faction brimmed with anxiety. Upon receiving Mo Wu's orders, Wei Lian acted with swift decisiveness. He hurried back to Tianqi's main base to arrange the forthcoming battle plans. The 400 points Mo Wu granted were carefully allocated by Wei Lian toward his personal enhancements. His strength and constitution rose markedly. Combined with Wei Lian's already outstanding S-level gift, he now exuded a far steadier, more weighty presence. Every gesture carried an undeniable oppressiveness. Even facing Lishaz, Wei Lian could put up a contest. Naturally, before Lishaz chose a growth path, their talents only slightly surpassed those of the Lunhuiz, and the gap between them was not great. In Tianqi's core stronghold, all key members were urgently summoned. Below, over 1,000 stood packed like a dark tide. They were the elites who had survived 2 rounds of life and death eliminations in the film world. Their combat experience and responsiveness far outstripped before. Wei Lian stood above them, his gaze hawk-like as it swept the assembly. His voice rang loud and clear, reaching into every corner. Comrades, the Godmaster's game is opportunity, but also a ruthless selection. Comfort and dispersion will only make us stepping stones for others in the next dungeon and the one after that. Tianqi's goal was never to hide in a corner. Before the next film dungeon opens, we must seize complete control of this city. Unify all forces, bind them into one rope. Only then will we be qualified to stride onto a broader stage and contend for entry into the new world instead of being mercilessly culled by this one. God has granted us power beyond the mundane. Then Tianqi shall use that power to establish a firm foundation and create an order for the strong. Wei Lian's words were highly stirring. The blueprint he painted set many hearts racing. In everyone's eyes shone longing for the future and a fierce desire to grow stronger. Jieku Jie-san, each of you take a squad, prioritize invitations, supplement with persuasion, and recruit every unaffiliated free player in the city. Use force if necessary. Rue, Ku, have the operatives you planted within the major factions prepare to act. Begin spreading rumors, sow discord among them, and tear those factions apart from within. After speaking, Wei Lian looked to the remaining elite, his eyes revealing the singular bearing of the powerful. The rest of you move with me. Crush those stubborn factions. If this time we can dominate the city's forces before the next film dungeon arrives, everyone involved will be rewarded 10 points. Those who perform exceptionally may be elevated to Tianqi Elder, enjoying a fixed share of points and preferential resources each dungeon cycle. 10 points to a lowly Lunhuiz could buy crucial supplies or upgrade an important piece of equipment. The long-term benefits and status of an elder were an unabashed temptation. To make those who walk the line between life and death fight for you, you must present tangible, visible rewards. Empty ideals mean nothing. Naturally, Wei Lian's greatest assurance came from the true master who dwelt deep in the caverns like a mythic monster, Mo Wu. With that presence as a backstop, any aberrant surprise would only be flattened. Under Wei Lian's orders, Tianqi displayed astonishing efficiency and aggression. Points, supplies, intelligence, talent. Every resource was marked and rapidly absorbed and integrated. Soon Wei Lian's visitation list arrived at a hard nut, the Jiedo Shondihui. In the eastern district of the city, inside an abandoned automobile factory, more than 100 members of the Jiedo Shondihui had gathered. They were mostly hulking men carrying a streak of hooliganism and viciousness. That they had seized this turf in the early chaos itself spoke to their notable combat capability. Their leader, nicknamed Tufu, was a bald powerhouse with a pockmarked face and tattoos on his neck. When he heard that Wei Lian intended to unify the city, he sneered. Tianqi, Wei Lian, does he really think S-level gift makes him the mayor? What a joke. The waters of this city run deep. If Wei Lian is so ostentatious in trying to swallow the city's forces, won't he choke on it? Exactly. Boss, our brotherhood is not a soft target. If he dares to come, let's show him what a hard nut really is. His underlings gazed at Butcher, eyes gleaming with sycophancy and eager deference. They had grown fat and prosperous off protection fees extorted from reincarnated ones in this industrial district, and naturally resented the sudden imposition of a new overseer. Butcher's thoughts ran deeper. Governing over hundreds of thousands of unruly reincarnated ones across the entire city would strain any faction to breaking point. Internal strife and fractious power-sharing alone could collapse it. William's move was either sheer arrogance, or he held some hidden advantage. But Butcher leaned heavily toward the former. Their street brotherhood wielded rifles and blades. If it came to open war, William would pay a price far too steep. You want Butcher to join. You want the street brotherhood to submit. Very well, then show us your sincerity first. Just as Butcher luxuriated in his private calculations, urgent footsteps and roaring engines erupted beyond the factory perimeter, followed by sharp truncated screams and cries of shock. Boss, it's bad. We're surrounded. One underling tumbled headlong into the warehouse, face twisted in terror, shouting directly at Butcher. Butcher's expression hardened instantly. He rushed with his men to the warehouse entrance, only to freeze, blood draining from his face at the sight before him. The factory's open grounds, and even the broken outer walls, had been silently occupied by hundreds of impeccably trained members of the Apocalypse Order. What chilled him to the bone, however, were their weapons. Standard-issue assault rifles, submachine guns, even several men shouldered rocket launchers. Black muzzles pointed unerringly at the warehouse, locking onto every member of the street brotherhood. From higher vantage points, Shadow's rooftops, at least 10 searing red laser dots burned steadily onto Butcher's forehead and chest, and those of his closest lieutenants. Compared to their own mismatched pistols and cleavers, this was the gulf between a standing army and street thugs. William emerged from behind the ranks, stride measured and deliberate, his presence radiating such palpable pressure that every brotherhood member swallowed hard. William. Butcher forced down his fear, snarling furiously. Relying on numbers and firepower. That's no mark of a true warrior. If you've got guts, step forward and fight me unknown. Win, and the brotherhood bows to your command. Lose, and take your people and leave. This was his only lifeline. A duel offered his sole sliver of hope. To open fire would mean instant death, a hailstorm of bullets turning him into a pincushion. He did not wish to die. Possessing an ranked talent, he ranked among the elite of all reincarnated ones, with a future still radiant and unspent. So he chose provocation, to enrage William into accepting single combat. And as leader of his faction, only overwhelming strength could command loyalty and cement authority. Thus William could not possibly refuse. Hearing the challenge, William's lips curled into a faint, inscrutable smile. He raised a hand, signaling his men to hold, fully aware of Butcher's gambit. Yet it suited him perfectly. For he knew to secure absolute submission, one must first display overwhelming power, to awe them into obedience, ensuring no future defiance. Agreed. His voice, quiet yet piercing, reached every ear. Relief surged through Butcher, but he masked it behind a mask of ferocity, certain his plan had succeeded. Striding boldly to the center of the warehouse floor, Butcher tensed every muscle, body coiled for battle. William advanced calmly, stopping 5 meters away. The air thickened, every gaze riveted upon them. Butcher's eyes blazed with feral malice. Then in a flash of grotesque grin, he drew a pistol from his coat and leveled it straight at William's chest. Die, William. Your Apocalypse Order. I'll claim it myself. With a cruel laugh, he pulled the trigger. A duel. Nothing forbade firearms. In this world, only victors write the rules, while the vanquished, however glorious in life, crumble into dust. A thunderous crack split the air. The bullet struck William's chest with surgical precision. Yet no crimson spray followed. William hadn't flinched. The round struck his chest with a dull, heavy thud, then clattered lifelessly to the ground. The metallic ping drew every eye downward. When they saw the flattened, pancaked slug, deformed by impact, every brotherhood member sucked in a sharp, involuntary breath. Terror seized their faces as they stared transfixed at the ruined projectile. To withstand a bullet at point-blank range, how could anyone fight that? Was he even human? William brushed lightly at the torn fabric over his chest, his smile deepening. Not warm, but glacial, pitiless. It seems you are not only foolish, but faithless. Before the final syllable faded, William vanished, then reappeared impossibly inches before Butcher. Butcher's vision blurred. Before he could draw breath for a second shot, an iron-hard hand clamped down upon his skull. Its owner stood before him, William's face carved from ice. Panic contorted Butcher's features. He strained wildly, but the grip was absolute, immovable. Next life, remember the rules. A sickening snap echoed. Then Butcher's terror froze, eternally fixed upon his face. His skull burst like a melon beneath William's closing fist, scarlet and ivory splattering across the concrete floor. William released his grip. The headless corpse collapsed limply, twitched twice, and fell silent. Crimson blood pooled rapidly, staining the earth dark. Shaking droplets of gore from his fingers, William lifted his gaze, cold, unblinking, sweeping over the ashen-faced brotherhood members. His faint smile remained. To them, that smile was the grinning visage of a demon risen from hell. Any others wish to test their luck, or shall we make it a group effort? Silence, absolute, suffocating. Then the clatter of dropped weapons rang out one by one. Before William, their bravado had evaporated entirely. They had never been more than loudmouths. Butcher's corpse lay fresh and vivid before them. No one had ever contemplated dying for a dead man. Life was singular precious. In this fractured, lawless world, survival was the sole imperative. With Butcher gone, loyalty dissolved. Self-preservation reigned supreme. William turned away, dismissing the Brotherhood without another glance. He faced his own Apocalypse Order members and spoke calm and clipped. Secure the site. Absorb personnel and assets. Confiscate all accumulated points. Resistance, execute on sight. Yes, sir. A new ruler ascends, and the first blaze of power is always kindled upon the backs of the fallen. Under Tianqi's iron fist, the city's resistance quickly dissolved, though it was not wholly extinguished. Several of the most defiant faction leaders were publicly removed by thunderous means. The bloodied spectacle served as the most effective deterrent. Across the city, the remaining pockets of force seized by panic were forced to cluster together and formed an alliance under the banner of resisting Tianqi's stripping of citizens' rights. They hoped that union might buy them a breath of respite, or at least a bargaining chip. Night was ink dark. Within the alliance's warehouse, a bonfire left its glow, washing over the few who sat in a circle. Not long ago, they had each been leaders of their own domains, and now, like humbled hounds, they had been driven into unification by Tianqi's pressure. Damn Tianqi. Turn in your points. Unified administration. Distribution by labor. Sounding nobler in words than in deeds. I reckon Wei Lian is trying to bleed us dry to fatten his own purse. A hulking man with a ghastly scar spat hard. His fist slammed the cold concrete with a dull thud. Beside him, a shrewd-looking man pushed up his spectacles, his voice laced with exhaustion. And if we refuse, what then? Stand and fight. With our handful of men, how many volleys could we survive against Wei Lian's fanatics armed to the teeth? Not to mention Wei Lian himself and whatever untouchable force might stand behind him. The bespectacled man's words cast a heavier pall over the gathering. Rumors that a mysterious powerhouse supported Wei Lian had long circulated among the lower-tier reincarnators. This was also a key reason Tianqi had swelled so rapidly within the city. A man who had been silent until then suddenly spoke, his voice low. Perhaps joining Tianqi is not necessarily a bad thing. At least for now, Tianqi's momentum is overwhelming. Its rules may be harsh, but there are clear channels for promotion and resource allocation, he continued. With our abilities, we might still make a name for ourselves inside. Better than living here in constant fear only to end up with nothing, and perhaps even lose one's life, survival, or dignity. In this precarious main god game, such choices have always been cruelly soaked in blood. The bonfire crackled, painting the faces around it with complex expressions: resentment, fear, hesitation, calculation. Within the alliance, they were no longer a single block of iron. At the alliance stronghold, the Nail Rue Ku had driven and blended with the ordinary resistors, feigning indignation while relentlessly using words to erode their fighting spirit. I heard that on Tianqi's side, minor leaders who proactively brought resources and followers over not only retained their original management, but were rewarded with extra points. Leader Wei Lian may be strict, but he is generous to capable brothers. After we took down that guild, those who earned the merit were made elders. They receive points periodically. What are we holding out for here? In the end, we gain nothing and risk our lives. Who benefits from that? I hear the one behind Wei Lian couldn't be bothered with these trifles. Their sight is set on a larger world, a grander stage. Our little struggles are like ants fighting in their view. Exactly. He cares nothing for our lives. If we do not submit to Tianqi, he would slaughter every disobedient one. We are all trying to live. Where lowly people like us hide makes little difference. In the end, it's the big players' chess match. Wins and losses concern them, not us. Such tempting and terrifying rhetoric seeped through the ranks like venom. Comrades who stood shoulder to shoulder against Tianqi by day might disappear at night, taking their men and resources to join Tianqi. Suspicion spread like a virus throughout the alliance. No one could guarantee that a companion who seemed united in hatred would not in the next moment thrust a blade into their back. The alliance teetered on the brink of collapse, its morale shattered, mass defections poised to erupt. Given enough time, Wei Lian need not even lift a finger, they would fragment on their own. Days passed, and the alliance wavered. Fatigue showed on every face. Even without Wei Lian's intervention, their internal cohesion had already begun to disintegrate. Perhaps by tomorrow the alliance would dissolve completely and the entire city fall under Wei Lian's control. That night, at the peak of despair and chaos, a weighty presence abruptly descended upon the warehouse threshold. At the edge of the bonfire's glow, an unusually tall, hulking silhouette blocked much of the light, its shadow swallowing the doorway. He merely stood there, and yet brought with him a pulse of dread, the aura of an apex predator, that instantly overpowered the warehouse's noise. The low arguing murmur cut off. Everyone instinctively tensed, eyes drawn to the uninvited guest, a broad frame, easily 2 meters tall. He stepped into the firelight. His resolute face bore the hard lines of countless clashes, and his keen eyes slowly scanned the frightened, puzzled faces within the warehouse. I hear you intend to take down Tianqi, he said. His voice was not loud, but it was deep and powerful, clear to every ear. He had likewise been studying the world's layout. Lone hunters might be potent at first, but without the backing of power and resources, they would inevitably fall behind. The remnant force before him, soon to be crushed and absorbed by Wei Lian, made a fine springboard. Who are you? How did you get in here? The scarred man on edge pressed his hand to the weapon at his waist and demanded sharply. The others rose in alarm, poised for combat. Even as the alliance unraveled, the perimeter was still watched through the night. no one should have been able to slip in unnoticed. The newcomer did not answer directly. He moved to the center of the group, like a wolf king inspecting its domain, ignoring the pistols pointed at him and fixing his gaze on the leaders. Are you afraid of Wei Lian or of the illusory patron behind him? He scoffed, his voice rife with contempt. An SS-level talent. Those are legends standing atop all players worldwide, each a strategic asset supported and contested by the largest nations and superorganizations. Would such figures deign to hide behind an agent and play this petty game of slowly swallowing city gangs? His words struck like cold water, jolting those dulled by fear and rumor. Indeed, if such a powerhouse truly supported Wei Lian, why would they refrain from direct action? One command, and the city would be theirs, every voice silenced. If someone of that caliber truly stood behind Wei Lian, why not strike directly? One order, and the whole city would obey without question. If such an existence truly backed him. His sharp eyes swept the crowd, his tone absolute. This city would have already changed hands overnight. There would be no need for negotiation, infiltration, or bribes. Before absolute force, all resistance becomes a farce. That Wei Lian employs these tactics only proves that even if someone stands behind him, they are by no means an irresistible supreme being. At most an ally of some strength, or perhaps merely a bluff. His reasoning was crisp and struck at the heart of the matter. People in despair are easily swayed by seemingly plausible hope. His analysis instantly unsettled the supposed invincibility upon which Wei Lian relied. Then, what can you do? The bespectacled man asked, pushing up his slipping glasses with urgent heat. The man replied with a grin that carried something wild. At the same time, he no longer fully suppressed the aura of a hunter, of ferocity, far beyond ordinary reincarnators, began to ripple faintly from him. For I am Fenlier, he declared, a hunter. Hunter. This word exploded like thunder in the warehouse. Everyone, including those who were originally prepared to surrender, widened their eyes, their faces instantly replaced by shock and wild joy. The hunter. That is the universally acknowledged strongest individual. They actually welcomed a hunter as their leader in a moment of despair. Hope appeared on everyone's faces. Why is William so domineering? Isn't it just because he possesses S-level talent? But what does having S-level talent matter if he is still just a reincarnator? Compared to the hunter, he is still not worthy. What do we need to do, leader? The scarred man was the first to change his tone, speaking respectfully. Compared to William, Fenrir is more deserving of their allegiance. Moreover, Fenrir is currently alone, as long as he performs, while he can undoubtedly become the right-hand man of the other, gaining real power. The leaders of other factions naturally knew what the scarred man was thinking and cursed him for being shameless. They then approached Fenrir with smiles flattering him and named the alliance, fangs expressing their loyalty. At this moment, hope rekindled in their hearts. As long as this one is here, William's tyranny will come to a complete end. In secret, a reincarnator saw this scene and quietly slipped away. He arrived at a secluded corner, confirmed that no one was around, and took out his phone to inform William of everything that had happened here. The sky turned white, and the roar of heavy transport helicopters shattered the silence of the mountains. Several helicopters belonging to the Apocalypse descended in sequence, unloading sealed small containers in the designated area. William personally supervised the scene. The containers were opened, revealing boxes of live, wriggling electric eels, which were quickly poured into a large reservoir that had been excavated and lined with waterproof materials. The entire process was efficient and quiet, accompanied only by the sound of flowing water and the rustling struggles of the electric eels. Once all the electric eels were transported, William waved to signal the transport team members to prepare for boarding and evacuation. At that moment, a distinct tremor resonated from the ground. The elite members of the Apocalypse who were about to board froze for a moment as a strong instinctive warning gripped their hearts, a powerful sense of oppression causing them to tremble internally. They instinctively looked towards the source of the tremor, the entrance of a cave that had been designated an absolute forbidden zone. Heavy footsteps echoed from within. What first caught their eyes was a massive, grotesque crown resembling that of an alien queen. Just this outline was enough to awaken a sense of despair in everyone present facing the alien queen. Next, Mo's enormous figure fully stepped out from the shadows, her massive bat-like wings spreading as she unfurled her body. Her wingspan reached 18 meters, casting a huge and terrifying shadow on the ground, while her streamlined body extended 16 meters. Her body was covered with a silvery, deformed exoskeleton, and 4 crimson eyes flickered with a strange, bloodthirsty glint in the dim light. The long, bony tail behind her swayed slightly, slicing through the air with a faint hiss. All the reincarnators witnessing this scene held their breath in shock. They were all core members of William's faction, having heard rumors of an SS-level talent behind the organization, but they never imagined that this so-called SS-level talent would take on such a terrifying form that exceeded their imagination. This is simply a biological weapon born for slaughter, a monstrous beast that stepped out from mythology. After fear came an overwhelming surge of fervor. They had personally verified the rumors, and the might of this existence surpassed all expectations. With such a ruler, how could the Apocalypse not rise? At this moment, these individuals' loyalty and sense of belonging to the Apocalypse reached a new peak. Mo paid no attention to the awestruck gazes. She walked straight towards the reservoir and began to feed. During her time back, Mo had used points to purchase all items that could enhance her combat power. Currently, her power attribute had surpassed the 100 mark, and her other attributes had also increased significantly. Mo Wu could feel that this body was still in a rapid growth phase, as she now required a large amount of food, and just the electric eels were no longer sufficient to meet her needs. So besides the necessary electric eel genetic fragments, Mo Wu had already hunted down all large creatures in the area, turning her territory into a forbidden zone for large creatures. With abundant food replenishment, Mo Wu's size was growing and her strength was increasing every moment. For now, William maintained a sense of awe towards Mo Wu, so he did not disturb her while she was feeding and instead prepared to leave first. Just then, William's encrypted communicator vibrated. After quickly browsing the information, William's expression slightly tightened. The alliance formed by the remnants of other factions had not disintegrated, but instead had been integrated by a newly appeared hunter, forming an alliance named Fangs. This turn of events was completely beyond William's expectations. Initially, according to his plan, within 3 days the entire alliance would collapse, and at that time the apocalypse would completely seize control of the human resources of the entire city. It seems that these reincarnators are preparing to counterattack. A glint of cold light flashed in William's eyes as he looked towards Mo Wu's gaze and quickly sent the summary of the intelligence to her through the system interface. Mo Wu's 4 crimson vertical pupils scanned the information, and her icy thought was conveyed. You handle it. If you can't resolve it, inform me again. Unless necessary, Mo Wu did not intend to participate in the conflicts within the Apocalypse faction because she had other matters to attend to. Attribute comprehension scroll lasts for a month. During this time, besides hunting for food, Mo Wu had been studying blood attributes, and she was beginning to have some insights. Perhaps it won't be long before she can acquire a powerful attribute skill. However, Mo Wu also knew that once she unified the entire city, she would have to personally step in to suppress the turmoil, who otherwise relying solely on William would not be enough to maintain control over the city. Understood. After reading the information, William bent down respectfully in reply, then slowly retreated and quickly boarded the last helicopter. The rotors accelerated, and the group of helicopters ascended and departed, returning the mountains to silence. Mo Wu gazed at the helicopters disappearing into the sky, glanced one last time, and continued to savor the electric eels. With currents flowing in her mouth, the tingling sensation elevated the taste of the electric eels to another level. Soon Mo Wu had completely devoured all the electric eels. According to the current supply speed from William during the buffer period after the next world copy, and she should be able to gather enough electric eel genes. The power of thunder and lightning, I really look forward to it. Mo Wu grinned, and wisps of red mist emerged from her body. This red mist seemed to surge forth from Mo Wu, carrying a rich smell of blood, quickly enveloping the area where she was located. In the morning, the sun hung high in the sky. Outside an abandoned logistics warehouse, the convoy of Tianqi quickly sealed off all exits like a torrent of steel. William stepped down from the modified off-road vehicle, followed by dozens of heavily armed elite members of Tianqi. The warehouse door stood wide open, and the Fong members led by Fenrir were on high alert, seemingly unfazed by William's arrival. The two sides faced off in the open space, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. William's gaze swept over the crowd, locking directly onto Fenrir. Fenrir's tall and muscular physique, exuding a beastly aura, made William's pupils constrict. He was indeed a formidable hunter. Tianqi is here to take care of the remnants. Everyone lay down your weapons and accept reorganization. This is the final ultimatum. Next to William, a subordinate quickly issued orders through a megaphone. Hawk. A scarred man stood behind Fenrir, shouting, William, don't dream. We have Lord Fenrir leading us now. Lord Fenrir is a hunter, far stronger than someone like you who relies on sheer numbers. Exactly. Whoever has the bigger fist calls the shots. Many Fong members echoed in excitement, emboldened by having Fenrir as their backing, no longer fearing William and the Tianqi members. William's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand to stop the gun barrel that his subordinate had aimed, his gaze still fixed on Fenrir. He knew that once the fight truly began, all his subordinates would be left behind, and Tianqi could not afford to lose this batch of elites. It seems you are the variable hunter. You do deserve my personal attention. Fenrir took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He met William's gaze, a wild grin spreading across his lips. William, your game is over. This city needs a stronger leader. Since your backer is unwilling to show up, let's settle this through strength. The two men's eyes clashed in the air, sparks flying. No words were needed. They both understood that in this small piece of land the power to speak must be contested in the most primitive way. It seems this fight is unavoidable. William looked at Fenrir, began to move his wrists, and a steady, heavy aura slowly rose. This suits me perfectly. Fenrir let out a low growl, his eyes instantly clouding with a faint yellow ferocity. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, dark gray hair sprouting from his skin, his knuckles cracking as sharp claws extended. In an instant, a werewolf nearly 3 meters tall stood in the center of the arena. The grotesque muscles sent a wave of overwhelming pressure through everyone. Surrounding reincarnators, whether from Tianqi or Fong, instinctively stepped back, clearing a wide circle as the battlefield. The clash between the hunter and the top-grade reincarnator could determine everyone's fate. The battle erupted in an instant. The werewolf, Fenrir, moved. His speed was so fast that he left an afterimage in place, crossing over 20 meters in the blink of an eye. His sharp claws, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, aimed directly for William's head and chest. His beastly instincts drove him to choose the most direct and violent method of attack. William did not take this ferocious strike heed in. He suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, retreating swiftly sideways while the muscles in his right arm bulged, delivering a punch toward Fenrir's path of attack, using offense to counter defense. However, Fenrir's agility was beyond imagination, his body twisted in midair, claws altering direction and slicing through William's striking arm. Slashing sound. William's sleeve was instantly shredded, but the moment the claws grazed his skin, a piercing sound akin to scraping metal echoed. Underneath the exposed skin of William's arm, a dark golden sheen emerged, blocking the claw that could slice through gold and jade, leaving only a few shallow white marks. Biological attribute of the golden element. Fenrir's wolf-like eyes narrowed, yet his assault showed no signs of stopping. He rapidly circled around William, his figure flickering unpredictably. Claws, sharp teeth, and even his thick wolf tail became lethal weapons, launching attacks from all angles. Fenrir's speed advantage was pushed to the extreme, his flickering shadow appearing everywhere in the arena. At this speed, even with firearms, it was impossible to lock onto him. At this moment, all reincarnators present recognized the gap between themselves and the top powerhouses. It was no exaggeration to say that if the opponent laid a hand on them, it would absolutely result in instant death. In the battlefield, William stood like a rock amidst a storm, responding steadily. His movements appeared slower than Fenrir's, yet he always managed to execute the most effective blocks or dodges at critical moments. Most of his skin had already taken on that peculiar dark golden hue, especially in the areas under attack, where the metallic luster was even more pronounced. The biological attribute of the golden element was awakened by William under the guidance of Mo, who significantly enhancing his physique and defense. It allowed William to fully unleash his formidable strength. Bang! William seized an opening during one of Fenrir's lunges, delivering a devastating punch filled with terrifying power onto Fenrir's shoulder. The doubled power attribute brought by the Scrade talent super strength was fully revealed at this moment. Roar! Fenrir let out a pained roar, staggering backward, the fur and muscles on his shoulder visibly dented. Yet his ferocity intensified. Using the momentum, he twisted his waist, and his thick wolf tail lashed at William's side like a steel whip. William blocked with both arms, letting out a muffled grunt. A bruise appeared on his light golden skin, and his body was pushed sideways for several meters by the powerful force, carving a shallow trench in the ground. But he quickly steadied himself, letting out a low growl, charging forward. He understood that purely relying on speed would put him at a disadvantage. He had to counter Fenrir's agility with strength and defense, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike or forcing the opponent to clash directly. The ensuing battle became even more brutal and primal. Fenrir relied on his speed, continuously leaving claw marks on William. Although William's powerful defense repelled most of the strikes, the accumulated impact and a few penetrating attacks made William's blood surge, causing him to bleed from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, there was no longer any disdain in Fenrir's eyes. William was indeed terrifyingly strong. A human or a reincarnator possessing such strength and defense was enough to surpass most Scrade talent hunters. In contrast to Fenrir, William resembled a humanoid beast. Each opportunity he seized to counterattack was immensely heavy, forcing Fenrir to keep his distance. The two fought from the center of the arena to the edges, collapsing abandoned containers and crushing the cement ground. Roars, crashes, and the piercing sounds of claws scraping against metal skin filled the air. Blood and torn fur began to fall sporadically. Ultimately, after a straightforward no-frills collision, both men flew backward simultaneously and crashed heavily to the ground. William had several deep claw marks on his chest, breathing heavily. Fenrir had blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, one arm unnaturally bent, clearly having suffered from the previous clash of strength. The ferocity in his wolf-like eyes remained, but his breath was considerably more ragged. They struggled to stand, staring fiercely at each other. Both knew that continuing the fight could likely lead to mutually assured destruction. Don't move. It's a robbery. Around them, those seemingly in awe of the reincarnators would never let go of the opportunity to capture them all. After all, no one wished to be beneath others, and no one could resist the temptation of the countless points from thousands of people. Once they are dead, these individuals would still be the rulers of this city, at least able to enjoy themselves for a year and a half. Huff, huff. The hunter truly lives up to its name. William wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse. If it weren't for the 400 points given to him by Mo Wu for enhancement earlier, he wouldn't have been a match for Fenrir at all, who, despite sharing the same strength talent, Fenrir was much stronger than him. The body transformed into a werewolf with speed, strength, and endurance that far surpassed that of any human. Adding to that were the sharp wolf claws, which were practically natural weapons. Your turtle shell is quite tough as well. Fenrir shook his injured arm, the bones making a slight resetting sound as the werewolf's formidable vitality rapidly healed his wounds. It wouldn't be long before he was fully restored. As a hunter, it was the first time Fenrir had a more intuitive understanding of the power of the reincarnators. In the early stages, even with the same strength talent, the gap between reincarnators and oneself wouldn't be too large to truly widen the distance. It seemed one could only choose a profession after reaching a rank assessment. The two exchanged glances, and after a brief silence, Fenrir spoke first, his voice still carrying the rasp of a wolf. William, let's end it here for today. If you want them to submit, you can talk about it once you truly defeat me. Though it was merely a draw, it was still not bad news. He now needed time. After this demonstration of strength, the points paid by those reincarnators would be enough to elevate his power to a new level. By then William would no longer be his opponent. And when the next World movie copy opened, the comprehensive evaluation would be raised to a rank his strength would also undergo a leap in growth. At that time, it would be the true moment to unify the city. William looked at Fenrir, able to organize and establish the scale of the apocalypse. He also knew Fenrir's thoughts, and even if Fenrir posed no threat to the apocalypse, he would not give up on his unification plans. Slowly shaking his head despite his serious injuries, William's gaze became even sharper. A draw. No, Fenrir, you've misunderstood something. William looked at everyone around, raising his voice to ensure that all the reincarnators present could hear him. Whether you submit or not, what you say doesn't count. What I say actually doesn't count either. Fenrir's wolf brows furrowed as he looked at William. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his sharp wolf claws gleamed, yet he did not attack, instead speaking calmly. What do you mean? William's gaze swept over the uncertain reincarnators before returning to Fenrir's face, speaking each word deliberately. My leader's order is quite simple. Before the next copy opens, consolidate the strength of all players in the city. Either fully incorporate them, or... William paused, his eyes glinting coldly. Or eliminate them all. There is no third option. I know you all are doubting whether the leader of the apocalypse truly exists. William curled the corners of his mouth, breaking into a smile, revealing his sharp teeth. I believe you will know soon enough. Hopefully by then you can still stand firm. William understood that even if he unified the forces of the entire city, he still couldn't suppress these people. Moreover, there was a hunter more powerful than himself among them, so the leader would need to personally step in to intimidate this group. Only in this way would they soften, would they fear, and would they serve the apocalypse. As for these people's sense of belonging, over time, they would naturally become a part of the apocalypse. William's words instantly stirred up huge waves among the members of the Fong. Doubt, fear, disdain, curiosity, various emotions intertwined. Does an SS strength talent really exist, and what kind of terrifying power does it possess? At least for now, both William, with his strength talent, and the hunter Fenrir had managed to ignore gunfire. An SS strength talent holder, would they not directly ignore bullets? Thinking of this, everyone shivered. They would rather believe that William was merely bluffing than accept that an SS strength talent hunter truly existed. Because once someone capable of ignoring bullets appeared, they would completely lose their ability to resist, becoming slaves of the apocalypse. A hint of gravity and uncertainty flashed in Fenrir's wolf eyes as well. What William exhibited at this moment was not mere bravado, but a certainty stemming from absolute confidence. Could it be that, as William said, his true backing is an SS strength talent holder? William looked at Fenrir, not continuing to speak, but explaining through action. Under the gaze of the other party, William opened the chat channel and conveyed the situation here to Mo Wu. At the same time, he also shared his thoughts on the follow-up consolidation and conclusion of unifying the city. At this moment, on the other side in the cave engulfed by blood mist, Mo Wu opened her eyes, and 4 vertical pupils flashing with red light suddenly lit up. Looking at the information sent by William, Mo Wu grinned, revealing her gleaming white teeth. She naturally understood what William was saying, so she had long been prepared to personally step into the field. This time she needed to thoroughly crush these people's resistance and their hopes. Stepping out of the cave, Mo Wu spread her massive bat wings. The 18-meter diameter wings enveloping the earth below, the exoskeleton-cased wings, exuded a fierce power. In the next moment, the ground around stirred with a violent airflow, and a powerful wind pressure blew away the surrounding blood-red mist, lifting Mo Wu's body from the ground and shooting straight into the sky. Then locking onto her direction, she flew rapidly towards William. At this moment on the other side, not long after William sent out the message, a howling sound came from the sky at the city's edge. The sound grew louder and clearer as it approached, carrying an unsettling sense of oppression that enveloped the entire standoff area. For some reason at this moment, whether it was the members of the apocalypse or the members of the Fong, they all felt a tremor of fear rising from within. This fear was like an ordinary person facing a fierce tiger. No, more intense than a tiger. Against a tiger, they would still know how to run, how to resist. But at this moment, they unexpectedly birthed the absurd thought of being unable to resist. Whether it was the elite of the apocalypse or the members of the Fong, they all instinctively looked up toward the source of the sound. Then their pupils suddenly contracted and the color drained from their faces. A shadow so massive it was beyond imagination obscured the sunlight's halo. She arrived above them, landing in the open space between the two opposing forces. The ground emitted a dull tremor as she landed, and the dry terrain kicked up a massive cloud of dust. The streamlined torso was covered with a jagged gray-white exoskeleton with a spine extending into the tail, ending in sharp bone spines. A wisp of residual crimson mist flowed from the seams of the exoskeleton, rising into the sky. Beneath the unique fan-shaped crown of the alien queen, 4 scarlet vertical pupils revealed a chilling coldness. Reaching a massive size of 16 meters, along with the colossal bat wings folding in and the slender bone tail that linked together, ending with a blade that sliced through the air. Everything seemed to choke the throats of all present. Deathly silence. Absolute silence. The previously tense and somewhat noisy confrontation scene now felt so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone appeared to be frozen in place. They lifted their heads to gaze at the enormous figure of Mo Wu, as if even their breathing had come to a halt. What in the world is this monster? Possessing the alien queen's fan-shaped crown, enormous dragon-like bat wings, thick bone armor, a massive body, and a terrifying appearance. Its appearance seemed to illustrate the true meaning and form of a killing creature. Fear spread like a plague. Many reincarnators involuntarily took steps back, even collapsing to the ground, their weapons slipping weakly from their hands. The battles they had experienced, the attributes they were proud of, the equipment they had exchanged, all seemed so laughable and insignificant in the face of this being that seemed to have emerged from a nightmare. This was an absolute suppression on the level of life, a shuddering instinct of the soul. It was humanity's primal fear of a top predator. And among them, the one feeling it most intensely was the werewolf Fenrir. The moment Mo Wu appeared, Fenrir became rigid, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His amber wolf eyes clearly captured every detail of Mo Wu. That unique furried structure, the menacing crown fused with the features of the alien queen, that aberrant body larger and more perfect than anything in the pyramid. And that aura of brutality that made his soul scream. It's it. It really is it. Fenrir's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. The one from the movie Alien vs. Predator, the one that was supposed to be parasitized in the pyramid, an SS-level talent hunter that was meant to become a shell, giving birth to a super alien. Why? Why is it still alive? Why is it here? He had thought Mo Wu had long since perished in the alien's parasitism. After all, back then Mo Wu's entire body had been thoroughly torn apart, with the embryo emerging from its body about to be born. But the being before him was not only unharmed, but exuded a momentum far beyond before. This was not a puppet of parasitism, but a perfect fusion. It had even surpassed the super alien that had been gestated back then. His previous hypothesis that SS-level talents would never personally step into the fray was shattered at this moment. This was a form that no ordinary SS-level talent could achieve. This was a monster among monsters. Mo Wu's four scarlet vertical pupils slowly moved, finally locking onto Fenrir. The instant he was targeted by that cold, brutal gaze that seemed capable of penetrating the soul, Fenrir felt his blood freeze. The pressure he had felt in the pyramid was incomparable to this moment. This was a sense of absolute domination emanating from the top of the food chain, from the depths of genetics. Pride, resistance, ambition. In the face of this absolute power and terror, it melted away like snow under the sun. Thud. To everyone's shock, the powerful hunter, the werewolf Fenrir, suddenly buckled at the knees and fell heavily to the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, his noble wolf head bowed deeply, emitting a nearly whimpering sound of submission from his throat. The instinct of the beast told him that any thought of resistance would lead to self-destruction. This was a respect for the strong, as well as the most primal yearning for survival. I, Fenrir, represent the fangs. Submit. He struggled to squeeze the words through his teeth, his voice dry and hoarse, filled with fear and humility. With Fenrir's kneeling and submission, the many reincarnators who had already been afraid lost any will to resist and quickly followed suit. We submit. Long live the apocalypse. Please, spare us. Amidst the rising shouts, all members of the Fangs dropped their weapons, prostrating on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the cold earth, not daring to glance at the terrifying beast again. William quietly observed the scene, his face showing no surprise. He stepped forward, slightly bowed to Mo Wu, then turned to the kneeling reincarnators, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. From this day forth, the Fangs will be incorporated into the apocalypse system. Abide by the laws of the apocalypse, of violators. Will be severely punished. William's gaze swept over the still trembling Fenrir on the ground, continuing. Fenrir, your power will be of use to the apocalypse. I hope you thank the leader for sparing your life. Mo Wu remained silent throughout, unable to utter a word, merely watching everything with her four cold red pupils. Her arrival was the loudest declaration, the most indisputable order. Seeing her purpose achieved, Mo Wu's massive body quivered slightly, her enormous bat wings suddenly spread wide, stirring up a tempest, and then she propelled herself into the sky, with all four limbs disappearing into the clear sky, returning to her cave nest. What was left on the ground was endless fear, absolute obedience, and an apocalypse that no one dared to question again. A new day dawned, yet the morning light brought no relief to William. He sat upright in the makeshift command center, surrounded by a mountain of documents and electronic reports. All of it pertained to personnel placement, resource allocation, area division, task assignment, and various internal frictions. The awakening had expanded to nearly 100,000 within a very short time, and the management pressure exceeded his initial imagination. Every decision could impact the interests of thousands, triggering new conflicts. What he sought was not just a group of followers gathered together, not merely a gathering of reincarnators, but a force with complete order and a thorough system of interest distribution. Although all the reincarnators appeared to be behaving themselves for now, once expansion began, they would become a scattered mass. Therefore, from this moment forth, the awakening needed to possess its own true army. For the past few days, Mo Wu had been observing William's work, noting his ambition and capability. Now, with around 100,000 reincarnators managing them was no easy feat, for these were not the ordinary people who appeared when the main God's game descended, but reincarnators who surpassed the ordinary. Additionally, as America revered freedom and often enjoyed parading on the streets, Mo Wu directly assigned Fenrir to William, appointing him as the deputy leader to help alleviate William's pressure. Upon receiving Mo Wu's message, a faint smile finally appeared on William's weary face. He immediately summoned Fenrir and formally announced Mo Wu's appointment in front of the core members. By the leader's command, from this day forth, Fenrir will serve as the deputy leader of the awakening, overseeing the entire combat department. I trust you will not disappoint the leader's faith. Fenrir's appointment as deputy leader left many astonished, as he had been the #1 enemy of the awakening prior to its unification. Who would have thought that even so he would receive such significant favor from the leader? Does this mean that those forces that had once opposed the awakening also had opportunities for advancement? Many people revealed expressions of joy, for this was undoubtedly good news for them. Fenrir's eyes flickered slightly. He had originally thought that as a defeated party, he would at most be regarded as a high-ranking enforcer for the awakening, yet he had not expected to be granted such important authority directly. Fenrir's gaze shifted slightly. I, Fenrir, swear by the honor of the hunter that I will loyally fulfill the responsibilities of the deputy leader, clearing all obstacles for the awakening, and will not betray the expectations of the leader and Lord William. With one hand clenched into a fist upon his chest, he executed a somewhat rough, yet solemn gesture, his voice resonating powerfully. William nodded in satisfaction and promptly sent Fenrir MO's system contact information. Add her from now on. If there are urgent tasks, the leader can summon you at any time. After adding her as a friend, Fenrir felt a fleeting surprise upon seeing MO's somewhat feminine Eastern name. However, recalling the massive bat wings, the 4 crimson eyes, and the overwhelming aura of destruction, any baseless speculation regarding gender seemed absurdly laughable. She was purely an ultimate predator born for slaughter and evolution. She must have been a terrifying being who acted decisively in the past. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye half a month had gone by. Now the awakening had arranged various affairs, and recruitment had reopened, this time seeking elite personnel from within to form the combat unit, which would be meticulously trained. On this day, William and Fenrir received a summons from MOU and went together to the cave area on the edge of the city. Approaching the area, they could see from afar an eerie crimson mist enveloping the cave and the surrounding mountains. The mist was not still, it rolled as if alive, and even at a distance they could sense the thick stench of blood and the oppressive aura that sent shivers down their spines. It seemed not like mist, but rather a solidified sea of blood and a slaughterhouse. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity and shock in the other's eyes. The range likely exceeds 1 kilometer in diameter. William quickly estimated, his voice low. Fenrir took a deep breath and stepped first into the range of the red mist. At the moment his body was enveloped by the mist, he felt as if he had instantly plunged into thick plasma. Everywhere, minute blood-colored particles clung to his body, bringing immense pressure that made each step difficult. Every movement required several times the usual effort. Roar! Fenrir growled unhesitatingly, transforming into his wolfman form, his muscles bulging and strength surging, barely countering the terrifying pressure. However, the surrounding air remained thick, greatly limiting his speed and agility. He had no doubt that if an ordinary reincarnata entered this bizarre red mist, they would likely be crushed to death and suffocate instantly. This is simply domain suppression. William also stepped in, a faint golden sheen appearing on his skin, the metal enhancement helping him resist the pressure, but his expression was equally shocked. This skill was too overbearing. On a large-scale battlefield, it would be a nightmare for harvesting low-level troops, and even strong individuals like them would suffer severe reductions in power. The two of them pressed on against the pressure, trudging toward the cave's center through the mist. Each step required considerable effort. Deep within the cave, MOU opened her 4 crimson vertical pupils and stepped outward with her massive form. The moment William and Fenrir entered the range of the mist, she clearly saw them. Each blood-colored particle acted like sensory tendrils extending from her, precisely reflecting the shape's movements, and even slight fluctuations of breath from the objects they touched back to her consciousness. This crimson domain was her god's perspective. This new skill was the culmination of MO's efforts over the past half-month, which she referred to as the blood domain. Within the blood domain, she possessed absolute perception, while the blood mist could create a pseudo-gravity environment for enemies, effectively hindering their movements. As for the magic power required for the blood domain, it was proportional to MO's own magic power. A small amount of magic could create a 1-meter radius blood domain that lasted for 1 hour. The current range was the domain MOU had created using 1,000 magic power. Although the consumption was high, if there were enemies dying within the domain, the dissipated blood energy could trigger the bloodthirst effect, partially replenishing her own power, creating a cycle of sustaining through battle. One learns from experience, and it could be said that this skill was specifically designed for Kong. The tightly arranged blood-colored particles formed a barrier on the material and energy levels capable of sensing even the slightest energy fluctuations. Should Kong again place the alien embryo into her chest cavity, MOU would be able to detect it immediately and evade in advance. Moreover, the application of the blood domain was far from limited to this, but all required practical combat for verification and development. Soon William and Fenrir finally arrived at the entrance of the cave, and upon seeing MO's massive form again, their hearts could not help but be stirred. In the blood-colored mist, MOU appeared like a true bloodthirsty tyrant, exuding a sense of despair. With a slight movement of her mind, the swirling blood mist around her swiftly receded like a receding tide, ultimately transforming into a thin layer of red light that flowed gently over her terrifying exoskeleton before completely vanishing. As the domain dissolved, the surrounding air returned to normal. MOU looked at her 2 subordinates. Without any unnecessary words, she directly conveyed her purpose through the system chat. Utilize all resources of the awakening and spare no effort to find this person. Codename Kong. Anyone who finds information about him in the real world will be rewarded with 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Both William and Finrar's breaths hitched simultaneously, their pupils dilating. Even at their current status, this was a sum large enough to drive everyone mad. However, considering the Awakening's near 100,000 members, if each person contributed even the minimum amount of points each month, it would accumulate into astronomical figures in MO's hands. This meant the leader intended to use all the points submitted after a world movie instance to hunt down this so-called Kong. What exactly had he done to warrant such treatment from the leader? Looking at Kong's shrewd and indifferent face, Finrar already had an answer in his heart. After confirming that Mo Wu was not dead, Finrar knew that based on what Kong had done to the leader, a reckoning would eventually come. He just did not expect it to be so swift. Perhaps the leader's original intention in cultivating this force was to find Kong. A one-handed sword, a scythe, a whip, a heavy sword. Oh, what type of weapon do you think the protagonist is more suited for? The weapon for the protagonist is more like an accessory, something optional akin to a decorative item, but in the future it could develop certain abilities. Once determined, I will design it. As time flows, while the Tianqi forces rapidly integrate, the undercurrents from the outside world never cease. In Longhua, a highly guarded underground command center, the man with the Tang knife, whose real name is Qin Yu, after passing through layers of identity verification and a long wait, finally arrived at a conference room filled with screens. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. A man stood in the middle, quietly gazing at the dense streams of data on the screens. He was none other than Li Zihuang, the SS-level talent publicly recognized by Longhua. Li Zihuang appeared to be quite young, yet his eyes seemed to penetrate countless space-time dimensions, carrying a depth and weariness that belied his age. He was not dressed in military uniform, but rather in a simple dark Zhongshan suit, exuding an aura of authority that was difficult to confront. Qin, you did not waste time on pleasantries. Regarding the actions of Kong in Alien vs. Predator and the subsequent justification report, he believed that with Li Zihuang's capabilities, he was already well aware of the details, perhaps even more so than himself. Kong's plan was indeed meticulous, wrapping the reasons for forced counterattacks, eliminating potential threats, and removing strong enemies for Longhua in an almost flawless manner. In the eyes of some high-level officials, it might even be considered decisively beneficial. However, Qin Yu was not here to debate right or wrong, or rather not solely for that purpose. Mr. Li, Qin Yu got straight to the point, his voice steady. I know you possess intelligence channels far beyond our imagination. You even know how many SS-level talent hunters exist in the entire world. Therefore, I would like to ask whether one of the 10 SS-level talent hunters is already deceased. Qin Yu paused for a moment before adding, I understand that the possibility of them being alive is slim and the chances of survival in that situation are extremely low, but I need confirmation. Li Zihuang's gaze shifted from a screen displaying complex energy waveforms to Qin Yu's face, seemingly unfazed by his question. He did not answer directly. Instead, he closed his eyes and slowly spoke. SS-level talent, do you think that is merely a rating? Li Zihuang's voice was not loud, yet it carried a powerful penetration, causing Qin Yu to momentarily freeze. In the underlying logic of the Master God game, or rather beneath the rules we can currently glimpse, SS-level talent is a watershed. Below this level, whether S-level talent or S-level talent, they are essentially players, soldiers, the elite within the rules, still bound by those rules. Li Zihuang's fingertips unconsciously tapped lightly on the table. He opened his tightly shut eyes, and his originally black irises had turned to a shade of purple gold. And SS-level talents, each one begins to touch, or even distort parts of the rules. Their talents may themselves be fragments of rules, or the embryonic forms of authority. You can regard them as walking anomalies of the rules. In simpler terms, below SS level, they are all mundane. SS level is no longer mundane. To think that a mere alien instance could kill a hunter with SS level talent who has begun to grow. Li Zihuang shook his head, his tone resolute. It's difficult, very difficult. Unless another SS-level talent hunter acts, or unless they encounter some kind of annihilation mechanism that we currently cannot comprehend. Qin Yu's heart sank, yet it seemed to carry a hint of an absurd hope that he himself was unaware of. After all, in that situation, no matter how one looked at it, the other party should not have been alive. According to the film's setting, no creature could survive after the alien embryo successfully gestated within them. Li Zihuang seemed to read Qin Yu's complex emotions. He did not continue speaking, but instead gave a direct answer. Since the arrival of the Master God game, until now, no SS-level talent holders have perished. Qin Yu took a deep breath, his chest slightly rising and falling. Even though he had prepared for the worst, hearing this result still sent a shiver through his heart. The image of the brutal energy within the pyramid surfaced in his mind, an energy that sought to annihilate everything, exaggerated to a point of despair, suffocating. Therefore, Li Zihuang approached Qin Yu, bringing with him an invisible pressure. Qin Yu, what you truly want to discuss is the conflict that occurred between you, Kong, and that SS-level hunter last time, right? Qin Yu's eyes flickered. Finally, he no longer concealed it, and detailed how Mo Wu was implanted with the enhanced alien embryo through spatial transfer by Kong, as well as Kong's desire to enslave Mo Wu. He also emphasized the terrifying evolutionary potential and powerful destructive force that Mo Wu had displayed at that time. Li Zihuang listened quietly, his expression unchanged, only his fingers ceased to tap. The only sound left in the conference room was the faint hum of the machines. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly, his voice eerily calm, yet sending a chill down Qin Yu's spine. If what you say is true and its evolutionary path leans towards absolute power and destruction possessing SS-level talent, then Kong's actions are no longer just a risk. They are creating enemies for Longhua. An enemy that at this stage we would need to pay a painful price to deal with. Li Zihuang paused, each word crystal clear. I will write an order for you to monitor Kong. If his selfish actions provoke an SS-level hunter to take retaliatory actions against Longhua, at that time there will be no need for the enemy to act. Longhua will clean its own house, allowing him to pay with his life to quell the anger. SS-level talents, especially those with extreme individual combat power, must be befriended or avoided before Longhua grows to a sufficient height. One must never create deadly enmity without cause, as it is a strategic bottom line. Longhua cannot gamble the fate of the entire country for a sinner who wishes to enslave such a powerful being. Qin Yu fell silent. He sensed the resoluteness in Li Zihuang's words. In the face of national interests, personal gains and losses, and right or wrong, can be so cruel. At the same time, he also deeply understood the extent of the threat posed by Mo Wu's existence. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, the flow of information has not stagnated during the era of the main god game. Rather, it has become more secretive and rapid due to various special abilities and channels. The Apocalypse organization swiftly unified a city with an iron fist, maintaining an extraordinary level of stability. This news quickly spread throughout America. More crucially, the elusive information circulating within the intelligence community revealed that behind the Apocalypse stands an SS-level talent hunter. Though the specifics of this talent remain unknown, the mere mention of SS-level is enough to draw the attention of any force or powerful individual. On the west coast, amidst the ruins of a large city dominated by several reincarnator factions, a relatively intact high-rise apartment stood tall, where a man of mixed Asian and Caucasian heritage was on the balcony. He was tall and upright, clad in a fitted tactical coat, with hawk-like sharp eyes gazing southeast, the general direction of the city where the Apocalypse is located. His codename was Eagle Eye, possessing the S-level talent of dynamic vision and trajectory prediction. He was one of the few independent powerhouses in this city capable of maneuvering among the major factions while earning respect. Apocalypse. SS-level. He muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously stroking the grip of a specially made handgun at his waist. In the city where he resided, chaos was the prevailing theme. Various factions fought endlessly over points, resources, and territory. Betrayal, ambushes, and oppression were commonplace. While a powerful lone wolf might manage to protect themselves, obtaining a stable, significant resource and a safe resting environment was nearly impossible. For here one must be constantly on guard against the cold arrows from behind, a drain that exhausts both body and mind. The model of the Apocalypse presented a radically different order, even if this order was built on blood and iron conquest and absolute power intimidation. However, for many who had struggled to survive amidst the chaos for so long, a place that allowed one to sleep peacefully during downtime in a quest without worrying about being stabbed in the back by allies felt like paradise. Action is decisive and efficient with clear goals. A leader with such determination and means, or that SS-level existence, surely possesses a character and strength far beyond the ordinary. If all goes as expected, their next steps will undoubtedly focus on neighboring cities. Resources and manpower are essential for the growth of any faction. Eagle Eye weighed these thoughts in his mind. With his S-level talent and considerable strength, he could thrive anywhere. But the main god game was a brutal marathon with no end in sight. In an increasingly terrifying world filled with powerful collective forces, individual strength ultimately appears flimsy. The chasm between S-level and SS-level is likely far greater than one can imagine. In such an era, if the SS-level talent behind the Apocalypse is indeed a formidable figure capable of wielding vast power with intellect and strategy rather than mere brute force, then boarding the ship early and becoming a core member would be far wiser than being absorbed or marginalized later. He even felt a flicker of curiosity and anticipation towards the mysterious hunter. What kind of being could integrate such a colossal entity within the current system? After all, America values freedom, which presents a dilemma all factions must face before achieving unification. To dominate a city is not as simple as being a mayor before the game's arrival. Reincarnators with power find it incredibly difficult to achieve true unity, and at least in the short term, planning such a scheme is challenging. Unfortunately, the countdown to the next movie world is about to end. Eagle Eye glanced at the countdown flashing on his arm. It's time to move, there's not enough time. However, when I return this time, perhaps it will be time to make a choice. He turned back inside, starting to conduct a final check of his gear. The rise of the Apocalypse, like a giant stone thrown into still water, was sending ripples that were changing many people's choices. Hunters like Eagle Eye were merely one among many. Most were watching and observing the development of the Apocalypse. The next movie world would be the opportunity to witness whether the Apocalypse was worth their allegiance. At that moment, at the cave entrance, a massive creature descended from the sky, its strong scent of blood luring her to a mountain of meat, an enormous pile of beef. Currently, Mo Wu had an astonishing appetite, requiring several tons of meat daily just to maintain normal sustenance. Thus, apart from the electric eels delivered daily, William would also have fresh beef slaughtered and brought to Mo Wu for her consumption. Opening her massive jaws, revealing jagged fangs, Mo Wu began to feast heartily. The hard bones of the beef crunched easily in her mouth, shattering with a snap, and then were swallowed whole. Now her wingspan had reached 19 meters, and her streamlined body measured 17 meters, exuding a sense of power. Each slight movement was accompanied by overwhelming strength. In her juvenile stage, Mo Wu was in a constant state of growth. Abundant food had allowed her wingspan and body length to increase by 2 meters each within the past month. The growth in size corresponded to an increase in strength and physique, with Mo Wu's current strength and physique both surpassing the 100 mark. Ordinary bombs were incapable of breaching her defenses, failing to inflict even the slightest harm. After savoring the delicious beef, Mo Wu summoned a blue screen, glancing at the countdown above. Only 10 minutes remained until the next movie world. For Mo Wu, 10 minutes was not a long time. Soon the third movie world instance would commence, and Mo Wu's figure disappeared from the cave entrance, reappearing in the blank space. In front of the blank space, a massive blue screen displayed the information for this movie instance: world loading, confirmed game, world Resident Evil 2, Raccoon City, mission objective: escape Raccoon City before the nuclear bomb arrives, and obtain the G-Virus mission. Time limit: 3 days. Participants 12 people. Enter immediately. Yes. As the voice faded, the white space dissipated, and the damp, chilly air mixed with the faint scent of decay surged into her nostrils. Mo Wu's massive body stood atop a high-rise building, cold raindrops splashing against her silvery exoskeleton, creating fine mist. Below lay Raccoon City, submerged in rain and death. Most neon lights were extinguished, with only sporadic emergency lights and burning flames outlining the shattered contours of the city. On the streets, figures staggered, slowly moving with sluggishness, engaging in mindless wandering. In some places there were even roars and screams, sounds that cut through the heavy rainfall, clearly audible in the rainy night. Mo Wu's 4 crimson vertical pupils slowly scanned the rain-soaked landscape, taking in the entirety of this apocalyptic city. In the game world, it appeared that this was not merely a derivative film of Resident Evil 2, but a game world with a grand worldview. Mo Wu glanced at the blue screen. Her mission: clear, survive, escape, and obtain the G-Virus. Time was limited to just 3 days. Mo Wu hesitated, not even for a moment, too lazy to search for supposed safe routes or storyline characters. To her at this moment, all the zombies wandering in this city were nothing more than food and genetic fragments. She needed to collect T-Virus genes as quickly as possible and achieve evolution. And that was her first objective. However, just as Mo Wu prepared to leap from the high building to commence her hunt, an extremely subtle sense of unease brushed past her keen perception. She closed her eyes, unleashing her heightened senses to the fullest as ultrasonic waves swept through the streets below, like invisible ripples, and thermal imaging outlined the cold cores of those zombies along with a nearly imperceptible and discordant rhythm. Some zombies, particularly those in slightly larger groups, exhibited an indescribable sense of coordination in their movements, turns, and even the rhythm of their snarls. It was as if they were marionettes subtly tugged by invisible strings. This felt less like the biological instincts induced by the T-Virus and more like some external interference. Something else is influencing this place. A thought flashed through Mo Wu's mind. Is it another hunter? Or is it a mutation arising from this instance world itself? Or perhaps a balancer has appeared in this instance. This time there are a total of 12 participants. Excluding the 2 teams of 5 reincarnators, that leaves 1 lone survivor, besides herself, who clearly cannot be a reincarnator. After all, the original intent of the reincarnators is to band together in cooperation. In contrast, hunters are entirely lone wolves, meaning there are 2 hunters in this instance world, including herself. Of course, the other one could also be a balancer. According to the information she currently possesses, they are even rarer than hunters. Their sole purpose is to balance the anomalies that arise within the instance world, and they can even increase or decrease the difficulty of the instance. Thus, they maintain the power balance in the instance and oversee the direction of the storyline. Currently, Mo Wu has not encountered any balancer, so her understanding of them is based solely on fragmented introductions. Mo Wu noted this sense of alertness, but it did not affect her actions. In the next moment, Mo Wu moved. There was no gliding, no cushioning. She leapt directly from the roof of the dozens of stories high building. Her massive form sliced through the rain curtain, plummeting vertically with terrifying acceleration. Boom! The ground shook violently, the concrete surface cracking spiderweb-like from the point of impact. Where Mo Wu landed, debris mixed with rainwater splashing everywhere. Several nearby zombies were toppled by the shockwave. As the dust settled, a dark shadow shot out from the pit. The hunt had begun. Claws sliced through the rainy night, accompanied by a dull sound of wind breaking. The head of a zombie clad in a security uniform exploded like a rotten watermelon. Before the headless corpse could hit the ground, Mo Wu devoured it in one bite. Her movements were efficient, precise, and ruthless, with not a single extraneous action. Even the consumption of these human-like zombies did not elicit the slightest discomfort from Mo Wu. Her tail whip struck like a venomous snake, effortlessly piercing through the chest of a zombie crouched atop a car, sending it flying into the air, before her massive mouth opened wide, swallowing it whole. Devoured a regular zombie, gained T-Virus gene fragment 1. Devoured a regular zombie, gained T-Virus gene fragment 1. A series of notification sounds rapidly echoed in Mo Wu's mind. Ultrasonic waves and thermal imaging laid out a holographic tactical map for her. Where zombies gathered, where faster-moving lickers lurked, where narrow terrain might lead to ambushes. All was crystal clear. She no longer needed to hide, for in this city she herself was the apex predator, a harbinger of calamity. Mo Wu weaved through the desolate streets, shattering glass facades as she crashed into the silent mall, her claws tearing through fire shutters to enter the underground parking garage. Zombies fell before her like wheat being harvested. Ordinary walking zombies provided the least progress, while those that ran swiftly or had partially mutated bodies offered significantly more. She even specifically sought out and hunted several lickers as they provided the highest percentage of fragments, though they still fell short against her vast demands. However, compared to the 100,000 humans turned into zombies in Raccoon City, these demands were trivial. The process of devouring, digesting, and acquiring T-virus gene fragments, though slow, was consistently advancing. Amidst the efficient slaughter, Mo Wu always allocated a portion of her attention to observing that eerie sense of coordination. She noticed that the closer she got to certain areas of the city, the more pronounced the feeling of being tugged by invisible strings became. Some zombies even exhibited simple tactical movements, such as patrolling and lying in ambush, behaviors that their chaotic brains could not autonomously generate. Is it mind control, or is someone manipulating these zombies? Mo Wu's memories of Resident Evil 2 had faded, but in her recollection there indeed seemed to be controllable zombies in the franchise, though they did not appear in the current timeline. Could it be that a balancer truly influenced the storyline here due to their own power? Mo Wu speculated for a moment before dismissing it. No matter what it is, as long as it poses no threat to her, Mo Wu couldn't care less. Even if these ordinary zombies could indeed be controlled or even wield weapons, they ultimately did not pose a threat to her. And she simply needed to be wary of the other lone survivor. Time flowed amidst the hunt. Rain washed away the bloodstains, but could not disperse the pervasive aura of death. Mo Wu, like an unyielding killing machine, cleared one block after another, gradually pushing toward the city center. Finally, after she had crushed and devoured a group of zombies gathered at a street corner for the umpteenth time, a melodious notification sound rang out in her mind. T-virus gene fragments, 100, have been collected. Would you like to initiate mutation? No. Mo Wu was not in a hurry to mutate. Instead, her gaze fixed on the towering, abandoned building in the distance. Unfurling her 19-meter wings, Mo Wu took a step forward, her claws pressing against the ground, and with the ground cracking under the pressure, a powerful gust of wind blew away the raindrops around her. The heavy rain continued to fall, but around Mo Wu it had become a vacuum zone. Under this strong airflow, her body rapidly ascended, flying toward the distant abandoned building. Only after Mo Wu's form had departed did the raindrops begin to fall again. Her speed was astonishing. In no time at all, she reached the rooftop of the abandoned building. Her claws grasped the steel and concrete pillars of the abandoned building, her agile body weaving through the structure until she quickly found a safe spot shielded from the wind and rain. Mo Wu summoned the blue holographic screen, gazing at the T-virus genes displayed above. Having devoured over 10,000 zombies, the T-virus gene fragments had finally synthesized into a complete T-virus, which was far more powerful and refined than the ones developed by Umbrella Corporation. Compared to other genes, the fusion of the T-virus gene was more straightforward and brutal, requiring no extensive time to modify her body. Thus, Mo Wu planned to directly fuse the T-virus here. As long as her power increased, even if anomalies arose in this instance, her chances of coping would improve. Fusing T-virus genes. Gift accepted. Tata. T-virus genetic sequence acquired. Potential for metamorphic evolution detected. Path 1, Tyrant Core, Shattered Shackles. Implant a controllable Tyrant Core deep within the torso using the current physical form as a template. This augments the body with a superior combat form. Once the Tyrant Core is unleashed, instantaneous transition into this form occurs, doubling all attributes. Path 2, Fear Engine, Boundary Transcendence. Convert extreme emotions, fear, rage, and fury into catalytic fuel to unlock latent genetic potential. The body will temporarily metamorphose, manifesting precisely the organs most demanded by instinctive combat necessity. Path 3, Blacklight Devourer. Redirect T-virus mutation toward consumption and assimilation. Remodel gastric function to secrete hyperdigestive enzymes capable of breaking down ingested organisms and absorbing their superior genetic fragments. Mo Wu surveyed the 3 metamorphic paths, each astonishingly potent, each exceeding her expectations. Whether the Tyrant Core, the Fear Engine, or the Blacklight Devourer, she coveted them all. Yet confronted with a choice among 3, her gaze settled decisively upon option 1, the Tyrant Core. To forge a dedicated combat form from her present physique and double every attribute upon activation would yield an unprecedented leap in power. After all, her base attributes were already formidable, though doubling them would shatter all obstacles before her. Moreover, as her innate attributes ascended, the Tyrant Core's amplification would grow ever more overwhelming, ever more transcendent. As for the Fear Engine, her current body was already a perfected instrument of slaughter. The engine would merely refine its lethality, optimizing it further for combat. Yet the Tyrant Core, once activated, would likewise enhance her combat efficacy. And with each subsequent metamorphosis or evolution, her very physiology would transform anew. Though flawless in design, the Fear Engine remained indirect. The Tyrant Core delivered raw, unmediated power. The third path conflicted directly with her SS-Steer talent, Gene Sovereign. Rather than harvesting elite genetic fragments via the Blacklight Devourer, she could achieve far greater efficiency by directing Gene Sovereign itself to orchestrate metamorphosis. Moreover, with Gene Sovereign at her command, her gastric secretions could already digest anything. Mo Wu held no doubt that the Blacklight Devourer would prove utterly irrelevant against an SS Steer Sovereign talent. Select Path 1, in command confirmed. Virus genome integrated into Gene Sovereign. And metamorphosis initiated. In the next instant, Mo Wu felt a sharp pain pierce her chest cavity, yet externally her form remained unchanged, indistinguishable from her usual self. Within her, however, especially deep in the thoracic cavity, a cataclysmic transformation surged. Her chest burned like molten magma churning with immense energy, the primordial essence of the virus itself. Her original heart was swiftly enveloped, fused with, and remodeled by the virus, a powerful wave of energy now reshaping it and splitting it into a second autonomous heart. Her thoracic architecture itself began to reconfigure. The ribcage expanded rapidly, carving out space for the nascent second heart to take root. Unlike the first, this new organ was not a heart in any conventional sense. It was a virus derivative, less an organ, more a prison, a secondary power source. Within it slumbered a demon, a tyrant capable of unmaking heavens and shattering earth. This was the tyrant core, each pulse slow, deliberate, yet thunderously potent, infusing her colossal frame with inexhaustible kinetic force. It bore the brunt of cardiac strain during peak combat exertion, granting Mo Wu unprecedented endurance in absolute limit warfare. And should it ever be fully unleashed, it would seize control of her entire bioenergetic circuit, overclocking circulation, metabolism, and neural conduction, propelling her attributes into terrifying new dimensions, even reshaping her very form. While Mo Wu surrendered herself to metamorphic rebirth atop a weather-beaten clock tower elsewhere in Raccoon City, a slender figure stood motionless amid wind and rain. She wore a voluminous black cloak. Rain had soaked the edge of her hood, weighing it low over her face, revealing only the elegant line of her jaw and the faintest curve of her lips. Her gaze pierced through storm-lashed air and crumbling architecture, fixing upon the distant sector where Mo Wu stood. It held no hostility, no greed, only quiet astonishment and a scholar's keen curiosity. What a formidable life form! Among SS Steer predatory talents, few could stand against you in open confrontation. Slowly she raised one pale, slender hand. No light flared at her fingertips, yet invisible ripples trembled across the surrounding air. The rainwater soaking her cloak evaporated instantly, droplets suspended midair repelled by an unseen barrier. None dared touch her. Minute psychic spores coalesced at her fingertips, weightless, incorporeal, finer than dust, then drifted soundlessly into the damp night. They dissolved seamlessly into Raccoon City's rain-licked streets, mist-choked alleys, and every shifting current of humid air, vanishing without trace. As the spores dispersed, subtle changes rippled through the city, already choked with death and contagion, changes imperceptible to ordinary senses. Ordinarily, your acute awareness would have foiled my plan entirely. But in your current state of metamorphic vulnerability, you cannot perceive these shifts, can you? With the operation complete, an uncanny aura enshrouded Raccoon City. Viewed from afar, it grew hazy, surreal, as though slowly being swallowed by some vast, slumbering leviathan. The girl turned her gaze toward scattered survivors and shambling undead hiding in distant streets. Beneath her hood, her eyes flashed pink, her cerulean irises transforming into eerie, luminous rose. She had never wished to oppose such a formidable foe. Yet in this world, weakness was sin itself. If one did not seize opportunity in peril, one would forever remain behind. Besides, Mo Wu's sheer power had kindled genuine dread within her, compelling her to fight not just for survival, but for advantage. And elsewhere in a rain-licked alleyway, a man sprinting for his life froze mid-stride, recoiling in terror. His companion was mutating, transforming into a grotesque, monstrous abomination. A hideously malformed creature. Nit roared, lunged jaws wide, intent on tearing him limb from limb. Panic overriding reason, he raised his firearm and fired without hesitation. Gunfire cracked. A silhouette staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face, confusion warring with shock. Clutching his bleeding wound, he collapsed, eyes wide and unblinking, fixed upon the man who had shot him. He could not comprehend why his comrade had opened fire. As his friend died, the man realized, horror dawning, he too was mutating. Gazing at his own grotesquely warped half-body, despair flooded his features. He refused to become a monster. Trembling, he raised the gun to his temple. And bang, and thud. He pulled the trigger and fell lifeless into a widening pool of crimson. At this moment, in the center of Raccoon City, a 5-man team swiftly arrived at a supermarket after slaying a liquor. Was that massive flying creature the hunter? After closing the door, the group gathered in a hidden corner, letting out a sigh of relief as memories of the shadow that had cut through the pitch-black rainstorm flooded their minds. It was large in size. Even though the dark sky only allowed for a rough outline, it was evident that its wingspan was at least over 15 meters, possibly nearing 20 meters. For humans, this was undoubtedly a monstrous entity. However, according to their memories, there were no flying creatures like this in Resident Evil 2. Could our interference have caused the events here to deviate from their original trajectory? One middle-aged man spoke up, shivering at the mere thought of that shadow. That was a fear stemming from deep within. This dungeon was far more perilous than they had imagined. The seemingly slow-moving zombies were merely the most basic danger. The real danger lay with those few SSS-level bioweapons. No, that's impossible. One of the boys adjusted his glasses and continued. I've nearly exhausted Resident Evil 2. Given the current timeline, the Umbrella Corporation could never create such a creature. The opponent is likely the hunter. Although we don't know why humans have transformed into such energy conservation law-defying beasts, they are definitely not creatures of this world. With his familiarity with the plot, he had become the temporary leader of this team upon entering Resident Evil 2. With his knowledge of the storyline, he was confident he could lead everyone to victory without casualties. Moreover, their mission was to obtain the T-virus vaccine. They must find Jill from Resident Evil 3 and collaborate with her as part of the survivor team. Only by doing this could they eventually escape via helicopter from the nuclear explosion. The boss they needed to be most wary of was that Pursuer, the giant form it eventually evolved into. As long as they dealt with these threats, their own strength would be sufficient to handle the rest. Suddenly, a sound of flesh colliding with glass echoed, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. It was impossible not to feel fear in the presence of zombies. Once scratched, even as reincarnators, they would be infected without the vaccine, ultimately mutating and heading towards death. Only by obtaining the vaccine could they feel any sense of security. Crash. The sound of shattering glass, followed by footsteps, and the whir of a chainsaw, filled the air. A chainsaw? How could there possibly be a chainsaw here? Could it be survivors? Taking a deep breath, feeling the footsteps drawing closer, the bespectacled boy led the group out from their hiding spot. In the current situation, hiding was no longer an option, given the time Jill's storyline should have begun. However, that massive creature from the stormy night had likely altered some aspects of the plot. At the very least, the officials observing such a large creature could not remain indifferent. Thus, they needed to act quickly. However, when they emerged from their cover, they finally saw the approaching humans. Or rather, they were not humans, but infected life forms still retaining some remnants of human consciousness. Upon seeing these oddly behaving humans, the bespectacled boy's pupils constricted, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Parasites." Parasites. The others looked puzzled, not understanding what that was. But they knew that these beings clearly harbored hostility towards them, so, without hesitation, their blades flashed, and with agile movements, the force swiftly dispatched them. Once they confirmed the enemies, there was no mercy in their eyes, as this was a matter of life and death, leaving no room for carelessness. These are the infected that only appeared in Resident Evil 4. The bespectacled boy didn't elaborate further. His mind was in turmoil. If the plot deviated, everything that followed would spiral out of control. They needed to hurry to the city center. Let's go quickly. We must arrive there by dawn, or the plan may have to change. The four nodded in agreement. To survive in this perilous dungeon world, they had to unify their opinions. Thus, they worked exceptionally well together without any disputes. In a situation where a nuclear bomb was about to strike, any disagreement or argument would undoubtedly lead to a slow demise. As they left, the bodies of the slain Chainsaw Man and the sluggish infected dissolved into wisps of blue smoke, completely vanishing as if they had never existed. Atop the tower, a girl with pink eyes seemed able to see through layers of obstruction, gazing intently at everything. A slight smile played at the corners of her mouth, but when her gaze fell upon Mo Wu, a hint of intrigue appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Mo Wu was unaware of the changes in Raccoon City. After 2 hours of transformation, her second heart had finally taken shape. A powerful force surged forth, and with each heartbeat, it resonated with strength. Both hearts supplied blood simultaneously, keeping Mo Wu's body energized. However, her need for food would also double. Only by meeting the demands of both hearts could they function together. But Mo Wu was not worried about acquiring food. She pulled up her attribute panel, and a blue light curtain appeared before her eyes. Player 10086 Faction Hunter's Life 50 120 Magic 1200 Body Length 18 meters Wingspan 20 meters Weight 14 Ton Strength 123 Speed 73 Spirit 60 Constitution 118 Talent Gene Sovereign SSS Grade Skills Bloodblade Cut Sharp Fangs and Claws LV1 Tyrant Core Unlocking Shackles. Tyrant Core Unlocking Shackles. Once the shackles are released, the user enters the second stage Tyrant form, doubling all attributes and enhancing the body for slaughter with a duration of 1 day. Automatically released. After release, requires a large amount of food to replenish stamina. Attributes: Blood Attribute Skills Bloodthirst Blood Domain Current Gene Pool Brown Bear Alien Queen T-Virus Mutated Parts Torso Unknown Heart Comprehensive Evaluation Current Status Can initiate Second Life Evolution. Looking at the attribute panel, although this mutation's attribute boost was far from the insane increase when devouring the alien, the new skill granted was incomparable to the last mutation. Now that the T-Virus is in hand, all that remains is the G-Virus. Mo Wu glanced at the time on the panel. It was early morning on September 29th. As her mental strength grew, the previously vague game segments gradually became clearer in her mind. She remembered that on the early morning of this 29th, the Reaper Hank had successfully escaped with a G-Virus. Mo Wu grinned, fixing her gaze on the distant police station, her massive bat wings unfurling and flapping. With powerful claws pressing against the reinforced concrete, as the floors collapsed, Mo Wu's body soared into the sky, heading towards the police station. Lightning streaked across the dim sky, while the rain mercilessly washed over the dying body of Raccoon City. The power had long been cut off, and the entire city was submerged in damp darkness, with only the occasional lightning tearing through the sky, briefly illuminating the twisted streets and wandering zombies. At the police station, a hidden exit in the sewer system was being forced open from the inside. A blood-soaked figure staggered out, rolling onto the cold, slick cement of the abandoned parking lot. He gasped violently, rain mixed with blood streaming down from his forehead, yet the eyes hidden behind tactical goggles remained sharp and calm like a hawk. Hank, the sole survivor of the U.S.S. Alpha team. He had just crawled out of the hell that had consumed all his teammates. With only a few bullets left and his stamina nearing its limit, he had nonetheless completed his mission. Hank's right hand tightly clutched a silver metal sample box bearing the Umbrella logo. Inside was the only intact original sample of the G-Virus. He leaned against a cold support pillar, temporarily avoiding the torrential rain, while remaining alert for threats that could appear from any direction. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he fumbled for his encrypted radio. His fingers trembled slightly from the cold and blood loss, yet his movements remained steady. He needed to call for the final evacuation point, the only hope he had of leaving the city of death. Alpha calling command center, sample acquired. His voice was hoarse, struggling to transmit through the rain and electrical noise. Requesting evacuation coordinates. Crack. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, illuminating the entire street along with the surrounding crumbling buildings in a blinding white. Hank's radio slipped from his hand as calls came in from the other side, but he did not answer, standing frozen in place, his pupils dilating to their limits as his body began to tremble. Before him, under the fading lightning, a massive figure came into view. It was not a tyrant nor any bioweapon he was familiar with. It was a living statue of slaughter. A colossal, streamlined torso covered in pale bone armor. Rainwater gathered and flowed over its monstrous body, pooling on the ground. Beneath its enormous, grotesque crown, four crimson eyes shone brightly, in that fleeting moment terrifyingly fixated on him. No, more accurately, they were locked onto the silver sample box tightly held in his hand. Time seemed to freeze. Hank, who had undergone the harshest training and faced the tyrant's pursuit, escaping the claws of the G-Virus, thought he had witnessed the utmost horror beyond the human arsenal. Yet at this moment his blood ran cold, every nerve screaming at the highest level of alarm. This was not the wariness faced against a powerful enemy, but the absolute suppression and fear rooted deep in the genes of a lower creature before a predator at the top of the food chain. His once proud combat skills and iron will seemed laughable and fragile under that gaze. He wanted to move to raise his gun to find cover, but his body refused to obey, stiff as if filled with lead. His mind raced, yet found no tactical plan to counter such an existence. For the answer his brain provided was that any resistance would be futile. The tail moved. There was no deafening roar, no signs of a power charge. Just that long bony tail that had been hanging behind him slowly raised and curled around in front of Hank. The sharp, bony tip of the tail did not attack Hank's body, but hooked onto the handle of the silver sample box he held. An overwhelming force that Hank could not resist surged through, causing him to feel excruciating pain in his right hand as his fingers involuntarily loosened. He stared wide-eyed at the G-Virus sample he had sacrificed everything to obtain, now effortlessly whisked away by that tail. Only at that moment did Hank's body seem to be released from its paralysis, staggering back a step, futilely attempting to raise his gun. Yet his gaze could only dully follow that massive figure. The creature glanced at him with her four crimson slit pupils. In the next moment, her enormous wings suddenly spread wide. Boom! The violent airflow exploded outward from her center. Water pooling on the ground was instantly swept away, forming a ring of mist, while debris and rain were lifted high into the air. Hank was thrown away by this gale, crashing to the ground. As he struggled to lift his head, looking through the misty rain and the still raging airflow, that shadow blocking out the sky had already soared into the heavens, tearing through the rain curtain, disappearing into the thick clouds and endless darkness in just a few flaps, as if it had never existed. Only the empty sensation in his hand proved that the brief and terrifying clash was not an illusion. The pouring rain continued to fall. Hank sat slumped in the icy, bone-chilling water, leaning against a rough cement pillar, motionless. The face that had always been covered by determination and hardness now bore a blank expression, his hollow gaze staring in the direction the creature had vanished. Who on earth created such a terrifying creature? This was truly humanity's own act of self-immolation. On a high building, the creature looked at the stolen briefcase, a decisive glint flashing in her four crimson pupils. She directly pried open the briefcase with her tail, revealing a brand new virus sample quietly resting inside. This virus sample was the G-Virus. The mission this time was to obtain the G-Virus. After the mission ends, it would likely be reclaimed by the system. Yet having tasted the enhancements brought by the T-Virus, she was reluctant to simply let go of the G-Virus. Moreover, unlike the T-Virus, the G-Virus was a complete sample that could be injected directly, granting limitless evolutionary power. With her current physical strength, she should be able to suppress the mutations of the G-Virus. Even if the worst happens, she still has one chance to evolve. As long as she returns and initiates the evolution, she can completely suppress or even fuse with the G-Virus. Mo Wu weighed the threats and enhancements brought by injecting the G-Virus, her four crimson slit pupils flickering with a terrifying red light. Now having transformed into this form, Mo Wu did not care about the changes to her body, for her becoming stronger was enough. Besides, with every mutation her body would change, and she did not know what she would eventually evolve into. The long bony tail curled behind her, piercing into her back and cutting a deep gash. Corrosive blood dripped down from Mo Wu's bone armor, hissing as it fell to the ground. The cement floor was almost instantly corroded into a hole. Mo Wu coiled her tail around the G-Virus sample in the box, bringing it to her back and directly tossing it into her wound. Life is hard, and the bat sells performances. The one above is not me. Weapon settings voting. 1. The long-handled scythe. 2. Demon sword, tank sword. 3. Great sword. 4. Weapon box containing the above 3 types of weapons. Everyone can vote for their favorite option by deducting 1 or commenting. The one with the most comments will be considered MO-WUS weapon. As the G-virus sample was thrown into the wound on his back, the test tube containing the G-virus was instantly corroded and dissolved by the blood. Immediately, the blue liquid in the test tube merged with MO-WUS flesh and blood. Instead of feeling intense pain, MO-WU experienced a strange silence. Time seemed to stretch. The muscles at the edge of the wound stopped writhing, oozing blood with a faint metallic scent. The blood within MO-WU's body had solidified. This was not solidification in the physical sense, but a brief standoff before a confrontation, the initial clash of 2 utterly different life commands at the cellular level. The tyrant's core emitted a dull thrum deep within his chest. Then the silence was shattered. The invasion began. The G-virus centered on MO-WU's wound began to replicate and spread wildly. Unlike the T-virus, which was gentle, the T-virus had already been modified by the gene sovereign, achieving perfect compatibility with MO-WU. But the G-virus was different. It was a complete virus sample of virus that could be injected. It rampantly expanded within MO-WU's body, with each infected cell instantly forgetting its original commands, instead executing a brand new code aimed at infinite growth and transcendence. From MO-WU's back, centered around the wound, scarlet energy began to spread outward, forming blood-red patterns across his body. Red mist surged from MO-WU's body, enveloping him and even covering the building he was in. Roar! A low growl erupted from every cell in his body, uncontrollably spilling out. It was not pain, but the fury of the cells themselves being invaded and denied. MO-WU's gene sovereign talent reacted like an enraged monarch, discovering that his territory had been invaded by traitors. The tyrant's core received the command from the gene sovereign, beating with unprecedented power, pumping out not just pure energy, but countless intricate biological commands, attempting to suppress, expel, and rewrite the invasion of the G-virus. However, the nature of the G-virus made it perceive even suppression as a form of environmental stimulus. As long as there was external environmental stimulation, the G-virus could continue to evolve, adapt, and change until it completed its evolution and transcended. The first wave of mutation erupted amidst the suppression. MO-WU's back skin suddenly tore apart. Cracks extended along MO-WU's spine, reaching his bat-like wings. The exoskeleton-wrapped wings uncontrollably spread out, intricate red patterns forming eye totems on them. In the next moment, these totems seemed to come to life, suddenly opening, and countless eyes appeared across MO-WU's expansive wings. The largest one, situated at the center, occupied 1/10 of MO-WU's wingspan. Almost simultaneously, the skill derived from the T-virus, the tyrant's core, activated uncontrollably. MO-WU's forelimbs became broader claws, extending the exoskeleton on his body, growing thicker height, increasing, and sharp bone spines began to grow wildly from his back, becoming sturdier and more resilient. At this moment, MO-WU's body had directly surged to 23 meters with a wingspan of 25 meters. The G-virus possessiveness directly activated the T-virus skills, and the T-virus, merging with MO-WU, began its rebellion, starting to suppress. But the instinct of the G-virus was to evolve, to transcend, to break free from the shackles of this body, to become a more perfect existence. It stubbornly resisted the pressure of the T-virus beginning to spread rampantly. The more it was suppressed, the faster the G-virus evolution accelerated. It continually evolved within the suppression, adapting and fighting back. The abundant energy within MO-WU and the powerful biological cells made the G-virus even stronger, just as the T-virus was on the verge of losing control over the suppression. Buzz! A dark golden ripple, far more domineering, refined, and filled with absolute sovereign, will suddenly spread from the tyrant's core. This was the manifestation of MO-WU, pushing his gene sovereign talent to the limit. Wherever the dark golden ripple passed, the G-virus was directly suppressed, shattered, and compressed within MO-WU's body. No, it was not a simple retraction. Under the will of the gene sovereign, it was forcibly restructured and recompiled. It began to merge with the T-virus, 2 originally different viruses under the strong interference of the gene sovereign, bizarrely fused. The heart originally formed by the T-virus adhered to blood-red patterns which resembled eyes exuding a sinister aura. At this moment, MO-WU's body was rapidly shrinking, soon returning to its original size. The wound on his back had completely healed, and it seemed as if MO-WU had undergone no change. However, when MO-WU opened his eyes, the expanded wings quickly unfurled, revealing dozens of crimson eyes. The eyes moved as if probing this new world. These eyes possessed their own consciousness, the consciousness compressed from the G-virus. The red eyes, filled with a desire to devour and wreak havoc, began to slowly quiet down with the heavy heartbeat of MO-WU's 2 hearts. On MO-WU's silver-white bat wings, a strange blood-red totem was left behind, shaped like an eye. Roar! A roar shattered the glass of the entire building, and dense cracks appeared on the walls while MO-WU's massive form stood atop the building. The ferocious aura spread from MO-WU, directly dispersing the blood mist surrounding the building. Moonlight cut through the long night, illuminating MO-WU's vague, yet colossal silhouette. At this moment, in every street and alley, the gaze of every survivor was drawn to this roar. Jill, who was fighting against her pursuers, stopped. She lowered her gun, looked up, and gazed at the massive creature atop the distant high-rise, her heart shaken. Previously, she had noticed the changes there, but she never expected such a terrifying creature would emerge from that red mist. Just this roar caused the beastified body of her pursuer to collapse to the ground trembling. What kind of despair would it be to face it? At this moment, Jill had no time to dwell on the roar, quickly taking action and starting to shoot at the pursuer, aiming to end this monster once and for all. On the other side at the police station, watching the shattered glass around them, a foreign reincarnation team was filled with shock. Especially after the tyrant who was pursuing them was stunned by this roar, their inner shock was beyond words. What kind of power it must take to make such a powerful bioweapon submit with just a roar. Go. Hurry to the underground laboratory in Raccoon City to find the G-Virus. Once we have the G-Virus, we need to leave here quickly. For some reason, Raccoon City now gave him a very uneasy feeling. His intuition told him that the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would become. The others quickly snapped out of their shock, ignoring the tyrant that had been entangling them for a long time, and began searching for the location of the underground laboratory. At the top of a bell tower, the young girl gazed in the general direction of Mo, a flicker of pink light flashing in her azure eyes. You've become stronger again, growing remarkably fast. However, my plans are nearly complete. After saying this, the girl leaped from the tower's height of several dozen meters, her black cloak billowing in the wind. This height was enough to turn any ordinary person into a puddle of flesh, yet just before touching the ground, the girl was held up by an unseen force. Her toes gently touched the ground, and her figure slowly vanished into the darkness. At this moment, on Mo Wu's side. After that roar, Mo Wu felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration in her body as she summoned a blue light screen to check her status panel. There were no significant changes in her attributes. However, the skills obtained from consuming and merging the virus had undergone changes. In addition to the tyrant form of the second stage, another form appeared. A form labeled in red font, Abyss Tyrant. This was a form acquired from the virus injection, possessing the immense power to turn the tide of battle. But it was marked as extremely dangerous. According to the data description, this form was constantly growing, evolving, and breaking through its limits. It was growing stronger every moment. Once activated, if one's strength was not sufficient, there was a high risk of backlash. Mo Wu's crimson vertical pupils flickered with red light as she grinned, revealing a fierce expression. I wonder if you are evolving faster or if I am becoming stronger faster. As long as her strength was sufficient, her body would remain under her control. The virus, she would ultimately master it completely. Mo Wu flapped her massive bat-like wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and flew off into the distance. Now she could no longer submit the virus. She had to hunt down some zombies to raise her score. Only by increasing her score would she gain higher privileges in the main god shop, allowing her to purchase more powerful items to enhance her strength. From the current situation, it was evident that strength was clearly unrelated to assessment, or rather the connection was minimal. The only thing that could influence personal assessment was the final settlement of the dungeon. Mo Wu's gaze turned towards the police station. As for the virus samples in the underground laboratory, she had no intention of making a move due to the self-destruct program of the laboratory, which truly made her wary. Her massive body was not suited for movement in such cramped spaces. Moreover, there was another lone wanderer present. A lone wanderer who remained undetected by her. After the last lesson, although Mo Wu was confident in her current strength, she would remain vigilant as long as this lone wanderer did not appear. She was cautious of the other party's small movements. At this moment, the zombies in Raccoon City were undergoing strange evolutions, the entire city shrouded in an invisible and intangible barrier. Looking at the defeated pursuer, Jill supported herself on her knees, panting heavily. Thank you all this time. The difficulty of this pursuer exceeded her expectations. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of this 5-member team, she might have really been trapped here. After that roar, not long later, the pursuer actually evolved, significantly increasing both its strength and defense, with its body growing larger and more aggressive. They were forced into a corner, but fortunately, there were other survivors in Raccoon City. We need to leave here quickly. These zombies seem to be evolving and at a rapid pace. By the way, I remember this city has a virus vaccine. If we can obtain the vaccine and find someone to mass produce it after leaving Raccoon City, perhaps we can save Raccoon City. Upon hearing about the vaccine, Jill's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Really? If we can find it, I would be so grateful to you. No, it's nothing. I just did what I was supposed to do. As she looked at Jill, who was slightly leaning in the glasses-wearing boy's face faintly flushed. The other team members couldn't help but show amused smiles at this scene, easing their inner tension. At least for now, the plan was being executed according to the boys' steps. Believing that they would soon be able to complete their mission, they finalized their next target and devised a plan to search for the virus vaccine, quickly launching into action. After the group left, a white-haired man in tactical gear stepped out from the shadows. He looked in the direction where Jill and the others had vanished before shifting his gaze back to the pursuer, his eyes dark and brooding. Damn it, I could have killed her. The white-haired man cursed. Raccoon City was now completely out of his control, and the mutation speed of the virus was far beyond his imagination. Some inexplicable unknown creatures had appeared in this city. It wouldn't be long before all the zombies in Raccoon City underwent a true metamorphosis, transforming into even fiercer killing machines, and at that time this place would become a hell on earth. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind, causing the white-haired man to instantly become alert. He turned around and drew the dagger from his waist, ready for battle. Before him stood a girl in a black cloak who had mysteriously arrived here. Seeing a frail girl, the white-haired man's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he sheathed his dagger, a smile hinting at the corners of his mouth. Hi, miss, I don't think this is a place for you to be. Before the white-haired man could finish, the girl lifted her azure eyes and glanced at him. Bang! Without warning, the white-haired man felt as if his body had been struck by a fully speeding truck, and his body flew through the air like a cannonball, tracing a straight trajectory. His entire body crashed into a wall several dozen meters away, turning into a puddle of mush. For all this, the girl seemed to have merely accomplished a trivial feat, as her gaze shifted to the pursuer, a smirk gracing her lips. She approached the pursuer, crouched down, and placed her fair palm on the pursuer's massive head, a pink glow enveloping it, as immense spiritual power poured into the pursuer's body. Then a strange scene unfolded. The pursuer's body began to swell, its virus within seemingly losing control, or perhaps being deceived, initiating evolution and mutation. Even the parasites controlling the pursuer appeared to be tricked by the mental spores implanted by the girl, being stimulated by extreme conditions within their own world, prompting the pursuer to evolve. A powerful force was slowly brewing, and this was merely the beginning. The roars of zombies spread throughout Raccoon City, all zombies initiating uncontrolled mutations, their bodies growing larger, their eyes replaced by red, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. Some zombies even sprouted fierce bone spikes from their backs with a thick tail extending behind them. Those rampaging tyrants broke their shackles, becoming colossal, simultaneously growing a pair of massive bony wings from their backs. Their bodies, already capable of withstanding gunfire, were further encased in thick bony plates, forming a highly defensive exoskeletal biological armor. A nightmare seemed to be rapidly erupting in Raccoon City. Mo Wu, who was hunting zombies in the distance, came to a halt, gazing at the zombies suddenly converging towards her, fierce aggression igniting in her 4 crimson vertical pupils. It's actually a hunter of the Queen Bee route. The underground research facility of Huanxiong City, the Central Hall. 3 factions stood locked in a taut standoff. In the center were Liang, pistol clenched in his hand, and AI draped in red. To the left, a 5-member foreign reincarnated squad. Their shared objective was the silver briefcase held by Annie ahead. When the T-virus underwent an uncontrollable mutation, Annie understood that matters had already slipped beyond her control. Wylian's ceaselessly evolving body filled even her with dread. The only course was to activate the lab's self-destruct and then devise a way to utterly annihilate the G-virus, never allowing these outsiders to claim it. AI glanced toward the fully armed squad across the way as she made no immediate move. These people felt unnervingly complex. Whoever struck first would not meet a good end. Just as the tension reached its apex, a set of footsteps froze everyone. Each step made the floor tremble faintly, each sound painfully distinct in the charged air. All heads turned instinctively, eyes sharpened with caution. From the shadowed corridor, a hulking figure emerged, so vast it nearly blocked the passage. It was a tyrant, yet nothing like any model they knew. Nearly 4 meters tall, its gray trench coat split open to reveal heavy bioarmor beneath, like an external skeleton. Its muscles swelled toward the grotesque. Exposed skin ran dark red, veined with thick black vessels. Most chilling of all, perched atop the mutant tyrant's broad shoulder, sat a small human figure. She was wrapped in a wide black cloak, hood obscuring her face, showing only a delicate chin and the faint, ambiguous curve of her lips. One bare foot tapped lightly upon the tyrant's cold bioarmor, her demeanor as relaxed as someone on a park bench. A stark contrast to the sense of destruction emanating from the monster beneath her. What is that? A reincarnator blurted, his gun muzzle involuntarily rising. Liang and AI DOS pupils constricted. They had endured tyrant hunts and knew its terror, yet this controlled mutant, both in size and aura, exceeded their comprehension. The girl on the tyrant's shoulder seemed heedless of the shocked gazes below. Her eyes swept the crowd and landed directly on Annie and the case in her hands. At that instant, mutation regenerated. The ruptured metal floor detonated with a roar. A gigantic creature bristling with eyes and a forest of limbs smashed through the floor and crawled upward. It was Wylian, G. Wylian. Stripped entirely of humanity, it had become a creature of pure slaughter. Fixing its gaze on everyone present, the monster charged toward the nearest tyrant. As the distance closed and G. Wylian's great claw was about to strike, the mutant tyrant moved. Without setting the girl down, its giant arm, sheathed in white bioarmor, lashed out like lightning. Fingers like iron pincers closed with brutal precision around the core of G. Wylian's distorted skull. Ruhar. G. Wylian let out a pained howl, thrashing frantically as its tentacle-like limbs whipped the tyrant with dull slaps, but the tyrant was unmoved. The mutant tyrant's arm muscles bulged. It hoisted the multi-ton G. Wylian, as if lifting a chick, then to the stunned gaze of all hurled it against a nearby load-bearing concrete pillar. With a thunderous crash, rubble flew and deep fissures spidered across the pillar. G. Wylian's body lodged within it as bones shattered in a grisly chorus. But it was not finished. The mutant tyrant stepped forward, raised its siege hammer-sized foot, and slammed it down upon the carcass embedded in the wall. Squelch. Fluids, bone fragments, and mutated tissue sprayed outward. G. Wylian's roar cut off abruptly. Beneath that crushing blow, its body was reduced to a flattened pulp. An instant kill, absolute merciless compression. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Cold sweat slicked Liang's palm on his gun. AI DOS breath stilled for a moment. The foreign reincarnated squad was even paler, their weapons trembling in their hands. Only by facing G. Wylian could one fathom its true horror, far removed from any game portrayal. No one expected such a formidable boss to be annihilated in an instant. The girl surveyed them and leapt from the tyrant's shoulder, landing soundlessly. Ignoring the frozen atmosphere, she walked straight to the paralyzed Annie, bent down, and gently took the silver sample case from her rigid hand. Her motion was as casual as taking something that belonged to her. Only then did the squad's leader, a middle-aged man with brown hair, seem to recover from his shock. He stared at the hooded profile partially revealed, and the wavy blonde hair peeking from the hood's edge. A name that made him shiver rose unbidden. Alisai, my lady. His voice was dry, threaded with disbelief, reverence, and fear. The other men shuddered at his words, their eyes instantly filled with awe. Alisai was the only SS-grade hunter in Ingluin, yet she was not a pure Ingluin native, half Ingluin blood, half Longwa heritage. Her name Alisai sounded more Longwa than Ingluin. Her talent could weave dreams into reality, to seize hearts and command fear itself. She was in effect the true ruler of Ingluin, the real queen. Alisai tilted her head slightly, the eyes beneath her hood glanced at them without warmth. Leave. She spoke 2 words, clear, uncompromising. At her command, the squad did not hesitate. Ignoring Liang and AI, they retreated at top speed and vanished down the corridor. They knew that in the face of this presence, a single extra second could be fatal. Liang and AI exchanged a look and saw the gravity mirrored in one another's eyes. This girl who had appeared without warning was more mysterious and dangerous than Ji Weilian or any bioweapon. Yet they had no way out. As the two moved to act, an invisible force hurled Liang and AI backward into a distant wall. Leave now, and you may live. Alisai did not spare them a glance. She had spoken tersely. She hefted the case and turned toward the smear of Ji Weilian's pulverized flesh. She knew that such physical destruction would not truly kill the G virus, it would instead serve as a catalyst for its evolution. Alisai crouched and hovered her pale fingers above the stubbornly writhing mass. A scarcely perceptible pink glow seeped from her fingertips into it. It was neither healing nor assault, but a deeper deception, deceiving the G virus itself, constructing for it an enemy it could never surpass. This enemy. Thinking of that enormous savage silhouette atop the high building, a faint smile touched Alis's lips. Within this unending cyclical nightmare, so long as the G virus corporeal form did not exceed its phantom, that illusion would slaughter, tear apart, and devour it again and again without mercy. Each death would be a cruel squeezing and provocation of the G virus limits. Its survival instinct and hunger to evolve would be driven to the utmost by this never-ending contest of death. Thus, in reality, it would ravenously absorb every usable genetic material and energy, undergoing hyper-accelerated boundary-breaking mutation. It was a terrifying ability to use dreams to directly deceive and drive the fundamental mechanisms of life toward evolution. Grow quickly, Alisai whispered, a trace of expectation in her voice. Let me see how far you can evolve under its pressure. Grow quickly, Alisai whispered, a trace of expectation in her voice. Let me see how far you can evolve under its pressure. Grow quickly, Alisai whispered, a trace of expectation in her voice. Let me see how far you can evolve under its pressure. Deep within an underground research facility in a sealed cultivation chamber, yet unscathed by destruction, stood towering bioreactors. Inside these bioreactors lay incomplete tyrants and stalkers, bioengineered abominations that, though meant to remain dormant, suddenly snapped open their eyes. Instantly, a cascade of shattering glass echoed alongside guttural roars. Reinforced casings exploded, spilling viscous nutrient fluid, and the creatures within, onto the cold floor. After a long silence, the biomonsters rose slowly from the ground, their pupils glowing with an eerie, unnatural crimson, the unmistakable signature of invisible psychic spores. Their bodies began to mutate, but not rapidly. The changes were measured, calibrated precisely to sustain only the most rudimentary physiological functions. Guided indirectly by heiresses, they smashed through barriers and marched forward with heavy, deliberate steps toward the central hall of the underground facility. Their movement was slow, but unified in purpose to reach the central hall to become sustenance for G. William, offering flesh and energy to fuel his relentless evolution. In the hall, Eris lifted her case and leapt back onto the shoulders of the mutated tyrant. Without glancing behind, the tyrant turned and strode heavily down another corridor, indifferent to the grotesque feast of evolution unfolding in its wake. Ada and Leon struggled upright, exchanged a single glance, then chose retreat. The situation had long since slipped beyond their control. Leon gazed at Annie, slumped motionless on the floor. With a deep sigh, he approached her, ignored her protests and frantic resistance, hoisted her onto his back, and fled with Ada down an alternate passage. The tremors beneath their feet grew stronger, more frequent, signaling the approach of a vast horde. If cornered, their chances of survival would vanish entirely. Ada glanced at Leon, still carrying Annie on his back, then said nothing. Blood, shredded flesh, twisted limbs. Mo Wu stood motionless at the center of the street, where a thick viscous carpet already coated the asphalt. It was a mound of grotesque remains, mutated, unclassifiable life forms. Rain washed over the dark red pavement, yet could not cleanse the air of its suffocating miasma, iron-rich blood, and rotting decay. She tilted her head slightly, for crimson eyes swept across the desolation, down alleyways into building shadows behind rusted sewer grates, where countless pairs of burning red eyes ignited in the darkness. They varied wildly in form. Some retained the skeletal frame of lickers, others resembled multi-jointed insects, most were indescribable amalgamations of pulsating flesh and writhing tentacles. No wars. No shrieks. Only silent, ceaseless advance, stiff-limbed yet unwavering in intent, as they surged toward Mo Wu. The fourth wave. Mo Wu raised a forelimb. Her claws slashed idly through the air. A sharp, tearing shriek split the rain-soaked silence, and the leading dozen monsters collided midair with an invisible grinder exploding into ragged chunks of meat. Dark blood and unknown fluids splattered against nearby walls, hissing as they corroded the surface. She did not pause. Wing blades carved horizontal arcs, tail whips pierced deep, each strike clearing a fan-shaped swath of carnage. Piles of corpses rose ever higher, yet more monsters clambered over them undeterred, endless. Then cleaving through the crimson mist came a titan, stitched together crudely from 3 hunters. 6 thick chitinous legs bore its bloated mass, 3 heads gaped wide, each lined with spiraling serrated teeth. Mo Wu did not retreat. She lunged forward, dodging its lunge at the last instant, and swept her wing blade upward in a diagonal slash. Thwip! Its body split cleanly down the midline entrails and half-digested gore erupting across the street. Mo Wu dipped her head and sank her fangs into one convulsing skull. Jaws clenched. Crack. Bone shattered. Blood gushed. Gray-pink matter pulsed outward under crushing pressure. She chewed twice, then swallowed. Tasteless. Like chewing waterlogged pulp. No iron tang, no surge of vitality, not even the faintest chime of genetic fragment recognition. Ignoring the relentless assault, Mo Wu turned her gaze to the fallen corpses, whose forms rapidly faded, grew translucent, then dissolved entirely, like dew vanishing beneath morning sun. Only the faintest ripple, a whisper of psychic resonance, lingered in the air. All for Crimson eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. She had sensed it 15 minutes ago, the unnatural uniformity of these creatures' strength. No matter their morphology, their threat level remained unervingly precise enough to drain her stamina, yet never sufficient to land a decisive blow. As if deliberately holding her in place. That final bite confirmed it. An illusion. Her voice cut through the rain. Cold, crystalline, absolute. Not wholly false. The genuine zombie carcasses beneath her feet remained. The stench of blood was real. This was no mere mirage. It was reality interwoven with illusion. Without the absolute sensitivity of her genome's sovereign trait toward ingested matter, she might have remained ensnared far longer. Time for verification. Facing another hive hunter, whose true capabilities remained utterly unknown, Mo Wu's 4 blood-red vertical pupils held terrifying preternatural calm. Learning from her prior encounter with the xenomorph, she had prepared for counterhunt the moment this hunter finally struck. Blood domain erupted. A spherical field 1,200 meters in radius centered on Mo Wu, its air instantly saturated with a thick, viscous crimson haze. Not light, but a dense, rotating force field woven from condensed vital energy and arcane power resembling a suspended, slow-spinning nebula of blood. The residual chi and life force of every genuine zombie and mutant she had slain were drawn inward by her bloodthirst trait, streaming toward her as fine ribbons of scarlet light, replenishing her waning reserves. Within the perception of blood domain, the illusory monsters vanished upon death, not with impact or residue, but like snowflakes dissolving in flame, leaving only the faintest psychic afterimage. Mo Wu sealed all 4 primary eyes. Her immense spiritual energy withdrew inward, merging seamlessly with the expanded blood domain. Simultaneously, the ornamental eye motifs etched across her silvery batwings blazed with sudden, searing crimson light. These were newly evolved sensory organs, born from her fusion with the G-virus, capable of perceiving energy flows and psychic fluctuations, and within them resided fragments of the virus's consciousness. When the particle-level perception of blood domain fused with the G-virus eyes, deep layer inside the world before her began shedding its deceptive veil. The dazzling and terrifying tide of monsters, burning buildings, and torrential rain still existed, but beneath it all, Mo Wu saw a different scene. In the air, countless fine pink light dots pervaded. They floated slowly like living spores, aggregating and splitting. Those endlessly emerging monsters were illusions quickly materialized from these spores, which absorbed the chaotic and fearful spiritual energy from the environment, along with some real virus pheromones. They mingled among the real mutated zombie horde, indistinguishable between truth and illusion. As long as they could not be discovered or penetrated, the bodies they formed would not dissipate, weaving an unbreakable illusory world. The source of these spiritual spores faintly pointed to a certain location in the southwest of the city where a calm, yet immense spiritual power quietly resided, like a mother spider at the center of a web. "I found you." Mo Wu grinned, revealing her sharp, white teeth. It was not a smile, but the instinctive killing intent of a predator locking onto its prey. She no longer paid attention to the continuing illusions of monsters. With her mouth wide open, a mixture of grotesque shrieks and the ultrasonic screeches of bats suddenly surged forth, an invisible force tearing apart these spiritual spores. At the top of a church bell tower in the southwest of Raccoon City, which had not completely collapsed, sitting on the shoulder of the enhanced tyrant, Alice's slender body quivered slightly. Her brows furrowed beneath her hood, and her closed eyelids fluttered. Through the network of spiritual spores spread throughout the city, she could clearly sense that in the area where Mo Wu was located, the spiritual spores were being shattered and disintegrated at an astonishing speed by some force until they dissipated. "I've been discovered. Much faster than expected." Alisai murmured softly, her voice revealing no panic, only a slight annoyance at her plan being disrupted. She had no intention of being adversarial with Mo Wu. The other was an SS-level talent hunter and moreover had chosen the slaughter route. There was no need to mention her individual strength. Even if she used all her means, she could not defeat the other. She set up an illusion merely to temporarily isolate the excessively fierce and brutal beast that was Mo Wu from the main battlefield, buying time for Ji William and the pursuer's transformation, to better cultivate her own guards. But now the illusion had been seen through. With the brutal fighting style that Mo Wu exhibited once she escaped, the mere act of trapping her with an illusion would be enough reason to start a war. I can't let her come over now. Alisai took a deep breath and looked towards the direction where Mo Wu was. She gracefully leaped down from the tyrant's shoulder, her bare feet touching the damp and cold stone bricks of the bell tower. Her hood swayed slightly in the night wind, revealing the lower half of her pale face and light pink lips. She closed her eyes, her hands coming together in front of her, as if cradling an invisible crystal ball, her breathing becoming long and slow. A layer of barely discernible pink aura began to ripple around Alisai. She was mobilizing a greater spiritual power, gathering millions of spiritual spores, spreading them throughout Raccoon City, where the brutal atmosphere within the city became the best nourishment for their growth. When she truly planned to go to war, Alisai knew that facing an SS-level slaughter hunter, any reservations would only plunge her current self into danger. Therefore, this time she directly used all her strength. The newly born spiritual spores quickly filled the previous gaps, even becoming denser and more complete. Choosing the route of the B-Lord, relying on the exclusive skills of the B-Lord route and the combination of dream and reality, as long as the enemy could not break through the dream and find their true self. In this world constructed by her, they could only be devoured by countless spiritual creations. And in this world, she was the creator. If given enough time to build this dream that intertwined illusion and reality, even if Mo Wu discovered her presence within the illusion, escaping would come at a great cost. But now this world had been constructed too briefly, and the current Alisai only wished to use the illusion to hold Mo Wu back, buying enough time for evolution. On the other end of the city, after a burst of ultrasonic waves, Mo Wu had already unfolded her 20-meter-wide silver-white wings, locking onto the direction of the bell tower, targeting those spiritual spores that were refilling the space. Her crimson vertical pupils flickered with a glimmer of blood in the rain. The hunt had begun. Similarly, at this moment, the spiritual spores in the air absorbed enough negative energy, no longer hiding, they could unreservedly devour this negative energy to promote their own solidification. This time, they transformed into countless flying creatures, nearly filling the entire sky. The rain seemed to have stopped, or rather it was blocked, and now what remained in the sky were those flying creatures, shimmering with spiritual light. They were far less powerful than the previous ones, but their numbers were even more terrifying. A true obscuration of the sun filling the entire sky above Raccoon City. On the outskirts of Raccoon City, two reincarnation teams that had left due to the upheaval stared blankly at the sky, gazing at those dense creatures. At this moment, they could only feel their scalps tingling. It was the first time they felt as if they couldn't breathe. Such a number of monsters was enough to swallow everything in the entire city. What exactly was Alisai doing to create such a terrifying commotion? Jill and the others also looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with even greater shock. The reincarnators still knew that this was the work of a B-Lord hunter, aware of the existence of a transcendent figure. But Jill and the others had no idea about the so-called hunter, nor did they know about the existence of the main god game. They could not understand how these creatures had hidden in Raccoon City without being discovered. In retrospect, Umbrella and their understanding had already been elevated to a natural disaster level existence capable of creating creatures that could obliterate an entire city. Now the entire Raccoon City had completely fallen, but what was the purpose of releasing so many creatures? However, soon everyone would know. In the midst of the towering and interspersed skyscrapers, a colossal creature flapped, its silver-white bat wings charging towards the monsters in the sky. No, more accurately, it was charging towards the only bell tower in Raccoon City. It rapidly released layers of blood-red mist around itself, enveloping a radius of 1,200 meters. Those monsters flying high in the sky seemed to have found their target, rushing towards the colossal creature like a torrent. They appeared to be trying to prevent the other from approaching. At this moment, the foreign reincarnators could not help but swallow hard. They were well aware of Alisai's might and strength. The only thing that could compel Alisai to exert herself to the fullest was the possibility of another hunter. That was another hunter, the giant beast from before. It was also an SS-level talent hunter, and moreover one focused on combat. What a joke, 2 SS-level talent hunters appearing in a single instance. The faces of these reincarnators turned grim. They did not know whether this was luck or misfortune. Countless numbers plunged the sky into darkness, the buzzing of flapping wings merging into an overwhelming torrent of noise, causing the glass of buildings on the ground to shatter under the high-frequency vibrations. At the center of this black sky, a silvery figure surged straight toward the southwest. Mo Wu flapped her wings, spanning 20 meters each beat, creating 2 pale sonic boom clouds behind her. The air around her twisted, not an illusion caused by speed, but a tangible manifestation of the full power of the blood domain with a diameter of 1,200 meters. A slowly rotating dark red spherical force field enveloped her. Within the domain, countless blood-colored particles as fine as dust floated and drifted, possessing strong adhesive and corrosive properties, as if they were a living plague. The first wave of flying monsters that charged into the domain underwent bizarre changes upon contact with the blood-colored particles. Their wings began to be coated in the particles, their movements becoming slow and stiff. The surfaces of the bodies, composed purely of spiritual energy, revealed web-like red cracks, hundreds at the forefront, unable to advance more than 50 meters, disintegrated and vaporized in midair, ultimately vanishing completely. But there were simply too many of them. Millions of monsters surged toward the blood domain, consuming its energy with their bodies and disintegrating the blood-colored particles with their spirits. They were like moths drawn to a flame, dying at an astonishing speed, yet filling the gaps even faster. Finally, after the annihilation of tens of thousands of their kind, the tide of monsters broke through the outer defense of the blood domain. The dark tide of monsters surged toward the center, where Mo Wu was like a flood breaching a dam. Mo Wu did not slow down, nor did she change her flight trajectory. Raising her wing blades, she held them level, then spun her body. The silvery wing blades sliced through the air, creating a perfect ring of blade light. All the monsters that charged into Mo Wu's range, regardless of size, shape, or angle of attack, were simultaneously sliced into pieces. Debris fell from the sky, dissipating. Yet more monsters continued to surge forward, stepping over the corpses of their kind. They began to exhibit even stranger behaviors. No longer blindly charging, they began to collide, merge, and reorganize. Dozens, even hundreds of monsters fused together, their flesh and spiritual energy brutally stitched together, completing a grotesque evolution during flight. A colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters coalesced directly in front of Mo Wu. It had 6 pairs of asymmetrical membrane wings, its body made up of parts from dozens of different monsters. 3 heads roared in different directions, each roar sending ripples of spiritual impact. This composite beast shattered the last blood-red barrier. All 6 pairs of wings vibrated simultaneously, unleashing a piercing scream as it lunged at Mo Wu. Faced with this abominable creature, Mo Wu did not even attempt to evade. She simply raised her head, her 4 crimson eyes locking onto the largest head of the composite beast. Then she accelerated. Not a sidestep, not a dodge, but a heat-in and relentless charge. Boom! At the moment of impact, time seemed to freeze for a frame. The 12 eyes on the 3 heads of the composite beast widened simultaneously as it saw this creature, which was nearly its size, shatter its hardest rib plate and tear through layers of muscle and fascia. Under this force, its body quickly disassembled, shattered, and eventually turned into a puddle of goo. The energy of the goo rapidly dissipated, transforming into a shower of pink light dust that ultimately vanished. Mo Wu burst forth from the light dust, her silvery bone armor untainted by the slightest filth. Her speed not only did not diminish, but increased. For 500 meters ahead, the top of the clock tower was now clearly visible, where a figure in a black robe stood. At the top of the clock tower, a young girl stood at the edge. Behind her, the mutated tyrant served as the most loyal guardian, sheltering the girl's petite figure beneath. Beneath her hood, the girl's light pink lips were slightly pressed together. Through the shared vision of the spiritual spore network, she witnessed everything that had just occurred: the corrosive nature of the blood domain, the destructive power of the wing blades, and that unreasonable heat in charge. Every detail conveyed the same message to her. The hunter before her, who had taken the path of slaughter, possessed actual combat power far beyond her estimates. What a truly powerful body, she murmured softly, her voice revealing no panic. Strength, speed, and domain intensity all exceed expected thresholds. A re-evaluation of the threat level is recommended. But there was no time for reassessment. Mo Wu had already torn through the last layer of the monster tide's obstruction, arriving directly above the clock tower. The massive body hovered 20 meters above the girl, the 20-meter wing blades slowly flapping, creating winds that caused the tiles at the top of the clock tower to peel away. The crimson vertical pupils cast their gaze downward, holding no anger or killing intent, only a kind of near-indifferent scrutiny. Thus, the 2 SS-grade gifted hunters truly met for the first time in this dying city. Ali C raised her hand and gently pulled down her hood. Golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, swept up by the wild wind behind her. She appeared to be no more than 16 or 17 years old, her features exquisitely doll-like, her skin pale to the point of near transparency, but her eyes, with pupils of an unusual pink-blue hue, seemed to hold countless tiny light points slowly swirling within. She looked up at the Mo Wu in the sky, her pink-blue pupils slightly constricting. Even though she had shared perspectives through the spore network, witnessing this hunter's true form still exceeded her expectations. Beneath the grotesquely enormous crown, 4 emotionless crimson vertical pupils stared back. The fully covered biological bone armor had dark red energy veins flowing at the seams of each armor plate. The tail whip that swayed behind moved in layers with a sharp end like a spear. This was not a form that biological evolution should possess. This was a war machine reconstructed from the cruelest laws after deconstructing the concepts of slaughter and survival. Truly, a remarkable piece of work. Ali Sis' voice was soft like an ethereal lark, filled with scholarly admiration and a hint of barely detectable wariness. Mo Wu did not respond, or rather she could not understand at all. She hovered in the air, her 4 eyes scanning the surrounding environment at different frequencies. The structure of the clock tower, the distribution of zombies on the streets below, the concentration of spiritual spores in the air, even the direction of the cloud flow. It was too quiet. The Hive Master Hunter was far too composed. Having learned from the near disaster of being ambushed by humans in the alien world, Mo Wu had adopted the utmost caution in dealing with every enemy, no matter how weak they appeared. A dense, nearly liquid crimson particle oozed from the gaps of Mo Wu's bone armor, enveloping her like a living shroud, forming a constantly flowing, close-fitting barrier. This was the compressed form of the blood domain, sacrificing range for strength. Any energy attack attempting to directly affect her body would be absorbed, delayed, and then given enough time to respond. 3 seconds of observation. Confirming that there were no ambushing high-level mutants around the clock tower, no abnormal energy concentrations, aside from the mental spores, no other toxins or parasites were detected in the air. Thus, the only threat was the golden-haired girl before her. Without warning or build-up, Mo Wu's blade wings were suddenly enveloped in blinding crimson light. The crimson particles attached to the blade were highly compressed and intensified, transforming in an instant into 2 crescent-shaped beams of blood. The speed of the strike surpassed that of sound. The moment the blood beams left the blade, the air was compressed into circular white ripples. The 2 crisscrossing arcs of crimson light tore through the air, enveloping Ali C and the tyrant behind her within the attack range. Ali C did not evade. She did not even assume a defensive posture. Just as the blood beams approached, the swirling light points deep within her powder blue pupils suddenly accelerated. Pooh! A sound as light as a bubble bursting. The blood beams pierced through Ali C's body, slicing her and the mutated tyrant behind her into 4 segments. There was no expected splatter of flesh and blood, nor the sound of bones shattering. The bodies of the mutated tyrant and Ali C severed, shattered like a broken mirror, scattering into countless pink light particles that slowly dissipated in the rain. A carefully constructed illusion, even deceiving Mo Wu, momentarily shattered. As the illusion broke, the surrounding world began to fade. The remaining flying monsters in the air turned into bubbles, the bizarre mutants on the street rapidly collapsed, and even the dimness of the sky faded somewhat, revealing the true clouds behind. The illusion constructed by Ali C's immense mental power was completely dispelled at that moment. What remained was the most real version of Raccoon City: burning buildings, wandering mutated zombies, and the lingering though greatly diminished embers of mental spores in the air. Mo Wu's gaze locked onto the sky. At her level, the air rippled. First, golden hair materialized from the void, followed by a pale cheek and a slender figure. Ali C's true form was being upheld by invisible mental power, slowly revealing itself. She remained barefoot, suspended in the air, her powder blue pupils turning to a deep azure, calmly gazing at Mo Wu. Such a pity. Ali C spoke, her voice directly transmitted to Mo Wu's consciousness through mental power. Just 47 minutes short, and I could have completed the catalysis of the Guardian. Her tone carried genuine regret, like an artist watching an unfinished sculpture be destroyed. However, Ali C's words shifted, a peculiar light flashing deep within her azure pupils. Since you've destroyed my work. Ali C looked at Mo Wu, spreading her arms as if in some welcoming ceremony. SSS. The sound of air being torn was distinctly audible. 2 spatial rifts, each over 50 meters long and twisting erratically, suddenly appeared beside Ali C's body. The edges of the rifts shimmered with unstable powder blue arcs of electricity, and within came the cacophony of countless bones grinding and flesh proliferating. 2 currents of chaotic, brutal energy, filled with an insatiable desire to devour, surged from the depths of the rifts. These 2 half-finished products shall be your farewell gift. After saying this, Ali C gave Mo Wu a faint smile, though blood trickled from her lips. Clearly, forcibly pulling out these 2 monsters had harmed her foundation. Just before Mo Wu's blade struck again, Ali C's figure rippled and blurred like a reflection in water, completely vanishing from the air. Only a distant whisper remained. I hope next time we meet you can still maintain such an enchanting form. She had left. It was not a high-speed movement, but rather a direct use of mental distortion to shift herself to the safe area outside Raccoon City, where she chose to return from her mission. For her, the data that needed to be collected had already been gathered, and the contingency plans had been laid. Staying here to fight a war machine with obviously excessive combat power was meaningless. Mo Wu's blade passed through the air, leaving a lasting crimson trail that lingered. She did not pursue. Though she did not understand the torrent of words spoken by the girl, she knew that her opponent had left her with 2 even more powerful enemies. The 2 spatial rifts were expanding violently, the roars from within growing nearer and louder. Something was about to emerge. Mo Wu slowly retracted her blade, all 4 scarlet eyes locking onto the rifts. The blood-red barrier around her expanded once more, growing from a tight fit to a 3-meter radius, with countless particles spinning rapidly, emitting a low hum. Her tail whip slowly raised behind her, striking the air. The crisp sound was both a provocation and a declaration of war. She could sense that these 2 creatures were plot entities, also serving as plot bosses. But now they had been completely reformed by that hunter, far from being comparable to their original forms. A premonition told her that as long as she killed these 2 plot bosses, her evaluation for this instance would skyrocket. At this moment, on the other side of the city, deep within the underground laboratory, G. William and a massive entity, formed by numerous pursuers, and the tyrant finally completed their last transformation. It opened 12 eyes and spread its grotesque, brutal wings made of flesh and limbs. An aura of monstrous violence instantly filled the entire underground research facility. It raised its massive head looking towards the rift in the direction where Mo Wu was. Under the unblinking gaze of Mo Wu's 4 crimson vertical pupils, the first rift was torn open with brutal force. A grotesque monstrosity squeezed forth from the warped dream. Its body resembled a haphazard amalgamation. Dozens of tyrants and hunters violently shattered and crudely reassembled. 6 thick, uneven arms propped up its bloated torso, while behind it stretched a 24-meter wingspan, cobbled together from twisted limbs and jagged bone plates. 2 heads emerged from its shoulders left and right. Each bore 6 scarlet eyes that now rotated in unison, locking with lethal fixation upon Mo Wu hovering in the air. A fusion of the G-virus and T-virus, the nascent form of an elite guard forcibly catalyzed by the Hive Lord Alis. Then from the second rift, an arm sheathed in silvery white bone plating emerged. It was a hunter-modified entity, 10 meters tall, clad entirely in silver-white bone armor identical in origin to Mo Wu's own. Its semi-flexed legs bulged with corded muscle, each breath exhaled billowing white vapor. Most horrifying were the dozens of barbed whip-like tendrils writhing across its back, each tipped with needle-sharp points and studded with suction cups. Lacking flight capability, it leapt directly from the rift and crashed onto the spire of the clock tower below. The reinforced concrete groaned under the impact, fissures spider-webbing across its surface as if on the verge of collapse. The creature tilted its head upward. Its face retained only the barest suggestion of human features, yet both eyes blazed with savage crimson light. 2 monsters, one airborne, one grounded. The air thickened with palpable savagery, nearly solid in its oppressive weight. Ordinary zombies crumpled where they stood, too paralyzed even to snarl. Mo Wu hovered motionless, then slowly retracted her wing blades before alighting atop a nearby skyscraper. No mental interference from the Hive Lord. No endless tide of phantasmal beasts. Though formidable in aura, these 2 abominations remained mere morsels before her. VVVVRR. A deep, resonant vibration emanated from deep within Mo Wu's chest, the harbinger of tyrant core liberation. First, the bone armor along her spine began to fracture, not shatter, but actively disassemble and reconfigure like living tissue. Thick, silvery white bone blades erupted from her vertebrae, replacing earlier spines, and extending seamlessly down her dorsal line to the tailbone, each over 2 meters long, edged with razor precision. Irregular, jagged bone spikes burst through the skin at her limb joints, forming natural killing angles. Her forelimb claws elongated and thickened, their tips extended into half-meter-long curved sides gleaming with cold metallic hardness beneath the dim night light. Her bat-like wing blades underwent violent hypertrophy, broadening nearly twofold, their surfaces etched with intricate blood-red traceries. Upon her brow, the white crown, fused with traits of the xenomorph queen, extended backward, growing wider, more imposing, more monstrous. 3 eyes, etched in dark crimson energy, emerged upon the crown's surface yet remained tightly sealed. Perhaps they awaited Mo Wu's ascension to her third form. Upon completing her second form, Mo Wu's wingspan had reached a staggering 25 meters, her body length surged to 23. When fully unfurled, her shadow swallowed entire city blocks below. Her skeletal armor grew denser, seams pulsing with near-overflowing crimson energy. Her tail whip doubled in length, its terminal bone spear swelled to the size of a door panel spiraled with barbs. Second form, Tyrant. Mo Wu had shed all semblance of biology, now a white death god forged from bone blades and pure slaughter. Mo Wu did not roar. Instead, her 4 crimson vertical pupils locked simultaneously upon the airborne Gwilliam hybrid. And then, she danced. Not a charge, a blink. Her 25-meter wing blades ripped through the air with deafening sonic booms. Before retinal afterimages faded, she stood poised directly above the Gwilliam hybrid. Wingblade raised, then slashed downward. The hybrid's twin heads shrieked in unison, 6 arms crossed in desperate defense, while its malformed wings beat frantically to gain distance. But it was too slow. SHHHK. A vertical scar of silver light tore across the sky. 4 of the 6 defending arms severed cleanly at the elbow, cut with mirror-smooth precision. Its malformed wings were cleaved halfway at the root, gushing torrents of dark crimson blood. The Gwilliam hybrid wailed in agony, its massive frame tilting violently as it plunged earthward. Yet Mo Wu's assault did not pause. Even as the momentum of her first strike lingered, her tail whip lashed forward like lightning. Its swollen bony spear pierced the left head's forehead, straight through the brow, exiting the rear skull in a gush of gray matter and viscous black fluid. All 6 eyes in that head instantly dimmed. The entire body was hoisted high upon Mo Wu's tail. Then, a thunderous explosion echoed from below. The hunter-modified entity atop the clock tower had moved. Its 10-meter frame unleashed terrifying, disproportionate explosive power. Concrete shattered beneath its feet as it launched skyward like a living artillery shell. Dozens of tendrils snapped taut behind it, their needle-tipped ends aimed squarely at Mo Wu's back, each tip spinning at blinding speed, shrieking like industrial drill bits. Mo Wu did not glance back. Instead, she yanked the suspended Gwilliam hybrid before her, using it as a springboard, and drove all 4 limbs hard into its back, launching herself into a whirling pivot, her tail spear tearing free in a spray of crimson and ivory. Simultaneously, her reoriented right wing blade swept sideways. Clang, 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 clang. A barrage of metallic detonations rang out. The hunter-modified entity's tendrils collided violently with Mo Wu's silvery wing blade, sparks exploding in every impact. Several tendrils severed outright, yet more coiled around the blade, attempting to bind and immobilize it. At that very moment, the crimson barrier perpetually surrounding Mo Wu suddenly expanded outward. Blood domain stasis. Radius compressed to 30 meters, but density intensified tenfold. Countless crimson particles surged forth like sentient dust, adhering to the hunter-modified entity's bone, armor, muscle fibers, even the surface of its eyes. These particles held no direct destructive power, yet each acted like a million microscopic hands gripping and dragging at every motion it attempted. The hunter-modified entity's charge visibly slowed, as if plunging into thick, viscous glue. Its whipping tendrils lagged. Even turning its head became a laborious struggle. Mo Wu seized the opening. She did not withdraw her ensnared wing blade. Instead, she leaned into the tendrils, hurtling herself toward the hunter-modified entity. Her left forelimb's claws splayed wide, then slammed down. 5 half-meter-long crescent-shaped talons drove deep into the hunter-modified entity's cranial armor, like 5 parallel scimitars. With a brittle crack of splintering plating, the claws bored deeper, piercing exoskeleton, rending muscle, finally grinding against the inner wall of the skull. Roar! The hunter-modified entity roared in anguish. Its remaining tendrils flailed wildly against Mo Wu's torso, leaving pale streaks across her bone armor, but inflicting no true damage. Mo Wu's 4 crimson eyes watched cold and unblinking as the creature writhed beneath her grasp. Then, her wing blades vibrated at full intensity. Bum! Gripping the hunter-modified entity's skull like a living maul, she hurled it downward, straight toward the crumbling clock tower below. Bum! Combined mass and velocity triggered atmospheric detonation upon descent. The clock tower disintegrated on impact, brick, steel, and concrete erupting upward like a detonated warhead. A structure dozens of meters tall collapsed layer upon layer within seconds, plumes of dust and debris surging skyward, swallowing the entire district in a haze of ochre mist. At the heart of the ruins, the hunter-modified entity lay pinned beneath cascading rubble, deep in the shattered remains. Its cranial armor lay in splinters, exposing undulating pink brain tissue, already regenerating, proliferating visibly before the eye. At that moment, a sound of wind tearing through the sky echoed. The heavily injured G. William hybrid had not perished. It forced itself to stabilize its form during the fall, and the flesh at the severed arm frantically writhed, sprouting dense bone spines and tentacles. The wings cut open at the back, barely healed. Although its flying posture was askew, it ascended once again, diving down from above Mo Wu. The newly formed tentacle arms fused with another bony arm, creating a large, heavy spiked hammer, while 12 eyes simultaneously glowed with a crimson light. A shattered head fused and warped with another head, serrated teeth covering its entire surface. In the next moment, the merged head suddenly split open, forming an abyss-like maw reminiscent of a worm. It was charging up, preparing to launch a full-force dive attack. Mo Wu still did not turn around. However, the 24 bone blades behind her seemed to come alive at that moment, suddenly spreading outward. Then, with a high-frequency vibration, each bone blade's tip split into tiny secondary blades resembling blossoming peach branches, forming a dense network of bone blades. Puff, 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 puff. The diving body of the G. William hybrid crashed solidly into this network of bone blades. The kinetic energy from the dive, combined with the sharpness of the bone blades, created a terrifying cutting effect. Its torso was pierced by at least 8 bone blades, the newly formed tentacle arms were shredded, and the already damaged wings at its back were completely torn apart. Dark red blood and shattered entrails splattered down from the air, staining Mo Wu and the ruins below into a murky mess. Only then did Mo Wu slowly retract the claws that had plunged into the head of her pursuer's modification. The claws pulled out a large mass of writhing brain tissue. Without even a glance, she shoved it into her mouth, her sharp teeth closing, chewing, swallowing. Even without a brain, the creature still struggled. The shattered head was regenerating, and the tentacles at its back were regrowing. The fusion of the G-virus and the T-virus granted it an almost undying vitality. As long as it wasn't completely killed, it could resurrect infinitely and evolve in the process. But Mo Wu had no intention of giving it time. The wing blades lifted, and they struck down. It was not a beheading, but dismemberment. The left wing blade severed all the tentacle roots of the pursuing modification. The right wing blade sliced off the joints of its limbs. The bony spear of the tail repeatedly pierced its torso, shattering any potential core for regeneration inside. Each strike took away large chunks of flesh, and Mo Wu wasted nothing, dismembering while devouring. The severed tentacles, fragments of bone armor, and writhing muscle tissue were all stuffed into her mouth, her genetic Dominator talent operating at full capacity, frantically dismantling, analyzing, and plundering the energy within. The regeneration speed of the pursuing modification began to lag behind the rate of destruction and consumption. Its 10-meter-tall body rapidly shrank from a complete monster to a defective torso, and then to a mere remnant of a head and part of the spine. Finally, when Mo Wu's claws pierced deep into its chest cavity, extracting the still-beating crystalline core, the monster's regeneration finally came to a halt. Mo Wu crushed the core and swallowed the fragments. Then she turned around to look at the G. William hybrid, which was still struggling in the back. The creature had already lost the ability to fly, dragging its tattered body as it crawled through the ruins with newly sprouted flesh at the severed limbs, writhing frantically, attempting to reassemble its body, even to evolve. Mo Wu unfurled her wing blades and approached it. The shadow of her 25-meter wingspan completely enveloped the G. William hybrid. Extending her left front claw, Mo Wu grasped the head of the monster that had evolved into an abyss-like maw. The right wing blade lifted, pressing against its neck. There were no roars, no proclamations. Only swift, decisive slashes, devouring and dismembering. 20 minutes later, in the center of the ruins, Mo Wu slowly straightened her body. Her bone armor was stained with dark red, filthy edges of her wing blades hung with scraps of flesh and tendons, yet her 4 crimson eyes remained cold and clear. Beneath her feet lay 2 puddles of meat mush that were nearly unrecognizable. All the tissues of the G. William hybrid and the pursuing modification had been completely destroyed and consumed, even the basic cellular structures collapsing under the corrosion of the blood domain. The brutal aura in the air was rapidly dissipating. Mo Wu unfurled her wing blades and gently flapped them, shaking off the filth that clung to her. She looked up towards the southwest, the direction where Ali C had teleported away. This round was over, but she knew it would not be the last time she encountered that mysterious beam master. The next time they met, a cold glimmer flashed in the depths of Mo Wu's crimson eyes. She turned, unfurled her wing blades, and flew towards the outskirts of Raccoon City. Now that all tasks had been completed, there was no need to linger here. Moreover, the nuclear bomb should be arranged soon. Raccoon City Underground Research Facility. In a certain encrypted database left by Umbrella, a line of status was just updated. Tyrant Alien Hybrid Combat Data Collection completed. Threat level updated. Extremely dangerous. The ceiling above shattered and a sharp claw pierced through, directly grabbing hold of the data console that was reporting the data. The claw closed, tearing apart the damaged console's interior, revealing a nearly expired pink brain. The claw bent, lifting the brain back through the hole in the ceiling, followed by a chilling sound of chewing. Ding. Consuming psychic life, acquiring psychic spore genes. At this moment, somewhere on Blue Star, Ali C saw the feedback data, a smile emerging at the corner of her mouth. As she had guessed, the dungeon world existed in reality, but its exact location remained unknown. The function of the intelligent brain was to transmit information, just like a satellite, sending signals that would continue until they reached their destination. Although she did not know how long had passed in the dungeon world, at least all current speculations had been confirmed, and she had gained an incredible piece of information. The second form is indeed a surprise. The reason she left those 2 unformed sentinels was not only to delay it, but also to see the opponent's true strength. Additionally, she wanted to do the other party a favor, as these 2 modified plot bosses were enough to significantly elevate the rating of the hunters. She just didn't expect the other party to give her a fright. If they had used this form against her earlier, she would have undoubtedly been unable to escape. Extreme speed, extreme power, and extreme defense, even their psychic strength was terrifyingly strong. Such an all-around enhanced killing machine could easily break through her psychic transmission and eliminate her on the path of transmission. But if the other party really intended to do so, it would mean a true deadlock. At this moment in America, Washington, D.C., deep underground in the Pentagon Command Center. In the central control room, over 300 square meters, 37 giant LCD screens occupied an entire wall. The images on the screens were split into dozens of windows, showing infrared thermal imaging satellite overhead views and constantly refreshing data streams. But at this moment, all the screens focused on the same coordinate point, Raccoon City. At the moment the illusion shattered, everything in Raccoon City was thoroughly exposed under the gaze of low-orbit satellites. And they witnessed that terrifying battle. The G-Virus, the Tyrant, and the unknown killing machines. These biological entities, whether in size or strength, far exceeded their imagination, representing biological weapons capable of overturning a nation. Settlement return. In the pristine white settlement chamber, a cold system chime echoed. Ding. Scene world Resident Evil 2 settlement in progress. Ding. Zombies slain 78927 story bosses defeated G. Wylian mutant pursuer augmented. Overall evaluation S. Base rewards points 100, free attribute points 2. Kill reward points 500. Items obtained none. Mission objective obtained, G virus sample incomplete, base rewards deducted. Current total gain points 500. Ding. Your current comprehensive rating is a hunter rank elevated to E. An entire evaluation. This result slightly exceeded Mo Wu's expectations. Achieving an A despite failing the main objective clearly owed much to the 2 mutated bosses at the end. It was a pity to lose 2 free attribute points, but the overall rating was still acceptable. With an E hunter rank, now next time, she will rise to D rank. When that happens, her shop will receive an update. The items available for purchase will also refresh. The white light faded, and the familiar cavern scene returned. Mo Wu's enormous form slowly turned at the cave entrance for crimson vertical pupils sweeping over her domain. An 18-meter behemoth looked somewhat incongruous at this moment. The cavern that was once spacious had grown cramped for Mo Wu. The inner depths of the cave were no longer accessible. For now, she could only remain around its periphery. I have already undergone 3 aberrations. It is time to evolve. I wonder what skill this evolution will grant. Wingblade Slash was the skill gained from the last evolution. This time, unsurprisingly, she should be awarded another ability. Mo Wu stepped toward the cavern, and settled upon a broad natural stone platform at its rim, folding her immense body until it resembled a white mountain bristling with power. She opened the panel and sent a message to Walian. Near the cavern, while I have not issued orders, no one is to approach. Violators will be killed on sight. Evolution was her greatest secret, and during deep evolution, she was at her most vulnerable. There could be no mistakes. After a while, once Mo Wu received Walian's reply, she sank her consciousness inward and issued a command to her innate talent. Ding. Detection conditions for the second life ascension satisfied. Beginning gene sequence integration. Base template locked class Mammalia order Chiroptera vampiric, bat albino variant first stage evolved form. Fusion gene library scanned. Selected fusion genes brown bear alien queen T virus. Integrating gene sequences, compatibility check passed, energy supply adequate. Integration complete. Commencing second tier life evolution. Estimated duration 72 hours. At the instant the command was confirmed, a profound drowsiness swept over her. It was not mere fatigue but the protective shutdown of consciousness as every cell entered deep recomposition. Mo Wu offered no resistance. Her crimson vertical pupils slowly closed and her breathing lengthened and steadied. The evolution had begun. First came changes upon the surface of her body. Through the seams of her silver-white bone carapace, dark red energy veins like blood vessels began to flow and glow. These energies did not spill chaotically, but traced along her biological patterns, etching complex, uncanny totems across her skin. On the bat-like wings behind her, the eye totems that had been mere decoration suddenly opened. Dozens of crimson vertical pupils surfaced upon the wing membranes. Each possessed its own focal depth and field of view. They turned slowly, coldly, scanning the surrounding 360 degrees, as though providing ceaseless vigilance for the slumbering core. The most pronounced change came from Mo Wu's coiled form itself. Translucent filaments, condensed from highly concentrated kind blood energy, seeped from every pore in her bone carapace. They did not tangle at random, but wove like living loom threads, wrapping Mo Wu layer upon layer, ring after ring. The blood threads intertwined, thickened, and solidified, ultimately forming a vast dark red cocoon 5 meters tall and over 8 meters in diameter. The cocoon's surface was not smooth but studded with faintly pulsing vascular ridges. From within came a low heartbeat and the muffled grind of bone and the dense sounds of tissue restructuring. This time Mo Wu's outward form did not change greatly. The judgment of her gene Dominator talent was clear. The current tyrant morphology had already achieved the most perfect physical combat structure. Blindly altering her form would only reduce mobility and energy efficiency. The second ascension focused on refinement, integration, and qualitative transformation. It would root the absolute strength of the brown bear deeper into the cores of her muscle fibers. It would elevate the alien queen's bioarmor technology to the molecular level, endowing the bone carapace with self-repair and energy resistance. It would push the tyrant power inherent in the T virus to its extremes. Yet the presence of the G virus destined this evolution to harbor unknown uncertainties. The blood cocoon pulsed with a faint red glow in the dark, as if a world-devouring behemoth was about to be born. While Mo Wu sank into deep evolution, changes outside swept the globe with even greater ferocity. The main God game also issued its first large-scale update after 3 dungeon runs. Update announcement: space expansion, trade platform opening. Each player may purchase a private room within the main God space. New access points to the trade platform were added, allowing direct teleportation from rooms to the trading hub. The trade platform is a ringed corridor structure 12 kilometers in diameter and 1 kilometer wide, with the 9-3 Wanxiang Tower at its center. The plaza areas between the ringed corridor and Wanxiang Tower are open for plot purchases. Total platforms open 10. Players may choose which platform connects to their room. Each room may connect to only one platform. The trade platform will officially open in 10 days. Special notice: forces or individuals who successfully acquire a plaza plot will receive a rare intelligence briefing on rapid strength enhancement. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. 10 platforms for billions of players worldwide amounted to 10 large cities. Every plot would be fought over by ambitious factions eager to seize them. The system's gifted intelligence inflamed the ambitions of every power. Points instantly became a coveted currency, the target of plunder as factions prepared to bid for a single plot. War Plunder Trade Alliance: the world's chaos entered a new phase after the announcement. Amid that flood, the name Tianqi spread outward at a terrifying speed. War Plunder Trade Alliance: the world's chaos entered a new phase after the announcement. Amid that flood, the name Tianqi spread outward at a terrifying speed. War Plunder Trade Alliance: the world's chaos entered a new phase after the announcement. Amid that flood, the name Tianqi spread outward at a terrifying speed. In the makeshift command room of the Tianqi base, Walian stood before a vast screen divided into dozens of surveillance feeds. Outside the base's defensive works, the new recruits' training grounds, the points exchange, and the intelligence analysis center bustled with activity. He had just received a message from Mo. The message read: near Rongdong. Intruders within 3 days. Kill. Walian's face betrayed no surprise, only a profound gravity. He understood exactly what that implied. Whenever the leader declared the area around Rongdong off limits, every subsequent meeting heralded earth-shaking change. Without exception, the leader returned stronger each time. Issue the order. Walian turned and spoke to right behind him. Declare an absolute exclusion zone within 10 kilometers of Rongdong. Deploy defensive arrays, activate life detection alarms. Without my direct command, no one approaches. Those who disobey. Wilian paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Shoot on sight. Yes. Reich relayed the command at once. Though he lacked great strength as Wilian's mouthpiece within Tianqi, no one dared to contradict Reich's orders. The onlookers' faces held only envy. They knew that in Tianqi power was not the sole currency. After Reich executed the orders, Wilian turned to the update bulletin for the Master God game. Now his task was to exploit these precious 10 days to garner more points. The trading platform, land, and scarce intelligence were strategic assets Tianqi had to secure. Not merely for information, but to claim a position among the 10 platforms to announce strength and attract greater talents. Outside the base gate, the scene had changed. A hastily laid channel of steel plates and concrete snaked out over 300 meters. Along each side, guards in uniform black combat gear, wearing Tianqi armbands, stood a meter apart. Their weapons were not mere props, but genuine energy-infused firearms exchanged from the main god space. These arms were both their lifeline in instances and Tianqi's instrument of deterrence. The ranks were diverse: veterans with fierce eyes, ability users with a cold mien. They were Tianqi's cultivated armed force, now brought here and organized by Fenlier for the tasks ahead. Fenlier regarded them with a sharp gaze, yet 2 meters tall, his mere presence exerted an oppressive force. Tianqi will soon throw open its gates to all comers. During this time, Tianqi's order is an inviolable iron law. Anyone who allows the slightest lapse besmirches Tianqi's very face. Do I make myself clear? Fenlier swept his gaze over them. They straightened and roared in unison. Nightfall. At the shout, they raised their weapons, eyes hard. A killing intent suffused the whole field. They were then organized. Hundreds were divided into 20 squads of 10 each with a captain. All of them were rated a rank, elite among elites in both combat experience and talent. They were Tianqi's patrols, charged with security and order while projecting Tianqi's power. Elsewhere, Luan Hui, who had traveled great distances, watched these spirited squads, a keen light in their eyes. The martial atmosphere and strict discipline. Was this not the refuge they had longed for? In that instant, more people felt Tianqi's order with visceral clarity. With patrols in place, at least here one would not live as elsewhere, constantly fearing for one's safety and being drafted as cannon fodder by rival factions. Next, the officer at the screening table spoke in a flat voice that brooked no argument. From the crowd stepped a muscular, nearly 2-meter-tall, bald man, a jagged scar across his right cheek, and a proud, defiant glare. Name, former occupation, awakened talent, rank. Why do you wish to join Tianqi's combat division? Layli, underground brawler. Crank talent, steel skin. F evaluation. His voice was hoarse as he continued. I'm tired of hiding and of being stabbed in the back. I heard here strength is respected, the leader is strong, the rules are strict. I want a place where we can fight, dare to fight, and fight our way out together. The officer noted this on his tablet, glanced up, and went on. The entry fee is 10 points. Inside, there will be 3 days of basic assessment and rule instruction. If you fail the assessment, your points are non-refundable, but you may remain in Tianqi as a civilian and live a steady life. So long as Tianqi exists, a day's security is assured. However, should you violate Tianqi's rules, depending on the severity, penalties range from point fines to forced labor or execution. Any questions? None. The man grinned, bared white teeth, and paid his points with relish. What he prized was precisely that brisk, ruthless order. Others stepped forward and turned to present themselves. These were capable individuals with a single aim, not only to join Tianqi, but to enter its war division. To fight for a better future. I represent the Aochuan Guild. I wish to discuss cooperation with your leader. A man in a suit attempted to produce a business card. Assessment personnel pay a 20-point entry fee. For cooperation matters, please schedule with external relations. The officer barely lifted an eyelid as he spoke. See the leader directly. Who do you think you are? Aochuan Guild, unheard of here. The suited man changed color, but ultimately gritted his teeth and paid. His orders were to infiltrate as deeply as possible and uncover Tianqi's reality. If it was confirmed Tianqi harbored no SS-level hunters, Tianqi would become a prize coveted by all Myligian. Before the trading platform arrived in 10 days, Tianqi would be assailed by many powers. Its fame and wealth made every faction envious. Wilian watched it all from the monitoring room with an unreadable gaze. An adjutant approached and began his report. Leader, today we have received 1350 applicants. Of them, 127 seek entry to the war division, 21 require close observation as suspected agents of other forces, and the rest merely seek a stable life in Tianqi. Wilian nodded and continued, file them into A, B, and C categories. A class have great potential and relatively clean backgrounds. Prioritize their training. Class possess average ability but high loyalty. Place them in suitable posts. Class are spies or ill-intentioned. Handle them discreetly and dispatch people to test them. Wilian paused, looking at the long queues on the screen as a keen light passed through his eyes. Before the platform opens, we must recruit at least 1,000 truly usable combat elites and reserve 500,000 points. Inform logistics to offer points loans for certain low-grade equipment. Interest may be low, but repayment terms must be strict. Let everyone understand that in Tianqi opportunity and risk coexist, and contribution and reward correspond. Yes, the adjutant replied in a low voice and set about the arrangements. The command room fell quiet again. Order is the most luxurious power in a chaotic age. Wai Lian murmured under his breath as if speaking to the myriad faces on the screen and to fortify his own resolve. And we are selling that luxury. His gaze turned to where Mo was, a faint smile curling his lips. He understood Tianqi's present situation perfectly. It was precisely for this reason that Tianqi could use the moment to reveal its true strength to the world. And the forces behind those spies could be lured out. Nightfall Yiyun pronunciation Nate. FL Naitfu, meaning literally the night descends. It symbolizes Tianqi's rule sweeping the land like an irresistible night, bringing an end and a new order. Whenever Moa's shadow sweeps the sky, it is the hour of nightfall, and enemies are reduced to silence. Under the cover of my grade talent, the mere guards of Tianqi think they can obstruct me. Today I shall see what secrets the back mountain of Tianqi holds. Three men wore sinister expressions. They had been probing Tianqi for 3 days, but had yet to discover the so-called true leader of Tianqi. From their inquiries over these 3 days, they could ascertain that no one in Tianqi had ever encountered the so-called true leader. Everything in Tianqi was managed by William, a reincarnator with grade talent. Now if they could determine whether there was indeed an SS-grade hunter in the back mountain of Tianqi, the fate of Tianqi would be utterly in their hands. Once the news that Tianqi lacked an SS-grade hunter spreads, it wouldn't take long for the true top forces of America to swiftly divide Tianqi among themselves. However, what these three did not know was that every move they made was under the surveillance of Fenrir. An A-grade concealment talent is indeed powerful, but when compared to grade talent, it still falls short by a tier. Moreover, Fenrir's talent as a werewolf made him even more adept at hunting and tracking. Thus, he had long grasped their movements and had been following them at William's request. According to the intelligence controlled by William, these three were members of an intelligence organization known as the Eyes of the Raven, specifically responsible for espionage. Most of the reincarnators within were of monitoring and concealment abilities. Provided they were compensated adequately, they could help you gather information on any force. 3 days have passed, the leader should have awakened by now. A smile crept across Fenrir's lips, for once the leader awakened, he could spread the news that there were no SS-grade hunters in Tianqi. At that time, numerous forces would covet the wealth accumulated by Tianqi surrounding it, and that would be the moment to ensnare them. In the depths of the cave, silence was shattered by a faint crack. The 5-meter-tall dark red blood cocoon suddenly split open with a crack. Following that, a second crack, a third. Web-like fissures rapidly spread, instantly covering the entire surface of the cocoon. Contrary to the anticipated explosion or energy eruption, a massive, almost overwhelming suction force emanated from within the cocoon. SSS. Countless energy filaments that formed the cocoon's body flowed backward like a waterfall, wildly rushing towards the center of the crack, being devoured by the entity inside. The dark red cocoon shriveled, became transparent, and ultimately completely dissipated, transforming into pure life energy, returning to its essence without a drop left. Mo Wu slowly opened her 4 vertical pupils. Crimson light flickered in the darkness, cold and sharp, like 4 blood-red lanterns ignited. She did not move immediately, but instead sensed the explosive power coursing through every inch of her muscles and bones. She experienced a biological armor that was more solid and substantial than before her slumber. She raised her forelimbs, preparing to stretch her long-absent body. However, just as her body lifted from the rocky surface, a strange, soft, and slightly warm sensation transmitted from beneath her. Mo Wu's movements froze. Her 4 vertical pupils slowly descended and focused. Beneath her abdomen, pressed against the warm scales and skin, lay 2 eggs. Each egg was about the size of an adult, its shell not made of calcium, but rather a translucent biological gel-like layer with dark red vascular patterns. Through the shell, one could vaguely see the slow-moving shadow outline inside. The surface of the egg still retained her body heat, and she could even feel the faint life pulse emanating from within. Time seemed to freeze. Mo Wu's 4 eyes fixated intensely on the 2 eggs, her pupils gradually expanding from needle-like vertical slits to nearly round shapes. Her mind felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, the human cognition from her past life clashing violently with the instincts of her current bat form. Laying eggs. Mammals. Viviparous. Mating. A flood of biological terms and knowledge rolled through her consciousness, only to be crushed by the absurd reality before her. She had never engaged in any form of mating, even going to great lengths to avoid contact with any male creatures, and had never felt the perception of nurturing life within her. So where did these things come from? A mix of extreme absurdity, shame, and a certain indescribable panic surged from her spine to the top of her head. Mo Wu could even feel the muscles beneath her scaled cheeks twitching involuntarily. No, it can't be. Her voice was hoarse and youthful, trembling with a realization she was not even aware of, let alone noticing that she could now speak. The memories of being male in her past life were vividly clear at this moment, and the deep-seated gender recognition rooted in her soul clashed with the undeniable biological fact of her current female physiology preparing to lay eggs, resulting in a tearing upheaval. Mo Wu suddenly raised a forepaw, the sharp claws hovering above the eggs trembling slightly. Instinct and a certain indescribable rage screamed within her, destroy them. Eradicate this mistake. But her claws ultimately did not descend. Another colder, more rational thought forcibly intervened. The fact that she had laid eggs had become reality, and destruction held no meaningful purpose beyond venting emotions. More importantly, she could sense a wondrous bond between herself and the life within those two eggs. Who? Mo Wu took a deep breath, causing the airflow in the cave to stir. She forced herself to calm down, her 4 vertical pupils returning to their cold, needle-like state. Carefully, she used the smoothest part of her wing blades back to gently nudge the 2 eggs aside into a clean rock recess. Her movements were laden with an almost ridiculous caution, as if handling 2 unstable bombs. After completing this, Mo Wu truly stood upright and stepped towards the cave's exit. With every step she took, the subtle changes in her body were feedback. Heavier bone armor, smoother muscle coordination, and a larger physique. Reaching the cave entrance, sunlight poured down. Mo Wu spread her wings. The silver-white bone armor and wing blades reflected a cold, hard gleam in the sunlight. Across her body, bizarre-shaped red energy totems appeared, seemingly sealing unspeakable horrors within, making Mo Wu's massive form appear even more sinister and terrifying. With a slight mental shift, the intricate dark red energy totems along her exterior dimmed and shrank, as if they had life, ultimately vanishing beneath the armor plates, leaving only the silver-white exoskeleton. It was time to examine the specific results of this evolution and to understand what those 2 eggs were all about. Her consciousness sank deep, and a deep blue light screen unfolded before her. Player 10,086. Faction Hunter. Health points 12,180. Magic points 3,810. Physical data: length 27 m, a wingspan 32 m, a weight 30 t. Strength 201. Speed 103. Spirit 127. Constitution 203. Talent gene Sovereign SSS grade. Skills: Bloodblade cutting, sharp fangs and claws, LV1. Tyrant's core, unlocking the shackles. Bloodline egg, new intimidation, new mimicry, new. Attributes: blood. Attribute skills: bloodthirst, blood domain. Gene pool: none. Mutated parts: none. Comprehensive evaluation: A. The boost from this evolution is unprecedentedly powerful, and the T-virus has been thoroughly developed in this evolution. Compared to the previous absorption of mutation, this evolution can truly be considered the development of the T-virus, resulting in a significant enhancement of all attributes. Yet despite this, Mo Wu's gaze remained locked onto the new skill section. Bloodline egg can automatically enter a self-reproduction state once a month, producing 23 bloodline eggs. The bloodline egg can parasitize and fuse with any carbon-based life form, transforming it into an absolutely loyal bloodline subject. Subjects possess their own thoughts and consciousness. The bloodline egg does not alter the memories of the subjects in any form, but it will enhance their physical bodies. Mimicry, a shape simulation ability acquired after devouring the genes of numerous humanoid beings. It consumes magic points, allowing the body to temporarily transform into a humanoid form, significantly reducing energy consumption, although some abilities may be restricted or altered in their expression. Intimidation, the domineering pressure formed after merging the essences of multiple top-tier predators. Active release can create a momentum field with a radius of 300 meters. It inflicts mental suppression, slows movement, and even instills fear in targets whose life force is weaker than its own within the field. In a passive state, it naturally exudes a chilling aura that deters living beings. Self-reproduction. Once a month. Mo Wu's lips twitched slightly. Even with psychological preparation, the absurdity of this direct description remained inescapable. Yet reason quickly overcame discomfort, setting aside the embarrassing method of generation. This bloodline egg is indeed a divine skill. No need for mating, producing powerful subordinates and loyal minions monthly. This is simply the ultimate weapon for expansion. And mimicry. Mo Wu's heart thudded heavily. Even though she had become a vampiric bat in this lifetime, deep within her soul, she still distinguished herself from those creatures that merely survived by instinct. This was her final bottom line, as Mo Wu not merely a beast. Once she forgets her identity as a human from her past life, she would utterly become a beast, ultimately losing her basic humanity and transforming into a monster that exists solely for slaughter. This is something Mo Wu cannot ignore. She is still Mo Wu. Her essence and memories remain unchangeable. Unless she abandons her original memories, but then she would no longer be herself. Without hesitation, Mo Wu focused her thoughts on the mimicry skill. Her vital energy surged violently. Dark red blood mist gushed out from every seam in her bone armor, instantly enveloping Mo Wu's massive form. The blood mist violently swirled and contracted, the internal contours collapsing and deforming at an astonishing speed. The bones emitted a dense clattering sound as they restructured. The heavy bone armor melted away like a tide, merging into her body as the violent muscle lines softened and the grotesque skull structure was reshaped. In just 3 seconds, the blood mist dissipated. The colossal creature with a wingspan of 32 meters had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a petite figure. She resembled a human girl about 7 or 8 years old, standing around 1.3 meters tall. Her long snow-white hair flowed down to her calves like the finest silver satin, moving without wind, gently fluttering behind her, the tips almost touching the ground. Amidst her hair, 2 small bat ears with slightly fuzzy tips could be glimpsed, now sensitively trembling. Her face was exquisite beyond the human realm, her skin pale to the point of near transparency, revealing a faint, healthy pink. Most striking were her eyes, which resembled rubies, captivating all who beheld them. Yet at this moment those eyes held a hint of confusion, staring blankly at her raised small hands, examining her current appearance. with a delicate nose and pale pink lips. Her face combined the roundness of a child with an ethereal translucence so adorable it made one's heart tremble, as if one couldn't resist the urge to gently pinch her chubby cheeks. However, anyone who entertained such thoughts would be frozen in the next moment by the cold aura emanating from the depths of her eyes. Her petite body was enveloped in red mist, the dark red mist outlining her yet developed, slender contours. Her bare small feet were delicate and exquisite with round toes softly touching the rocky surface. Behind her a pair of silver bat wings exaggeratedly contrasting her petite frame began to slowly unfold. With a wingspan nearing 4 meters, the wing membranes were as thin as a cicada's wings, presenting a translucent texture under the light, with a dense network of blood vessels glowing faintly red inside. The wing bones were long and graceful, with naturally tapered edges. The menacing bone blades from battle had vanished, yet they still exuded a sense of flowing power. At this moment, the enormous bat wings resembled a cloak, slightly folding forward, gently enveloping most of her small body. Only her delicate yet icy face and the flowing snow-colored hair outside the wings remained exposed. The red mist shrouding the little girl dissipated at this moment. She stood there with silver hair cascading down and giant wings wrapping around her. Her appearance exuded an almost dreamlike cuteness contrasted with the aura of a top predator that kept living beings at bay. The coexistence of these two extreme traits in her created a strange allure, making one feel both the urge to approach and protect her while instinctively recoiling in fear. Looking at her pale, delicate palms, Mo gently clenched her fists. The sense of strength remained unaffected by her smaller size, but she lacked the inherent killing weapons that belonged to her original form. This is mimicry. She spoke, her voice crisp and carrying a hint of youthful innocence, yet her tone remained calm and composed, devoid of the emotional fluctuations typical of a child. Very good. This is enough. Mo collected her thoughts, standing barefoot on the cold rocks. Turning her head, she gazed at the 2 quiet bloodline eggs inside the cave, a complex glimmer flashing in her ruby-like eyes. Then she turned and looked to the other side. Not far from outside the cave in the shadows, 3 scouts who had infiltrated using their level stealth aptitude held their breath, their hearts racing. Before them stood a towering figure blocking all views of the interior of the cave. Even without witnessing the creature within the cave, the suffocating pressure they felt just now was enough to prove that Tianqi the hunter with an SS-grade talent was present. Their mission was complete. Yet they could never go back. First transformation, please guide me more. Also, my ears are sensitive, do not touch them all. Let me take a look. Fourth sister, come here, let second sister pet your head. Third sister, I will join in the fun and bring back the adversity to continue writing for me. Fenrir tossed the 3 incapacitated scouts at Mo's feet as if discarding garbage. His massive wolf form had retracted, now appearing as a human, yet the remnants of amber in his eyes and the dangerous aura surrounding him still made the 3 on the ground tremble. Fenrir's amber eyes gazed at the figure before him, truly assessing the leader's current appearance. Small was the first impression. Her snow-white hair nearly brushed the ground, and her pale bare feet stood on the cold rocks, the silvery bat wings folded behind her resembling an oversized cloak that enveloped her completely. Only a delicate face too exquisite to be real was visible. Her ruby-like eyes gazed calmly at him, devoid of a child's innocence, replaced instead by a detachment born from bloody experiences. Yet it was precisely this seemingly serious little girl that was adorably off-limits. If she were to walk down the streets in peacetime, she would surely attract attention and countless ill-intentioned advances, perhaps even become the focus of paparazzi. Anyone who saw her at first glance would only feel a surge of protectiveness and admiration. However, Fenrir immediately recalled that soul-chilling colossal silhouette, causing him to shiver involuntarily and swiftly suppress all inappropriate thoughts. Cute. No. This was a tyrant cloaked in an angel's guise, the true leader ruling over the entire Tianqi. Mo did not pay attention to Fenrir's subtle change in expression. Her ruby-like eyes swept coldly over the 3 on the ground as her voice remained devoid of any emotion. Take them away. I trust you have a plan for handling them. Her voice was crisp and youthful, yet to the 3 it felt colder than winter. They trembled, hardly daring to raise their heads, only able to gaze at the delicate little feet perched upon the rocks before them. They could not understand Chinese, but from her flat tone, they sensed an undeniable resolve. The seemingly harmless little girl before them was the true power behind Tianqi, an SS-level talent of a hunter. Their lives and deaths were at her whim. Fenrir. After pausing to gauge her current size and hesitating for a moment, Mo continued. Have William bring a set of human clothing tailored for someone about 1.3 meters tall. Fenrir nodded, lifting 2 with one hand, and the other with the other hand, turning to leave with swift and decisive movements. He feared that if he stayed any longer he would be unable to hold back his laughter. The way the leader had been deep in thought just now was so adorably cute, he wanted to ruffle her fluffy little head. If not for knowing the leader's true background, he would have already been on the brink of recklessness. Bringing the 3 scouts to a hidden interrogation room within Tianqi, Fenrir regained his usual indifference, his eyes calm. William's plan was straightforward, even bordering on audacious, to have these 3 eyes of the Raven Scouts fight to escape, then report back to their superiors and to all forces concerned with Tianqi a false account of the situation. To make the information appear more credible, he would ensure they escaped at just the right moment, leaving behind a semblance of internal chaos within Tianqi that was desperately trying to cover up. Faced with the enticing prospect of Tianqi, and with the main god's trading space about to open, every force needed a substantial amount of points. Therefore, for many forces this was a gamble. To secure a foothold in the main god's trading space, they could only frantically devour the surrounding smaller forces. And now the wealth and foundation of Tianqi were sufficient for them to take that risk. At that time it would be when the leader personally took to the field to reap the rewards, instilling awe-crushing opponents, and then attracting even more powerful individuals to pledge allegiance, expanding Tianqi's influence, and stepping onto the world stage. As for those forces truly possessing SS-level hunters, William said there was no need for concern, because they would not act when they could not ascertain Tianqi's true capabilities. Even if they did, they would only wait for other forces to strike first. By then Tianqi would have firmly established its position. Yet, the leader's adorable image somehow felt a bit unreliable. However, this unreliability did not stem from a lack of strength. He had felt the leader's power, and although he had only seen this one SS-level talent of a hunter, he was certain the leader's strength was definitely among the top. It was just that the leader's image, if the leader did not reveal her combat form, it was indeed hard to possess any deterrent power. The three scouts looked at the silent Fenrir, instantly comprehending Tianqi's objective. Fishing, luring a group of self-important sharks, and then catching them all in one net. This appetite was enough to startle them, yet recalling the terrifying aura that flickered around the white-haired girl earlier, they felt that it would not be Tianqi that would capsize. Faced with Fenrir's demands and threats, they had no choice. Even if they escaped later, they would still face Tianqi's pursuit, and even the pursuit of an SS-level hunter. Even if they possessed level talents, they had no certainty of escaping Tianqi's pursuit. After all, in this world, as long as enough points were spent, it was too easy to kill someone. And for a massive force like Tianqi, what they lacked most was points. Fenrir stood up, walking over to the three, a smile appearing on his lips. Work hard. Should the plan succeed, you will become the heroes of Tianqi. At that point, Tianqi will establish its own intelligence department, and I believe you will find life in Tianqi much more comfortable than with the Night Crow eyes. And if you gain the leader's favor with your talents, you will certainly be entrusted with important responsibilities. Upon hearing this, the three brightened, their hearts ignited with hope for the future. Seeing this, Fenrir handed the three over to his trusted subordinate, detailing the key points for monitoring and release before heading to the command room, where William was. Though he did not understand why the leader wanted him to notify rather than going to William personally, he presumed it was for her own reasons. It was likely intended to give William a surprise. Unable to think further, Fenrir could only come up with some reason. Fenrir had already seen her. She did not want to ask William to bring her clothing herself, as she still had not fully adapted and found it hard to speak up. So she could only have Fenrir convey the message, while Mo Wu used this time to adapt to her new body. The leader has awakened in human form. She needs a piece of clothing. Fenrir got straight to the point while also organizing his thoughts in his mind on how to convey this matter to William in the simplest terms to avoid saying too much. William paused, putting down his pen upon hearing this. Clothing. Yes, the leader's previous garments were surely destroyed during her transformation. Fenrir explained, knowing firsthand that ordinary materials could not withstand the expanding muscles during wolf transformation. Had he not specifically sought out members with textile talents to customize elastic material-lined pants, he would have had to be exposed every time he fought. William nodded in understanding and immediately asked, what is the leader's height and body type? What colors does she prefer? I will have suitable clothing prepared. In William's imagination, the leader's human form would either be tall and aloof or graceful and composed, in short, someone exuding the aura of a successful person. Thus, he had previously had someone design a set of clothing for the leader. Fenrir's expression became somewhat subtle as he glanced around, signaling to William. William understood instantly and directly dismissed those around him. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Fenrir lowered his voice, speaking in Chinese. The leader's height is about 1.3 meters. William understood instantly and directly dismissed those around him. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Fenrir lowered his voice, speaking in Chinese. The leader's height is about 1.3 meters. Puff. William had just lifted the teacup to take a sip when he spat it out upon hearing this, choking and coughing repeatedly. He couldn't care less about his composure and stared wide-eyed at Fenrir. 1 meter 30. Fenrir, are you sure? The leader's true form is dozens of meters. Absolutely. Fenrir nodded firmly, a hint of disbelief on his face. Moreover, the leader is female, so we need to prepare women's clothing. William was completely stunned. A woman, female? 1 meter 30. Isn't that just a little lowly? Illegal lowly. The imposing image of the leader in William's mind shattered, instantly replaced by a flurry of chaotic speculations. Could it be that the leader's talent is related to age? Or is this some sort of special disguise? As for her appearance, Fenrir did not elaborate, only speaking vaguely. You'll know when you see her. But the fleeting, indescribably complex expression in his eyes made William even more curious, and he faintly sensed a certain premonition. In any case, the clothing had to be prepared first. He personally arrived at a clothing store run by a former tailor within the base. The store owner was a woman in her 30s named Amayusa, who had awakened a great life talent, fine weaving, possessing a talent for textile work and superb skills. Many of the customized combat outfits for the upper echelons of the Enlightenment came from her. Although she did not possess much combat power, her importance to Enlightenment was self-evident, as such a powerful auxiliary life talent was invaluable. Naturally, the Enlightenment would take good care of her, providing her with gear that ensured she could clear the challenges in the movie world. A girl of 1 meter 30. Is she a relative's child? Mayusa asked enthusiastically. William replied vaguely, his mind racing with thoughts. What would the leader's human form look like? A dignified little lowly, a cute little lowly, or a domineering mature lowly? By a twist of fate, William's gaze fell upon a dress hanging on a display rack. It was a gothic dress in black and red. The main body was a deep black with dark red lining and some decorative elements. The hem was designed in a multi-layered style of lace and satin, intricate, yet not cumbersome, with small dark metal embellishments adorning the neckline and cuffs. The overall style carried a hint of mystery and classic charm, while also considering ease of movement. Although the hem was fluffy, its length was just right. It seemed somewhat fitting. William couldn't picture the leader's exact appearance, but he felt that this style, which exuded a certain aura yet remained exquisite, might align with the aesthetic of a powerful being. At the very least, it looked far more dignified than ordinary children's clothing. If he dared to bring the leader a piece of children's clothing, well, he would likely be done as her spokesperson. William purchased the dress along with a pair of small black boots and the necessary undergarments. Then, with a feeling of almost anxious anticipation, he left the Enlightenment. After some time trekking, William arrived at the back mountain of the Enlightenment, where the cave where Mo Wu resided was located. When he finally saw the figure quietly standing at the cave entrance, even with Fenrir's preparatory words, he still froze and placed his mind blank for several seconds. Her snow-white hair almost reached her ankles, flowing softly with a gentle glow in the dim light. Her delicate porcelain-like face had cold, translucent ruby-like eyes. Her massive silver bat wings wrapped around her, resembling a cloak woven of purity and enigma. Cute. This was the first word that surged uncontrollably into his mind. Immediately following was a dizzying sense of contrast. Was the little girl who looked like she should be cherished and protected truly the same existence as the killing machine he envisioned that could tear the sky apart? William's CPU nearly overloaded. All the scenarios he had imagined shattered into pieces at this moment. Reality was 1,000 times more absurd than his boldest imagination. No wonder the leader never presented herself in human form. William suddenly understood everything. Before acquiring the absolute power necessary for self-preservation, such an appearance in the perilous main god game was practically a walking disaster magnet, either belittled or attracting troublesome covetous gazes. But the next second those cold eyes swept over him lightly. There was no threat, no killing intent, just a pure condescending appraisal. It was as if the being standing there was not a little girl, but an existence who had undergone countless cycles of life and stood at the top of the food chain. William instantly regained his composure, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his back. All thoughts of cuteness and protection were crushed, replaced by a primal sense of awe. He understood the complexity of Fenrir's gaze. Beneath this highly deceptive exterior was an absolute power capable of crushing steel and devouring life. Leader. William quickly composed himself, respectfully presenting the clothing with both hands. This is prepared for you. Mo Wu's gaze fell on the exquisite bag, and she nodded slightly. She took the bag, her voice flat. Wait outside. William immediately bowed and stepped back a distance, turning his back to the cave entrance and not daring to glance sideways. Mo Wu walked back deeper into the cave with the bag. She folded her bat wings behind her, revealing her perfect petite form. Looking at the complex outfit in her hands, a barely noticeable frown formed on her brow. She opened the packaging and shook out the dress. Layer upon layer of fabric, intricate ties, and those decorative elements she did not recognize, referred to as lace and ribbons. Mo Wu silently studied it for several minutes. In her past life as a male, she had always prioritized simplicity and comfort in clothing, with shirts and casual pants being the norm, finding jeans a hassle. Now in this life as a bat, she had to wear a dress, and a particularly complex one at that. This experience was unprecedented. After several attempts, Mo Wu finally managed to put on the dress. The moment the soft silk lining touched her skin, a strange and peculiar slippery sensation washed over her, causing Mo Wu's body to stiffen slightly. Different from the hard coldness of bone armor and the smooth warmth of fur, this was a delicate skin-friendly sensation with a cool silkiness that was comfortable and breathable. Mo Wu fumbled with the ties behind her, trying to pull them tight and tie them. Her movements were awkward, even appearing somewhat clumsy. After finally managing to get the main parts arranged, she looked at the decorative ribbons and lace at the cuffs, hesitated for a moment, and decided to temporarily ignore them as long as they didn't fall off. Once fully dressed, Mo Wu stood still, feeling this brand new outfit. The hem swayed gently with her movements brushing against her calves and rustling softly. Her waist was slightly tightened, outlining the slender contours of a child. The fabric of the straps and cuffs overlapped in several layers, just like the hem, resembling exquisite decorations. But it was troublesome, fragile, and meaningless. Mo Wu flashed through these evaluations in her mind. As a hunter, this attire could only be seen as a burden. But she looked down at the exquisite dark red patterns on the hem and then raised her hand to touch the lace at the cuffs. An indescribable sense of novelty surged within her. It was uncomfortable, yet not entirely loathsome. Perhaps that just needed some adjustment. Just like how she adapted to the bat wings, the claws, and the fangs, and adapted to the transformation from human to beast. It was merely another thing to adapt to. Mo Wu took a deep breath and stopped dwelling on it. It's done. Stepping out of the cave, Mo Wu casually collected the 2 bloodline eggs, her voice remaining calm. William turned around upon hearing her voice. When he saw Mo Wu in her new attire, he was once again taken aback. The black and red gothic dress fit perfectly on her petite frame, the fluffy skirt accentuating her delicate figure even more. The snow-white hair contrasted sharply with the deep color of the dress, and her ruby-like eyes became even brighter and sharper against the dark backdrop. The dress did not diminish her aura, instead it created a strange fusion of her delicate appearance and cold demeanor, exuding a unique charm that was mysterious, aloof, and tinged with a hint of danger. She resembled a lowly queen emerging from a dark fairy tale, wielding some forbidden power. William stared for several seconds before regaining his voice. He instinctively exclaimed, "Leader, you look very cute in that outfit." The moment the words left his mouth, William froze, cold sweat instantly pouring down. Oh no, how could he have said what was on his mind so openly? This was a direct affront to the leader's authority. William anxiously awaited potential punishment. Mo Wu merely lifted her ruby eyes and shot him a cold glance. There was no anger in her gaze, more like a knowing indifference that conveyed boredom. Let's go to the base. Mo Wu began to walk her bare feet, stepping confidently on the rough ground, not wearing the shoes William had offered her. To her, shoes felt more like a constraint. Without the soles touching the ground, she couldn't sense her surroundings, making it uncomfortable for Mo Wu, who possessed animal instincts. Halfway through wearing them, she simply tossed them away along with the socks inside the cave. William sighed in relief and hurried to catch up, though his heart was still turbulent. He watched the petite, yet upright silhouette ahead of him, observing her snow-white hair and the black skirt swaying gently with her steps. The supreme leader of the apocalypse, an SS-level hunter that made countless formidable foes tremble, was in human form, a little girl with white hair and red eyes standing at just 1.30 meters. This world was indeed more fantastical than the main god game itself. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and quickened his pace to lead the way for Mo Wu. William lagged half a step behind Mo Wu, reporting the various matters inside and outside the apocalypse along with his own plans in a clear and organized manner. Mo Wu listened quietly, occasionally nodding or softly uttering a few hums to indicate her understanding. William's arrangements were more meticulous than she had anticipated, with various contingency measures perfectly in place, allowing the apocalypse to become the greatest benefactor. The most direct aspect was to exploit the information gap and psychological warfare, luring potential enemies into their main battlefield. This way they would only need to wait for the right moment to strike and capture them, all thus justifiably harvesting their points. It was risky, but for her current self, being cautious of that small portion of humanity's hot weapons was enough. With a physique over 200, ordinary bombs no longer posed a threat to her. Mo Wu was confident she could evade those that could. As long as she wasn't hit directly, unless it was a massively covering nuclear bomb, she could already disregard a large number of hot weapons. However, it was still unclear if nuclear weapons could even be launched at this point. Even if they could, America would not use them on its own soil. This was a nation's final bottom line. If they abandoned it, whoever wielded such a weapon would become the first target. No one wanted a sword hanging over their heads. The plan is fine. We can proceed as you suggested. Mo Wu's voice was crisp, yet carried a childlike innocence, almost resembling that of a young girl if one ignored the tone. However, with your current identity accompanying me, it stands out too much, which is not conducive to the execution of the plan. William was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. As the public leader of the apocalypse, it was indeed easy to provoke unnecessary suspicions following a strange little girl, potentially jeopardizing the ongoing plan. Understood, William responded in a low voice, swiftly purchasing a simple black half-face mask from the main god shop, covering the part above his nose and revealing only his sharply defined jawline. William's demeanor instantly became understated and mysterious, resembling a silent guard or steward. Mo Wu nodded, and aside from that, there was a second reason for hiding William's identity. Glancing at her overly exquisite gothic dress and her petite figure that required looking up to an adult, an indescribable emotion was suppressed. At least until she fully adapted to this human form, she did not intend to officially present herself as the leader. William was of course aware of this. Previously, he would have gathered all core members of the apocalypse to introduce them to the true leader. But now, well, to say the leader's current appearance lacked deterrent power was an understatement. Based on the earlier incident where the leader had Fenrir relay messages to him, William had developed some suspicions. The leader likely had Fenrir relay messages because she didn't want others to know her true appearance, subconsciously making that choice. After all, the leader had no need for Fenrir to notify him and could have easily conveyed messages through chat. So the leader's reluctance to discuss her height was likely to avoid more people knowing. Moreover, with the current plan already in motion, there could be no room for error. The true reveal of the leader's identity would be when they were ready to close in. The two entered a relatively bustling street within the apocalypse control area, finally stepping into a well-decorated restaurant. William's disguise was successful. No one recognized the masked tall man as the leader of the apocalypse. However, Mo Wu walking ahead instantly attracted almost everyone's attention. Silver hair, red eyes, a doll-like exquisite face, and a gothic dress in black and red that was both mysterious and carried a hint of forbidden allure. In this world filled with the atmosphere of bloodshed, power, and chaos, such a combination resembled a bizarrely delicate flower blooming in the muck, filled with discordant allure and danger signals. Whispers began to circulate throughout the restaurant. Where did this little princess come from? She doesn't feel ordinary. The one behind her wearing the mask seems formidable. Could she be the daughter of some powerful faction leader? How did she end up in the apocalypse's territory? She looks really tisk in this state of affairs. That's not a good thing. Mo Wu paid no attention to the gazes and discussions around her, striding directly to an empty table by the window, leaping effortlessly onto the chair behind. William stood silently behind and beside Mo Wu like the most competent steward. A little girl selling arms crafted an adult illustration of Mo Wu. I will post the full image in the comments section. Anyone who wants to use it as a wallpaper can take it. There's also a lowly illustration. Order for us. And Mo Wu spoke to William, her gaze sweeping across the English menu plastered on the wall, reading 10 lines at a glance, yet wearing the expression of one utterly unversed in the language. William stepped forward half a pace, summoned a waiter, and recited a rapid-fire list of dishes. Nearly every signature item and hearty meat course featured on the menu. The waiter blinked in mild astonishment at the girl's apparent appetite, but upon meeting William's icy mask and unwavering commanding presence, he dared not question it, hastily jotted down the order and retreated. As they waited for their meal, Mo Wu sat perched on the stool, her short legs dangling, feet suspended inches above the floor. Yet she paid no mind to this. Instead, her eyes drifted downward to her skirt. She tugged gently at the hem and spoke. I need several sets of practical, mobility-friendly, everyday attire. This dress is far too cumbersome. Understood. William nodded, then continued. I've already commissioned preparations, tailored precisely to your height and aesthetic. Several designs have been drafted. You'll review them later this evening. He had designed several outfits for Mo Wu before, but those were now obsolete. Still, with minor modifications, they would suffice. After all, each had been crafted with meticulous care and considerable effort. Just then the restaurant door swung open once more. A group of rugged individuals, diverse in attire and radiating raw, aggressive energy, strode in. Their gazes swept the room and swiftly locked onto the unusual pair seated by the window. Especially Mo Wu, her delicate, ethereal beauty clashed so starkly with the mundane surroundings that she shone like a firefly against midnight. One man, a bald, thick-necked brute covered in tattoos, paused to stare on Mo Wu for several seconds. A lewd, covetous glint flickered in his eyes. He grinned, muttered something low to his companions, then strode over alone, pulled out the chair opposite Mo Wu and dropped heavily into it. Hey there, little sweetie. And the thug's voice oozed mockery. He completely ignored William standing nearby, his gaze raking boldly over Mo Wu, lingering on her face and the slender exposed column of her neck. Where'd you crawl out from? Ever thought about joining our Godslayer guild? Our leader's an S-rank talent, a true monster. We've got 2 other rank brothers in the guild, and I'm one of them. He thumped his broad chest, leaned in closer, and lowered his voice, infusing it with unmistakable seduction and menace. Stick with me and you'll live like royalty in this world. No one will dare lay a finger on you. What do you say? He licked his lips, his lust laid bare. Silence fell over the restaurant instantly. All eyes converged on Mo Wu's table. Many recognized him instantly. Barton, the notorious thug of the Godslayer Guild, infamous for his depravity and brutality, and Shrank Hunter with overwhelming physical prowess. He clearly mistook Mo Wu for some pampered, dependent, caged bird, a trophy under another's protection. Beneath William's mask, his eyes turned glacial, murderous intent coalescing into something almost tangible. Yet he did not move. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and translated Barton's words into flawless, calm Mandarin, preserving every nuance, the mockery, the condescension, the veiled threat. After listening, Mo Wu offered a faint, serene smile and tilted her head ever so slightly, evoking the innocent curiosity of a young girl. She rested her cheek on one small hand, letting strands of snow-white hair slip from her shoulder to pool like liquid moonlight across the dark tabletop. She wished to observe how the world outside perceived Tianqi and gauge precisely the degree of faith people placed in her existence. So she seized the moment, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. But I heard Tianqi has an SS rank hunter. Why should I join you instead of them? Huh? Barton blinked, startled that this pet didn't even speak English. Then he scoffed, dismissive. Hear that? Just a myth. Tell me, would the world believe Tianqi truly commands an SS rank hunter, or believe us with our proven S rank strength? A coward who hides in shadows. Even if he did possess SS rank talent, he'd still be nothing but a useless wretch. Mo Wu showed no anger, only that same tranquil smile. Yet beneath its softness gleamed the cold, predatory grin of a hunter poised to strike. And what if I refuse? The man's lips curled upward. He cast a disdainful glance at William, then extended his massive hand directly toward Mo Wu's delicate cheek. Ha. The Godslayer Guild has never feared provocation. Today I'll see whether Tianqi's true leader dares step forward, if I see someone right under their nose. Though spoken aloud, the words were merely theater, for public consumption. His real aim was to test whether Tianqi truly harbored an SS rank hunter. With only one rank hunter and one rank reincarnator at his side, he felt no fear. Ni's body had already undergone exhaustive enhancement, pushed to the absolute peak of rank hunter capability. His true objective, however, was the exquisite girl before him, the kind whose beauty promised a rare, intoxicating indulgence. Once Tianqi's facade was shattered, no one would condemn his actions. Attention would shift solely to Tianqi's vast resources and wealth. Seeing the grubby hand lurch toward her, Mo Wu didn't wait for William's translation. Her ruby-red eyes instantly narrowed into vertical slits. In her small hand, previously cradling her chin, moved without warning. No afterimage. No wind. Just a single fluid motion reach grip wrench. And crack. A sickening symphony of snapping bone and tearing muscle erupted, time itself seeming to freeze for a heartbeat, before Barton's shriek pierced the air shrill and raw with agony. His entire right arm tore free from the shoulder joint, ripped clean away by that tiny hand. Tendons knotted like rope, jagged white bone protruded, and blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe. The violent torque shredded half his torso, leaving him maimed beyond recovery. And Emma Wu's movement was seamless, elegant, economical, devoid of wasted motion. She reached calmly for a clean glass on the table, and held it perfectly beneath the arterial spray. In dark crimson filled the vessel in seconds, its coppery stench blooming sharply into the air. Only then did the full unbearable weight of pain and disbelief finally overwhelm Barton. He collapsed sideways onto the chair, face ashen and parchment pale, staring first at his hollow, bleeding shoulder, then at the girl across from him. Still seated, still composed, still utterly serene. His face twisted into a mask of pure primal horror. The restaurant fell utterly silent, so still that even the fall of a needle would have echoed. That seemingly harmless little girl, who even required a translator to speak, had just torn off the arm of an Shrank strength-type hunter with her bare hands. Even if Barton had been careless, no other Shrank hunter could possibly have wrenched off his arm so effortlessly. Unless this girl was an S-Shrank talent hunter. At the thought, everyone drew a sharp, chilling breath, eyes wide with shock. They had assumed she was some noble princess, never imagining she was like them, a player, an 18-year-old player. And one terrifyingly powerful at that. Her decisive, lightning-swift strike, revealing a lethality far removed from her innocent appearance. Emma Wu seemed oblivious to the stunned silence around her, and to Barton's gruesome agony. She lifted the goblet of blood still trembling faintly to her lips, her crimson, vertically slitted pupils deepened in mystery behind the rim. Parting her small mouth, she revealed two delicate fangs. A subtle ripple traveled down her throat as she drank, the blood staining her pale pink lips of vivid scarlet. Setting the goblet down, she extended her tiny tongue to delicately lick away a final trace of crimson at the corner of her mouth. The gesture fused childlike innocence with unnerving cruelty, a haunting, seductive paradox that sent chills down spines and stirred inexplicable tremors in the heart. The taste is acceptable, Emma Wu remarked coolly. Though no one understood her words, the icy detachment in her voice lowered the restaurant's temperature by several degrees. At that moment, the restaurant door burst open, and a 10-member squad of the Apocalypse enforcement team stormed inside. Their captain, a composed middle-aged man, froze upon seeing the blood-soaked floor, the severed arm, and Barton's agonized cries. His gaze swept the scene with practiced urgency before settling on Emma Wu and William. When his eyes fell upon the unassuming metal wristwatch on William's wrist, his pupils contracted, almost imperceptibly. He did not recognize William behind the mask, but he recognized the watch. It was William's insignia. Coupled with height and build, the man before him could only be Lord William, supreme leader of the Apocalypse. They attempted to lay hands upon my young mistress. She has dealt with them accordingly. The rest is your jurisdiction enforcement team. See that your response does not disappoint me. Hearing William's voice, the captain's eyes lit up. He knew precisely how to proceed. As a core member of the Apocalypse, he was intimately familiar with its forthcoming operations. Though he could not fathom why the leader addressed a little girl as mistress, his mind instantly leapt to the Apocalypse's true power behind the throne, and concluded she must be the sovereign's daughter, a cherished princess brought here under special protection. Having mentally filled in the narrative, the captain's expression instantly shifted, perfectly calibrated between outraged dismay and reluctant deference. First, he cast a wary glance at Emma Wu and William, then at the writhing, screaming Barton, before sweeping his gaze across the hushed, watching outsiders. His lips pressed into a tight line, a bead of cold sweat glistened at his temple. He took a slow, deliberate breath, as if steeling himself, then stepped forward, bowing slightly toward Emma Wu and William, his tone carefully modulated with suppressed submission and unease. Esteemed guests, this incident occurred within our jurisdiction. We will deliver a resolution fully satisfactory to both of you. The words sounded like diplomatic formalities, but seasoned observers instantly detected the hollow bravado beneath. Without exchanging a word, they exchanged knowing glances, eyes flickering with quiet significance. The captain turned his gaze to Barton lying on the floor, his expression layered with complexity, then urgently signaled his subordinates, quickly, carry the injured away for emergency treatment. Do not let him die. The catastrophic laceration had ruptured Barton's internal organs. Without immediate intervention, death was imminent. Of course, his concern was not born of compassion. First, it served the Apocalypse's current posture of strategic vulnerability. Second, anyone who dared raise a hand against the Apocalypse's supreme leader and his young mistress deserved a fate far worse than mere death. In that instant, the captain already envisioned Barton's grim, inevitable downfall and shuddered involuntarily. To onlookers, it appeared the enforcer feared Barton's death on their soil, dreading the political fallout for the Apocalypse. His subordinates sprang into action, movements brusque, yet astonishingly swift, as if each second delayed meant certain demise. As soon as the wounded were removed, the captain turned back to William and Emma Wu, bowing lower, still his voice dropping to a near whisper, tinged with heightened caution. Regarding compensation and subsequent disposition, the Apocalypse pledges full accountability to your complete satisfaction. Please grant us time to resolve this matter appropriately. Having spoken, he dared not linger, not even a glance more, and withdrew hastily, his retreating figure edged with palpable haste. Throughout, William remained motionless, standing silently behind and slightly to the side of Mo Wu, his face obscured by mask expression unreadable. Yet the frigid aura radiating from him grew colder still, evidencing his quiet disapproval of the enforcement team's timidity and conduct. Silence swallowed the restaurant, whole, broken only by ragged, heavy breathing. Everyone struggled to absorb the torrent of revelations unleashed in those few fleeting minutes. The enigmatic silver-haired child prodigy, her masked formidable guardian, the Apocalypse enforcement team's swift capitulation after ensrank hunter of the Godslayer Guild lay maimed. Many outsiders exchanged silent glances, then rose swiftly, paying their bills and departing the restaurant without a word. They needed to report everything, especially the enforcement team's hollow posturing, to their respective factions without delay. Ensrank hunter of the Godslayer Guild had been crippled, and the Apocalypse dared not press the matter. Instead, they scrambled to contain the crisis. This lent undeniable weight to rumors that the Apocalypse harbored no SS rank hunter among its ranks. Mo Wu picked up her napkin and meticulously wiped her lips and fingers, though no trace of blood remained. Lifting her gaze, her ruby-red vertical pupils had returned to normal. Through the restaurant window, she watched the street outside grow increasingly restless, and a faint knowing curve touched her lips. William too looked out the window, toward where the enforcement team had vanished, and a glint of quiet approval flashed in his eyes. Swift thinking, instinctive coordination, a rare talent, worthy of promotion once this was settled. As steaming dishes arrived at the table, Mo Wu began savoring her first human meal in this life. 15 kilometers away from Tianqi, at the edge of an abandoned lumber yard, Fenrir stood before 3 collapsed scouts, his appearance markedly different from usual. Wearing a rudimentary wooden mask and an obviously ill-fitting tattered leather armor, he even wielded a specially chosen machete. The reason for his attire was to disguise his identity as a deputy leader of Tianqi, while simultaneously allowing the enemy to see that he was intentionally masked. This was meant to lead the enemy to conclude that he was an assassin from Tianqi, perhaps even a deputy leader. The 3 looked at Fenrir with fear in their eyes, especially when they saw the cold gaze of a predator in Fenrir's eyes and the unmistakable aura of danger surrounding him. The 3 on the ground felt as though they had fallen into an ice cave. According to the original plan, they were merely acting. Fenrir would chase them, they would flee in a panic, and at the right moment they would be rescued by the right forces, then reluctantly reveal that Tianqi did not possess an SS-level hunter. But now, this was no act. This was clearly turning a farce into reality. Wait, Lord Fenrir, wasn't it agreed that? One scout struggled to retreat, his voice twisted by fear. But he could not finish his sentence as Fenrir suddenly vanished, appearing next to him in the next moment, the machete in his hand whistling through the air, not aimed at a vital spot, but striking fiercely at his thigh. Uffed. Blood erupted, and a wound deep enough to see bone opened up, the excruciating pain eliciting a scream from the scout that resembled nothing human. This is too fake. Fenrir's voice came through the mask, chilling and devoid of emotion. Fear must be real. The wound must be fatal. To escape, one must fight for their life. As Fenrir spoke, he continued his assault, the machete striking like a venomous snake at the other 2. Each strike avoided immediately lethal areas, instead targeting the most painful spots that hindered movement and appeared the most brutal. Shoulder, knee, side, the blade flashed, and flesh flew. The trio of scouts could do nothing but endure the pain as their mouths twitched. Look. Is this even human language? Had it not been for the fact that they were each given a potion that could directly heal all wounds of a level and below reincarnators, along with a reward of 1,000 points afterward, they would not have willingly endured such torture. Previously, they thought they were making a great profit, as this potion was worth 1,000 points, enough to save their lives in a single task world. As long as the injuries weren't severe, they could easily save it, but now it seemed like they wouldn't live to see tomorrow. Oh, you lied to us. Tianqi is trying to silence us. Another scout shouted, the initial hope of playing along completely replaced by genuine terror. Even though they knew there were life-saving items, the terror in their eyes was beyond faked. They were about to have their heads chopped off if their allies didn't arrive soon. They truly feared dying at Fenrir's hands, especially when they saw the indifference in Fenrir's amber pupils, viewing them like prey. Oh, Fenrir had no intention of acting. You guessed right. Fenrir whispered, his voice only audible to the nearest scout. After speaking, Fenrir suddenly increased his force, severing one scout's arm as he tried to block, while another foot brutally kicked into another's chest, the sound of bones shattering, clearly audible. The 3 scouts flew out like rag dolls, crashing heavily into a pile of dead leaves, blood quickly soaking the ground beneath them. The light in their eyes rapidly dimmed, leaving only the despair of impending death and a deep-seated hatred for Fenrir and Tianqi. This hatred was undeniably real. Now was the moment. Fenrir's eyes flashed with sharp light as he raised the machete high, aiming for one scout's neck, poised to strike, his murderous intent palpable. Clang! A heavy alloy war hammer whistled out from the side of the woods, striking Fenrir's machete with precision. The immense force caused the inferior machete to snap. Fenrir grunted, stumbling back several steps, his eyes beneath the mask filled with astonishment and anger. Who? The trees rustled as 5 figures sprang out. Leading them was a man as robust as a brown bear, holding the war hammer that had just flown out, scrutinizing Fenrir. He was the deputy leader of the Iron Wall mercenary group and S-level hunter, renowned for his strength and defense. The four behind him were no weaklings either, all possessing at least a level talents and combat-oriented abilities. Almost simultaneously, rustling sounds came from other directions, with 2 to 3 more small groups appearing at the edge of the forest. They had been drawn by the sounds of battle and the scouts' tragic screams monitoring Tianqi, including many factions. Tianqi's people. The robust man cut straight to the chase, his gaze sweeping over Fenrir's crude disguise, then landing on the 3 scouts who were barely hanging on, a smile creeping onto his lips. So eager to kill and silence. Looks like these little guys know quite a bit. Standing 2 meters tall, the SSS-Level hunter couldn't think of anyone else but Fenrir from Tianqi. Fenrir seemed to be quite wary of the overwhelming numbers, especially the imposing aura of the giant. Gripping his broken blade tightly since he had been discovered, Fenrir decided to stop pretending, growling in a fierce yet hollow tone. Tianqi is conducting business, outsiders leave. These people are traitors of Tianqi and must be eliminated. Traitors. The robust man looked at the scouts adorned with the raven's eye emblem, scoffing. I see them as witnesses who know all your secrets of Tianqi. He stepped forward, blocking the scouts, resting the warhammer on the ground. We, the Iron Wall mercenary group, will protect them. Those who are sensible should leave otherwise. The others stepped forward, weapons drawn, their auras locking onto Fenrir. Other factions were also subtly closing in, their eyes glimmering clearly, intending to share in the spoils. At that moment, one scout whose chest was caved in and blood oozing from his mouth used his last ounce of strength to scream. Save us. We know Tianqi's biggest secret. They do not have SS-level hunters. Everything is a lie. They are hunting us. To silence us. These words struck like thunder, resonating in everyone's ears. The robust man's eyes sparkled with excitement, while others from different factions held their breaths, then their faces lit up with ecstasy and greed. Seeing this, Fenrir seemed furious, roaring, looking for death. Saying that, he lunged forward again with his broken blade, targeting the speaking scout. Humph! The robust man grunted coldly, swinging his warhammer in a sweeping motion. The force was tremendous, and the wind howled past. Fenrir barely managed to block, but was still forced back, his palm torn, the broken blade flying from his hand. He stumbled back, crashing into a small tree before he could stop. Struggling to rise, he cast a vengeful glance at the robust man and the fallen scout, then warily surveyed the increasing number of figures drawn by the commotion. Finally, unwillingly, he turned and fled into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Fenrir's retreat was swift and decisive, even somewhat panicked, entirely fitting the reaction of a pursuer whose mission had failed and whose cover was blown. The robust man did not pursue, his attention was fully captured by the scout's words. He crouched down, disregarding the scout's feeble state, and roughly grabbed his collar. What you just said, is it true? Tianqi does not have SS-level hunters. Absolutely. Absolutely true. The scout's breath was weak, his eyes filled with the madness of having survived and the joy of revenge. Damn it, it's all because of you fools falling for it, leading us to suffer so many wounds. At this moment, the madness and desire for revenge in the eyes of the 3 solidified into substance, and they laughed maniacally. We personally investigated. The mountain behind holds only traces of wild beasts. William is concealing something. Their strength is insufficient. An SS-class hunter. Merely for intimidation, then seizing the advantage. Their words came in fragmented bursts, yet smug smiles curled across their lips, as if savoring the imminent collapse of Tianqi. Their logic was razor-sharp, their grievous wounds, inflicted by Tianqi's pursuers, and the desperate lethal attempt by Tianqi's hunter to silence them moments earlier elevated their credibility to its absolute peak. Excellent. Brilliant. The burly man roared with laughter, uttering excellent twice before flinging the scout aside like refuse. He rose and swept his gaze across the growing crowd gathering around him. Did you all hear? Tianqi is nothing but a paper tiger. This prime territory belongs to whoever has the strength to claim it. The news erupted like scalding water across every major faction's communication channels. The report: Tianqi possesses no SS-class hunter, its core combat power consists solely of S-class William and his Fenrir, spread with astonishing velocity. The Iron Wall mercenary company withdrew first. Others swiftly followed, hastening to relay this earth-shattering intelligence to their respective leaders. Within half a day, the revelation of Tianqi's deception had reached every significant faction along America's west coast. Subsequent eyewitness accounts from within Tianqi's base, detailing the law enforcement team's feeble conduct during the restaurant altercation, lent undeniable authenticity to the rumor. Doubt hardened into certainty, greed eclipsed caution. Every faction mobilized at once, for this was no mere skirmish. It determined whether they would ascend onto the world stage and whether they could purchase sovereign territory within the Divine Sovereign game. Before the Divine Sovereign game's trading platform, descended points were invaluable. More was always better, and no one ever refused them. Once the last onlooker had departed, the 3 men lying on the ground cursed under their breath sat up and retrieved a vial of serum from their system storage, then downed it without hesitation. In the next instant, severed limbs and deep lacerations healed completely. Though the serum functioned only for a rank and lower reincarnates, its efficacy alone shattered humanity's existing understanding of biological science. Damn it. After all that talking, those bastards just dumped us and walked off. Empty-handed opportunists. May you choke on your ill-gotten gains. Having spoken, the 3 glanced warily toward Tianqi's direction. the memory of their recent agony still vivid, yet ultimately chose to disguise themselves and prepare to join Tianqi. After all, this operation had confirmed Tianqi's legendary generosity and its equally legendary ruthlessness. At the mere thought of Fenrir's murderous gaze, they shuddered involuntarily. Tianqi Base Central Command Chamber. A massive screen displayed segmented surveillance feeds from the base perimeter. Mo Wu did not occupy the central command chair. Instead, she sat curled within a wide, rotating armchair beside the window, her petite frame nearly swallowed by its generous contours. Her black and crimson Gothic skirt fanned outward like petals spilling over the chair's edge. Snow-white hair cascading to her ankles lay scattered in gentle disarray across the armrests, and floor shimmering softly beneath the ambient light. She gently swung her bare feet, suspended midair, delicate, pale, and slender-ankled. Her gaze rested quietly upon the chamber's center floor, where two dark crimson bloodline eggs pulsed faintly. Veins on the eggs' surfaces throbbed rhythmically, deep, steady heartbeats resonated from within. William and Fenrir stood before each egg respectively, expressions mingling curiosity with quiet bewilderment. These are the bloodline eggs. Mo Wu's voice broke the silence, clear, crystalline, and startlingly youthful. She leapt lightly from the chair, her plump bare toes alighting upon the cool metallic floor. With hands primly clasped behind her back, she glided toward the eggs, her hair and skirt rippling like living shadows. The bloodline eggs are born from my bloodline and innate abilities. At this, a faint blush tinged Mo Wu's cheeks, fleeting as a sigh, before her customary serenity reasserted itself. By merging with them, your lives will undergo an evolutionary leap and your power will surge, but the extent remains uncertain. She paused, her gaze sweeping across both men before continuing. Yet side effects exist. Your appearances may undergo non-human alterations, and henceforth you shall never defy my will. Acceptance or refusal lies entirely with you. Refusal changes nothing of your current standing. Acceptance, however, seals your path irrevocably. William and Fenrir exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes they saw identical resolve. From the moment they pledged allegiance to Mo Wu, this enigmatic, overwhelmingly powerful sovereign, they had already staked their lives upon her banner. Absolute loyalty. In this apocalyptic age, survival through transcendent power and service to a sovereign whose potential seemed boundless made loyalty not a demand but a voluntary offering. As for altered appearance, it paled to insignificance beside raw power. It is my honor, leader, William murmured, bowing slightly, his emerald eyes unshakably resolute. Had cultural norms permitted, as they did in Longhua, he might well have knelt and kissed her hand in fealty. If following our leader demands so trivial a price, why hesitate? Fenrir grinned, revealing sharp, white teeth. Amber pupils blazed with hunger for power. Without another word, both extended their hands and touched the bloodline eggs before them. The instant fingertips made contact, transformation erupted. The dark crimson shells softened like living flesh, stretching and sprouting countless viscous blood-red tendrils that lashed out and coiled tightly around their arms, then surged upward, engulfing their bodies in seconds. Tendril tips pierced skin and burrowed into muscle, not with pain, but with a searing torrential flood of power surging violently through veins and nerves alike. Ugh! Both men grunted in unison, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Muscles swelled and restructured like inflating bellows, bones cracked in rapid succession, pale, ivory-hued, chitinous patterns, reminiscent of Mo Wu's bone armor, yet subtler, bloomed across their skin. Under the onslaught of raw energy, their eyes contorted, pupils shrinking, irises shifting toward deep crimson. Soon the tendrils fully cocooned them, forming two human-sized dark crimson chrysalises. Veins across the chrysalises pulsed violently, muffled drum-like heartbeats reverberated from within. Mo Wu watched in silence. Her expression serene, yet her pupils flickered with the detached, analytical curiosity of a scientist observing critical experimental data. As William and Fenrir underwent their transformation, the external world experienced turbulent changes. Led by the Shin Guild, which had suffered the loss of key member Barton, a total of 18 factions engaged in hasty negotiations and temporary alliances within a single day. They established a joint command center in an abandoned town far from Tianqi. The conference room was filled with swirling smoke, and the sounds of argument were nearly incessant. Our Shin Guild deployed our main force with the S-level leader personally overseeing the operation. One of our S-level brothers fell, and we must take the lion's share of the spoils. Nonsense. The intelligence was earned at the cost of lives by our Iron Wall mercenary corps. Without our rescue of those scouts, you would still be in the dark. The other factions couldn't help but scoff at this claim, as if no one had been present at that time. Our Thunder God Guild sent the most members. 200 level brothers came. Does the number matter? It's the high-end combat power that counts. Our Night Shadow has 2 S-level hunters who excel in assassination and surprise attacks. Interest is stark and naked interest. Everyone wanted to take the biggest bite from this seemingly easy prey. Ultimately, under the coercive presence of the S-level president of the Shin Guild Rex, everyone agreed to first break Tianqi and then distribute the benefits based on their contributions. After this alliance, a rough coalition list was produced. Top combat power 2 S-level hunters, 16 S-level hunters. Elite combat power over 500 A-level talent users. Main combat power over 3,000 B and level talent users. Support and reserve troops approximately 4,000 level and below, responsible for logistics, vigilance, and cleanup. A total of nearly 8,000 members of the Crusade Coalition began to move and gather towards the direction of the Tianqi base, resembling a war machine slowly starting up. They made no effort to conceal their movements, marching boldly and occupying most of the top combat power in America enough to push through any obstacles. As they prepared to attack Tianqi, the Coalition Command Center did not forget to keep an eye on America's currently acknowledged strongest force, the Sentinel Alliance, composed of remnants of the former government and numerous strong individuals. Scouts reported that the Sentinel Alliance had remained silent regarding the movements towards Tianqi, showing no signs of intervention or mediation, seemingly pleased to see these civilian factions consume each other. This undoubtedly reassured the Coalition. "We know exactly what the Sentinels are thinking," Rex sneered at the 17 faction representatives in the final pre-battle meeting. "Do they want to fish in troubled waters? They should see if these clans will tear the net apart first and swallow Tianqi. Once we successfully take Tianqi, our financial resources will at least double. At that time, the Sentinel Alliance will have to treat our 18 coalition forces with respect. Target Tianqi base. Crush them. Roar." Greed and bloodlust permeated the skies above the coalition. In the Tianqi command room, a day and a night had passed. The throbbing of 2 dark red blood cocoons reached its peak, their surface veins glowing glaringly. Crack. A faint sound of cracking echoed. The blood cocoon on the left side cracked open first, and then like a chain reaction, the cocoon rapidly shattered and peeled away. The first thing to emerge was a hand with distinct knuckles and fair skin. Then William slowly rose from the shattered cocoon shell. His originally neat golden short hair had now grown to shoulder length, and its color had become even purer and brighter, resembling a burning sun. His emerald green eyes had disappeared, replaced by translucent crimson pupils resembling those of a Mo Wu, albeit slightly lighter in hue, appearing more profound and rational. The contours of his facial features seemed more handsome and distinct, and the elegance in his demeanor had not diminished, or rather it was heightened by a hint of inhuman allure and calmness between his brows. As he opened his mouth, one could see the slightly protruding fangs on both sides of his upper jaw, adding a touch of dangerous charm. His height had not changed significantly, remaining around 185 meters, but his physique had become more well-proportioned and upright, with smooth muscle lines containing a hidden unyielding strength, as if every inch of his body had undergone the most precise optimization. He looked at the back of Mo Wu seated on the chair, his crimson eyes flickering with absolute respect and a hint of an extraordinary glow from being reborn. He slightly bowed to Mo Wu, then took a previously prepared set of black fitted attire from beside him and put it on with composure. His movements were meticulous, resembling the most professional steward. Almost simultaneously, the blood cocoon on the right side exploded. A wild, domineering aura filled with primal power surged forth. Finner stepped out. His originally shoulder-length black hair had now grown to his waist. His once amber eyes had transformed into a fierce crimson, sharp as a blade, carrying an unabashed wildness. The contours of his face became more rugged with a prominent jawline. The most significant change was in his physique. His height, once nearly 2 meters, had now astonishingly surpassed 2 meters and 3. With broad shoulders and a solid chest, his muscles were not bulky, but flowed with explosive strength akin to a top-notch cheetah, perfectly proportioned and smooth. Just standing there, a powerful sense of oppression that made breathing difficult naturally spread, as if he were a ferocious beast ready to erupt at any moment, temporarily retracting its claws and fangs to walk in human form. He too looked at Mo Wu, and the wildness in his crimson eyes quickly transformed into fervent loyalty and reverence upon encountering her petite figure. He grinned, revealing slightly more pronounced fangs than William's, his smile wild. He casually grabbed a specially made black vest nearby and put it on the tight fabric, perfectly outlining the contour of his hardened muscles. William's elegant figure resembled that of a dark knight aristocrat's steward, while Fenrir's wild presence resembled that of a humanoid beast. The two completed their transformations and simultaneously turned to face the chair by the window, kneeling on one knee. "Leader." The voice was respectful, yet imbued with the powerful confidence born from their rebirth. Mo Wu kicked off the wall with her foot, and her rotating chair slowly turned around. Mo Wu was still curled up inside her snow-white long hair, nearly engulfing her petite figure. Her ruby-like eyes calmly assessed her 2 newly revitalized subordinates before her. After a few seconds, a nearly invisible arc curved up at the corners of her delicate little face. A crisp, youthful voice tinged with a hint of satisfaction gently echoed in the command room. "How do you feel?" William closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. Deep within his wynard irises, a faint luminescence flickered, like streams of data vanishing in an instant. He gently clenched his fist, and the air in his palm crackled with a subtle, sharp detonation. A surging, all-encompassing sense of power flooded his body, lifting the corners of his lips in an involuntary smile. All physical attributes have increased dramatically. His voice was deeper, more grounded than before, tinged with quiet elation. Especially strength, surging from 23 to 40 points in one leap. Constitution has also risen, from 21 to 41 points. He paused, savoring the torrent of energy pulsing through his veins. Speed and spirit each gained 10 and 9 points respectively, now standing at 28 and 27. Such exponential growth utterly shattered William's prior understanding of attribute enhancement. Every muscle fiber felt as though replaced with heightened bioalloy. His bones possessed astonishing density, his organs thrummed with vibrant, unrelenting vitality. He felt capable of overturning a main battle tank with bare hands, and of withstanding sustained heavy machine gun fire without injury. Though he had never witnessed an S-rank hunter in action, William was certain in his current state even an ordinary S-rank hunter would be utterly outmatched. This was only the foundation. Now he turned his attention to the evolution of his innate talents. His former S-rank ability Super Strength had ascended into the S-rank bloodline power. Its description was terse, yet commanding Strength 2 Constitution 1. 5. This meant his effective baseline strength now stood at 88 points, and his constitution at 61. 5. What did 88 points of strength truly mean? William could not precisely quantify it, but he knew with absolute certainty that a single punch would shatter a half-meter-thick reinforced concrete wall. And 61. 5 Constitution granted him near supernatural regenerative capacity and defensive resilience. Even William, renowned for his composure, could not suppress the awe rising within him. This was no mere leap in combat prowess. It was an elevation of life itself. Meanwhile, Fenrir's transformation manifested with far less restraint. He casually twisted his joints, eliciting a rapid cascade of crisp percussive snaps, each crack resonating with raw coiled power. He bared his teeth in a feral grin, revealing sharp canines, his once-amber eyes now burned with the same deep crimson as Mo Wu's. Strength, 47. Speed, 38. Spirit, 25. Constitution, 43. Fenrir recited his stats in a low, gravelly voice edged with exhilaration. And my talent Werewolf has evolved into the S-rank bloodline. Werewolf. In beast form, global attribute amplification has surged from 30 to 50. 50% global amplification. When fully unleashed in werewolf form, his strength would breach the 70-point threshold, and every other attribute would surge in kind. Coupled with his innate lethality, predatory instincts, and razor-sharp animal intuition, Fenrir held unwavering confidence. Among today's S-rank hunters, he now ranked among the absolute elite, perhaps even contending for one of the strongest positions beneath the SS tier. After all, intelligence suggested most S-rank hunters still struggled valiantly in the low 30s for their primary attributes. Those surpassing 35 were exceedingly rare, let alone exceeding 40. Scarcity of resources, limitations in enhancement pathways, and inherent talent ceilings collectively forged this formidable bottleneck. Yet they had transcended it effortlessly, merely by integrating a single bloodline egg, and soared far beyond. Only just over 40. A clear, youthful voice drifted softly into the silence. William and Fenrir froze instantly, their expressions of awe locking in place as they turned in unison toward the swivel chair beside the window. Mo Wu remained curled there, nearly swallowed by her snow-white hair, revealing only a delicate face and those calm, depthless crimson eyes. She tilted her head slightly, genuinely puzzled by the effect her words had provoked. Only 40. William and Fenrir felt their throats go dry. The leader spoke with the serene indifference of commenting on pleasant weather. To her, 40 points of primary attribute was merely a casual only. Then what precisely were her stats? 90. 100, or neither dared imagine further. Beyond 10 points, each incremental gain represented a monumental leap, utterly incomparable to earlier increments. Consider a 500-kilogram grizzly bear hovered around 15 points in total. Thus, the sheer weight of each point beyond 10 became incalculable. According to their calculations, crossing the 100-point threshold would open an entirely new domain of existence. Each additional point would trigger cataclysmic physiological transformations. Yet, given the leader's SS-strength talent and colossal physique, attaining 1 or 2 primary attributes above 100 was not implausible. Their eyes met, and in that glance passed profound reverence and a quiet, heartfelt relief that they had chosen allegiance, not opposition. At that moment, William's wristcom chimed softly. An encrypted message appeared, sent by Rick stationed at the perimeter for surveillance and reception. A hunter has arrived at base entrance requesting affiliation. Accompanying him is a woman, likely a hunter herself. William read the transmission, then swiftly steeled his focus, his wynard gaze sharpened back into cool, incisive clarity. He looked to Fenrir. Go greet them first. The applicant is at least S-rank, worthy of serious attention. Assess, thoroughly verify background, evaluate capabilities, confirm cleanliness of record. Understood. Fenrir grinned, flashing gleaming white fangs. The Apocalypse Order currently faced storms from all directions. Anyone choosing to join now possessed not only extraordinary courage and confidence, but likely insight into the Order's overarching strategy. Such individuals were invaluable assets, and top-tier combatants were especially prized. After all, excluding the leader, only Fenrir and William themselves upheld the Order's martial prestige. Watching Fenrir stride out, William added, I'll accompany the leader to the tailor's first. Then he turned respectfully toward Mo Wu, gazing at her petite, doll-like frame. Leader, your new attire should be complete. I am confident you will find it most satisfactory. Mo Wu gave a soft hum of acknowledgement, slid down from the chair, and stepped barefoot onto the floor, smoothing her voluminous skirt. She seemed notably attentive to the aesthetics and fit of her new form's clothing. Thus, they parted ways. William moved with the poise of a master steward, half a step behind Mo Wu, as he guided her toward the tailor's shop. Meanwhile, Fenrir adjusted his taut undershirt, shrugged on a long, loose-fitting trench coat, and departed the command chamber with several elite lieutenants, each radiating lethal discipline, as he marched purposefully toward the reception hall. The entrance of the Revelation base. Rick maintained a professional smile, while his sharp gaze scrutinized the two visitors, a man and a woman before him. The man wore a well-tailored white trench coat, his demeanor cold and aloof as he keenly observed the layout and the personnel within the revelation. The girl had striking platinum blonde hair and bright blue eyes that curiously darted around her lively exterior, belying a depth of insight that belied her age. The two stood together, exuding contrasting auras. The man was composed while the girl was spirited. However, Rick did not underestimate them in the slightest, for both were hunters, their innate talents undeniable, at least on par with the likes of Lord William and Lord Fenrir. Please follow me. The deputy leader will meet you personally. Rick smiled slightly and stepped aside to lead the way. The man nodded while the girl cheerfully thanked him. As they walked through the base, the girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity, observing the normal lives of the ordinary people and reincarnators in Revelation. She turned to Rick and with a lively curiosity asked, "Revelation seems to be the center of the storm lately, yet it appears quite calm inside." Rick maintained his smile. Revelation values order and efficiency. External turmoil does not affect internal operations. Is that so? The girl blinked her blue eyes. But I've heard that many powerful factions have united against Revelation. Isn't Revelation afraid? The man in the trench coat shot a sidelong glance at Leah, but remained silent, a hint of understanding flashing in his gray blue eyes. The girl seemed innocent and carefree, yet every word was a test. Rick's expression remained unchanged, still embodying a calm and hospitable demeanor. Revelation acts according to its own principles. We do not fear challenges, and we welcome true friends. He led them into a relatively quiet reception room and spoke. Please wait here for a moment. The deputy leader will arrive shortly. The man and woman entered the reception room and sat down across from each other. The girl's innocent smile faded a bit, her blue eyes glimmering with keen interest. Lately, news surrounding Revelation had stirred quite a commotion, yet she felt that its motives were anything but simple. It was as if everything was being pushed by unseen hands, placing Revelation at odds with many factions. Especially with the upcoming launch of the trading platform by the main Gods game, this became the fundamental trigger for conflicts among all factions. Under normal circumstances, if this so-called trading platform wasn't opened and the lands in the marketplace weren't sold, human factions would still need to wait for at least 2 more world dungeons before civil war erupted. The man in the trench coat glanced at the girl, but remained silent. He had only encountered this girl on the road by chance, and they happened to be going the same way, which led to them teaming up. However, he did not expect that she was also a hunter. On the surface, her lively demeanor easily masked her true identity. Yet in this world, which hunter could be taken lightly? Revelation appeared to be facing numerous crises, but as an outsider he saw things more clearly than others. Whether it was the recent large-scale accumulation of points that were leaked by Revelation or the restaurant incident that occurred, all were merely outcomes that Revelation wanted them to see. Moreover, a hunter chasing 3 reincarnators, even if the opponents possessed a level talents, it was impossible for them to escape this far. Everything pointed to one place. Revelation aimed to lure these people into a trap, seeking a swift resolution. In the lead-up to the next dungeon, Revelation would surely consider expansion, reaching into the territories of other factions. However, this would undoubtedly require a massive investment of manpower and resources, coupled with the risks associated with battling in other regions, easily provoking a siege from nearby factions. After all, no one would willingly watch Revelation grow stronger. This is also why the most powerful faction in America, the Sentinel Alliance, has not expanded outward, but instead recruited more personnel. Not because they don't want to, but because the variables are too great. But Revelation's strategy directly draws these factions into its territory, aiming for a complete capture. If successful, the benefits would be unimaginable. At that point, the Sentinel Alliance would undoubtedly intervene. It's a pity we don't know if Revelation has such a great appetite. The man murmured quietly. In the face of profit, greed can easily cloud one's judgment, and some within the allied factions may not have overlooked this. However, their voices would ultimately be drowned out by the decisions and greed of many factions. The reason these factions have not chosen to monopolize Revelation is precisely because so many are acting together. Even if Revelation is truly a trap, they still possess the ability to protect themselves. They are betting that if they take the plunge, they can gain a vast amount of points and step into the doorway of the new world. If they lose, they can unite and become a bargaining chip. It can be said that both sides are engaged in a game of wits. The girl beside them, having overheard the man's murmurs, curiously asked, "As factions with SS-level hunters, why do you choose Revelation over Sentinel?" At least the SSS hunters of the Sentinel Alliance have been confirmed to be real, right? The man merely glanced at the girl, viewing the innocence in her eyes as just a facade. However, the man did not conceal his thoughts. He too was curious as to why this girl would choose Revelation. As an official faction, the Sentinel must have internal divisions and power struggles. In contrast, Revelation has grown from a small faction to its current scale, likely keeping power and resources in the hands of its people, not as dispersed as the Sentinel Alliance. Within Revelation, there is greater space for development, and concentrating power and resources means that decisions and growth will not be affected by external interference. The Sentinel Alliance is a conglomerate of multiple official factions. It is inevitable that power struggles abound and gang conflicts imply resource fragmentation and power divisions. Every decision will also be limited by other gangs. The girl smiled, revealing 2 little tiger teeth, her clear voice ringing in the reception room. Great minds think alike. Moreover, I always feel that Revelation's hidden trump cards might be thicker than anyone expects. Just as the two were chatting, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, a powerful aura approaching the reception room. Both the girl and the man sitting in the reception room were momentarily taken aback, halting their conversation, their expressions turning grave. The aura was so oppressive that it felt as if they were being eyed by a wild beast. Even though the person had not yet arrived, the immense pressure and dangerous sensation they felt was beyond what a mere hunter could achieve. Both possessed S-level talents, yet it was precisely because of that their hearts were shaken. Footsteps halted outside the door, a large hand, its knuckles sharply defined, swept aside the curtain. A figure ducked low as he entered. The man in the trench coat stood about 1.8 meters tall, the young woman reached 1.65 meters. Yet at that moment both felt like children gazing up at a towering giant. The man who stepped inside stood nearly 2.3 meters tall, his broad shoulders nearly eclipsing the doorway behind him. He wore a dark long trench coat left open beneath which clung a tight black sleeveless vest stretched taut over densely sculpted musculature that traced harmonious powerful contours. His face was chiseled with rugged severity, as if carved by blade and axe, his wild black hair cascading down his back, while his dark crimson eyes burned with untamed ferocity. When his gaze swept across them, the young woman and the man felt instantly locked in the predatory focus of a ravenous apex hunter, their bodies instinctively coiled, poised for combat. This towering man needed no gesture, no movement. Merely standing there radiated palpable pressure. S-rank. No, this oppressive aura surpassed all their prior conceptions of S-rank hunters. Could he be Tianqi's enigmatic leader? SS-rank hunter. Their hearts lurched in shock, but they forced themselves to maintain composure. The giant's gaze lingered on them for but an instant before he parted his lips, revealing gleaming razor-sharp teeth. Greetings. His voice resonated deep and low as he extended a broad calloused palm. I am Fenrir, deputy leader of Tianqi, overseeing all combat operations. A sharp gulp echoed clearly in the silence. Both were stunned anew. Deputy leader. Even a deputy emits such terrifying pressure. Then what of Tianqi's true leader, the rumored SS-rank hunter gifted with transcendent talent? How unimaginably formidable must he be? 3 meters tall, muscles rippling from every limb, an aura of lethal menace that repelled all who dared approach. Their minds raced wildly, already conjuring grotesque, awe-inspiring visions of Tianqi's supreme commander. Tianqi ran deeper and darker than they had ever imagined. Amy Ush's tailor shop nestled quietly in a tranquil corner of Tianqi Base's residential district. Modest in size, the shop was immaculately ordered. Bolts of fabric in rich, varied hues lined the shelves, while the air carried the soft, earthy scent of cotton and linen mingled with delicate herbal incense. As William led Mo Wu inside, Yusha, bent over a piece of leather she was cutting, looked up at the sound. Her gaze fell first upon Mo Wu's petite frame, then upon William, whose appearance had subtly shifted. Though puzzled by William's transformation, Yusha asked no questions. Instead, her eyes drifted to the white-haired, crimson-eyed little girl standing before William, clad in a dress she herself had designed, and she teased lightly. Master William's daughter is utterly adorable. William's expression froze. Inside, 10,000 wild horses stampeded through his mind. Wait, sister, are you deliberately throwing me into the fire? Glancing at Mo Wu's serene, untroubled gaze, apparently unmoved, he exhaled inwardly in quiet relief. Perhaps she simply didn't understand. Regaining his customary poise, William spoke. Her standing within Tianqi surpasses my own. Amy Ush's expression instantly stilled. Swiftly discarding all casual demeanor, she bowed her head respectfully and redirected her gaze toward Mo Wu. My deepest apologies. With a slight bow, she turned and retrieved a custom-made wooden mannequin from the inner chamber. As the garment appeared upon it, Mo Wu's eyes were drawn immediately. It was a military-style ensemble infused with Gothic elements, tailored precisely to her diminutive frame. The centerpiece was a sleek black military coat, impeccably cut. A thick black leather belt cinched her waist, accentuating her silhouette while evoking raw strength. Most arresting were the cuffs at the ends of the black sleeves, bloomed layered voluminous crimson lace, infusing the stern uniform with a startling sanguine vitality. Below, a black, pleated miniskirt revealed a scarlet underskirt beneath, while a heavy black greatcoat draped over the ensemble, lending it an unmistakable air of commanding authority. Mo Wu held her gaze on the outfit for a quiet moment. Compared to her current Gothic lowly dress, this attire was clearly more functional and far more acceptable to her. With Amy Ush's assistance, Mo Wu donned the new ensemble. When she emerged from the fitting room and stood before the full-length mirror, even she paused, just slightly. The reflection showed her still petite, yet transformed by the crisp, authoritative lines of the uniform into something wholly different. Delicacy and dominion, two opposing essences, merged here into uncanny harmony. The uniform's rigid structure and gleaming golden buttons conveyed irrefutable order and sovereign command, softening the excessive refinement and harmless charm of her features. The wide leather belt at her waist and the sharp, assertive shoulder lines silently amplified her presence. Meanwhile, the crimson lace at her cuffs and the blood-red underskirt whispered of solemn lethality, like flowing blood made manifest. Mo Wu lifted her chin slightly, beneath the shadow of her cap. Her crimson eyes gazed calmly at her own reflection, then experimentally adjusted her stance. Her spine straightened further, her shoulders relaxed naturally outward. a subtle shift, and the restrained glacial aura she carried fused flawlessly with the uniform, leaving not a trace of dissonance. She was no longer a fragile ornamental doll in need of protection, but rather a child commander stepped from an ancient scroll, beautiful, lethal, and impossible to behold directly. Of course, all this existed only within Mo Wu's own imagination. To William, however, those small gestures, paired with the military attire, created an unexpectedly charming contrast, utterly devoid of intimidation, yet brimming with irresistible unguarded charm. Like a tiny, fiercely composed, adorably pretentious, and chillingly aloof little girl, so captivating one longed to cradle her gently in one's heart. He sensed that when the true leader finally appeared before all of Tianqi, the resulting shockwave would leave every member speechless. Amy Usha meanwhile clasped her mouth in breathless awe, her eyes shimmering with pride and wonder. As its creator, she knew better than anyone the garment was mere vessel. The soul of this uniform came solely from its wearer, whose ineffable, irreplicable charm could never be copied. Mo Wu gently rotated her wrist before the mirror. The layered lace cuffs fluttered softly. She lifted her leg, her heavy leather boot struck the floor with a firm, resonant tap. With each motion, the scarlet underskirt flashed like a fleeting glimpse of dawn. There was no discomfort, no sense of alienation. This outfit perfectly magnified her commanding presence. Though she disliked wearing footwear, she acknowledged that without it her bearing would lose much of its gravitas. So Mo Wu resolved to gradually acclimate to this new appearance, to this uniform. Turning, she looked toward William. Her calm crimson eyes held no overt question, yet inquiry flowed from them, natural and effortless. "It suits you perfectly, Your Excellency." William bowed, deeply, speaking sincerely. For this uniform bore the highest insignia of Tianqi authority, a bespoke military design steeped in Tianqi's essence. "This attire reflects your station more aptly than any other." Mo Wu gave the faintest nod, the corner of her mouth lifted in the barest, most delicate smile. She raised a hand to adjust her cap's brim, then turned her gaze toward the door, her movements now imbued with the clean, decisive precision of the uniform itself. "Let us go. I wish to observe the two newly recruited hunters and assess whether they possess potential for cultivation." With that, Mo Wu strode past the threshold in her military boots. Inside the shop, William and Amyusha settled the payment before following closely, leaving Amyusha alone, bewildered and ruminating endlessly on Mo Wu's true identity. In the reception room, the initial exchange was nearing its end. Fenrir's massive body leaned against the specially reinforced chair, his dark red eyes scrutinizing the two individuals across from him. After a round of conversation, he gained a clearer understanding of the two hunters who had taken the initiative to approach him, a comprehension that far exceeded his initial expectations. Before meeting the two, he had assumed they were merely two S-class-gifted hunters. However, upon contact, he realized the difference in their aura compared to his own and William's S-class-gifted individuals. The girl Leah possessed the talent of illusionary eyes, classified as S-class. The specifics of her ability were unclear, but based on the name alone, it was evidently related to illusions or mirages. Such talents undoubtedly involved high-level mental domains, bizarre and difficult to defend against. The man called Eagle Eyes, true to his name, had the talent of dynamic vision, also rated at S-class. Though he was unsure of the exact function of this talent, he could guess its implications. Two S-class individuals, both with such uniquely practical talents. Fenrir felt a surge of joy within. Once the two joined, the top combat power of Tianqi would receive significant enhancement. Yet he also grew more vigilant. Why would such individuals choose to join the seemingly perilous Tianqi? Did they genuinely see the potential in Tianqi and discern its plans, or were they harboring ulterior motives? "If you are sincere about joining Tianqi," Fenrir slowly began, his voice low and steady, "then I can assure you that the resources and future platforms available in Tianqi will not disappoint your expectations. Here, strength and contributions will receive the most direct rewards." Eagle Eye's gray-blue eyes remained calm and unruffled as he nodded slightly. Leah, on the other hand, blinked her azure eyes and cheerfully remarked, "The deputy leader looks quite reliable. We are very serious about this." The two clearly recognized Tianqi's current state, and Fenrir's displayed strength and demeanor. Just from Fenrir's powerful aura, he stood among the top tier of hunters, even exceeding the typical strength expected of ordinary S-class gifted hunters. In the absence of SS-class gifted hunters intervening, just based on his presence alone, he possessed the strength to uphold Tianqi's stature. At that moment, Fenrir's communicator on his wrist vibrated softly. He lowered his gaze, accessing the encrypted channel only core members could receive. It was a brief message from William. "The leader is preparing to meet personally." Fenrir's dark red pupils momentarily contracted, and then a peculiar expression flashed across his face. He raised his head and looked at the two individuals across from him, pulling the corners of his mouth into a smile that left Eagle Eyes and Leah somewhat puzzled. "I have some news." Fenrir cleared his throat, striving to restore his expression to normal. "Our true leader of Tianqi will be coming over shortly." The true leader. Eagle Eyes and Leah simultaneously stiffened, and then their eyes burst with intense excitement. They naturally knew who Fenrir referred to. Not the public face of William, but that mysterious figure hidden in the shadows possessing SS-class talent, the one who single-handedly established Tianqi. Are they finally going to meet the figure shrouded in legend, the SS-class gifted hunter whose existence has even been questioned? Countless guesses and imaginations flickered through their minds. A dignified middle-aged powerhouse. A cold and aloof master. Or perhaps a charismatic and domineering figure. Regardless, possessing SS-class talent and leading Tianqi to rise in such a short time undoubtedly indicated exceptional prowess and a commanding presence. They couldn't help but sit up straight, both eager and slightly tense. To witness a powerhouse of that caliber in person was an opportunity in itself. Fenrir observed the reactions of the two, the strange curve of his lips deepening, yet he said nothing more. He simply stood up and walked to the door of the reception room, quietly waiting like a guard anticipating a king's arrival. Soon footsteps echoed from outside the corridor, drawing nearer. Unlike Fenrir's heavy and oppressive steps, these were much lighter and more rhythmic. It was the crisp sound of hard-soled shoes striking the ground, steady and clear. The door curtain was lifted by a hand with distinct knuckles clad in a black leather glove. The first to step inside was a man with golden hair and red pupils. He was tall, dressed in a well-tailored black uniform with a face so handsome it bordered on the uncanny and a slight elegant, yet aloof smile at the corner of his lips. His aura was completely restrained, but both Eagle Eyes and Leah could see that beneath that exterior lay a strength far more solid and profound than Fenrir's. Without even utilizing his talent, the man's physical strength was already significantly higher than Fenrir's. Is it him? Both of them speculated, their gazes sharpening. However, after entering, the golden-haired man did not approach the main seat, but instead stood sideways by the door, slightly bending down to lift the heavy door curtain with one hand. Next, Fenrir, who stood on the other side of the door, also leaned slightly forward, lowering his head. Under the watchful and gradually widening eyes of Eagle Eyes and Leah, a foot encased in a black military boot crossed the threshold. Then another. A figure stepped inside. Small. This was the unmistakable impression that could not be ignored at first glance. Standing at less than 1.40 m, her figure was slender. Her long snow-white hair was slightly pressed down by a black military hat adorned with silver insignia, with a few strands escaping from beneath the brim, cascading down her shoulders. She wore a uniquely designed black and red Gothic military uniform, with an exquisitely crafted double-layered pleated skirt, and her coat swayed slightly with her movements. Upon seeing the little girl's face, both of them were taken aback. Her skin was pale to the point of being nearly transparent, with a faint hint of blood color. What captured their attention the most were her eyes, resembling rubies. Clear, cold, devoid of the innocence or naivety expected of a child, only exuding a sense of detached calmness. She stood in the center of the reception room, her ruby-like gaze calmly sweeping over the stunned Eagle Eyes and Leah, before settling on William and Fenrir on either side. William maintained the posture of lifting the curtain, while Fenrir still held his head slightly bowed. The entire reception room fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then the petite figure broke the silence with a crisp and unadorned childlike voice. "So it is you who wish to join Tianqi." Her voice was not loud, nor did it release any pressure. Yet Eagle Eyes and Leah felt as though their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand. Fenrir straightened up, grinning widely, revealing a smile that approached malicious amusement as he introduced the two who had yet to recover from the overwhelming realization. "This is our true leader of Tianqi, Lord Mo Wu. However, to gain the attention of our leader, you must first learn Chinese." The introduction of Fenrir left Tong and Leah momentarily stunned. "Chinese? You mean joining Tianqi requires learning an additional language?" Such a requirement was unheard of in the other factions they had encountered. However, recalling the unique and unfamiliar syllables spoken by the petite leader, they suddenly understood that she was speaking Chinese. For them, this was not too difficult, as after awakening their S-level talent, both their physical abilities and cognitive learning capacity had undergone a tremendous enhancement. Especially for those like them with talents closely related to vision and perception, their memory far exceeded that of ordinary people, making the mastery of a new language merely a matter of time. What they did not expect was that the leader spoke the language of the Dragon Kingdom. After William translated Mo Wu's inquiry, Tong and Leah quickly focused their minds, their expressions turning serious. They did not underestimate Mo Wu due to her deceptively charming appearance. On the contrary, the brief encounter just now and the respect shown by William and the others heightened their awe for this mysterious leader. "If Tianqi does not mind us, we are naturally willing to join," they said almost in unison, their tone sincere. Mo Wu's ruby-like eyes calmly gazed at them, lingering a moment longer on Leah. When she heard Leah's voice, which was clear, yet carried a hint of liveliness, a barely perceptible sense of familiarity washed over Mo Wu. This familiarity did not stem from the voice itself, but from a deeper energy fluctuation, like something she had encountered before, leaving a faint, nearly dissipated mark. The corners of Mo Wu's mouth slowly curved upward. That smile appeared on her delicate face, and it should have been extremely adorable. Silvery strands of hair slipped from the edge of her military cap, accentuating her jade-like skin and rosy lips. Yet there was no hint of mirth in her ruby eyes, only a cold amusement born from uncovering secrets. And a flicker of interest akin to a predator discovering intriguing prey. This smile sent a chill down the spines of William and Fenrir, while Leah, who faced it directly, felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest and a shiver run down her back. Cute. No, this smile was bone-chilling, or it was like a ferocious beast in sheep's clothing. Especially those blood-red eyes gave a sense of being targeted by a top predator. But it seemed she had never seen her before. Why would she show such a smile? Leah felt a mix of fear and confusion, but Mo Wu was clearly not going to provide her with answers. Last time in Raccoon City, that SS-level talent, the Bee Queen Hunter, the spirit spore network generated by her talent, had effects far beyond what appeared on the surface. It seemed that in previous instances the other party had already influenced many people. If she had not later devoured the 3 special mutated beings spawned by the spirit spores, inadvertently analyzing and merging some of the genetic fragments of the spirit spores, she would have been unable to capture even the faintest scent of the Bee Queen's power from Leah. It was very faint, not constituting control or threat, yet it was like an invisible label. Only those who were sensitive to sense and had truly contacted and analyzed it could perceive it. Indeed, each SS-level talent had its unique peculiarities. The abilities of that Bee Queen Hunter leaned towards mental control, information networks, and large-scale creation, and the chaos it could cause in the early stages was indeed more immediate and insidious than the Gene Sovereign that needed constant devouring and accumulation. However, her weakness was also quite apparent. She gave Leah the impression that she was just a bit stronger than an ordinary person with no combat abilities beyond her formidable mental strength. Yet her mental strength was perfectly neutralized by the domain produced by the blood domain, causing no damage whatsoever. Thus, this individual's abilities were all related to escape, and their speed made them hard to defend against. Interesting. Mo Wu murmured in a voice only she could hear. She did not expose it, and now was not the time, and besides, those who consumed the bloodline egg possessed absolute loyalty to her. She wanted to see what that Bee Queen Hunter intended by making such a significant move to leave a seed behind. Similarly, she wanted to see whether the other party's spirit spores or her bloodline egg was stronger. Mo Wu took a step forward, her military boots making a crisp sound as she walked directly in front of Leah. Her petite height required her to slightly tilt her head to meet Leah's gaze. She extended her small hand, half closing her ruby-like eyes, the dangerous yet adorable smile still lingering on her face. Hello? Mo Wu spoke softly, her voice crisp. Welcome to Tianqi. William followed closely behind, Mo Wu promptly translating. Leah looked at Mo Wu, who had suddenly gotten closer, feeling an even stronger sense of unease, but more so she was flattered. She quickly bent down to align her gaze with Mo Wu's, extending her hand and cautiously grasping Mo Wu's small hand. The touch was icy soft and incredibly delicate, as if the finest silk wrapped around warm jade. Unlike the fragile impression given by her petite figure, this hand was stable and strong. Leah even felt an absurd impulse to hold this cute yet dangerous little hand indefinitely, or to hug the leader who resembled a delicate doll into her arms and give her a good squeeze. Of course, this thought was quickly suppressed by her overwhelming rationality and survival instinct. I hope that in the future, Mo Wu allowed her to hold her hand, her ruby eyes locking onto Leah's azure ones, each word clearly translated by William and reaching Leah's ears. You will always be a member of Tianqi. This statement, though toneless, carried an undeniable depth. Leah's heart quivered slightly, and she quickly nodded. Yes, leader. I will do my utmost for Tianqi. The meeting concluded amidst a subtle and complex atmosphere. As the visible head William clarified the upcoming arrangements to Ying Tong and Leah, they would temporarily remain in Tianqi as senior advisors, enjoying corresponding treatment and privileges. Soon there will be a trial. William looked at them meaningfully. Those factions that have their eyes on us in Tianqi have already united and will soon be at our gates. If both of you can perform excellently in the upcoming conflict and prove your value and loyalty, then. He paused, his voice carrying a weight of promise. The leader will bestow rewards generously. At that time, Tianqi will officially establish a cabinet as the highest decision-making and execution body. And you will qualify to become elders of the cabinet, just like me and Finra, participating in Tianqi's core matters and decisions, sharing in Tianqi's developmental benefits. Of course, William also explicitly added that the final decision-making power of everything in Tianqi always belongs to leader Mo Wu. Any cabinet resolution can be vetoed by her. Ying Tong and Leah exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Risks and opportunities coexisted. It was fair. They joined Tianqi precisely to strive for a higher starting point and future. This impending battle was the best stage for them to showcase their value and earn trust. We understand. They both said in unison, we will prove ourselves. This impending battle was the best stage for them to showcase their value and earn trust. We understand. They both said in unison, we will prove ourselves. At the very moment when the dawn of awakening was absorbing new blood and preparing for battle, a large convoy was advancing like a torrent of steel on an abandoned highway approximately 500 kilometers from the city housing the base. The roar of engines was deafening, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Leading the way were a dozen armed pickup trucks and off-road vehicles roughly reinforced with steel plates and spikes. Mounted on these vehicles were heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, while gunmen clad in various outfits scanned the wilderness with fierce eyes. Following closely behind were an endless line of military trucks and modified civilian buses, serving as troop carriers crammed with armed personnel, displaying a variety of expressions. Some were cleaning their weapons while others whispered among themselves, the air thick with the smell of sweat, tobacco, and excitement. What drew the most attention was the middle of the convoy, where 10 rusted main battle tanks, still equipped with their main guns and machine gun turrets, were slowly being towed by heavy trailers. Although lacking professional maintenance and sufficient fuel, which rendered them unable to move swiftly for long periods, their symbolic significance and ability to break through during critical moments could not be underestimated. In the sky, 10 utility helicopters hovered at low altitude, serving as reconnaissance and communication units. The rotor blades stirred up air currents that lifted the dust even higher. This was the coalition army formed by the Godslayer Guild and a total of 18 factions. Their number approached 8,000, half of whom were elites. They brought with them the best weapons and supplies from their respective factions with a clear goal to crush the Dawn of Awakening and divide its accumulated wealth, population, and the base they had managed for so long. At the front of the convoy, in a modified command armored vehicle, Rex, the president of the Godslayer Guild, and an S-level hunter was listening to a report. Rex was a robust white man, nearly 1.90 meters tall. He wore a sleeveless leather vest that revealed his muscular arms thickly covered in tattoos. Report, boss. A reincarnator in charge of reconnaissance squeezed into the vehicle, speaking loudly. According to the map and feedback from the forward reconnaissance team, we can reach the outskirts of the city where the Dawn of Awakening is located by tomorrow morning at the earliest. Tomorrow morning. Enough for those at Dawn of Awakening to live one more night. Rex sneered, his thick fingers tapping the map, laid out on the table, his gaze fixed greedily on the mark representing the Dawn of Awakening base. While verbally claiming it was for revenge for his brothers, the leaders of these factions knew that this was merely a legitimate excuse. Even if there were no strong members of the Godslayer Guild being captured by the Dawn of Awakening, they would still find an excuse to attack and divide the points of the Dawn of Awakening. Rex turned to look at another man sitting across from him who was resting with his eyes closed. This man was named Marcus, a legend in the underground fighting world who had now awakened an S-level talent called Steel Bone, allowing him to metallize his bones and muscles in a short time, gaining terrifying defense and strength. He was the representative and president of the Yaochuan Guild. Although his physique was not as exaggerated as Rex's, every inch of his muscle was forged like fine iron with smooth lines brimming with explosive power, silent like a lurking beast. Marcus, what do you think? Rex asked. Marcus slowly opened his eyes, his pupils an unusual silver gray devoid of emotion. Since the Dawn of Awakening has chosen not to leave, they must have their reasons. William and that newly emerged Fenrir are not to be underestimated. We should proceed with caution. Reasons? Huh? Rex scoffed dismissively. In the face of absolute power, any trick is futile. We have 2 S-levels, 16 S-levels, and nearly 4,000 elite combatants. What does the Dawn of Awakening have to defend themselves with? Just relying on their so-called SS-level. Even if it exists, I don't believe he can fight 1,000 alone. He stood up, looking through the observation window of the armored vehicle at the vast army stretching for several kilometers behind them, a sense of grandeur rising within him. The era of firearms is over. The technicians have mostly perished, and missiles and artillery have become scrap metal. Now it is the era of fists and talents. He patted his solid chest and pointed at the tanks and helicopters outside the window. And these are my fists. Tomorrow let the Dawn of Awakening truly indulge and taste the feeling of being crushed. Marcus did not refute, but simply closed his eyes again, continuing to conserve his energy. He agreed with Rex's judgment that power was king. After all, in this era, everyone tacitly wanted to eliminate those who controlled weapons of mass destruction and speak with their fists. The times have changed, and what humanity values has also shifted. The pursuit of power amplifies all human desires. However, the Dawn of Awakening, that mysterious faction, always gave him an uncomfortable feeling. After all, they were capable of unifying a city, and whatever methods they used only indirectly proved that those in control of the Dawn of Awakening were not simple. Moreover, it was evident that the Dawn of Awakening had deliberately invited trouble this time. At least the judgments of those few events were too suspicious. For a hunter to chase 3 reincarnators for over 10 kilometers was unreasonable from any perspective. At least at this stage, hunters had chosen their own growth paths, and their strength should have distanced itself from that of the reincarnators. From an observer's point of view, it was clear that this was a deliberate act by the Dawn of Awakening. I hope I'm overthinking this, Marcus murmured softly, continuing to rest. He could not afford to give up on the cake that was the Dawn of Awakening. If these people succeeded, then his faction would be left far behind. With numerous factions coming together to form a coalition, if he did not join, he would have no choice but to join the Sentinel Alliance. But the Sentinel Alliance was not as friendly as imagined. The convoy continued to roar forward. The setting sun cast long shadows over the mixed army of modern weaponry and barbarism, resembling a ferocious beast preparing to pounce on its prey. Dust billowed, and the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent. Meanwhile, at the Dawn of Awakening's base, standing atop the highest lookout tower, Mo Wu gazed westward, her white hair flowing in the rising evening breeze. Her ruby-like eyes pierced through the dusk as if she could already see the dust rising at the horizon's edge. The hem of her military uniform gently swayed. She raised her small hand and lightly pressed it against the cold railing before her. A flash of dark red energy patterns flickered at her fingertips. William stood respectfully half a step behind Mo Wu, his calm crimson eyes glinting with a composed light. Leader, William looked at Mo Wu, his voice steady. I request permission to lead the team with Fenrir in tomorrow's battle. Mo Wu did not turn around, but her small furry ears twitched imperceptibly, indicating she was listening. Although the allied forces are numerous, they are largely a disorganized mob. With the strength that Fenrir and I have gained after our transformation, combined with the support of the newly joined S-level hunters Eagle Eye and Leah leading the elite forces of Tianchi, will be sufficient to face them. William paused, lowering his voice, slightly infused with deeper considerations. More importantly, after this battle, the reputation of our Tianqi will undoubtedly shake the world. At that time, the Sentinel Alliance, which has remained inactive, will no longer be able to stand idly by. Their emissaries, and perhaps even the SS-level hunter, may very well come personally to engage with us, either to exert pressure or to draw Tianqi into their fold. At this point, William paused, fixing his gaze intently on Mo Wu's petite, yet upright figure. Leader, you are our ultimate trump card. The less information you expose, the greater our initiative will be in dealing with future uncertainties. This battle is indeed a good opportunity to temper the Tianqi forces. If everything is done by you personally, those below may easily develop dependency, which is detrimental to long-term growth. William's reasoning was clear, considering both the immediate demands of battle and the strategic landscape after the conflict, while also focusing on the internal development of Tianqi. Tianqi seeks far more than mere current achievements. To stand firm in the distant future, we must take steps cautiously and steadily. Mo Wu remained silent for a moment. After a long pause, she slowly turned around, her ruby eyes falling on William's face. Her delicate features were devoid of expression, yet William could sense that the leader was deep in thought, weighing her options. All right. Her clear, youthful voice uttered 2 words, signifying her agreement to William's request to lead the battle and acknowledging his strategy. William felt a slight relief in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a faint upward curve at the corner of Mo Wu's mouth. That smile appeared on her porcelain-like face, which should have been innocent and pure, but paired with her cold, transparent ruby eyes, it possessed an oddly chilling allure. An SS-level hunter coming personally. Mo Wu softly repeated William's words, her tone revealing neither anticipation nor wariness, but rather sounding like a statement of an interesting fact soon to unfold. She chose not to elaborate further, but that smile already conveyed much. Let's go. Mo Wu took a step forward, her military boots echoing sharply on the metallic floor of the watchtower. As you predicted, they won't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Let them rest and recover tonight. If the casualties are too high this time, I will take action myself. Even though Mo Wu trusted William, she was also unwilling to see Tianqi suffer significant losses against the coalition of 18 forces. William smiled slightly and quickly caught up. Yes, leader. The moonlight poured like water over the vast training ground at the center of the Tianqi base. 2,000 Tianqi warriors had already gathered. They stood in formation according to their respective functions, the front row consisting of heavy defenders wielding specially made alloy shields and melee weapons. Behind them were long-range fighters equipped with firearms and ammunition belts. On the sides were agile figures bearing bows or specialized throwing weapons. Further back were dozens of reincarnators emitting faint energy fluctuations, clearly possessing auxiliary or special abilities. Their combination could swiftly form a formidable 5-person team capable of striking down enemies through their seamless cooperation. The surroundings were utterly silent. Only the rustling of flags in the night breeze and the steady prolonged breathing of these 2,000 warriors could be heard. There were no whispers or furtive glances. Each person stood like a spear planted in the ground, their gazes sharp, fixed on the high platform ahead. They were all dressed in uniform black combat suits with the emblem of Tianqi emblazoned on their arms, a stylized white bat logo. Most had painted dark camouflage on their faces. This was a force that exuded a refined silence, yet emanated an iron-blooded aura. In stark contrast to the chaotic and noisy armed factions outside. On the high platform, William and Fenrir stood side by side. Eagle Eye and Leah stood slightly behind William on either side, both similarly clad in the standard combat uniforms provided by Tianqi, albeit with slight variations to highlight their unique advisory status. William's gaze slowly swept over the 2,000 eyes below. In the moonlight, his crimson eyes appeared even more enigmatic and deep, yet within them lay absolute calmness and authority. Warriors. William called out, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire square, carrying a strange penetrating power and infectiousness. Tomorrow, a disorganized amalgamation of 18 forces self-proclaimed as a coalition to exterminate Tianqi will be at our doorstep. Below, the breathing of the 2,000 warriors seemed to intensify simultaneously, their eyes shining brighter, yet no one made a sound. What do they want? William's voice suddenly rose, laced with a hint of cold mockery. They covet the order we painstakingly established in Tianqi, the resources we've accumulated, and this base that we dare to call home. They seek to steal it all away, to destroy it all, and to drag you along with your families and children back into that brutal era of survival of the fittest. Tell me. William stepped forward, his voice sharp as a drawn sword. Will you agree to this? We will not agree. The 2,000 voices roared in unison, the sound like thunder soaring into the sky, shaking even the moonlight. Within that roar lay immense determination, anger at the invasion of their homeland, and absolute confidence in their own strength and beliefs. William nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand to signal for silence, the square quickly returning to stillness. Very good. William declared loudly. Since you will not agree, let us use our weapons to show them that Tianqi is inviolable. The dignity of Tianqi must be forged with the blood of our enemies. He paused, his voice rising to a more stirring pitch. Tomorrow's battle is not just to defend our homes and loved ones, it is also the first battle for Tianqi to officially step onto the world stage and declare our existence. We will use this victory as the first step towards becoming stronger. Now I announce the battle rewards. William's voice turned resolute. In this battle, each kill of an ordinary enemy member rewards 1 point. Killing a clevel talent rewards 3 points. Killing a level talent rewards 10 points. Killing an level talent rewards 30 points. The eyes of the warriors below instantly became fervent. Points. In the main God's game, points are the foundation of becoming stronger. They represent equipment skills and attribute points. Such a clear, generous, and easily attainable reward system was unheard of. Additionally, William's voice rose once more. For every 10 enemy kills, an extra reward of 10 points. For every 50 kills, an additional reward of 100 points. William scanned the entire crowd. If anyone can achieve 100 kills, they will receive an immediate reward of 1,000 points, and will be promoted on the spot to the leader of a Tianqi team commanding an elite force of 1,000. Wow! Even with strict discipline, the crowd couldn't help but erupt in suppressed gasps and heavy breaths. 1,000 points. The position of leader. This was a temptation that could drive anyone mad. Yet that wasn't all. All brothers who participate in the battle and return alive. William's tone softened but grew heavier. Regardless of merit in battle, they will receive 100 points as a basic subsidy. Those who bleed for Tianqi will never be treated poorly by Tianqi. If any brother sadly dies in battle, Tianqi will take responsibility for the future living and safety of all their direct relatives, ensuring they receive the best care. The sacrificed brothers will be interred in the Hall of Heroes, receiving the highest honors from Tianqi, forever commemorated by future generations. Now tell me. William raised his arm high. For Tianqi. For points. For glory. Fight. 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 The thunderous roar erupted once more, igniting the spirits of the 2,000 warriors to the peak. What burned in their eyes was no longer just the belief in defending their home, but also a strong desire for merit points and the future. The enemy before them was no longer a threat, but moving monuments of merit. Nightfall. William concluded with an ancient battle cry. Nightfall. The warriors responded with an even louder roar. Wei Lian stepped back as Fenrir advanced. The deputy leader, a humanoid savagery, grinned to reveal pale teeth. His voice rumbled like muted thunder. Logistics, distribute the supplies. A logistics team rushed forward, passing sealed metal cases into the hands of each squad leader. The boxes opened to reveal sets of gossamer thin fabrics that were cool to the touch. These are the Shadow Veil camouflages freshly produced by Master Imaisha. Fenrir explained. Worn over the combat uniform, they reduce infrared signatures and offer strong concealment against thermal imaging and certain energy detection systems. Put them on properly. Tomorrow let those raiders learn what a true hunter is. The warriors quickly and orderly donned the Shadow Veil camouflage. The regiment, already austere and tightly ordered, acquired an added air of mystery and menace under that gauzy disguise, as though it melted into the night itself. Ingtong and Leah watched from the side, their hearts stirred beyond words. Such efficient mobilization, such clear rewards and punishments, such exquisite equipment, and that uniform concentrated morale and discipline. Those so-called great powers they had passed before were, by comparison, like primitive tribes waving clubs. Tianqi truly was an entirely different monstrosity. Even without SS-class hunters, Tianqi possessed greater potential than any faction in my legion. It was potential in mobilization, potential in order. Compared with the precarious existence under other forces, Tianqi was the sanctuary in their hearts. If Tianqi could weather this disaster, its momentum of growth would sweep everything aside. Across the whole of my legion, perhaps only Xiaobing Lianmeng could rival Tianqi. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers from the city of Tianqi, an abandoned township had been temporarily occupied by the Allied army as a forward base. Bonfires crackled, illuminating faces weary, excited, or numb. Over 8,000 people were loosely encamped across the town, shouting, cursing, and the reek of poor spirits mingled in the air. Many lay directly on the cold mud, wrapped in filthy blankets and drifting into heavy sleep. They had been gathered from the great city, strangers to one another, their ideals at odds. Moreover, with talents only rank or lower and assigned to logistics for this operation, they stood to gain nothing. The so-called camp was chaotic and disorderly. Only a few core units could keep basic watch and order. Those were the true main force, the backbone of the great factions. Beside the largest bonfire, Laikisi waved a sizzling roasted beast leg, tearing great mouthfuls of meat and gulping wine as if Tianqi were already theirs to plunder. After all, he did not believe any faction besides Xiaobing Lianmeng could withstand their allied host. Once we take Tianqi, the points, the supplies, the women inside, those will be ours. Follow me, Laikisi, and I will never wrong my brothers. I am a man of loyalty. We share blessings and bear hardships together. He downed a large gulp of whiskey, wiped his mouth, and seeing the excitement on many faces, grinned broadly. Rising to his feet, Laikisi leapt onto the roof of an abandoned car and, relying on the physical presence of a hunter, bellowed at the assembled men. Listen up, brothers. His rough voice rolled across the night, cutting through the camp's clamor. Tomorrow is the day we level Tianqi. I, Laikisi, hereby set the rules. He looked over the crowd, wildness burning in his eyes. Tomorrow's assault on Tianqi. For every Tianqi soldier you kill, you will be awarded 1 point. Kill 100 and receive an additional 100 points. At those words, the people below lit up. Many cast greedy glances. 1 point seemed small, but do not forget that Tianqi numbered well over 100,000. How many resisting soldiers there would be was no one's certainty. In the chaos, a few killed at random could be declared Tianqi soldiers, and the points would be credited. It was a guaranteed profitable bargain. I'd be ruthless enough and kill enough, and one could earn more points than from a single dungeon run. Besides, in these times, human life was worth the least. If they dared to fight and kill, they would never lack corpses. Also, Lycese saw the eager expressions, grinned, and continued loudly. Once Tianqi falls, points will be distributed centrally. As for the rest, food, weapons, and those pretty women, whoever seizes them keeps them. Lycese will not interfere. More than that, every brother who fought will be compensated afterwards, bowls of wine and slabs of meat to the full. At that declaration, everyone cheered. Though some eyes flickered with pity, it was swiftly replaced by greed. Especially those already savage and avaricious, whose eyes gleamed green, as if seeing the stacked supplies in Tianqi's warehouses and the panicked women within. Feelings long suppressed by the host god's game seemed to find a place for release. Stick with me, Lycese, and your family. Anyone who dares bully you will raise them, as I will Tianqi today. Lycese shouted, swinging his fist and elevating the atmosphere to its peak. After a long while, he jumped down from the car roof, returned to the bonfire, and continued tearing into meat. Morale had risen. Tomorrow they would make one decisive push to flatten Tianqi. Makosi glanced at him, said nothing, and drained the dregs of his cup. He watched the roused allied members around him and sighed. Perhaps it had been for points before, but now Lycese's words planted doubts in him. This burning, killing, and looting. Lycese, chewing meat, muttered a remark that Makosi understood was meant for him. In this world, it's either you die or I do. If you choose to seize Tianqi's points, then be prepared to silence mouths. Do not leave Tianqi any chance to grow. Saying this, Lycese's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. If you wake me again while I'm sleeping ill, It actually went through, hooray. The night before dawn was at its deepest and most profound. 2,000 Tianqi warriors clad in shadow veil camouflage melted silently into the ruins. Broken walls, abandoned vehicle sheds, and subterranean conduits, like bats dissolving into the night. Every corner of the city capable of offering concealment had become their vantage point. Their breaths were deliberately slowed to near stillness, their body heat sealed away by the shadow veil camouflage, their movements as light and silent as those of a wildcat. In the coldest hour before daybreak, the entire city transformed into a vast hushed trap, a meticulously prepared hunting ground for prey yet to arrive. Within the city, all non-combatants, the elderly, children, and certain auxiliary or civilian class reincarnates, had long since been consolidated and evacuated to secure shelters deep inside the base. The streets stood utterly deserted, windows were tightly shuttered, only the mournful whine of wind slicing through shattered billboards pierced the silence. This unsettling void itself was a declaration of war. When the first pale ray of dawn pierced the clouds and fell upon the city, a discordant roar echoed from the distance, utterly alien to the surrounding stillness. The grating shriek of steel treads grinding over fractured asphalt, the brutish bellow of engines, and the faint chaotic murmur of human voices heralded the arrival of the coalition of 18, a force cobbled together from 18 factions numbering nearly 8,000 warriors at the city's outer perimeter. At the head of the advance rolled 10 main battle tanks, armored fortresses on treads, shoving aside abandoned vehicles, without hesitation crushing landscaped verges beneath their weight, and surging unimpeded down the central boulevard. Behind them stretched an endless convoy of armed vehicles, kicking up thick plumes of dust. 10 civilian helicopters circled low overhead, their onboard thermal imaging sensors scanning the streets and buildings below like ravenous, unblinking eyes. Inside the command vehicle, Rex stared intently at the live thermal feed displayed on his screen. There, apart from faint residual heat signatures emanating from structures and the occasional flicker of small animal movement, scarcely any large clusters of human thermal signals appeared. Only at the city's far edge did the reinforced silhouette of the Tianqi base stand out clearly in the thermal spectrum, its life sign readings comparatively concentrated. Humph. Rex set down his tablet, and a contemptuous savage grin twisted across his rugged face. I'd imagine the Tianqi held greater mettle, perhaps even deployed scouts across the urban terrain to harass us, exploit the alleys and ruins to sow chaos. Instead, they've drawn into their shell like frightened tortoises retreating wholly into their lair. Looks like I overestimated them after all. Beside him, Marcus remained seated with eyes closed, though a barely perceptible furrow tightened between his brows. It was too quiet. Even if the Tianqi intended to hold the base, abandoning all early warning and peripheral harassment defied all logic. Yet the thermal data seemed to confirm Rex's assessment. Perhaps they recognize their inferiority and choose to consolidate all strength behind the walls. One faction leader declared with arrogant assurance. After all, any seasoned observer knew the coalition of 18 represented an overwhelming, near-unassailable force. Any rational mind within the Tianqi would understand that mounting resistance in the open streets would be futile, a mere drop in the ocean. Defense. Rex scoffed, disdain dripping from every syllable. Against absolute power, even the hardest turtle shell can be shattered by me. Issue the order, stay vigilant, but no need for undue tension. Objective: the main gate of the Tianqi base. Drive straight through it. The command was relayed. The coalition accelerated, not dramatically, but with unmistakable momentum. Tanks led the charge, convoys followed in disciplined formation, helicopters darted between flanking high-rises conducting aerial reconnaissance. They advanced in thunderous procession through the lifeless avenues. Sunlight gradually dispelled the shadows. yet could not lift the uncanny suffocating stillness clinging to the hollow city. No one noticed the pairs of cold, unblinking eyes watching the massive column pass, from the shaded recesses of certain high-rises or behind the rusted grills of ground-level ventilation shafts. No one sensed the faint, almost imperceptible energy field permeating the air, a subtle psychotropic veil quietly draping over every zone the Coalition traversed. Lia lay flat behind the shattered third-floor windowsill of a partially collapsed office tower. Her shadow veil camouflage combined with the innate abilities of her Abysswalker specialization rendered her virtually indistinguishable from the weathered concrete wall behind her. Her sapphire irises shimmered with shifting microluminescence, countless fragmented images swirling, merging, and resolving within them like reflections in a fractured prism. Her phantom eye talent operated at full capacity, perceiving the psychic fluctuations of every soldier below, while simultaneously weaving an immense, exquisitely precise illusionary net spanning several city blocks. Urban model fully constructed. Psychic anchors implanted in 70% of targets. Environmental synchronization complete. She recited the sequence inwardly, calm, precise, as if running flawless code in the background of her consciousness. Last night's exhaustive reconnaissance and meticulous preparation had granted her total mastery over this battlefield. As an Abysswalker hunter, she possessed an innate capacity to harmonize with her surroundings, to dissolve into the very texture of the environment. Her illusion-based phantom eye fused with the terrain integration mastery of the Abysswalker discipline elevated both the potency and verisimilitude of her illusions to a new tier. The longer she sustained the weave, the more immersive and indistinguishable from reality her fabricated world became. Soon the Coalition's vanguard reached the open plaza 100 meters from the Tianqi base. The walls of Tianqi loomed like a silent leviathan, its gates sealed tight, its watchtowers seemingly deserted. Only the wind wailed mournfully across the desolation. Rex's face flushed with humiliation, his eyes burned with mounting fury. Damn it, spit on our face and call it grace. At that very moment Marcus, who had stood motionless, eyes closed in deep stillness, snapped them open. His silvery gray pupils sharpened into blades, locking unblinkingly onto the ruined cityscape behind them, then darting swiftly across the deceptively empty buildings surrounding them. Something's wrong. Marcus murmured, his expression darkening to an almost monstrous severity. It's too quiet. Everything feels off. Something is watching us. Rex's breath hitched. He trusted Marcus's predatory instincts implicitly, instincts honed to near-animal precision. Almost simultaneously, he sensed it too, a faint dissonant ripple, as if the very hues of the world had flickered ever so slightly out of focus. But the arrow was already loosed. 8,000 soldiers stood at Tianqi's threshold. There would be no retreat, no hesitation, not for a whisper of doubt. All units. Rex hurled aside his megaphone, drew a blood-hued war axe from his system inventory, and roared. If Tianqi refuses to yield, then we shall storm it. Raze this place to the ground. Roar. The Coalition army, drunk on greed and effortless victory, erupted in frenzied cheers. Armored vehicles rumbled to life at the front lines, infantrymen cracked their knuckles, eyes gleaming with the single-minded hunger of plunder. At that instant, when battle fever reached its boiling point, the moment has come. From the central watchtower of Tianqi base, William lowered his binoculars and spoke for calm, measured words into the encrypted channel. The next second, boom! A deafening detonation erupted, not from artillery but from within Tianqi's sealed gates, a thunderous visceral roar as though some colossal entity were tearing through solid steel. Before their stunned eyes, the massive alloy gate buckled inward at its center, twisting, warping, then exploded outward under unimaginable force, ripped apart from within. Shrapnel and dust filled the air. From the maelstrom shot forth a terrifying figure, 5 meters tall, clad in crimson shadow, hurtling forward like a living artillery shell. It slammed down onto the main gun barrel of the lead main battle tank. That armor, designed to withstand direct artillery fire, crumpled like parchment beneath its weight. The turret twisted grotesquely. As smoke thinned, the creature revealed itself, a gargantuan werewolf sprung straight from myth. Its body bristled with steel-like crimson fur and jagged crimson bone armor. Muscles coiled with savage, terrifying density. 5 meters of pure predatory might. Its claws gleamed like forged blades. Its muzzle split wide, revealing dagger-like fangs of blinding white. Its eyes burned, not with intelligence, but with raw primal savagery and bloodlust. Fenrir. The fully unleashed bloodline, werewolf form. In this state, he felt precisely what the tyrants of the biohazard era must have felt. Overwhelming, unstoppable power. Every fiber of his being reeked of slaughter and thirst. In this moment, he longed only to rend everything apart, even the gates of Tianqi that dared bar his path. Yet his mind remained utterly lucid. Precisely because it was lucid, he knew he'd catch hell later for demolishing Tianqi's gates without authorization. So he channeled that certainty into pure, incandescent rage and directed it at the enemy before him. A wave of brutal, feral aura surged across the battlefield. Aelwul. Fenrir threw back his head and unleashed a roar so thunderous it coalesced into physical shockwaves, shattering eardrums, hammering hearts, sending tremors through every soldier nearby. Before anyone could react, Fenrir seized the ruined tank's turret rim with one colossal claw and unleashed apocalyptic strength. Up! With a single arm, he hurled the multi-ton tank like a boulder, sending it crashing into another vehicle mid-turn, its cannons still swiveling toward him. Crockham. Two armored behemoths collided. Fuel tanks detonated, engulfing both in twin fireballs. The blast wave scoured the field, shredding flesh and steel alike. Screams tore the air. A monster. Open fire. Now. The Coalition vanguard collapsed into chaos. This abomination evoked memories of the tyrants from the biohazard crisis. Yet this creature dwarfed even those horrors, and reignited the deepest, most primal fear buried in their souls, the fear tyrants once commanded. They spun wildly, unleashing torrents of heavy machine gun fire, bullets pummeling Fenrir's crimson fur and bone armor. But these weapons, once feared as flesh grinders, only sparked feebly against him, clanging like pebbles striking indestructible alloy. Rockets screamed toward him, but Fenrir dodged with impossible speed or swatted them from the sky with contemptuous sweeps of his massive claws. He descended upon them like a tiger among sheep, each slash shearing through armored hulls, each lunge scattering squads of soldiers like chaff. His innate werewolf combat instincts, amplified by bloodline-enhanced attributes, transformed him into the battlefield's most horrifying meat grinder, ripping a gory, irreparable breach through the Coalition's disciplined front line in mere heartbeats. Bastard. Rex's eyes bulged with shock and fury. He had never imagined Tianchi would unleash such a beast without warning. Marcus, with me, we take this beast down, now. Roaring Rex gripped his blood axe with both hands. His S-rank hunter power erupted, his body surging forward like a siege engine, the axe cleaving the air with a shriek as it aimed for Fenrir's throat. Marcus moved in perfect synchrony, his form a blur, his silvery gray skin instantly hardening with metallic luster. A silent, vicious punch drove toward Fenrir's ribs, angled with lethal precision. Fenrir's crimson wolf eyes flared, not with fear, but with cruel, exhilarated anticipation. He met Rex's descending axe heat in, slamming his massive claw upward in defiance. Clang. A deafening clang of metal on metal reverberated, so violent it churned the blood in every nearby chest. Rex felt as though he'd struck an immovable mountain. The axe recoiled with brutal force, numbing his arms, splitting his palms, flinging him backward several meters, carving twin furrows deep into the earth. On Fenrir's claw, the embedded bone armor bore only a faint white scar and a few broken hairs at its edge. What a... Rex's mind reeled. His S-tier talent rampage strength combined with this unique axe should have cleaved mountains asunder, yet it left barely a mark. Meanwhile, Marcus's decisive blow landed squarely on Fenrir's flank, delivering force sufficient to pierce hardened steel. Thumped. A dull, sickening impact. Marcus's face contorted in disbelief. His fist hadn't struck flesh, but something denser than any known superalloy. The recoil shattered his finger bones, while Fenrir merely tensed his muscles, not even shifting his stance. Fenrir lowered his head, the cold, dark red vertical pupils fixated on Marcus as the wolf's kiss curved into a cruel arc. Are you itching for a scratch? Before the words fell, another wolf claw darted out like lightning. It lunged towards Marcus' head. With extensive combat experience, Marcus crossed his metallic arms to block, just in time, simultaneously pushing off the ground to retreat rapidly. Screech. A harsh metallic scraping sound echoed. Although Marcus dodged the misfortune of being decapitated, 5 deep claw marks were left on the metallic skin of his arms, almost tearing through the bone. His entire body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into a jeep before finally stopping, blood surging in his veins. In a single encounter, the two S-level hunters were completely suppressed. This caused disbelief to appear in their eyes. Just as Fenrir was fiercely engaging two foes, firmly attracting the majority of attention and the strongest forces of the Coalition. On the other side, the seemingly calm city ruins suddenly underwent a transformation. Those lower-tier troops of the Coalition, following the main force to the base or scattered around the streets, preparing to climb the walls from the sides to find weak points for attack, suddenly felt the surroundings become blurred and distorted. The tall buildings remained as tall buildings, and the ruins as ruins, but the details had quietly changed. Familiar damaged billboards turned into announcement boards from his hometown, the cold steel and concrete stained with the warm yellow of old wooden boards, the smell of gunpowder replaced by smoke and the aroma of cooked food. They saw their former selves, their past families. A woman wearing her mother's favorite dress stood at the door, smiling and waving. A man with a bow sat on the threshold under the sunset. A younger sister with braids and a clear laugh chased a rolling ball on the grass. Those were memories they buried deep in their hearts, memories they dared not touch. It was a home they could never return to and relatives they would never see again after the arrival of the main gods game. Illusion. It's an illusion technique. Some resolute individuals immediately reacted, shouting loudly to wake their companions. But more people, especially those lower-tier reincarnators who had lost everything in the apocalypse and were forced into numbness, stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Tears uncontrollably streamed down and the weapons in their hands slowly drooped. Those deliberately forgotten feelings of sadness, helplessness, and longing surged forth like a flood, instantly collapsing the psychological defenses they had built with indifference and ferocity. The originally high-pitched cries of battle and momentum of the charge suddenly collided with an invisible wall, abruptly stagnating and becoming chaotic. Just then, bang, bang. Swish, swish. The dense and precise gunfire and the whoosh of crossbow bolts erupted from all directions. Bullets and arrows were no longer random sprays, but shot from extremely tricky corners, with precision targeting the vital points of those caught in daze or disarray. Those warriors from the apocalypse clad in shadowy camouflage seemed to emerge from walls, the ground, and shadows, suddenly appearing and launching deadly assaults. Grouped in 3s and 5s working in harmony, they suppressed with long-range firepower and harvested in close combat, functioning like efficient killing machines. Enemy attack. Conceal. The small leaders and experts within the coalition shouted hoarsely, attempting to organize a counterattack. But the formation had already been disrupted by the illusion and ambush, with morale wavering as everyone fought for themselves. The figure of Eagle Eye moved like a ghost, swiftly navigating the shadows and heights of the buildings. His dynamic vision captured the entire chaotic battlefield, clearly reflecting the position movements and even the weak points of energy flow of every enemy in his mind. His specially made large-caliber sniper rifle rarely fired, but every shot that rang out was guaranteed to drop a coalition leader attempting to organize a counterattack or a more threatening reincarnate, each bullet striking true to the head or vital points. His presence acted like a toxic stinger, precisely paralyzing the command nodes of the coalition's lower ranks. Meanwhile, Liao remained hidden in the shadows, the azure glow of her illusionary eye swirling. Not only did she maintain a wide-ranging illusion to exert continuous pressure, but she also created localized cognitive disruptions at crucial moments. She caused a small squad of coalition troops to mistakenly believe their companions were apocalypse soldiers, leading to friendly fire, while several enemies rushing toward the firing point suddenly stopped upon realizing a cliff lay ahead, becoming live targets. She even caused a certain enraged enemy reincarnator to inexplicably turn their attacks on their own allies. The perfect combination of illusion and physical combat showcased the power of control in vivid detail. Despite Lia's innate attributes and combat strength not being high, her controllability could be described as a nightmare for lower-tier reincarnators and armies. At this moment, the city ruins transformed into the main stage of the apocalypse as the coalition's vast numerical advantage was rapidly divided, weakened, and consumed under the precision of traps, environmental control, and psychological assaults. On the observation tower, William resembled the calmest chess player, overlooking the entire battlefield. In the encrypted channel, reports from squad leaders, sniper positions, and special ability users were concise and clear. He continuously issued commands adjusting deployments. In Zone B3-2, a level power-type reincarnators have gathered. Let the Heavy Hammer squad handle them and hold them off for now. On the east side street, the enemy is attempting to establish defenses near the mall. Squad C7. Use smoke grenades for cover, and the Darkblade team should infiltrate through the ventilation ducts. Keep an eye on the helicopter to the 3 o'clock direction. It's trying to use machine gun fire to sweep our illusion nodes. Eagle Eye, it's up to you. Liao, you can try to create a little trouble for Rex, like making him see Marcus suddenly betray him and attack him from behind. William's voice was steady without a hint of turmoil, as if the blood-soaked battlefield before him were merely a sand table exercise in progress. Every command landed precisely at key points on the battlefield, gradually transforming the apocalypse's advantages into a winning edge. With minimal cost, he disrupted the coalition's formations, while simultaneously training the combat and coordination abilities of the apocalypse's forces. William had never viewed the coalition composed of 18 factions as enemies, for he understood that the leaders of these factions would never allow their subordinates to obey a single person's command and thereby relinquish their power. Everyone has their own selfish motives, and the coalition's motives run deeper. From the very beginning, they have all been scheming for their own maximum benefit. Thus, the coalition was doomed to be unable to integrate effectively, unable to leverage their numerical advantage. An army that cannot integrate efficiently will scatter into chaos once its top combatants are held back. The path the apocalypse must conquer in the future is far bloodier, and the battle at hand is merely the beginning of a true baptism in blood, a starting point to familiarize them with the reality of war. Future battles will only be more perilous. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Rex and Marcus were increasingly alarmed by the escalating fight. The werewolf before them was nothing short of a monster. With overwhelming strength, speed, and defense, along with an instinct for battle that was terrifying, the two of them, joined by several other Shrank hunters, could only barely hold their ground, suffering new injuries with each passing moment. What made them even more anxious was the increasingly dense, chaotic screams and gunfire coming from the distant urban area, clearly indicating that the situation there was dire. Damn it, it's a trap. Their main force is not even at the base. Rex finally reacted, feeling both anxious and furious. He wanted to break free to command the overall situation, but Fenrir's relentless attacks kept him firmly ensnared. Any moment of distraction could lead to being torn apart by the opponent's claws. Even now, despite following the path of slaughter and his body undergoing a transformation to develop its own weaponized organs, he was merely struggling to withstand the onslaught of the werewolf tyrant. He even suspected that the werewolf before him was the true power behind the apocalypse, the genuine SS rank hunter. To be able to suppress them, while simultaneously destroying the 10 tanks of the Alliance, was something a normal rank hunter could not achieve. Marcus' expression darkened as he noticed that the surrounding light seemed off. Occasionally, REXS movements would display extremely slight delays or deviations, as if affected by some kind of interference. It was that illusion hunter, the illusion talent hunter, who had bewildered the entire Allied forces. Marcus hadn't expected that the range of their influence could extend this far. Such a level was definitely of strength talent. The hidden aspects of the apocalypse were deeper than he had imagined. Besides Fenrir and William, who had already been exposed to the public, there was unexpectedly another strength illusion talent hunter along with the enormous werewolf tyrant before him. Under normal circumstances, such large-scale illusions would not be able to affect the allied soldiers while controlling them. But now they were all tied down, unable to divert their attention before the werewolf tyrant, making this a potential danger for them. Marcus' expression darkened as he urgently warned Rex, "Rex, watch out for the illusion." But by this time it was already a bit late. In the midst of the fierce clash, Rex suddenly caught a glimpse of Marcus' figure appearing oddly from the side, his fist aimed directly at Rex's back. Although he knew this could be an illusion, survival instinct surpassed thought in the heat of battle, causing a moment of unwarranted distraction and hesitation in his defensive actions. This moment of distraction and hesitation was more than enough for a hunter of Fenrir's caliber. Blood spurted forth. Fenrir's massive wolf claw evaded Rex's hurried defense with a cunning angle, forcefully piercing into his right abdomen, nearly impaling him through. Ugh! Rex let out a piercing scream as his giant axe slipped from his grasp, his colossal body suspended in midair by the wolf claw, the scene exceedingly tragic. Boss! Nearby, several diehard members of the Godslaying Guild rushed forward recklessly, their eyes wide with despair. Get back! Fenrir's other claw swept through, swatting them away like flies. His dark red vertical pupils coldly stared at the gravely wounded and dying Rex, his wolf jaws parting as he spoke in a voice that seemed to come from hell. Your journey ends here. With a sudden surge of power, the wolf claw struck. Crack! Rex, the once formidable SS rank hunter, president of the Godslaying Guild and nominal commander of the Alliance, was torn apart on the spot. His remains and innards rained down like a bloodstorm. Upon witnessing this scene, Marcus' heart sank heavily, and he lost all will to fight. He cast a deep gaze at the demon-like Fenrir, then glanced at the Alliance, which was already on the brink of collapse. He swiftly turned and unleashed his silver-gray form to flee at maximum speed towards the outskirts of the city. No consideration for allies, no thought of spoils. In the face of life and death, everything was trivial. With the commander dead, the strongest combatants either dead or fleeing, and the rear forces trapped in a hellish snare and slaughter. The morale of the Alliance finally shattered completely. Lord Rex is dead. Run! We can't win. We've been tricked. Cries of despair, wails, and pleas for mercy replaced any desire for battle. The remaining soldiers of the Alliance scattered like headless flies, abandoning their gear, desperate to escape the city that had instantly turned into a meat grinder, and from that terrifying werewolf. The warriors of the apocalypse, on the other hand, were invigorated. Under William's methodical command, they began to emerge from their hiding places, launching organized pursuits, purges, and surrenders. The sun finally rose completely above the horizon, its golden light flooding the battlefield, illuminating the blood flowing between the ruins, the scattered debris, and the kneeling pale-faced captives. It also illuminated a row of figures that had quietly appeared on the walls of the apocalypse. William, Fenrir, Hawk, Ilea, and a group of core members of the apocalypse stood quietly. In front of them at the wall parapet, a petite figure dressed in black and red Gothic military attire was gazing out into the distance. Her snow-white hair gently swayed in the morning breeze, and her ruby-like vertical pupils calmly reflected the victory that her soldiers had won. Mo Wu withdrew her gaze, looking towards the rising sun, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile. The first external war of the apocalypse had been won, and the world's attention would undoubtedly focus on this. William approached her side and whispered, "Leader, preliminary statistics show that the Alliance has suffered over 4,000 casualties, with approximately 3,000 captured and the rest scattered. Our casualties are less than 200. As for the escaping Marcus, I will have Fenrir pursue him later to make amends." Upon hearing make amends, Fenrir's old face flushed, and his gaze unconsciously darted towards the gates of the apocalypse. Mo Wu lightly acknowledged. "Clean up the battlefield. As for the captives, those of poor character should be killed, while those of good character should be utilized. Also, no need to pursue Marcus. Prepare to receive guests." William paused for a moment, his heart understanding. "Are you referring to the Sentinel Alliance?" "Yes." Mo Wu turned, her military boots echoing crisply against the ground as she walked towards the tower. "The younger ones have won, and the older ones should be arriving soon." Mo Wu's voice drifted with the wind, carrying an undeniable tone, though they did not know how the leader had discerned the whereabouts of the Sentinel Alliance. However, the imminent arrival of the Sentinel Alliance made them vigilant once more. After all, they still did not know the true purpose of the Sentinel Alliance's visit. Yet with the leader present, even if that one from the Sentinel Alliance truly came, the apocalypse would not fear. The clamor of victory was soon replaced by a solemn order. Inside the Tianchi base, William methodically issued command after command. The battlefield was being cleared, the wounded were treated, and the spoils of war were gathered. The Tianchi soldiers were also orderly in their post-battle cleanup. The captives were temporarily gathered under the supervision of Rick, who was responsible for their initial screening and testing. Although Rick's talent was only rated D, he was a well-known figure within Tianchi, and many who saw him revealed expressions of envy. Many asked Rick how he gained such importance, hoping to glean some experience from him, but Rick would always smile knowingly and provide them with vague guidance. "As long as you learn Chinese well, there will come a day when you rise in rank and wealth." However, the crowd did not take it seriously, considering Rick to be jesting. After this war, the most important tasks were the collection of points and resources. The latest rules of the main gods game appeared especially ruthless at this moment. When a player dies, whether a reincarnator or a hunter, the points in their personal account and the items stored in the system space will become pick-upable. This was a blatant encouragement, even coercing players to slaughter and plunder each other. William personally supervised the collection of points. When the final numbers were presented to him, even with his calm demeanor, his pupils slightly constricted. 1,700,000 points. This number far exceeded his pre-war estimate. Although the coalition claimed to have 8,000, the true elite and valuable combat forces might only be half, and the distribution of points was extremely uneven. Even so, gathering points from the thousands of deceased and captured individuals still accumulated into an astonishing wealth. This does not even account for the physical spoils of war. To amass such a large number of points, it seemed that REXS factions had extracted points from the lower ranks extensively, but now these points had become Tianqi's property. With these resources, Tianqi's next steps for development would gain powerful momentum. At dusk, all Tianqi warriors who participated in the battle except for necessary guards were summoned to the central square. At the front of the square, a high platform was hastily constructed, and behind it lay a row of stretchers covered with the Tianqi flag, holding the remains of 127 soldiers who sacrificed their lives in this battle. The atmosphere was solemn and respectful, with no one making a sound. William ascended the platform. He was not wearing the imposing military uniform, but a simple black suit with a white flower pinned to his chest. His wide eyes scanned the weary yet resolute faces below. "Today we have won." William began, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a heavy, penetrating power. "With courage, wisdom, and sacrifice, we have defeated an enemy many times our size, defended our homeland, and proclaimed Tianqi's existence to this world. But victory comes at a price. Our 127 brothers will forever remain with us today. They will never see the brilliance of Tianqi's future again, nor will they be able to celebrate with us." The square fell silent. Only the sound of the night breeze rustling the flags could be heard. "Tianqi will not forget any soldier who shed blood and sacrificed for her." William's voice suddenly became resolute and powerful. "Their remains will be placed at the highest point of the Hall of Heroes, receiving 3 days of mourning and tribute from all Tianqi members. In 3 days, we will send our heroes on their final journey with the highest honors, allowing their souls to return to a peaceful resting place, forever enjoying tranquility. Their families will receive Tianqi's lifelong protection and support. The children will be raised by Tianqi, and the elderly will be cared for by Tianqi until the end of their days. The compensation points they deserve will be doubled. For those who are left with only children, the points will be properly safeguarded until they come of age to be handed directly to them. As for those who survived," William's gaze swept across the crowd again. "You have proven your loyalty and bravery with blood and fire. The promised rewards, enemy kill points, additional merit, the position of commander for the 100-man slaughter, and the basic subsidies for all participants will be calculated and distributed immediately. There will be no delays, no deductions. Today's battle is just the beginning." William's voice rose again. "The road ahead may be even more rugged, and the wars may be even more brutal. Tell me, are you afraid?" "Not afraid." A thunderous response erupted instantly. All the soldiers stood tall, their eyes blazing with fervor, the previous fatigue and sorrow replaced by a deeper, more resolute conviction. They saw Tianqi's respect for the fallen, witnessed the fulfillment of promises, and glimpsed a strong, just, and promising collective. A sense of belonging and honor took deep root at this moment. William nodded slightly. "Good. After dispersal, go to the logistics department and check with your team leaders for your merits and collect points. Then rest well. Tianqi's future still needs you to carry on." The crowd dispersed in an orderly manner, many turning back to glance at the stretchers with respect in their eyes. Leah and Eagle Eye stood at the edge of the crowd, silently observing everything. Leah's azure eyes were slightly red, and she blinked hard to suppress the pang in her heart. A flicker of emotion flashed in the depths of Eagle Eye's gray-blue pupils. They remembered their parents who had entered the instance with them, recalling their mother's last words, and their father's broad, yet silent figure. But in the end, they never returned from the instance. They waited for a month, transitioning from initial fantasies to final disappointment. After the arrival of the main gods game, they had wandered and experienced too much indifference, betrayal, and blatant exploitation. A force like Tianqi, which handled the aftermath of the fallen with such solemnity, rewarded the living warriors so distinctly, and clearly provided future promises, had never existed before. This place did not feel like a cold organization, but rather a home with warmth. A home willing to bleed for its family, and would never let its family suffer in vain. "It seems like we have come to the right place," Leah said softly, her voice slightly choked. After her parents left, she thought there would be no place in this world that could be called home. But Tianqi had truly shown them the direction of home. Eagle Eye silently nodded, reaching out to gently pat her shoulder. 3 days later, a solemn burial ceremony for the heroes was held. The entire Tianqi community mourned the heroic souls. After the ceremony, the base seemed to return to its usual operational rhythm, but a more refined and united atmosphere was quietly brewing. William knew that beneath the surface's calm, the undercurrents had never ceased. The members of the Sentinel Alliance were coming. Since the last battle ended, or perhaps since the beginning of the battle, the Sentinel Alliance had been observing Tianqi, probing into Tianqi's strength. Although he did not possess the nearly perverse perception of the leader, he could sense that someone was secretly watching Tianqi's development. If nothing unexpected happened, this person was the SS-level talent hunter from the Sentinel Alliance. At noon, the sun burned fiercely. A solitary man appeared before the large gate of the Tianqi base, its surface casting a cold metallic gleam. This gate had been violently torn apart by Finlier 3 days ago, yet within a single day, Tianqi's engineers and logistics teams, working in concert and using reserve materials, had swiftly repaired, reinforced, and even upgraded it. Such efficient mobilization and execution was itself a silent deterrent. The man wore a well-tailored dark gray coat, his posture erect, his features the kind of handsome that bespoke both good upbringing and rigorous training. Most striking were his eyes, pupils of a noble dark gold hue, calm and profound, as if capable of perceiving the heart. He dragged in his hand a figure barely clinging to life, the S-tier hunter Makusi, who had narrowly escaped Finlier's claws that day. Makusi was covered in wounds, his breath feeble. He had clearly struggled before being captured, yet now he was being dragged like a dead dog. The guards at the gate snapped to alertness, muzzles raised, gazes sharp. They recognized Makusi, one of the 2 leaders of the Allied forces, but they did not recognize the mysterious man. The man halted and wore a perfectly measured smile, tinged with apology and benevolence. No need to be tense. I have come to return this gift and to pay a visit to the true leader of Tianqi. Kindly inform them. His manner was composed, even carrying the natural ease of one accustomed to authority, as if he were visiting an old friend rather than standing before the gate of a force that had just crushed an Allied army. Before the guard could call in his report, Wylian's figure already appeared inside the doorway. He was the same picture of poised elegance, his wynard eyes calmly swept over Furity and the Makusi at his feet, and he inclined his head slightly. Mr. Furity, welcome. The leader has been waiting for some time. Wylian's response caused a barely perceptible surprise to flicker in Furity's eyes. Not only had the man addressed him by name, but he did so with neither servility nor arrogance. He showed no visible nervousness or awe despite Furity's status as an SS-tier hunter. He had met many faction leaders, some even S-tier hunters, but none had comported themselves as this man did. Such steadiness could stem from ignorance or from absolute confidence. He now inclined toward the latter. Please, Mr. Wylian, lead the way. Furity smiled and casually flung Makusi forward as if discarding refuse. This is a gift for your meeting, a token of the Xiaobing Alliance's sincerity. Wylian stepped aside and 2 Tianqi warriors moved forward with practiced ease, lifting the unconscious Makusi and carrying him away. Wylian made a gesture of invitation toward Furity. Please follow me, the leader is in the reception room. The 2 entered the base one after the other. Furity's gaze casually swept over the defensive works and Tianqi soldiers along the way, his internal appraisal constantly updating. Discipline, efficiency, morale. The caliber displayed by this rising force far exceeded his expectations. In many ways it outshone the Xiaobing Alliance. Soon they arrived outside a relatively secluded reception room. Wylian stopped, opened the door, and stepped aside in invitation. The leader is inside. Furity nodded in thanks and stepped in. The reception room was small, but well lit. On the broad seat opposite the door, a petite figure sat motionless. Her snow-white hair cascaded down the chair like a waterfall. She no longer wore the Gothic military attire, but a simple black dress that made her skin appear even paler and more translucent. She tilted her head slightly, an elbow propped on the armrest, a small hand cupping one cheek, as if lost in thought. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a faint halo across her delicate profile and long lashes, as she resembled a porcelain doll displayed in a gallery. Only when Furity stepped a few paces closer did she seem roused as she slowly lifted her head. Her ruby-like eyes regarded the man opposite with unruffled calm. Furity's step faltered almost imperceptibly, a flicker of astonishment shone in his eyes, then was quickly suppressed. Although from scattered intelligence and Wylian's demeanor, he had vaguely suspected the leader might possess an unusual form, seeing her in person still delivered a visual shock far beyond anticipation. She was far too young. No, young was inadequate, this was a child. She looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. That slight frame, the undeveloped contours, even the faint baby fat on her face. None of it could in any way be associated with terms like SS-tier hunter or leader of Tianqi laden with power and political craft. Almost instinctively, Furity made a judgment, psychic in nature. And an SS-tier gifted hunter, extraordinarily talented and specialized in the mental arts. Such potent psychic force could alter and even fix a person's outward appearance, and under its sway, one might even see signs of rejuvenation. Indeed, the Steer gifted biologist within the Xiaobing Alliance had exhibited some rejuvenative signs precisely because of intense psychic power, his visage growing younger. Moreover, only this could explain why the little girl had sensed his arrival in advance, why she had hidden so deeply, and how with so frail a body, she could command a force like Tianqi. As for combat, until Mo'u released her own aura, she was at this moment no different from a child. Her aura was restrained to short arms and legs, soft, delicate skin. By every measure, she did not appear capable of great physical devastation. In fact, Mo'u at this moment appeared weaker and more fragile than that truly psychic hunter Alisai. Psychic hunters are indeed inscrutable and hard to guard against, but they possess natural shortcomings in direct battlefield engagements and in sheer absolute force. This necessitated a reassessment of the threat posed to the Xiaobing Alliance. Having made his deductions, Furity resumed his faultless gentle smile and inclined himself slightly. Miss Mo, a pleasure. I am Furity, an SS-tier hunter of the Xiaobing Alliance. Mo kept her languid pose, her ruby eyes regarded him mildly, offering no reply to his greeting. Instead she spoke in crisp childish, yet emotionally flat Chinese. Do you speak Chinese? Furedy was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, and switched to equally fluent Chinese. Of course. Is Chinese your mother tongue, Miss Mo? That's quite rare. Furedy smiled, faintly attempting to close the distance. Mo did not respond as she lowered the hand that had supported her cheek and sat straighter, her small frame seeming even tinier within the large chair. Your purpose? Mo was terse, as if unwilling to indulge in idle talk. Furedy ceased beating around the bush. He seated himself opposite her, relaxed in posture, yet retaining proper bearing. His dark gold eyes fixed on Mo as he directly presented the Xiaobing Alliance's terms. Miss Mo, Tianqi's potential and strength need no further elaboration after this battle. The Xiaobing Alliance has seen your future. We sincerely invite you and Tianqi to join the Xiaobing Alliance. He leaned forward slightly, his tone becoming more alluring. As an SS-level hunter, you will gain direct access to privileges and decision-making power equal to mine, allowing you to participate in the highest decisions of the Alliance. The Alliance will provide you with a personal resource quota of 1 million points each month for your growth and research. Within the Alliance, there exists a top-tier research team, including an S-level psychic talent biologist who is currently utilizing dungeon outputs to develop new types of enhancement potions with results prioritized for the core members. The Sentinel Alliance controls a more complete system, richer resources, and a broader stage for the future. A strong alliance is the best choice to face this chaotic era. Furdy's speech was steady and clear, presenting conditions that could hardly be considered anything but generous. 1 million points monthly priority access to cutting-edge research results and the highest decision-making power. This was nearly the highest offer the Sentinel Alliance could extend. Normal people would have gone mad with such temptations, eager to join immediately. After all, the true power in America is beyond the reach of ordinary people who have no qualifications to intervene. Even the wealthy and powerful capitalists find it hard to squeeze in. To be able to make decisions alongside the upper echelons of the Sentinel Alliance is already a great honor. Mo Wu listened quietly, her ruby-like eyes showing no ripples, as if Furdy's promises, which could drive any ambitious person mad, were nothing but a string of inconsequential numbers. Her gaze didn't fully focus on Furdy, rather it seemed she was more interested in a certain obscure and hard-to-detect aura surrounding him. It was a faint yet familiar aura. Originating from Fenrir, it was even connected to herself, but with a hint of difference. This aura seemed not to belong to him, but rather something that had been plundered. With over 100 points of mental strength, Mo Wu could observe any subtle details, so this aspect, which Furdy tried so hard to conceal, could not escape her perception. Furdy's talent was likely far more complex and interesting than he had imagined. Seeing Mo Wu remain silent for a long time, Furdy's smile remained unchanged, but his heart sank slightly. He knew that the other party was unlikely to accept such an offer easily. The rise of Tianqi must be due to its pride and ambition. But he had to try. It was the will of the Sentinel Alliance, his mission, and the starting point for America's resurgence. What does Miss Mo Wu think? Furdy asked blandly, as if it were nothing more than a normal conversation, yet anyone with insight could see that the atmosphere was quite delicate. Hearing his voice, Mo Wu finally turned her gaze fully back to his face, the corners of her mouth seemingly curving up in a minuscule arc devoid of any smile, only a near indifferent scrutiny. Are you done? She asked. Furdy's expression stiffened slightly as he nodded. Then you can leave. Mo Wu's voice remained flat. Tianqi will not join any alliance forces. It was a straightforward refusal, leaving no room for negotiation. A glint of cold light flashed in Furdy's dark golden eyes. The air in the meeting room seemed to stagnate for a moment, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees. He slowly stood up, his tall figure casting a shadow. Miss Mo Wu, perhaps you do not fully understand the current situation. His voice remained steady, but the warmth had faded, replaced by an aura of authority and pressure belonging to a superior. The Sentinel Alliance represents order and the future, embodying the entire America. Rejecting the goodwill of the Alliance means choosing to stand against order and the nation. I hope you can consider the cost of this carefully. This was nearly an ultimatum. If Mo Wu did not agree, then Tianqi and the Sentinel Alliance were destined to become adversaries. Even if Tianqi were strong, it could never compare to a true national machine. The methods of the Sentinel Alliance are far beyond what ordinary people can understand. To America, as a former world hegemon, possesses a foundation that these grassroots forces cannot rival. Mo Wu remained seated, looking up at him with her small face, her ruby-like eyes cold and clear, showing no sign of retreat. Furdy and Mo Wu exchanged glances for a few seconds, their calm faces revealing no anger. But at this moment, deep within his dark golden pupils, a trace of an extremely secretive and strange gleam suddenly flashed. In an instant, the previously calm expression on Mo Wu's small face darkened. A chilling rage and killing intent erupted in an instant. Furdy's face first showed surprise, then, on that handsome visage that always seemed to be composed, an expression of near absurd disbelief suddenly emerged. At that moment, the meeting room was dead silent. 200. No. Impossible. Humans, even with SS-level defensive talents, how could their physical attributes possibly break such limits? That had already transcended the realm of biology. Yet that feedback was so clear, so overwhelming that it shattered all his predictions and composure. In the fraction of a second that Furdy was stunned, the petite figure that had been quietly sitting in the large chair vanished. Immediately afterward, an extreme cold aura locked onto him in an instant. A sense of crisis swiftly pierced through Ferdy's body, exploding from every pore. Countless instincts honed on the edge of life and death overwhelmed all rational thought at that moment. Roar! A roar filled with shock and brutality erupted from Ferdy's throat. His body underwent a terrifying transformation in that instant. The originally well-tailored dark gray trench coat was torn apart by the suddenly expanding body. It felt as if countless giant pythons were writhing and bursting beneath his skin. Dark red hairs as sharp as steel needles erupted wildly. His bones stretched and thickened, the cracking sounds like rain. His head protruded forward, his mouth and nose elongating into a wolf's snout, teeth sharpening and interlocking, his dark golden eyes transforming into one red and one golden vertical pupil. In the blink of an eye, a werewolf towering over 5 meters replaced the previously gentle man. He exuded an aura of ferocity identical to Fenrir, and even the arrangement of his fur and bone armor mirrored that of Fenrir. One could say this was Fenrir's talent S-level bloodline, werewolf. The transformation occurred so rapidly that it was completed almost the instant Ferdy felt the danger. Transformed Ferdy instinctively crossed his newly mutated arms in front of his head and chest, while bending his waist down, his muscles tensed to the limit, adopting the strongest defensive posture.